as he plunged his dagger into the heart of the SSS rank entity. Roko, the strongest man in humanity, believed he had saved the world. It was only when the girl collapsed in a pool of blood, a chilling smile curling on her lips, that he realized his mistake. When he opened his eyes again, Roko found himself standing in front of a mirror with white hair, wearing a black evening gown, and looking at the world from 40 centimeters lower. "I am doomed." Roko felt struck by lightning as he heard the soft, girlish voice come out of his own mouth. A sweet, mocking voice echoed in his mind right on cue. "Congratulations, lucky girl. Getting killed by you is actually the method to awaken me." That voice belonged to none other than the SSS rank monster he had just stabbed to death. What was even worse was the calendar on the wall, which clearly read, the year 2001. Time had regressed by 2 full years. By the way, the voice in his head laughed even more gleefully. 2 years from today, the Hunter King named Roko, your past self, will break through that window right on time and drive a dagger through your heart. Roko's vision went dark. He had gone from being the top adventurer on Earth to a weak, fragile little girl, all while hosting his sworn enemy as a system in his head. And to top it off, he was saddled with a destined death of being killed by his own future self in 2 years. Could this ridiculous rebirth get any more hellish? In a room filled with pink furniture, a white-haired little girl stood before a dressing mirror, staring at herself blankly. The girl in the mirror had white hair and purple eyes, with exquisite features. Her black evening gown stood in sharp contrast against her fair skin. She stood barefoot on the oak floor, and she was clearly less than 1.4 meters tall. Luo Keek sighed, forcing herself to accept the fact that she had gone from being the toughest man on Blue Star to a delicate little girl, and had traveled back 2 years in time. Since the starting difficulty was practically hellish, she had to find a way to save herself. "So, what is the use of your lousy system anyway?" she asked listlessly in her mind. Just silently think the word panel, and you will know. The system voice, which originated from an SSS rank entity, remained as sweet and cloying as ever. Luo Keek did as she was told. System loaded. The standard attribute for an adult is 10. Name, Luo Keek. Constitution, 3. You can fight a chicken for 300 rounds. Combat power, 2. It can only be described as tragic. Charisma, 20. Godlike. Mental strength, 20. Maxed out stress resistance. The abysmal constitution and combat power were expected, as this petite body could not even hold a gun steady. As for her charisma, she was now as exquisite as a doll, flawless except for her flat chest. The only pleasant surprise was the mental strength of 20. As the former hunting king, the resilient mind she had honed through countless bizarre incidents had been perfectly inherited. She continued to look down at her inherent skills. Cute appeal level 5, no one can refuse your requests. Frailty level 5, physical fitness cannot be improved through exercise. Bad luck level 5, you will encounter anomalies even while buying breakfast. Godslayer style level 1, a powerful skill but currently useless. Luo Keek's expression darkened. I can tolerate debuffs like frailty and bad luck, but why has my Godslayer style been downgraded to level 1? This was her signature technique as the hunting king. Once all 5 styles were unleashed, even gods would regret crossing her. Now that it was reduced to level 1, it meant she could only use the most basic first style. That is normal. Would not it be too strange if a little girl could slay gods right from the start? Start practicing from the beginning, young lady. Luo Keek was speechless and could only flip to the final page, the shop panel. JK uniform, 5 anomaly points. Lolita dress, 10 anomaly points. And so on. After scrolling past thousands of flashy costumes, she finally saw the useful items. Primary recovery potion, 500 anomaly points. Primary mental anchor, 1,000 anomaly points. Werewolf lineage, 5,000 anomaly points. Current anomaly points, 0. How do I earn anomaly points? Complete system tasks and handle anomalous events. Points are settled based on your performance. Luo Keek widened her eyes and looked at her slender arms. You want me to handle anomalies in my current state? With this combat power of 2, a body that could not even beat a dog, she was expected to deal with monsters capable of destroying the world. Are you trying to kill me or mess with me? Luo Keek strongly suspected the system was settling a private grudge. Do not worry, host. I trust that as the former hunting king, you will definitely grow stronger through danger. Luo Keek turned a deaf ear. Maybe I should just give up and rot. At least I could live for another 2 years, she mused to herself. The system cut off her thoughts immediately. The system will never let you slack off. A mission will be arranged for you in 1 minute. Please prepare to face an anomaly. Luo Keek. As soon as the words fell, a knock echoed from outside the door. Miss Luo, the car is ready. Luo Keek's current home is in Mo City, the provincial capital of the Yan state on the Blue Star. Her parents are alive, and they run a business, though she is not entirely sure what it actually entails. But there is a major problem. System, if this body of mine is an anomalous entity, where did these parents come from? Luo Keek was deeply puzzled. This couple was infertile, so I slightly altered their perception. Rest assured, they absolutely think of you as their own daughter. The system replied without a hint of shame. You are truly wicked. I am glad I stabbed you back then. Luo Keek gave a cold snort. You should focus on how to survive the upcoming, anomalous event instead. The system's tone was flat, yet carried a deadly threat. With her life on the line, Luo Keek immediately refocused. Right, a weapon. She suddenly remembered that she was still unarmed. The 3 essentials for surviving weird events are a strong body, a reliable partner, and a handy weapon. Regrettably, her current lowly body has no combat capability, and there is not a single trustworthy partner in her memories. All she can do now is find a weapon as quickly as possible. But after searching through her entire bedroom, all she found was a box of 90s anime discs called Magical Momo, a pile of magical girl cosplay wands, a children's book titled Encyclopedia of Gardening, and a box of baby prickly heat powder. System, are you trying to leave me with no way out? No matter how resilient Luo Keek is, she could hardly handle this kind of mental blow. Here is a hint. Take a closer look at your own body. Body? Luo Keek looked down. Her long white hair cascaded over her slightly budding chest, and a black flower was pinned to her pure black evening gown. And there, hanging from the corner of her dress, was a pale white short dagger. It is my pale fire. Luo Keek excitedly ripped the dagger down. This was her signature weapon from her past life, and it had actually traversed across the world with her. The moment she gripped the dagger, a screen popped up before her eyes. Mortal tier, pale fire sealed status. Current level, 55, max level 55. Devour points required to reach the next level, 200. Luo Keek was slightly stunned. Pale fire was an evolving item. In her past life, she had already maxed it out by killing anomalous entities. Now that her status was quantified, the transmigration had not just emptied her powers, but also reset pale fire back to 55. That is a brutal character reset. Luo Keek sighed and backhanded the dagger into her hold. Something was better than nothing. Just then, a knock sounded at the door again. Miss Luo, the car has been waiting for quite some time. It was the old butler's voice. Coming. The gown had no pockets, so Luo Keek pulled out a black ribbon to wrap around pale fire, tying it into a leg loop to keep the dagger hidden against her skin. Opening the door, the old butler, Uncle Yang, bowed slightly. Miss Luo, please follow me downstairs to fix your attire. It is getting late. Fix my attire. Luo Bai subconsciously pressed her legs together. It would be trouble if they found pale fire under her skirt. She tried to resist. Uncle Yang, time is tight. Can we skip the fix-up? That will not do. Uncle Yang looked stern. As the only daughter of the Luo family, your appearance reflects our house's dignity. It cannot be unkempt. Seeing there was no way out, Luo Keek could only obediently follow him downstairs. In the hall downstairs, 5 or 6 maids were huddled together whispering. I only took this job so I could pinch Miss Luo's cheeks. We agreed I would go first, do not hog her. Relax, Miss Luo has a soft temperament, she will not mind. Luo Keek heard every word clearly. She minded very much and even wanted to run away. But it was too late. Seeing her walk down, the maids' eyes lit up and they surrounded her instantly. Start tidying up, be quick about it. After giving the order, Uncle Yang turned his back to give them space. The maids immediately got hands-on, starting their work on Luo Keek. In less than a minute, Luo Keek's face had been touched all over, leaving her cheeks slightly flushed. System, what happens if I resist? You will expose your identity, the system replied. A powerless SSS-class entity exposed? Try imagining the consequences for yourself. Luo Keek clenched her delicate fists. To stay alive, she had to endure this. However, when the maids started adjusting the hem of her skirt, Luo Keek's heart sank. What is this? one maid curiously untied the pale fire from Luo Keek's leg. The strange dagger immediately caught everyone's attention. The commotion drew Uncle Yang's attention. He turned around and confiscated the dagger. How did such a dangerous item end up on Miss Luo? Uncle Yang frowned as he looked over. Luo Keek immediately lowered her head, feigning innocence. It must have been a prank by one of the maids. Still, this leg loop is quite unique. Let us stick a flower in it instead. And so, pale fire was ruthlessly taken away, and a small blue flower was stuffed into the leg loop. My pale fire. Luo Keek felt like crying. Looking at the little flower on her leg, was she supposed to fight an anomalous entity with this thing? She was truly done for. Miss Luo, please get in the car. Uncle Yang's voice felt like a death knell. Having lost her weapon, Luo Keek was ushered into the high-end black sedan, feeling as though life had lost its meaning. Some people are dead the moment they leave their homes. They just have not been buried until they reach their destination. Luo Keek's destination today was the best higher education institution in Mo City University. According to the original owner's memories, she had finished high school and successfully been admitted to this prestigious school before turning 16. Today was the day of the entrance exam. Instinct told Luo Keek that this exam was very likely the catalyst for an anomaly. System, Luo Keek muttered in her heart. I am here, host. Also, can we change what you call me? The name system is just too sloppy. What do you want to be called? Luo Keek was at a loss for words. Other people's systems were pure tools, but this one's presence was a bit too strong. How about this? From now on I will call you Keek, and you can call me Dark Keek. Whatever you say. Then Keek, what do you want to ask? Dark Keek said, sounding cheerful with its new name. I want to ask, how am I supposed to pass the entrance exam? In her past life, Luo Keek dropped out of middle school to do odd jobs, and later became an adventurer by killing her way through anomalies. Now, she would struggle with elementary school problems, yet when she inherited this little girl's body, she had not inherited any of her academic knowledge. She stood no chance of passing an exam at a top university. Oh, I forgot you never went to school. But as the strongest adventurer on Blue Star, how can you not know how to study? Dark Keek teased mercilessly. Not going to school did not stop me from becoming a king of hunters. Luo Keek huffed softly. But that pride lasted only 2 seconds before it vanished. She really did need knowledge for the exam now. Do not worry, you will pass if nothing unexpected happens. Although it was meant to be comforting, Luo Keek felt like those words were filled with a bad omen. While they were talking, the car had already pulled up outside the gates of Mo City University. It was September 1st, the start of the school year, and the campus entrance was packed with people. Uncle Yang, the butler, opened the car door to see Luo Keek out, bowing formally. Parents are not allowed on campus, so I can only take you this far. If you need anything, call me at any time. Thank you for the trouble, Uncle Yang. Luo Keek nodded and turned toward the school gate. Her appearance made the noisy entrance quiet down for a second. In a pure black off-the-shoulder dress paired with a white sun hat, and with that slightly adorable face, Luo Keek looked like a delicate doll that had stepped out of a fairy tale. After a brief silence, uncontrollable whispers broke out all around. What a cute girl. She is practically my dream wife. I think I know her. Her name is Luo Keek. Top grades, super wealthy family. Whoever manages to take this rich girl home will be set for life. A rich little girl. Hey, my rich little girl. Ignoring the fiery gazes and gossip, Luo Keek pulled her hat brim lower and headed straight for the teaching building. In her past life, she was respected by thousands, but that was because of strength earned by licking blood off the blade. Being worshipped by the crowd, simply because of her looks, was a first-time experience. Aside from feeling strange, she actually felt a hint of shyness. Weird, I am a tough guy. How could I be shy over something this small? Luo Keek suppressed the weird feeling in her heart. She did not know that Dark Keek was secretly laughing at her from the void. Soon, Luo Keek arrived outside the exam room. Her major was philosophy. Luo Keek still could not understand why Dark Keek had chosen this strange field she knew nothing about. At the entrance of the exam room, the burly proctor, Professor Malin, checked his watch. There were only 3 minutes left until the exam, and according to the rules, no entry was permitted. He was just about to close the door when his sleeve was tugged. Malin instinctively turned around, ready to snap, but was met with the smiling face of a cute little girl. Uncle, you are blocking the door. Please let me in. Her voice was soft and sweet. Malin felt his anger vanish instantly. He crouched down patiently and pointed toward the corridor. "Little girl, did you take a wrong turn? This is an exam hall. The playground is over there." Luo Keek frowned slightly and bit her lip. "Dark Keek, I want to curse." "You cannot do that, Keek. You are a lady, you cannot break character." Luo Keek sighed softly and forced a smile. "Uncle, I am a candidate, freshman Luo Keek, ID number 1, class of 1. Malin was stunned. He opened the roster to check, and sure enough, it was her. "You really are a candidate, but the entry time is over. By the rules, I cannot let you in. This is my professional." Before he could finish, Malin met Luo Keek's pitiful gaze, swallowed hard, and silently moved out of the way. All right, little girl, this is the only exception." Luo Keek let out a sigh of relief, thanked him, and went inside. "See, Keek, is not acting cute really useful? But the feeling of acting cute is really weird." Luo Keek did not think about it anymore and found a corner to sit down. The philosophy department had many more men than women, and her fairy tale appearance instantly drew the attention of everyone in the room. It looks like a quiet university life is out of the question. Just as other candidates were thinking of striking up a conversation, the exam bell rang. Malin carried the test papers to the podium and cleared his throat. "I hereby announce that the entrance exam for the Mo City University Department of Philosophy, Class of 1, has officially begun. Now, I will read the exam rules." Hum. A harsh alarm suddenly blasted over the speakers, rudely interrupting Malin. Immediately after, a cold, bone-chilling wind swept through the room. Luo Keek went rigid as if falling into an ice cellar. It was September, and summer in Mo City had not even ended yet. It is an anomaly, it has already begun. The vast majority of anomalies directly transform the area into an anomalous world. Physical and mathematical laws were completely distorted, and a great sense of dissonance immediately enveloped Luo Keek. Before her, the system panel suddenly popped up. System task, an unusual entrance exam. Accept, forcefully accepted. Anomaly level, low. Difficulty, medium. Task goal 1, survive until the end of the exam and successfully complete it. Task goal 2, eliminate the anomalous entity causing this event. Task reward, guaranteed 100 anomaly points, up to a maximum of 1,000 points based on performance. After a quick glance at the mission panel, Luo Coco shifted her attention to the anomaly before her. After a burst of buzzing, the sound from the classroom speakers became clear and normal. Then, a rather neutral voice came through the broadcast. "Hello, welcome, lucky examinees, to the Netherworld University to take the entrance exam. Next, I will introduce the rules and regulations for this exam. Candidate instructions. 1. Always follow the guidelines and regulations provided by the broadcast and on the test paper. If you violate them, you do so at your own risk. 2. The voice on the broadcast will only appear once and will not repeat the rules. If you hear the broadcast a second time, please assume it is an auditory hallucination. 3. It is forbidden to enter or leave the exam room while the current exam is in progress. 4. In Netherworld University, blue objects are forbidden and red objects are favored. Please keep this in mind. Stay away from blue and stay close to red. After reciting the rules, the broadcast stopped. Luo Coco carefully pondered these rules. Although there were only 4 rules, they contained a wealth of information. First, it was certain that this anomaly was undoubtedly a rule-based anomaly. It would provide some very strange rules, and the consequences for breaking them would likely not be good. But these rules were both a restriction and a protection. Generally speaking, as long as you do not break the rules, you will not be harmed. Therefore, rule-based anomalies are also the simplest type of anomaly. However, the words Netherworld caught Luo Coco's attention. In the Yan Kingdom, people rarely use these 2 characters, yet it is a quite ancient term. The Netherworld, commonly known as Hell. And the sudden broadcast set the students in the exam room to whispering. Luo Coco, meanwhile, sat quietly in the corner, thinking about her next move. Quiet, everyone quiet. The proctor, Mylin, slammed his test papers onto the podium. This must be a failure in the broadcast system, or someone is pulling a prank, Mylin said sternly. I will go report it to the office now, please wait a moment. Afterward, Mylin set down the test papers and walked toward the door. But when he pulled open the exam room door, he found that the corridor outside was filled with gray mist. From her seat, Luo Coco had a perfect view of the mist outside the door. Her heart skipped a beat, and she furrowed her brow slightly. Moreover, After careful observation, Luo Coco realized that the windows of the exam room were also filled with this same gray mist. The mist acted like a wall, separating the classroom from the real world. It is forbidden to enter or leave the exam room while the current exam is in progress. Luo Coco remembered this rule. This mist must be the barrier preventing examinees from leaving. If one were to try to force their way through, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mai Lin snorted coldly and reached out, intending to wave away the mist. Just as Luo Coco was hesitating about whether to warn him, a boy wearing glasses stood up. On the student ID hanging from his chest, 2 characters were written, which appeared to be his name. Kyujin. Teacher Mai Lin, I suggest you follow the broadcast rules. The boy named Kyujin pushed up his glasses, his expression grave. This is an anomaly. We are already in danger. Mai Lin was taken aback, then scolded, What nonsense are you spouting, student? Do not disrupt exam discipline. For the average person on Blue Star, anomalies are just urban legends found on forums, something to joke about over a meal. As a university professor, Mai Lin had been educated for so many years that he naturally did not believe Kyujin's words. Luo Coco watched this scene and sighed softly. In every anomaly incident, the death rate is highest among these older, middle-aged people. They have lived too long, and their perceptions of the world are hard to change. Conversely, the slightly younger generation is better able to adapt to supernatural events. Knowing she could not stop him, Luo Coco could only watch helplessly as her proctor walked into the mist. Then he vanished without a trace. And Luo Coco could only offer a silent prayer for Mai Lin, praying that he would have a quick death and not suffer too much torture. Then a scream came from outside the classroom. By the sound of it, she knew it was Mai Lin. Mai Lin's screaming was excruciatingly miserable and lasted for a full minute before falling completely silent. Coco, you really are a jinx. Dark Coco commented ruthlessly. My fault then, really. Too lazy to bicker with Dark Coco, Luo Coco turned her gaze toward Kyujin. Is this guy an adventurer from the government, knowing so much about anomalies? Luo Coco thought to herself. If Kyujin were indeed an adventurer, dealing with such a low-level anomaly would be a breeze. In that case, Luo Coco would have someone powerful to rely on. And Mai Lin's rapid death plunged the exam room into chaos. Those miserable screams were deeply etched into the minds of every candidate, something they would likely need a lifetime to recover from. Student, what should we do now? A few quick-witted boys had already surrounded Kyujin, viewing him as their savior. In their eyes, Mai Lin had died precisely because he did not listen to Kyujin's advice. Do not panic, everyone, sit down. Kyujin appeared extremely calm. He pushed up his glasses and said, Did you not hear the broadcast? We must follow the rules and finish the exam if we want to survive. Kyujin's words were like an adrenaline shot for the crowd. Slowly, the candidates returned to their seats. He really seems quite capable, does not he? Luo Coco thought silently. And when everyone in the room had taken their seats, music signaling the start of the exam began to play. Then, a white sheet of paper appeared out of thin air on every student's desk. This must be the test paper. Please, God, let it not be math. Luo Coco murmured to herself, then picked up the paper and began to read. Netherworld University Entrance Exam, 4th edition. This college is the only higher education institution in the Netherworld. Being able to take this exam is an honor for all candidates. Guided by the philosophy of providing high-quality talent to the Netherworld, this university only admits students of excellent character. This exam will consist of 3 major questions, testing candidates' wisdom, courage, and adaptability, respectively. Please read the questions carefully. The following is the first question. Candidates are requested to use any implement to remove a total of 200 grams of their own body tissue and place it on the test paper within 30 minutes. Any attempt to substitute your own body tissue with that of another will result in disqualification. Failure to complete the task by the time limit will result in disqualification. The description for the first question was quite simple, but when the examinees saw the question, none of them could keep their composure. What does it mean to remove 200 grams of body tissue? Body tissue is a very broad term, and things like skin or bone can all be considered part of it. But the word remove was particularly intriguing. Luo Keek already understood what this first question wanted everyone to do. It was nothing more than self-harm, cutting off a part of one's body as a sacrifice to the anomaly. Soon, the other examinees also grasped the meaning of the test. Then, out of thin air, a table appeared on their pristine exam papers. Current weight, 0 grams. Countdown, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. The exam had begun. As the countdown started, an atmosphere of panic began to spread through the small exam room. On the podium, they found some crimson paper cutters with the word underworld printed on them. These knives did not exist in the real world. They appeared along with the arrival of the anomaly. It seemed these were the tools for removing body tissue. There were not many cutters, and they were quickly snatched up by the examinees. However, even after getting the tools, they did not immediately start cutting themselves. After all, self-harm is not something one can do without a certain amount of nerve. Luo Keek was not in a hurry to take a knife. She kept observing silently, thinking about how to solve the problem. Kyujin, what should we do? A girl who had obtained a cutter asked the boy in glasses, Kyujin. Kyujin thought for a moment and stood up. Classmates, do not panic. Think carefully. Your hair and nails are actually part of your body tissue, and cutting them off will not cause you much harm. Kyujin appeared very calm, and his words made sense, waking up the examinees present. They returned to their seats one after another and started scraping their hair with the small cutters. But at this moment, Luo Keek, sitting in the corner, shook her head. Keek, what this Kyujin person said makes a lot of sense, does not it? Dark Keek's voice echoed in Luo Keek's ear. Anomalous events are not that easy to solve, Luo Keek replied softly. Since this anomalous entity named Underworld wants these candidates to make a sacrifice, it could never be as simple as Kyujin described. The number 200 grams is neither too much nor too little. Things like hair and nails are indeed body tissue, but even if they shaved their heads completely bald, they would never reach 200 grams. Among everyone present, only Luo Keek's hip-length white hair might possibly weigh 200 grams. Of course, Luo Keek had no intention of cutting her hair. That was too much trouble. She had her own plans. And events unfolded exactly as Luo Keek had predicted. Some girls discovered in terror that even after cutting off their beautiful long hair, they could only reach about 100 grams. They were still halfway to the goal. If that was the case for the girls, it went without saying for the boys with short hair. An atmosphere of anxiety and panic spread once again. Even Kyujin lost his composure. He bit down on his pen, his teeth chattering incessantly. Just then, Luo Keek stood up. Her movement drew everyone's attention. What is that lowly trying to do? The crowd thought, puzzled. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Luo Keek walked toward Kyujin. Kyujin stared blankly at Luo Keek, and the panic in his heart subsided for a moment with the arrival of the lowly. Such a cute girl, she is coming to see me. What is she going to do? Kyujin's heart thumped, completely forgetting that he was in the middle of an anomalous event. Kyujin. Luo Keek spoke, her voice soft, sweet, and ethereal. Lend me your paper cutter for a moment. Although Luo Keek did not use the act cute skill, her natural appearance and gentle voice were enough that few could refuse her request. Sure, little sister, Kyujin replied, dazed. That little sister almost made Luo Keek faint from embarrassment. She used to be the world's most macho man. Luo Keek bit her lip and said, word by word, Kyujin, I think you should call me by my name, Luo Keek. It is a matter of politeness and respect between classmates. Luo Keek acted quite angry, but in the eyes of others, a lowly being angry is the same as being coquettish. No problem, Luo Keek. Kyujin gave a start and handed the paper cutter to Luo Keek. Luo Keek took the crimson cutter and turned back to her seat. Even being angry is so cute. Kyujin thought to himself. However, the lowly's next action left everyone dumbfounded. Luo Keek held the cutter in her palm and aimed it at her other small, fair hand. Hey Keek, are you really going to do that? Are not you afraid of the pain? Dark Keek warned her. What is painful about this? Luo Keek said nonchalantly. I used to be the king of hunters. I have had more injuries than meals. This little scratch is nothing, a piece of cake. Then Luo Keek pressed the cutter against her hand and slashed hard. Slice. A cut was opened on the lowly's soft little hand by the sharp blade. Dark red blood dripped from the wound and splattered onto the exam paper. Following this, an intense pain overwhelmed Luo Keek's reason, which was completely different from what she had imagined. The lowly was in so much pain that tears fell. Ouch! Unbearable pain turned into tears, causing Luo Keek to let out a soft sob. The pitiful sight of the lowly stirred compassion in everyone present. Dark Keek, what is going on? Luo Keek hurriedly asked Dark Keek for help. This situation should not be happening. When did her pain tolerance become so weak? Psykeek, you are being reckless. Dark Keek scolded. You are a lowly now. It is normal for your body's pain tolerance to be far less than before. But is not my mental power as high as 20? Actually, this stat is not very useful. It only helps you withstand more pressure. It has nothing to do with physical pain tolerance. Sigh. Luo Keek sighed lightly and could only endure the pain as she squeezed blood onto the exam paper. It is worth mentioning that the moment Luo Keek's blood touched the paper, it was absorbed by the sheet. In this regard, it was completely different from other students, whose hair could only pile up on the paper, looking messy. With the dripping blood, the numbers on the paper also changed. Current weight, 101 grams. This was the method Luo Keek had figured out. In reality, both Kyujin and the other examinees were misled by the question. Body tissue is a very broad term. If one had to sacrifice a part of their body, the first thing people would think of is hair and nails, which are completely harmless after being removed. If they were bolder, they might consider fingers or palms. But in fact, blood is what the underworld really wants. The most abundant body tissue in the human body is blood. 200 grams of blood is approximately 190 milliliters. This amount of blood loss is almost harmless to the human body. Soon, Luo Keek's exam weight met the criteria. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, Luo Keek's exam paper slowly floated up, then burned in midair, turning into ashes. This meant that Luo Keek had passed the first test, and she was the first to do so. Blood is the correct answer. Luo Keek tossed the cutter back onto Kyujin's desk and then said to everyone. With Luo Keek's example, the examinees were thrilled and started grabbing their tools to slash at their palms. You were so heroic just now, Keek. Dark Keek praised, then she changed the subject and asked, but how are you going to stop the bleeding? Oh, that is right. Luo Keek realized, and she looked at her small hand in distress. Because of the blood loss, the lowly's little hand had lost its color and turned pale. The wound was not big, but there were no bandages or gauze here. She could not just find something random to wrap it with. Just as Luo Keek was worried, the ashes from her burnt exam paper floated toward the back of her hand, then slowly solidified into a small crimson flower. Judging by the shape, this should be a spider lily, also known as the flower of the other shore. It is said that these flowers bloom in graveyards, guiding the dead into hell. So in a sense, this flower could be considered a symbol of the underworld. As the flower formed, the wound on Luo Keek's hand healed rapidly, leaving not a single scar. Furthermore, Luo Keek felt that her strength had increased just a little bit. She looked around in surprise, but luckily everyone was busy finishing the exam, and no one noticed the anomaly happening to her. Luo Keek looked at the spider lily on the back of her hand, and the moment her gaze touched the flower, the system panel appeared before her eyes. Proof of the Underworld Novice. Item level, 55 gross type. Item description. It is said that the Underworld grants this token to those recognized by it. The proof of the Underworld can improve the holder's physical attributes. Item effect. Constitution increases by 1 point. The small flower blooming on Rococo's hand was actually a bizarre item that provided a buff. Bizarre items, as the name suggests, are products of anomalous events. These items only appear within anomalies. Their effects are completely unknown, ranging from beneficial to harmful. Of course, with her system, Rococo could identify the effects of these items at a single glance. Generally, these items are distributed as rewards to those who experience the anomalous event. So, from a certain perspective, anomalous events are not just disasters, but also opportunities. Rococo's weapon from her previous life, Pale Fire, was obtained during an anomalous event. Proof of the Underworld increased Rococo's constitution by 1 point. Although her constitution was still weak, being able to feel an increase in her strength made Rococo quite satisfied. Is the Underworld being too generous for giving such a good reward after just the first question? Rococo looked at the others in the exam room. By now, the vast majority of candidates had completed the first test. Using the paper cutters, they had easily drawn their own blood and offered it to the exam papers. However, Rococo noticed that those she had prompted did not have a spider lily appear on the back of their hands after finishing, nor did their wounds heal. It seems this thing is only awarded to the first person who completes the test. Rococo breathed a small sigh of relief. If everyone got one, she would actually be worried. It was not that she was narrow-minded. Rococo never cared about such things. It was just that if everyone's reward was this good, it meant the anomaly was planning something big. Effort and reward are relative. Maybe the next question will involve slaying demons or dragons. At that point, there will only be one word for it: doomed. And half an hour passed quickly. As the countdown hit 0, the paper cutters on the students' desks turned to ash and dissipated into the air. Thanks to Rococo's reminder, not a single student died in the first exam. Except for poor Mr. Malin. The candidates bandaged their hand wounds slightly and sat in place, waiting for the next question to be announced. Classmate Rococo, thank you. Jiayuan, a big boy wearing glasses, waved at Rococo. What are you thanking me for? Save your own life first, then worry about saying thank you. Rococo lowered her head, playing with her pale, delicate fingers. She had thought Jiayuan was some kind of expert. But after the first question, she lost all confidence in him. This bespectacled boy was probably just an amateur who had never experienced an anomalous event before. "Sai, I have to rely on myself," Rococo sighed inwardly, knowing she could not just coast through this. And after a brief silence, the loudspeaker in the exam room emitted a buzzing sound. Then, that familiar voice from the broadcast rang out. "Congratulations to you all for completing the first test. 30 survivors, I must say, that is quite unexpected. Your batch of students is actually pretty decent. Next is the second question. The difficulty of the second question will be far higher than the first. A friendly tip: red items might help you get through dangerous situations in the second question." After dropping a few idle remarks, the broadcast went silent again. That might as well have been nothing. Rococo muttered to herself. Aside from the last sentence mentioning that red items might be useful, everything else was just fluff. Just then, Rococo felt her feet slide and nearly fell. What is going on? Rococo stared blankly as her body began to tilt slowly. No, it was the entire classroom flipping over. A moment later, the entire room was completely upside down. The wooden floor had become the new ceiling, while the original glass ceiling had become the floor beneath everyone's feet. Rococo leaned against the wall and slid down to the floor, managing to avoid any injuries. However, the other candidates were not as lucky as this little girl. They hit the floor hard. While they were not severely injured, it was certainly a rough fall. For a moment, cries and murmurs filled the small classroom. But the disaster had not fully ended yet. Or rather, it had only just begun. Soon, the chairs that had been fixed to the ceiling fell one by one due to gravity. Surprisingly, when these desks and chairs crashed to the ground, they made no sound at all. They sank into the glass floor as if falling into water, disappearing without a trace. Only a few red desks and chairs remained on the floor. Next, the wooden podium on the ceiling creaked and groaned as it slowly transformed into a humanoid statue. The statue had 2 goat horns on its head, and combined with its crimson body, it looked exactly like a demon from Western mythology. It had only one rhombus-shaped eye on its face, which flickered with an eerie red light. A moment later, the demon statue turned away from the crowd, picked up a piece of white chalk, and wrote a 1 on the blackboard. What is it doing? Do not tell me it is going to teach us math. Coco, why are you always obsessing over math? Dark Coco's voice appeared in the girl's ears. Would I tell you that I have never passed a math test since elementary school? Rococo pursed her small lips, not bothering to answer Dark Coco's question. And after the demon statue finished writing the 1, it stopped moving. Then a papers appeared out of thin air and landed in everyone's hands. Rococo caught in a paper and took a casual glance at it. Congratulations, you have completed the first test, which means you are 1 step closer to official admission. The following is the second test question. Please use any means necessary to destroy the demon statue within 5 minutes. The following are precautions, please keep them in mind. 1. The statue will turn around intermittently, please be careful to hide, otherwise bear the consequences. 2. If you are stared at directly by the statue's gaze, please stand still, otherwise bear the consequences. 3. If the statue is not destroyed by the time the countdown ends, all candidates will be considered eliminated. The exam will start in 1 minute, please prepare. And Rococo froze for a second, then lifted her long skirt and ran behind a red desk. She had already figured out what this second question was all about. These dense rules seemed quite complicated, but they could be summarized in 1 sentence. Red light, green light. That was the essence of the second question. The rules for this game are quite simple. First, one person acts as the seeker, the demon statue, facing the wall, while everyone else acts as the statue candidates. Both parties start the game at a distance from each other. Whenever the seeker finishes saying the phrase, they can turn around to look at everyone. If anyone is seen moving, they are eliminated. The objective of the statues is to touch the seeker's back. Once touched, the game is won. Rococo often played this game as a child, but because of malnutrition and a weak body, she always lost. But win or lose, looking back on her childhood days, Rococo still found it very happy. Later, after becoming an adventurer, she never returned to her hometown. Things have changed and people have moved on. But the longing only lasted for a second before Rococo put the feeling away. The girl knew it was not the time to be sentimental. The 1-minute preparation time passed quickly. Accompanied by the scratching of chalk on the blackboard, the second question of the Underworld University admission exam officially began. Luo Keek hid behind a red desk, silently observing the demon statue. According to the rules, as long as one is not caught in the demon statue's line of sight, they will be fine. The red tables and chairs scattered on the floor provided natural cover for the candidates. This was exactly as the broadcast had described. The demon statue was currently holding a piece of chalk, writing the number 2 on the blackboard. It was moving very slowly, as if playing at half speed. After nearly 10 seconds, the statue finished writing the number 2. Once finished, it suddenly opened its mouth and said a single word in a grating, unpleasant voice. 2. It even does a countdown, how human-like. And Keek remarked dryly. Luo Keek remained silent and did not peek out. She had a feeling that this task was not as simple as it appeared. And after announcing the number, the demon statue began to write the number 3. Only then did Jiayuan, who had been dazed from the fall, snap back to reality. He shouted to everyone, students, quickly find cover and hide. Do not let the statue see you. As soon as Jiayuan finished speaking, the candidates in the room began to scramble in a panic. It must be said that although Luo Keek had stolen the spotlight in the first task, everyone still trusted Jiayuan's words, as he had some knowledge of anomalous events. Scratch, scratch, scratch. To everyone, the sound of the chalk felt like a death knell. They scrambled over each other to grab spots behind the desks and chairs. However, due to the limited time and the small number of red tables and chairs, a dozen people still had not found cover by the time the statue finished writing 3. And Jiayuan was among those 10 people. 3. Just then, the demon statue spoke up. Everyone, do not move a muscle. Jiayuan said, feigning calmness, but the cold sweat on his forehead completely betrayed the panic in the young man's heart. Red light, green light. The demon statue said, enunciating each word clearly, and then it slowly turned its head. Gulped. Everyone in the room swallowed their saliva in unison. As for Jiayuan, who was in the very front, he did not even dare to breathe. The dozen or so unlucky ones in the classroom who had not found cover did not dare to look directly into the statue's red eyes. They kept their heads down, staring at the glass on the floor. The statue turned its head, casually glancing over the crowd, and then it opened its mouth and said in an emotionless tone, 11 unqualified individuals, eliminated. Sigh. Luo Keek shook her head and let out a soft sigh, closing her eyes, unable to bear watching the scene that followed. The statue paused for a moment, then rays of red light shot out from its single, glowing crimson eye. These tiny beams of light hit the poor candidates. In an instant, living people were petrified by the light. The process was so fast that they did not even have a chance to react or speak before being turned into stone statues. Then, the stone statues crumbled inch by inch, turning into gray dust that was absorbed by the floor. Including Jiayuan, there were 12 people standing outside the cover. After this round of elimination, the only survivor was Jiayuan, who had been holding his breath. Seeing everything happen through the reflection on the floor, Jiayuan's pupils dilated slightly. Fear consumed his heart, but in order to survive, he forced himself not to move an inch. After eliminating the unqualified, the demon statue turned its head away and began a new round of the countdown. Jiayuan finally could not hold it anymore and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. It was not just Jiayuan. Others who had been lucky enough to find cover were also shocked by the horrific scene. Some were sobbing quietly, while others began to regret why they had ever applied to this university. Only Luo Keek remained rational. The criteria for this task, they are really strict. Luo Keek analyzed calmly. Earlier, those 12 people who were exposed to the statue's gaze had actually remained perfectly still. If following normal rules, they should not have violated anything. However, except for Jiayuan, who escaped by holding his breath, all the others were eliminated. The key was breathing. When being watched by the demon statue, even breathing was not allowed. The difficulty spike of the second task is huge. Compared to the first, it is like night and day. Luo Keek thought to herself, feeling a sense of foreboding. It is like a group of middle school students taking a math test. The first question was simple, calculate 1 plus 1. And then the second question was calculus. That is how absurd it is. Could it be that because too many people survived the first task, the difficulty was increased on the fly for the second? Luo Keek continued to observe the statue. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The chalk scraping against the blackboard produced a grating noise. Ignoring the noise, Luo Keek noticed that the statue's writing and countdown speed seemed to have sped up slightly. Good grief, is the difficulty dynamically increasing? Luo Keek recalled a local game where monsters grew stronger as the player's level increased. And soon, the statue reached the count of 3. However, Jiayuan had not fully recovered. He was still lying on the floor gasping, completely unaware that danger was descending upon him. What are you doing? Move. Seeing that no one was calling out to Jiayuan, Luo Keek bit her lip and could not help but speak up to warn him. Rapid attrition is not a good thing. With that in mind, Luo Keek waved at Jiayuan, signaling him to come hide by her desk. And Luo Keek's delicate voice reached Jiayuan's ears. He looked up abruptly and realized he was in imminent danger. The demon statue had finished counting to 3 and was slowly turning its head. Jiayuan took a deep breath and dashed toward Luo Keek. However, the moment Jiayuan moved, the demon statue turned its head completely. Hold your breath and do not move, Luo Keek quickly warned him. Jiayuan's heart skipped a beat. He slammed on the brakes, freezing in a sprinting posture, not daring to move a muscle. He held his breath with all his might, his face turning red. However, after scanning the surroundings, the demon statue did not immediately look away to start a new countdown. Instead, it stared intently at Jiayuan, as if teasing him. Jiayuan was already tense, and combined with his sudden exertion, he was about to lose control of his breath. Seeing that Jiayuan was about to be eliminated, Luo Keek steeled herself and pulled up a red chair beside her. It is so heavy. Luo Keek used her small hands, exerting every ounce of her strength to lift the chair. Her strength as a lowly was still too small. If not for the proof of the underworld boosting her constitution, her little hands probably would not have been able to lift this 10-pound chair. Because Luo Keek was petite and hidden behind a desk, she could move without being seen by the statue, allowing her to help Jiayuan. Taking a deep breath, Luo Keek threw the chair toward Jiayuan. The small chair landed perfectly in front of Jiayuan, shielding his upper body. At the same time, Jiayuan could not hold it any longer and began gasping for air. I am not dead, Jiayuan murmured. The red chair had perfectly blocked the statue's line of sight, allowing Jiayuan to escape disaster. The statue, its view now blocked, could only turn away to restart the countdown. Jiayuan let out a sigh of relief. This time, he did not hesitate. He quickly ran to Luo Keek's side and sat down. Luo Keek, thank you. Jiayuan wiped the sweat from his head and said softly, you saved me again. Sigh. Luo Paul did not respond to his gratitude, instead looking at him with a disappointed pout. Seeing how much you know about anomalies, I thought you were some kind of expert. Jiayuan scratched his head sheepishly. Am I just a noob then? I was an urban legend enthusiast and even wrote guides, but I have never actually experienced an anomalous event before. This is my first. A noob, more like trash deer. Of course, Luo Keek did not say the hurtful words aloud. Although the lowly had a bit of a dark side and a sharp tongue, this was not the time to be pessimistic. Forget it, you have done well for your first experience with something like this. Luo Keek managed a forced smile. Seeing the white-haired lowly smile at him, Jiayuan felt his heart was being healed. Luo Keek, you are a legend enthusiast too, right? We can talk more about it later. Jiayuan was only halfway through his sentence when Luo Keek interrupted him. The lowly pointed at the demon statue and said, now is not the time for that. I think you should figure out a plan, otherwise we are both done for in 3 minutes. Jiayuan was slightly stunned, then his face went pale. The time limit for the second task was only 5 minutes. and now nearly half of it had already passed. Luo Keek picked up the test paper beside her. On the pristina sheet, there was a small red table. Countdown, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Time is tight. Luo Keek frowned slightly. She carefully studied the details of the exam, hoping to find some useful information from the fragments on the broadcast and the test paper. However, half a minute passed, and Luo Keek still could not think of a good solution. Watching the time tick away, Zhao began to panic. Classmate Keek, do you have any ideas? Luo Keek shook her head gently. I think you should think more for yourselves, instead of pinning all your hopes on a minor like me. Luo Keek said with a serious expression. That actually sounds quite reasonable. Jiayuan nodded. He glanced at Luo Keek from the corner of his eye and whispered, You really are tiny. Luo Keek was only about 1.4 meters tall, so among this group of freshmen, she could indeed be called tiny. Classmate Jiayuan, I do not think you, as an adult man, have the qualifications to call me small. Luo Keek retorted with a blank expression. In fact, Jiayuan was also quite small. As a boy who had just turned 18, he was only a little over 1.6 meters tall. He wore glasses and looked refined, just like a big boy. Jiayuan was rendered speechless by Luo Keek's comeback. Classmate Luo Keek, I should not have disturbed your thinking, sorry. A moment later, Jiayuan scratched his head and gave in. After all, his life was more important. Luo Keek had performed very well during these short 30 minutes of the exam. She looked like a veteran. Jiayuan had already decided to stick close to the little girl for safety. It is fine, Luo Keek shook her head. Bickering actually cleared my mind quite a bit. Luo Keek rubbed her sore shoulders and laid the test paper flat on the ground. I have an idea, but I cannot guarantee it will work, the girl said softly, pointing at the paper. Classmate Keek, please go ahead, Jiayuan said happily. Luo Keek pointed at the demon statue and whispered, The requirement on the test paper is for us to destroy this statue, right? Since it says to destroy it, it should mean physical destruction. Luo Keek paused and added, or at least to make it lose its ability to kill. I understand the logic, Jiayuan whispered, but how are we supposed to destroy it while facing its petrifying gaze? As for that, Luo Keek turned her gaze to the red chair beside her. Do you remember what the broadcast said? Red objects will help us overcome danger. Luo Keek handed the chair to Jiayuan. So my idea is to use this red chair to smash the demon statue. It might just stop it from functioning. Jiayuan suddenly realized and said confidently, Good, then leave it to me. I will do it. Wait, Luo Keek held Jiayuan back and pointed at the demon statue. That thing turns around every 3 seconds now, and it will get faster soon. Are you sure your small frame can handle it? The red table Luo Keek was leaning against was the closest cover in the classroom. But even so, she was about 15 meters away from the statue. What they had to do was hold their breath, run that distance, and finally throw the heavy chair accurately onto the statue's head. This was a test of strength, and Jiayuan's frail physique obviously could not handle it. Jiayuan paused, then said quite embarrassedly, I guess I cannot. Find a stronger classmate, Luo Keek suggested. Jiayuan nodded and then shouted, Classmates, we have come up with a way to destroy the statue, but we need a stronger classmate to take action. After Jiayuan spoke, no one in the classroom responded. Luo Keek sighed slightly, feeling a bit disappointed as she watched the silent crowd. But people treasure their lives, and she did not blame them. It was natural for the survivors, having seen their classmates killed, to be afraid of facing the demon statue. Jiayuan was silent for a moment and said quietly, Maybe I should do it. Maybe it will work. We cannot have a cute little girl like you taking risks for us, right? Jiayuan smiled, but the fear in his eyes could not be hidden. This time, Luo Keek did not stop him. Just then, a voice rang out from the corner of the classroom. What is the plan? Let me try it. Luo Keek and Jiayuan looked over happily to see a very sturdy boy hiding in the corner by himself. Good brother, find an opportunity to come over and let us discuss it. Jiayuan waved to the boy. The boy nodded, and then, while the statue was counting down, he quickly ran to their side. What should we call you? Jiayuan asked. Just call me Awei. The boy replied in a muffled voice, I was a sports student before, but later I was transferred to the philosophy department. There can be such absurd transfers. Dark Keek grumbled. Luo Keek ignored Dark Keek's grumbling and carefully explained her plan to Awei. I understand the steps, Awei nodded, then asked, Is there anything else to look out for? Yes. Luo Keek hesitated for a moment, then confessed to Awei, "This plan is only my speculation and cannot be guaranteed to be effective. Moreover, as the person executing the plan, you will face great risk. You might die." Luo Keek said softly, "If I do it, I might die, but if I do nothing, I will definitely die." Awei smiled honestly, "I am still willing to give it a shot." "All right, good luck," Luo Keek wished him silently. And Awei carried the red chair and slowly stepped out from behind the cover. By now, the demon statue's frequency of turning around had become once every 2 seconds. It was extremely fast. Luo Keek and Jiayuan could not help but break into a cold sweat for Awei. Fortunately, Awei was strong and had quick reactions. Whenever the statue turned around, he would hold his breath and remain perfectly still, no matter how the statue stared at him. And when the statue turned back to count down, Awei would take 2 steps forward. His pace was very regular, giving the demon statue no chance to spot any flaws. Just like that, it only took Awei half a minute to walk right in front of the statue, without any mishaps. "Well done, Awei. Now just throw the chair at the statue's head." Jiayuan clenched his fists in excitement, as if he could see the dawn of victory. Awei took a deep breath, slowly lifted the chair, and then slammed it hard toward the demon statue. With a loud bang, the red chair landed squarely on the statue's head. Awei had a lot of strength. The moment the chair hit, it fell apart, and wood chips painted with red lacquer flew everywhere. However, to their disappointment, the scene Luo Keek had imagined, the statue being smashed, did not occur. After a 1-second pause, the demon statue started counting again, only this time, its countdown seemed to have slowed down. 1. Could it be that brute force cannot destroy the statue? Luo Keek thought to herself. Seeing that the chair could not break the statue, Awei was also disappointed. He quickly backed away, intending to retreat to the cover and discuss other strategies with Luo Keek and Jiayuan. 2. The demon statue counted down slowly. But its countdown is so slow now, I should be able to run back in one go. Awei thought silently. However, just as Awei exerted all his strength to run back to the cover, the demon statue suddenly turned its head around. Yes, it did not count 3. It turned its head around immediately. What? Awei saw the demon statue, turning its head from the corner of his eye. He tried to stop, but it was too late. Red light, green light. The demon statue changed from its previous sluggishness and spoke rapidly. The lifeless statue shook off the wood chips from its head as it turned. Its action seemed to be mocking Awei. You cheated, that is not honorable." Awei cursed inwardly and closed his eyes in despair. He knew he was done for. Snap! At the critical moment, a fist-sized ball of paper hit the demon statue directly in the eye, blocking its vision for a second. It was Luo Keek. She had crumpled her test paper into a ball, buying precious time for Awei at this crucial moment. I am not dead." Awei opened his eyes. He was covered in cold sweat, but did not dare to even breathe loudly. The demon statue remained silent for a moment, then quietly turned its head away and started the countdown again. Phew! Awei breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the paper ball at the statue's feet, he knew Luo Keek had saved him. Not daring to hesitate further, Awei quickly ran back behind the cover and panted heavily. "I failed. Sorry." Awei wiped the sweat from his forehead and said apologetically to Luo Keek and Jiayuan. "Do not blame yourself." Jiayuan patted Awei's shoulder comfortingly. Luo Keek did not speak. She stared silently at the ceiling. Awei did not die, which was good news, but the plan had failed. Time was slipping away minute by minute. If Luo Keek could not come up with a solution, then she, the former strongest adventurer of Blue Star, would really be finished here. "Keek, have you forgotten your god-slaying 5 forms?" Just then, Dark Keek suddenly spoke up to remind her. "God-slaying 5 forms, that is right." Luo Keek's eyes lit up. The 5 styles of god-slaying were a set of unique techniques developed by the Rococo of a past life, summarized through countless adventures and anomalous events. It was precisely because of this technique that Rococo became known as the strongest adventurer on Blue Star. The core essence of this technique lies in elemental control. In Rococo's view, the world is composed of various elements. Elements like water, fire, wind, lightning, and metal are the fundamental materials that make up the world. Once a person masters these natural elements, they possess the power to contend with heaven, earth, gods, and ghosts alike. And after possessing such great power capable of slaying even gods, Dealing with anomalies is naturally a walk in the park. Therefore, compared to the ancient martial arts of the Yan Kingdom, which rely primarily on fists and kung fu, this unique style of Rococo is more like a form of mystical magic. Of course, there is no hierarchy of superiority or inferiority among techniques. It simply depends on who is using them. And come to think of it, my current 5 styles of god slaying is only at level 1. Rococo tilted her head, thinking with a bit of distress. A level 1-5 styles of god slaying means the little girl can only use one type of element and cannot unleash any truly powerful moves. It is fair to say there are many limitations. But seeing the countdown to the end of the exam drawing closer, Rococo had no choice but to grit her teeth and try, treating a dead horse as if it were still alive. Rococo stretched out her small hand, focusing all her mental energy. "Elements, respond to me once more," Rococo said softly. "Hum." In an instant, a faint humming sound emanated from Rococo's fingertips. Then, a droplet of transparent liquid condensed out of thin air in the little girl's hand. It was a drop of water, an extremely pure drop of water with no impurities at all. A bead of sweat trickled down Rococo's forehead as she silently watched the water floating in her palm. It really is the water element. Rococo looked slightly exhausted. The appearance of this water droplet was within her expectations. Among all the elements, the nature of water is the most gentle and the most intimate with humans. Of course, such a stable nature also means that the lethality of the water element is very weak. Currently, Rococo can only command this weakest of water elements. She has no other choice. Clasping her hand around the water droplet, Rococo slowly applied force. Condense water crossbow bolt. Under the drive of Rococo's ability, the water droplet slowly transformed into a transparent crossbow bolt. However, this arrow was too small, only the size of Rococo's index finger. Rather than calling it a water crossbow bolt, it would be more realistic to call it a water thorn. Using elemental power consumes Rococo's mental and physical strength. Her current body is too weak, and manifesting such a water thorn has already drained her entire stamina. Is this a magic? Kyujin stared blankly at the floating water thorn, his eyes full of confusion. Indeed. Rococo had no time to explain much. She let the water thorn float quietly in the air and began to think about how to destroy the demon's statue with it. She had the weapon, but now what Rococo lacked was a way to break the deadlock. The little girl thought carefully, reflecting on the hints provided by the broadcast and the exam paper. The previous broadcast mentioned this rule. In the Underworld University, blue objects are forbidden, red objects are favored. Please keep this in mind, stay away from blue and stay close to red. And the broadcast emphasized it again afterward. Red items can help candidates overcome dangerous situations in the second question. Because of these 2 layers of hints, Rococo had previously fallen into a misconception, thinking that the red tables and chairs could destroy the demon's statue. But in reality, Rococo had overlooked an extremely important point. Blue objects are forbidden, red objects are favored. The demon's statue is, without a doubt, a creation of the underworld. Since the underworld favors red objects, how could the demon's statue, a creation of the underworld, fear red objects? Therefore, the only thing that can truly destroy the demon's statue is a blue item, which is abhorred by the underworld. Sometimes, an adventurer cannot blindly follow the rules in an anomalous event. Only by learning to think can one survive in such events. Rococo shared her thoughts with Kyujin and Awei. Kyujin nodded in agreement and whispered, "I agree with this idea, but..." "Classmate Rococo, I have a question. Where should we go to get blue items?" Kyujin hesitated for a moment, then asked quietly. Rococo was slightly stunned, then fell into deep thought. Just as the little girl was feeling very troubled, she suddenly noticed the leg ring on her thigh and the small blue flower on it. "I will use this." Rococo happily plucked the small flower. The little girl's leg ring was originally meant to hide a weapon, but before leaving, that weapon was confiscated by the old butler, Uncle Yang, and replaced with this little flower. Rococo never expected that this flower would come in handy at a time like this. The little girl tore off the flower petals, mashed them into a ball, and stuffed it into the water thorn. The blue juice from the petals quickly stained the water thorn a pale blue. Now everything is ready. Rococo breathed a sigh of relief and slowly guided the water thorn. "Classmate Coco, where are you planning to attack the statue?" Kyujin asked in pursuit. "The eye." Rococo answered without hesitation. If the little girl's guess was correct, the demon statue's bright red single eye was its core. Attacking it with a blue item would surely have a great effect. However, using the water thorn for the attack required more than just Rococo. She needed Kyujin's assistance. "Classmate Kyujin, do you have any reflective items like a mirror?" Rococo inquired. Obviously not." Kyujin replied casually, "As a boy, why would I carry a mirror with me?" Away heard their conversation and hesitated for a moment before taking a small mirror from his chest and handing it to Rococo. "Here." Kyujin was taken aback and then asked curiously, "Away, why do you have a mirror?" "It was given to me by a wicked friend." Away scratched his head embarrassedly. "He told me to carry this thing around, and if I ever meet a girl I like and want to confess to, I should first look in the mirror and look at myself." That is indeed quite wicked. If I were Away, I would gift him back a coupon for a plastic surgery clinic. Dark Coco, acting as the designated snarker, gave her sharp critique immediately. Of course, Rococo ignored Dark Coco's words as always. She thanked Away and then passed the mirror to Kyujin. "I need your help." Looking at the dainty and cute girl in front of him, Kyujin agreed without hesitation. "Classmate Coco, just give me your orders." Rococo nodded and said softly, "My water crossbow bolt needs about 10 seconds of guidance time to travel from here to the statue's eye. During this time, I must keep my eyes fixed on the statue's position, and the guidance process also requires me to perform constant motions. Therefore, I cannot face the statue directly, and can only aim at the statue's eye through the reflection of the mirror." Rococo explained in one breath, "What you need to do is hold the mirror facing the statue to provide me with a stable view." Rococo was very detailed. Kyujin felt very panicked. But things have reached this point. If they do not give it their all, they are all done for. In the end, Kyujin accepted Rococo's request. And at this moment, 1 minute remained until the end of the second test. Kyujin took a deep breath and stood up while the statue turned around to count down. He stood straight, with the mirror gripped tightly in his hand. With the help of the mirror's reflection, Rococo slowly guided the water thorn. At this moment, the frequency of the demon statue turning around had reached once per second. It even skipped the steps of counting down and writing numbers. It just kept turning around, leaving no way for anyone to survive. The pale blue water thorn slowly approached the statue. If one observed carefully, they would notice the speed of this thorn was constantly accelerating. "Classmate Coco, hurry up." Kyujin was drenched in sweat as he gritted his teeth and persevered. The statue's frequency of turning had become once every half second. At this speed, Kyujin did not even have time to duck into cover. He had no way back and could only pin all his hopes on Rococo. However, Rococo's situation was also quite precarious. Guiding the water thorn consumed a massive amount of her physical and mental strength. Rococo only felt that her vision was becoming increasingly blurred. The little girl could only gently bite her lip with her small fangs to stimulate her mind. Finally, when only 20 seconds remained on the countdown for the end of the exam, Rococo successfully guided the water thorn to the front of the statue's eye. Phew! Rococo caught her breath, then her small hand pointed sharply at the statue's red eye. Squelch! The thorn made of water pierced effortlessly into the statue's single eye. The moment it was pierced, the statue stopped moving. Its rhombus-shaped crimson eye was gradually turning blue. When the last trace of red was expelled, the statue's body made a cracking sound and then crumbled inch by inch, turning into ashes. Along with the statue, the test papers of the candidates present also turned into ashes. The second question was finally passed. Rococo breathed a sigh of relief and slumped behind the desk. The observant little girl noticed that the ashes from the shattered statue were drifting towards her with the wind. Then, these ashes seeped into the spider lily on the back of her hand. The crimson spider lily grew another layer of petals on the outermost edge. Rococo looked at the flower and obtained the latest panel data. Proof of the Underworld Beginner. Item level 55 growable. Item introduction. After being upgraded, the owner of the Proof of the Underworld is usually considered a high-level talent recognized by the Underworld. Item effect. Constitution increased by 2 points, Charm increased by 1 point. Special effect. Sealed will unseal after further improvement. With the second exam question officially concluded, Luo Keek's Underworld certification was also upgraded. At level 2, the Underworld certification provides her with a bonus of 2 points to Constitution and 1 point to charisma. Constitution is an attribute that is quite important for the current Luo Keek. The feeling of being physically weak made Luo Keek feel very uncomfortable, and she was impatient to raise her attributes. Dashboard, Luo Keek murmured to herself, and then her attribute panel appeared before her eyes. System is loading. System loaded successfully. User base attributes have been read. Name, Luo Keek. Gender, female. For the following base attributes, the standard for an adult human is 10. Constitution, 5, roughly on par with a husky. Combat power, 3, still a tragedy. Charisma, 21, your art style is quite different from everyone else. Mental strength, 20, maxed out stress resistance. The words in the parentheses are snarky remarks from Dark Keek. It is worth mentioning that after using the God Slayer's 5 forms once, Luo Keek's combat power also increased by 1 point. This is undoubtedly good news. As long as she uses the moves frequently, her God Slayer's 5 forms will slowly level up, and her combat power will increase accordingly. Although her attributes are still very low, she is at least much stronger than when she first reincarnated. And the increase in charisma has made Luo Keek a little cuter. Of course, because she was already good-looking to begin with, this 1 point increase in charisma is barely noticeable on her. Things are looking up, Luo Keek thought to herself. Dismissing the panel, Luo Keek slowly stood up. Because the statue was destroyed, the candidates who were hiding behind cover earlier also stood up one after another. Surviving the ordeal, they gathered in 2s and 3s to discuss and confide in each other about their inner fear and sadness. Classmate Luo Keek, you're truly amazing. Awei gave Luo Keek a thumbs up and praised her. We have so many adults here, yet we could not even think of a solution, and we're even cowering in our actions. Only you, classmate Keek, stood up and saved us. Awei's words were sincere. He admired Luo Keek from the bottom of his heart. You flatter me, classmate Awei. You and classmate Ju Yuan were also very brave. Luo Keek replied with a smile. For their first encounter with an anomalous event, the performance of Awei and Ju Yuan could already be called good. Daring to take that first step of action already puts them ahead of most people. If the two of them can survive after this anomalous event is over, Luo Keek believes they will definitely be able to become adventurers. That reminds me, classmate Keek. Ju Yuan hesitated for a moment, then asked in a low voice, "Can you teach me that magic trick where you summon water out of thin air?" Luo Keek was slightly taken aback, then she laughed. The magic Ju Yuan mentioned, naturally, refers to the elemental ability Luo Keek used, which is the first form of the Loli's God, Slayer's 5 forms. It is very weak, Luo Keek teased. Believe me, that water spike only managed to destroy the statue because of a rule-based counter. If it were to hit a person, it probably would not even be able to pierce through their clothes. Luo Liang puffed out her chest and said with a serious face, how could that be? Ju Yuan scratched his head. I feel that with a little practice, this kind of magic would surely be very strong. I have to say, Ju Yuan knows his stuff. Whether in her past life or the present, Luo Keek can guarantee that her God Slayer's 5 forms, that is, her elemental control ability, is among the best in the world. This is definitely not boasting. The title of the #1 adventurer on Blue Star was not something awarded to her by some third-rate media. Looking at Ju Yuan's eager expression, Luo Keek had intended to refuse outright, but she suddenly had some other ideas. You want to learn, then should not you show your attitude first? Luo Keek looked at Ju Yuan with a smile, her face full of kindness. Ju Yuan was stunned for a moment, then forced himself to put on a respectful look. Teacher, Keek. On Blue Star, teacher is a very sacred and respected title. Ju Yuan felt it was very strange to have to call Luo Keek, who was several years younger than him, teacher. But in order to learn this cool magic, he did it anyway. Teacher it is. Even Confucius could acknowledge a child debating the sun as a teacher, so what is the big deal here? Ju Yuan thought to himself. Luo Keek said with a beaming smile, "Hey, what a good student. But I cannot teach you this magic for now, but I can teach you other things later." Why is that? Ju Yuan's energy deflated all at once, and he lowered his head in disappointment. Because you are lacking in the water element, so you cannot learn water magic. Luo Keek just made up an excuse to brush him off. In reality, the reason Luo Keek would not teach Ju Yuan was not because she was selfish, or for any other reason. There was only one reason. Ju Yuan simply could not use elemental abilities. People who use elemental abilities are called elementalists, and at any given time, there can only be one elementalist. This is because all elements actually have their own independent consciousness. They are extremely arrogant and will only acknowledge one person as their master. And the current elementalist is Luokik. This means that apart from Luokik, the elements will not respond to anyone else's calls. Of course, these things are too complicated, and Luokik would not be able to explain them to Ju Yuan for a while. All right then. Ju Yuan was somewhat frustrated, but he accepted Luokik's explanation. And 1 minute later, the static noise crackled over the broadcast again. In an instant, the entire examination room went quiet, and no one spoke a word. The rules are so important that everyone was afraid they would miss any sound from the broadcast. However, to everyone's surprise, after nearly 5 minutes of static, the broadcast stopped abruptly, as if the signal had been cut off by something. Strange, why did that guy who is neither man nor woman stop talking? Ju Yuan muttered. Without its voice, I feel a bit uncomfortable. Ju Yuan was naturally referring to the broadcast announcer. Originally, that guy would speak before and after every exam, but for this final question, it had fallen silent instead. Maybe it is reluctant to part with you and wants to give you guys a bit more trouble, Dark Keek commented sharply. That is enough. Luokik replied bluntly. However, although there was a small accident with the broadcast, the test papers for the third question were still handed out to each candidate as usual. Let me see what this final question is about. Luokik read the test questions. Respected candidate, congratulations on completing the first 2 tests. Please believe in yourself, you will definitely be able to complete the final exam. The following is the third question. Please use all means to finish within 30 minutes. Regarding the final question, due to the influence of something, the difficulty and examination rules are no longer under the control of the underworld. But please rest assured, if you possess wisdom, courage, and adaptability, you can easily pass the exam. Good luck, Underworld University Admissions Office. On the white test paper, some of the text was completely smeared by black ink, making it difficult to discern. However, the rules revealed by the remaining parts made Luokik feel quite ominous. She had a premonition that danger was slowly approaching. The content of the third question was truly baffling. Black ink obscured the most critical part of the question, as if it had been done intentionally. Not only was the requirement for this question unclear, but they had not even told us where the problem actually lay. Luokik frowned slightly, feeling a vague sense of unease. The only useful information was the time limit for the exam. 30 minutes is enough time to get a lot of things done. But since the requirements of the test were not clear, Luokik had no idea how to complete the task. Luokik looked up at the other examinees. They were all staring at their test papers with blank expressions, unable to make head or tail of them. Ju Yuan Awei. Luokik called out to the 2 of them, intending to discuss the test content. Just at that moment, snap! A spark flashed on the classroom lights, and then several of the lamps slowly went out. Losing their light source, the fog-covered classroom quickly turned dark. Even though it was still morning, the classroom became as pitch black as night. It was so dark you could not see your own hand in front of your face. The sudden change plunged everyone in the exam room into a panic. They screamed and shouted, trying to find their companions. Luokik also fumbled around subconsciously, trying to find Ju Yuan and Awei. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not find them in the darkness. Although Luokik could hear Ju Yuan calling her name, she could not touch a single thing. It was as if she had been separated by an invisible wall. The most terrifying part was that in this dark room, the sounds were slowly fading away. Luokik could clearly feel that people's voices were getting further and further away from her. A minute later, Luokik could not hear any shouting at all. Ju Yuan, Awei, can you hear me? Luokik shouted loudly, but apart from the echo of her own voice, the little girl heard nothing. How strange. Luokik stood up and walked in one direction by instinct. The darkness, a darkness without a hint of light, made Luokik feel extremely uncomfortable. Fear of the dark is a primal instinct ingrained in every human. Even with Luokik's strong mind, walking in the dark for a long time made her feel a little uneasy. Dark Keek, are you still there? Finally, unable to help herself, Luokik spoke to Dark Keek in her mental world. I am here, Keek. I have always been by your side, Dark Keek replied softly. Luokik let out a sigh of relief. Having someone for company made the fear brought on by the darkness dissipate quite a bit. Of course, Dark Keek probably did not count as a person. And Lou Keek continued to walk in the dark. Ever since the classroom fell into darkness, Lou Keek had been silently counting the time. Now 5 minutes had passed. Lou Keek did a quick calculation. She had walked about 200 meters. This figure made her feel very strange. The exam hall of Machen University was a large tiered classroom, much bigger than a standard one. But even so, the distance from the last row to the lecture podium was only about 20 meters. Lou Keek could cover that distance in less than a minute. However, she had been walking for 5 minutes, and let alone reaching a classroom wall, she had not encountered a single obstacle. Mind you, she was walking in a straight line, not in circles. It seems we have been transported to another place by the underworld. Lou Keek realized her current situation. This is going to be troublesome. Lou Keek thought to herself. The place where she was now was very likely an independent space created by the underworld. Here, all laws of physics and cognitive memes were no longer applicable. Purified water could be deadly poison, and mercury might turn out to be edible. In such a situation, to survive, besides one's own efforts, it all came down to luck. And Lin Keek's luck had never been particularly good. And by the 10th minute of the third exam, Lou Keek received a pleasant surprise. She suddenly heard the sound of light, rhythmic footsteps in the darkness. The owner of the footsteps was none other than Jiu Yuan, who had also gotten lost. After a brief greeting, the two continued on together. It is worth mentioning that, when Lou Keek first met Jiu Yuan, because she could not see what he looked like, she had almost mistaken the boy for a monster of this world. However, according to Dark Keek, all abnormal entities, that is, the monsters in abnormal events, could not hide from the system. Lou Keek could use the system panel to identify these monsters. And naturally, Jiu Yuan did not have a system panel. The two moved forward slowly. About 3 minutes later, Jiu Yuan suddenly stopped. Keek, do you get the feeling that our surroundings are getting hotter and hotter? Hot? Lou Keek was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Actually, ever since she had met Jiu Yuan, she had felt the temperature around them rising continuously. This was not the kind of heat where the air temperature simply rises, like in summer. It was a scorching, burning heat. It felt like being at a barbecue stall on an autumn night. Even if the ambient temperature was not high, the grill would radiate intense heat, roasting the customers standing nearby. That was exactly the kind of heat Lou Keek was experiencing now. Glug! Just then, a sudden sound of air bubbles popping came from beneath their feet. The sound made it feel as if there were a giant pot nearby, filled with boiling stew, with bubbles constantly rising to the surface and popping. Then, the sound of the bubbles became more frequent. A moment later, an orange-yellow glow burst forth from the ground beneath them. The dark floor slowly cracked, revealing a bubbling liquid underneath. This liquid was light red and faintly glowing. That scorching temperature was coming from it. This is... Jiu Yuan widened his eyes in absolute astonishment. This is magma, Lou Keek said softly. The pool of magma that had suddenly appeared was slowly expanding. Lou Keek and Jiu Yuan instinctively stepped back, only to find that their surroundings were already covered in magma pools of various sizes. Run! Without any further words, Lou Keek ran toward a safe direction. The little girl never expected this last question to really pull such a major stunt on the examinees. Magma that is over 1,000 degrees Celsius is no joking matter. Jiu Yuan was stunned for a second, then followed Lou Keek and started running. An independent space, magma appearing out of nowhere. Dark Keek quipped, "Does this third question really expect you to play a game of extreme obstacle course?" "Forget it, I do not want to play," Lou Keek huffed. They kept running, but Lou Keek noticed that no matter where they went, those magma pools kept appearing around them. It was as if these magma pools were spreading right along with them. Realizing this, Lou Keek stopped, deciding not to waste any more energy. The little girl caught her breath and was just about to say something when suddenly, a familiar sound rang out in her ears. The sound of the campus broadcast. If you can hear this broadcast, then congratulations, you are about to complete the entrance exam for Underworld University. Next, I will explain the rules for the third question. The sound of the broadcast was strikingly abrupt in this space filled with lava pools. Roko stopped in her tracks, listening quietly as the broadcast explained the rules of the exam. Now that the exam has reached this stage, You must have already encountered another candidate, have not you? Under the arrangement of our netherworld, candidates are divided into pairs. You will not encounter any other candidates. Please be aware that the candidate you have met is not your companion, but your enemy, your rival. The voice on the broadcast suddenly turned serious. Netherworld University only recruits outstanding talent, not trash. Therefore, what you need to do is, within 30 minutes, use any means necessary to kill your rival. Whether by relying on tools or with your bare hands. Whether by using tricks or conspiracies. As long as you can put your only opponent to death within 30 minutes, you will pass the exam. And Roko was stunned. Just then, a black utility knife appeared in her hand out of thin air. She took a quick look and saw the knife's panel. Mortal grade, life-cutting knife. Item level, 55, cannot be upgraded. Item description, a tool used by the netherworld to harvest lives. It does not look sharp, but it deals massive damage to the human body. Item effect, wounds caused by this weapon cannot be staunched and are difficult to heal. This life-cutting knife was slightly different from the red utility knife that appeared in the first exam. Those knives were just ordinary blades, but the one in Roko's hand possessed a special effect. It seems this is the weapon the netherworld bestowed upon her for the exam. Just then, Jiayuan finally caught up to Roko. Phew, Roko. Jiayuan caught his breath and asked puzzledly, why did you suddenly stop? Roko froze for a moment, then quickly hid the life-cutting knife behind her back. Thanks to the dim environment of the exam hall, Jiayuan did not see the knife in her hand. It is nothing. Roko paused, then asked cautiously, did you hear any broadcast sound just now? A broadcast sound? Jiayuan shook his head and replied casually, no, how could there be a broadcast in a place like this? Roko frowned slightly. She could not tell if Jiayuan was lying or not. However, Jiayuan acted very naturally, not like someone telling a lie. So, Roko came up with a plan to test him. The little girl said softly, I noticed the lava here is moving with us, so running is useless. So, let us sit down and rest for a while. No sooner had Roko spoken than Jiayuan sat down. Great, the distance I just ran probably equals my annual quota of exercise. Jiayuan sat down without any guard, panting heavily on the ground. Roko slowly moved behind Jiayuan, gripping the life-cutting knife tightly. Even so, Jiayuan showed no signs of defensiveness. Phew! Roko let out a sigh of relief. It seems Jiayuan truly did not hear the broadcast and did not receive the rules for this final question. It is so strange. Why was I the only one who received the broadcast? Roko thought, puzzled. The surrounding lava pools were constantly expanding. The orange-yellow lava bubbled and hissed. Roko, why not take this opportunity to finish him off and complete the exam? Dark Roko suggested in a low voice. As Roko's system, she naturally wanted Roko to complete the exam and survive. Roko was silent for a moment, clutching the knife tightly. The little girl was never soft-hearted. If Jiayuan were her enemy or had offended her, Roko would definitely have sent him to an early grave. But the problem was that Jiayuan was just an ordinary person. This young man not only had not offended her, but had actually risked his life to help her in the second exam. Roko found it hard to strike against such a person. Yet, you were quite quick when you came to assassinate me. Dark Roko retorted, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. You are an SSS rank entity, a high-value bounty target of the Adventurers Association. If I let you run wild, would not you destroy all of Mo City? Can you really compare the two? Roko rebutted bluntly. HMPH. Dark Roko huffed and stopped talking. And Roko stared at Jiayuan for a long time, and finally, she put away the life-cutting knife. Just then, a strong wind began to blow through the dim space, carrying the heat of the lava and buffeting them mercilessly. The lava pools continued to expand, encroaching on the space where Roko and Jiayuan were. Jiayuan scrambled to his feet and backed away continuously, avoiding the lava. But Roko did not retreat. Instead, she took a step forward to the edge of the lava pool. Then she held her hand over the pool, feeling the heat. This lava is definitely not an illusion, it is real. Roko thought to herself. An anomalous event might deceive their eyes and ears, but Roko's own sensory perception could not be affected. Roko stepped back and stood beside Jiayuan again. So what should we do next? Jiayuan was about to ask, but before he could finish, his expression suddenly stiffened. Then, with an expression of disbelief, Jiayuan said, "Roko, I think I just heard a broadcast sound." Roko's heart sank, and a strange sense of panic surged within her. "What did the broadcast say?" Roko asked softly after a deep breath. The broadcast said. Jiayuan looked at Roko with complex eyes, hesitated for a moment, and finally gave the answer. "It told me to kill you, saying it is the only way to pass the exam." Jiayuan answered honestly. Roko looked at Jiayuan expressionlessly and asked word by word, "So, what are you going to do? Are you going to kill me?" Jiayuan was silent for a moment, then reached out and handed the life-cutting knife to Roko. "How could that be?" Jiayuan paused, then scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Roko, I would not hurt a cute girl like you. But if you do not complete the objective, you will be eliminated. Are not you afraid of death?" Roko asked, taking the knife from him. Jiayuan sighed and said in a low voice, "Of course I am. Who in the world is not afraid of death? But if it means losing my humanity just to survive, hurting the person who helped me, I just cannot do that." Jiayuan forced a smile, looking at Roko's beautiful long white hair, and quipped, "Especially not such a pretty girl." Roko's small face flushed slightly, though she quickly recovered. "If I said I wanted to live, and I wanted to kill you to do it, what would you think?" Roko said with her hands behind her back, smiling as she teased him. Jiayuan's face stiffened, then he sighed and bowed to Roko. "Then I entrust my life to you, beautiful Miss Roko. Consider it repayment for you saving me twice." Jiayuan spoke calmly, his eyes pure and devoid of any other ulterior motives. Roko could not help but chuckle. "If I killed you, we would probably both fail the exam anyway." Roko narrowed her eyes and smiled at Jiayuan. "Why is that?" Jiayuan asked, puzzled. Roko threw Jiayuan's knife into the lava. In an instant, the black blade turned to ash. "I think I have figured it out. Figured out the truth of this final question." Roko dropped her smile and turned to look at the churning lava. "The hint from the broadcast is likely a lie. The truth about the exam questions." Luo Keek's words left Jiayuan stunned. He asked doubtfully, "You mean you figured out the words that were smeared over on the test paper?" "Bingo, you got it right, but there is no prize." Luo Keek snapped her fingers and lifted her skirt, not paying the slightest bit of attention to the expanding pool of lava behind her. "But," Jiayuan paused and said, "did not the broadcast tell us that the only way to clear the level is to kill each other?" "Is that so?" Luo Keek smiled faintly and said, "Who told you that what the broadcast says must be true?" "You mean?" Jiayuan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "The broadcast is lying to us." Since the beginning of the bizarre incidents, Jiayuan had memorized every rule and piece of information from the broadcast. As a newcomer experiencing a bizarre event for the first time, Jiayuan treated these rules and intelligence as absolute truth, not daring to defy them in the slightest. And now, Luo Keek was telling him that the broadcast was deceiving everyone, which left Jiayuan unable to believe it for a moment. "Do not be in such a hurry to refute." Luo Keek saw through Jiayuan's thoughts. The lowly played with her fate-slashing blade and said softly, "Do you remember the rules revealed during the first broadcast?" "The first broadcast?" Jiayuan thought for a while, then cleared his throat, trying to repeat those rules. "First, the first rule. Always follow the guidelines and regulations on the broadcast and the test paper. If you violate them, you are responsible for the consequences." Remembered correctly, what about the next one? Luo Keek looked at Jiayuan with interest. Let me think." Jiayuan closed his eyes, and after a moment, he recited the second rule word for word. "The second rule. The voice in the broadcast will only appear once and will not repeat the rules. If you hear the broadcast sound a second time, please assume it is an illusion. It only appears once." Jiayuan's eyes widened, as if he had grasped the key point. "Not bad, you finally found the blind spot." Luo Keek clapped her little hands, applauding Jiayuan. Only, to Jiayuan, this applause sounded a bit like mockery. Mocking the fact that his logic was not even as good as a lowly's. Of course, Luo Keek really did not have such thoughts. It was all just Jiayuan overthinking. After the applause, Luo Keek continued to ask, "Tell me, how many times has the broadcast appeared?" "Including the one just now, it is 3 times." This time, Jiayuan did not think. He even rushed to answer, afraid that he would be looked down upon by Luo Keek. "Not bad, 3 times, Luo Keek nodded. The 3 broadcasts appeared before the first question, before the second question, and during the third question's exam respectively. "Which is the one just now?" telling them to kill each other. The first broadcast, without a doubt, was all true. And the second broadcast was half true and half false. Luo Keek analyzed calmly. In the second broadcast, it said, "Red items can help us get out of danger." Indeed, those red tables and chairs did help us. But the thing that actually let us clear the level was my blue water thorn. Luo Keek explained in great detail, not missing a single bit of detail. If we infer from this logic, then the third broadcast is completely false. The lowly paused, then said word for word, "It might even be that the information it provided is the exact opposite of reality." The exact opposite. Jiayuan repeated the words to himself. If a piece of fake news asks us to kill each other, then what is the exact opposite of the behavior of killing each other? Luo Keek asked back. Mutual help, survival. Jiayuan stared blankly at Luo Keek, shocked by the lowly's precise thinking. Not bad, it is to help each other and survive. Luo Keek spread her hands and placed the test paper for the third question on the ground. If I am not mistaken, the real question for the third one should be, please use all means to survive within 30 minutes. Having solved the puzzle, Luo Keek heaved a sigh of relief. However, Jiayuan did not feel relaxed at all. Because the continuously appearing pool of lava around them had cut off their escape route, trapping the two on a small rock and spreading toward their feet. Oh, my dear girl, I understand the logic you're talking about, and I agree with your point of view. But this lava is no joke, it really will kill us. Jiayuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face full of panic. Watching the lava gradually approaching, Luo Keek thought for a moment and then walked slowly toward the lava pool. Keek, what are you? Jiayuan tried to stop her, but in the next second, Luo Keek slowly placed her hand on the lava. Glug glug. The boiling orange lava kept bubbling, and the air above the lava pool became distorted due to the high temperature. At least 1,000 degrees, Luo Keek thought secretly. But then she placed her fair, delicate little hand on top of the scorching orange lava. Hiss! Jiayuan closed his eyes, unable to bear seeing Luo Keek's little hand turn to charcoal. However, half a minute passed, and Jiayuan did not hear any sound. The scene of a lowly crying in pain that he had imagined did not happen. Jiayuan opened his eyes and saw a sight he would never forget for the rest of his life. He saw Luo Keek had put her entire right hand into the lava, and she was gently swirling it around, as if she were playing with a large glass of orange juice. Luo Keek's fair skin did not suffer the slightest bit of damage. A moment later, the lowly slowly lifted her hand out. Jiayuan swallowed his saliva and said incredulously, "The lava. Is this lava fake too?" Jiayuan could only think of this one possibility. Unless Luo Keek was a monster, otherwise, how could anyone be paddling in 1,000-degree lava? The lava should be real. As for why it does not hurt anyone, I can only say, never use common sense to look at things in the bizarre world. Luo Keek explained softly, perhaps its special nature determines that it can incinerate everything, but it just cannot cause harm to humans. As she spoke, Luo Keek took off her shoes and stepped into the lava with her bare feet. However, if we had really killed each other, maybe this lava would change its nature and become capable of hurting us. This is the rule of the bizarre world. And having close contact with this special lava that could not hurt anyone was a very strange experience. Luo Keek could feel the hot lava flowing around her, and she could clearly feel the warmth. But this heat was within the range of what a person could bear, not making one feel uncomfortable at all. Come down, it is fine. Luo Keek waved at Jiayuan. Jiayuan was slightly stunned. He looked at the ground under his feet, which was about to be eroded by the lava, gritted his teeth, and finally stepped into the lava. As Luo Newan had expected, the lava did not hurt Jiayuan. Looking at Jiayuan's timid appearance, Luo Keek let out a chuckle. The bizarre world is full of truth and falsehood. You, a little novice, cannot handle its tricks. Indeed, Jiayuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said helplessly. The exam time for the third question passed by very quickly. Notably, Liuk realized that with only 10 seconds left on the countdown, the entire space had been completely covered by magma, leaving no place to stand. The scorching magma flowed slowly, bubbling constantly, and the entire examination space became stiflingly hot due to the intense temperature. Even though she knew this magma was harmless to humans, seeing this hellish scene still made Liuk feel a sense of dread. There is 1 minute left until the exam ends, Liuk counted down in her heart. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown hit 0, Liuk felt the sweltering heat disappear from her body. In its place was a cool breeze, constantly blowing over the lowly's petite body, causing her black evening dress to flutter in the wind. Click! With a crisp sound, the scorching magma began to sink slowly into the ground, as if the floor of the entire examination hall had opened its drainage valves. A moment later, all the magma on the ground vanished, and the space once again plunged into darkness. Soon after, Liuk felt her vision blur, and she rubbed her eyes. Snap! The next second, the fluorescent light above the lowly suddenly flickered on. Liuk opened her eyes wide and realized she had returned to that classroom. Beside her was Jiayuan, who also looked completely bewildered. Did we pass the exam? Jiayuan asked in confusion. Liuk nodded and whispered, I think so. But what about the others? Jiayuan looked around, but could not find anyone else. In the large and bright examination hall, only Liuk and Jiayuan were present. Liuk noticed this as well, and her brows furrowed slightly as some unpleasant thoughts crossed her mind. And about 10 seconds later, a sturdy figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Jiayuan, dropping onto the floor with a thud. Ouch! The big man had clearly fallen hard. He sat on the ground, muttering to himself. It is I. Jiayuan recognized him and quickly went over to help Oi up. Are you okay, Oi? I am fine. Oi waved his hand and stood up slowly. Just then, Liuk noticed a black craft knife embedded in Oi's chest. It was not buried deep, likely having only just pierced his skin, but the blood gushing from the wound had soaked through his clothes. Oi, what happened? Liuk stepped forward, pointed at the craft knife, and asked in a low voice. Sai, I was just unlucky to run into a total jerk. Oi waved his hand, his face full of anger. Afterward, Oi recounted his experience to them. Oi's ordeal was much like theirs. He had entered that dark space and met a fellow examinee. Then, they heard the broadcast ordering them to kill each other. Oi was an honest man. Despite his fierce appearance, he was quite kind-hearted, so naturally, he did not raise a hand against the other student. Moreover, because Oi was large, the other student did not dare to attack him either, so upon Oi's suggestion, the two agreed not to harm each other. They traveled together, dodging the pools of magma that kept appearing. The two were safe for a while. However, as time passed, more magma pools appeared, and Oi had to lead the student to a platform for shelter. Gradually, the platform was eroded by the magma, and their living space became smaller and smaller. 30 seconds before the exam ended, there was only a patch of ground as small as a palm left for them to stand on. That was when the other student suddenly pulled out his life-cutting knife and lunged at Oi. Oi could not dodge in time and was stabbed in the chest. Fortunately, he had a strong build and the other student was weak, otherwise Oi might have died on the spot. In pain, Oi instinctively ran away, stepping directly into the magma, only to realize that it did not hurt him at all. Realizing this, Oi fled into the distance, and the other student, seeing this, immediately gave chase without a second thought. As soon as he stepped into the magma, he felt an unprecedented level of pain. The scorching magma instantly burned his legs to charcoal, and he fell down in disbelief, turning into black ash amidst the flames. Oi stared in shock, and 30 seconds later, he was teleported back to the hall, completing the exam. And, just as I suspected, Liuk nodded and muttered to herself. Only those who attacked their companions were consumed by the magma. Who would have thought the broadcast would lie? Oi sighed, pulled the knife from his chest, and said dejectedly, we could have all survived. There was no other way. Liuk shook her head. The desire to survive can distort human reason. The lowly looked around and whispered, it seems that only the three of us survived. Since Oi appeared, no one else had been teleported back to the classroom. This meant that all the other candidates had died. Perhaps they died from killing each other, or perhaps from the magma. Jiayuan leaned over and gagged. Fear and sorrow filled his heart. 2 hours ago, there were 31 people standing in this hall. 31 living people, and after several rounds of exams, only 3 were left alive. Liuk was silent for a moment before patting Jiayuan's back. This is the cruelty of paranormal events. Those who have not experienced it will never understand how precious a peaceful life is. Get used to it early, Liuk comforted him softly. The lowly's soft voice reached Jiayuan's ears. He took a deep breath, stood up, and seemed to have steeled himself. Just then, a static sound came from the broadcast. Congratulations to you, Liuk, Jiayuan, and Chen Wei. You have successfully passed the Underworld University admissions exam and are now official members of Underworld University. You are very lucky. The pass rate for previous admissions exams was often only 1%, yet all three of you passed at once. On behalf of the Underworld, I salute you. As members of Underworld University, you not only enjoy benefits, but also get to experience various interesting events firsthand. I look forward to your future performance. The voice from the broadcast was quite excited, as if it were very satisfied with the trio's performance. Sai Liuk shook her head and muttered, "I do not want to be admitted. Can I drop out?" You could try negotiating with the broadcast, act cute. Maybe it will soften its heart and let you go. Dark Liuk offered a suggestion. Forget it. Liuk dismissed the thought. Paranormal events do not negotiate with people. Their terms and rules are absolute. And after the broadcast finished, a small crimson booklet appeared out of thin air in front of the three and slowly descended. Liuk took the booklet and saw that it was inscribed with grand characters in standard script. Underworld University Admission Letter. The lowly did not hesitate. She opened the letter and read it carefully. Congratulations, you have been successfully admitted to Underworld University. Please await the next Underworld event, at which point you will be assigned to a faculty and major. You will enjoy the benefits of Underworld University, and at the same time, you must assume corresponding responsibilities and obligations. A peaceful life will be far behind you. Please be prepared at all times. Good luck, Underworld University will be your most reliable backing. Holding this admission letter, Lokoko felt a massive headache. Because, besides the text on the booklet, Lokoko also saw a panel floating above the admission letter. Underworld University, Admission Letter, Entry-Level Underworld Pass. Item Level, Level 1, cannot be upgraded. Item Description, a common pass for the Underworld, generally only issued to personnel under the Underworld's command. Item Effect, the probability of encountering anomalous events increases by 50%. The holder will be more likely to encounter Underworld-type anomalous events. And unlike the stat bonuses provided by the Underworld Proof, both effects of this admission letter were almost entirely negative. Who in their right mind would want to encounter anomalous events? Besides, the difficulty of Underworld-type anomalous events is likely far greater than ordinary ones. Just as Lokoko was worrying, the admission letter spontaneously combusted, turning into ashes that attached themselves to the back of the lowly's hand. It's upgraded again. Looking at the red flower blooming on the back of her hand, Lokoko sighed softly. The vibrant flower of the other shore grew delicate stamens in its center. The appearance of the stamens made the pattern look extremely realistic, as if a real flower of the other shore was blooming on Lokoko's small hand. Lokoko glanced at it casually and obtained the data for the Underworld Proof. Underworld Proof Primary. Item Level, Level 3 Growable. Item Description, an upgraded Underworld Proof. The holder will be under the continuous observation of the Underworld. Item Effect, Physique increased by 2, Charisma increased by 1. The following are special effects. 1. Netherworld Funeral Envoy. The holder's attacks deal additional damage to spirit-type enemies. 2. Effect currently sealed. Increase the level to unlock the seal. And it is worth noting that the stat bonuses for the Level 3 Underworld Proof did not increase. Instead, it gained a special effect. Lokoko understood that this was quite normal. Generally speaking, this type of growable item has great potential, but of course, its growth rate is quite slow. Only through long battles and adventures can it be raised to its peak. However, this special effect was actually quite interesting. Spirit-type enemies cover a very broad range. Anomalous entities such as souls, vengeful spirits, and evil ghosts all fall under the category of spirit types. The Underworld Proof allows Lokoko's attacks to deal additional damage to these entities. This effect is quite useful. It seems I can look for more vengeful spirit-type anomalous events in the future. Lokoko thought to herself, then turned her gaze toward Ju Yuan and Awei. At this moment, the two of them had also received their admission letters and Underworld Proofs. However, their Underworld Proofs were fundamentally different from Lokoko's, both in pattern and effect. Ju Yuan's Underworld Proof took the shape of a small flame attached to the palm of his hand. As for Awei's Underworld Proof, it was a crescent moon imprinted on his neck. Most importantly, both of their Underworld Proofs were at Level 1. Ju Yuan, Awei, how do you feel? Lokoko leaned in and asked softly. Since they did not have Lococo's system, they could only estimate the effects of their underworld proofs based on how they felt. Strange, this crescent moon pattern. It seems to have increased my strength a little bit, Awei said honestly. My little flame makes my mind feel more focused, Ju Yuan replied. Lococo nodded, immediately understanding the stats of their underworld proofs. Awei's stats leaned toward strength, which suited his tall and sturdy frame. And Ju Yuan's likely improved his mental energy. In any case, the stats were not bad at all. After understanding the stats, Lococo beckoned for the two to get up. Congratulations, from this moment on, you have officially become adventurers. Lococo looked at the two of them with a smile. Adventurers. Ju Yuan and Awei looked at each other, not quite understanding the meaning of the word. Watching the confused pair, Lococo patiently explained. People who have experienced anomalous events gain some anomalous abilities, like the markings on your bodies. Lococo pointed to the underworld proofs on their bodies. Possessing these anomalous abilities allows you to confront anomalous events. Of course, these events are very dangerous, so people like us are referred to as adventurers. You will say goodbye to your peaceful past lives. Anomalous events will bring you pain and sorrow, but at the same time, you will gain power beyond the imagination of ordinary people, as well as all sorts of treasures. Lococo finished saying everything in one breath, then gave them time to slowly digest the information. Clearly, these matters had gone beyond the understanding of Ju Yuan and Awei. They stared blankly at Lococo, their hearts churning with waves of shock. A few minutes later, Awei spoke first. Coco, I do not want any power or treasures. If I do not take the initiative to participate in these anomalous events, does that mean I can avoid encountering things like this again? Awei wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking quite reluctant. Those who managed to get admitted to Mo City University were the best among students. They could have lived through 4 wonderful years of college, then become social elites and enjoyed their lives. Although their professions might never make them filthy rich, it would still be far better than being an adventurer, living a life of licking blood off a blade. After all, just in this single anomaly exam event, 90% of their class had died. Awei could not bear to think about what he might encounter later, so he absolutely did not want to become this so-called adventurer. Awei's reaction was within Lococo's expectations. The lowly sighed and said softly, I am afraid you do not have the option to refuse. Why is that? Awei asked doubtfully. Lococo pointed to the underworld proof and explained, this thing is not just power, it is also a mark. People who encounter an anomalous event for the first time are marked by the anomaly. Even if you do not go looking for them, they will eventually come looking for you. So you have no choice. If you do not strive to improve your own power, one day, you will eventually die in an anomalous event. Lococo's tone was very gentle, and her voice sounded a bit like a young child's. But even such a sweet voice could not alleviate the despair in Awei's heart. I have a question, Coco. Ju Yuan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. So many people died here. Once we get out, the police will definitely question us. In the worst case, they might treat us as suspects in a crime. If that happens, what should we do? Do not know if the underworld proof had something to do with it, but Ju Yuan's mind became quite sharp, and the question he asked was very realistic. Among the students in the philosophy department, there were many from prominent families. If these people died without explanation, their parents definitely would not let the 3 of them off easily. That, you do not need to worry about that. Lococo pointed to the tightly shut doors of the examination classroom and said leisurely, now, it is time to go out. Once you get out, the anomaly will proactively help you clear your names of suspicion. Ju Yuan and Awei were stunned. Then they realized that they would finally be able to leave this godforsaken place. They did not hesitate any longer. After exchanging contact information, they dashed to the door and opened the classroom entrance. Outside the door, there was no longer any gray fog, but bright sunshine. Awei and Ju Yuan looked at each other, nodded, and walked out together. Phew! Lococo let out a sigh of relief, then also slowly walked out of the classroom. Clack! The moment Lococo stepped out of the classroom, she felt the world spinning, and everything before her eyes became blurred. Then, a wave of scorching heat washed over her, making the lowly's consciousness start to fade. Lococo's legs went soft, and she was about to collapse onto the ground. Quick, carry this girl out. This fire has been burning for 3 hours, and we finally saved a survivor. It is a real miracle. The little girl does not even look hurt. A series of chaotic sounds drifted into Lococo's ears. Then, several pairs of strong, powerful hands reached out to support Lococo's body. Lococo managed to open her eyes, only to find the area surrounded by billowing thick smoke. The classroom behind her had already been swallowed by flames. Several people in firefighter uniforms carefully held the lowly and quickly moved her away from the classroom. As they left the teaching building, Lococo saw a breaking news story playing on a large outdoor screen. Mo City University hit by a once-in-a-century fire. Dozens confirmed dead so far. The specific cause remains under investigation. Lococo gently closed her eyes. Once an anomalous event concludes, it employs various methods to erase any trace of its influence. This bizarre fire was nothing more than a tool used by the anomaly to cover up the truth. The fire was so ferocious that the entire teaching building was swallowed by flames. Countless firefighters rushed into the blaze one after another, attempting to rescue the students trapped in the exam hall. Unfortunately, Luo Keek knew their efforts were destined to fail. Because apart from herself, Jiayuan and Oi, everyone else had already perished in the anomalous event. Soon, Luo Keek was carried by the firefighters to a safe, open area. Here, she saw Jiayuan and Oi, who had also been rescued. Cough, sir, you can put me down now, I am fine. Luo Keek gently pushed away the firefighter holding her. Then, to the astonishment of everyone around, she landed lightly on her feet. Little girl, are you really all right? I think you should go to the hospital for a checkup. The firefighter spoke instinctively, staring at Luo Keek, somewhat dazed. In his view, it was incredible that Luo Keek had been trapped in the fire for 3 hours, yet remained physically unscathed, and even her clothes were not scorched. Most importantly, the firefighter was worried that she might have inhaled harmful gases that simply had not manifested symptoms yet. I am fine, sir, Luo Keek explained softly. When the fire started, I hid in a corner near the window. There were many abandoned desks and chairs there, most of which were made of fireproof materials, so I was not hurt. Luo Keek made up a reason on the spot, hoping to brush the matter off. Is that so? The firefighter clearly did not quite believe her, but since she looked uninjured, he did not press the issue further. Then let me help you contact your parents. The firefighter took out his phone, about to make a call, but was stopped by Luo Keek. No need, sir, he is already here. Luo Keek pointed into the distance. The firefighter looked over instinctively and saw an elderly man running toward them. Though the old man was wearing a suit, he moved with agility, easily dodging the crowd as he headed straight for Luo Keek. A moment later, the old man stood before the young girl, panting slightly with a flushed face. He had clearly been running for a long time. Uncle Yang. Luo Keek gave a polite bow to the old man. The man was Uncle Yang, the butler of the Luo household. Huff, Miss Luo, are you all right? Uncle Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. His usually stoic face was now, for once, showing a hint of concern. Luo Keek shook her head to signal she was not hurt. That is good. That is very good indeed. Uncle Yang let out a sigh of relief and said with immense gratitude, as long as you are safe, Miss Luo. If anything had happened to you, I would not know how to answer to Mr. and Mrs. Luo. Mr. and Mrs. Luo, of course, referred to Luo Keek's parents. Although this convenient pair of parents worked away from home most of the year, they still cared for and loved Luo Keek deeply. Luo Keek nodded and said softly, Uncle Yang, let us go home. I am tired. This was no lie. After going through 3 exams, she was truly exhausted. The dual fatigue of mind and body made the girl look somewhat listless. Uncle Yang paused, then agreed without hesitation, Very well, Miss Luo. I will arrange a private doctor for you. With that, Uncle Yang prepared to leave Mo City University with Luo Keek. Just then, a man in a police uniform stepped out from the crowd and blocked their path. This is my police identification. Standing before Uncle Yang, the man took an ID card out of his pocket and displayed it. On the card, several lines of text were written very neatly. Enforcement Unit, South District Police Headquarters of Mo City. Name, Shenye. Rank, First Class Officer. Below the text was a stamp reserved for the police department. The ranks of Yan country's police officers are divided from high to low into first, second, and third class, with first class being the highest. This officer, Shenye, was one of the few high-ranking officials in Mo City. What do you want? Uncle Yang raised an eyebrow, staring straight at Shenye without a shred of fear. Do not get me wrong, sir. Shenye put away his ID, and waved his hand to signal he had no hostile intent. This young girl is a survivor of the accident. According to protocol, she needs to come to our bureau to give a statement. Shenyi explained, his tone very gentle. Uncle Yang nodded. He knew what Shenyi said was correct. However, when he turned to look at Luo Keek, he noticed the girl giving him a pitiful look. Uncle Yang, I am tired, I do not want to go. Luo Keek put on an exhausted appearance, looking at Uncle Yang with her big, watery eyes. The cuteness skill level 5 had been activated subconsciously. Keek, it is just a trip to the police station. What is the big deal? Dark Keek's voice rang out in the girl's consciousness. Are you stupid? Have you forgotten what my identity is now? Luo Keek retorted in her mind. I am an SSS rank entity now. I need to avoid contact with government forces as much as possible, or else, if I am discovered, we are both done for. That seems to make sense. Dark Keek thought for a moment, agreed with Luo Keek's logic, and fell silent. And after hearing Luo Keek's words, Uncle Yang protectively shielded her and said to Shenyi, Officer, my young lady is indeed unwell. And she is just a child. After experiencing such a horrific disaster, how can you force her to relive it just to give a statement? Uncle Yang's words were clear, logical, and reasonable. Well, you make a fair point. But these are the rules, and I cannot just change them on my own. Shenyi was in a difficult position. He did not have the heart to hurt such a cute little girl, but the incident was so severe that if he did not find the cause soon, he would not be able to bear the responsibility. Seeing that Shenyi still would not yield, Uncle Yang hesitated for a moment before clearing the onlookers, leaving only Shenyi standing there. A young lady belongs to the Luo family, Uncle Yang said, lowering his voice and enunciating every word clearly. The Luo family. Shenyi was slightly stunned and asked in disbelief, do you mean that Luo family? Exactly the one you are thinking of, Uncle Yang nodded and added, Miss Keek is the only daughter of the Luo family. I hope you understand what that implies. Hiss. Shenyi took a sharp breath. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and whispered, so it is the daughter of the Luo family. My apologies, I was being rude. Having said that, Shenyi stepped aside to clear the path. Uncle Yang nodded, then took Luo Keek's small hand and said gently, Miss Keek, let us go. Luo Keek replied softly, dropping her pitiful expression and returning to a state of calm. But in her heart, she was filled with immense confusion about her own identity. What is the Luo family? Luo Keek wondered to herself. She had heard every word of their conversation clearly. The police of Yan country were known for their strictness and impartiality. It could be said without dispute that they were the finest police in the world. Yet, such a stern man had been dismissed by a single sentence from Uncle Yang. The Luo family, the only daughter of the Luo family. Could it be that this identity she now possessed held some earth-shattering secret? Luo Keek did not know. She had scoured her memory, but found absolutely nothing regarding a family or her parents. Luo Keek only knew that her parents were in business and worked away from home most of the time. They had never mentioned anything about the details of their work. At first, the girl thought they were just civil engineers. Now it seemed that this identity was far less simple than she had imagined. A few minutes later, Uncle Yang led Luo Keek out of Machen University. By this time, the entrance to Machen University was packed tightly with all sorts of people. Parents of students looked deathly pale, police officers were struggling to maintain order, firefighters were rushing into the fire, and then there were the cold-hearted paparazzi journalists, desperate to get a scoop. Uncle Yang shielded Luo Keek behind him, leading the young girl step by step through the crowded masses. A reporter spotted them, shoved his way through, and walked straight up to Luo Keek. Young lady, we are with the Machen radio station. Since you just came out of the school, could we have a word with you for an interview? The reporter blocked Luo Keek's path without further ado. Although he used the word request, his demeanor suggested he would not take no for an answer. After the reporter blocked them, his cameraman followed close behind and, without waiting for permission, shoved a camera right into the cute girl's face. This display caught Luo Keek off guard. She stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. HMPH. Uncle Yang let out a cold snort, a trace of anger appearing on his stern face. These unscrupulous media types would do anything just to get their hands on a hot scoop. His young mistress had just survived a disaster and might be suffering from psychological trauma. Yet just as she had finally calmed down, these people had to come and pick at the wound. Faced with such people, how could Uncle Yang not be furious? "You ignorant fools, get out of the way right now." Uncle Yang barked in a low voice, his eyes so sharp that the reporter instinctively took 2 steps back. Years of refined upbringing prevented Uncle Yang from using more vulgar language. Perhaps for this very reason, the reporter gritted his teeth, refused to yield, and actually took another step forward, thrusting his microphone directly in front of Luo Keek. A hot story like this is a once-in-a-decade opportunity. If I can nail this, a promotion and a raise are finally within my reach. The reporter thought to himself, figuring that an old man and a petite, cute girl could not possibly have much of a background. As for morals, he had discarded those on his very first day in the industry. "Young lady, we are a reputable media outlet, and our goal is to uncover the truth. Please just accept our..." The reporter's words were cut short as he saw a massive fist flying straight toward his face. Bam! Uncle Yang's gloved fist slammed heavily into the reporter's face, knocking him straight to the ground. The force was so great that the reporter's face was completely flattened, and several of his teeth were shattered. The intense pain, unlike anything he had ever felt, had him wailing on the ground, clutching his face and unable to utter a single word. What a powerful punch! Luo Keek was a bit surprised. Uncle Yang's punch had been so fast that even she could not see it clearly. Moreover, the strike was calculated to inflict maximum pain without causing lasting physical damage. This unassuming old man must be trained in martial arts or perhaps a retired soldier. People like him are not the type you can hire just with money. Thinking of this, Luo Keek became even more curious about her family's background. And, "You bastard, some people only learn what respect means after getting a taste of pain." Uncle Yang took off his black gloves. The expensive fabric was stained with some of the reporter's saliva, which made him feel rather disgusted. He tossed the gloves into a trash can and straightened his collar, his movements still filled with elegance. "Take this money as your medical expenses." Uncle Yang dropped a few bills on the ground. Then the elegant old man turned to give Luo Keek a slight bow. "My apologies, Miss Keek, for being so unrefined in your presence." This was the first time Uncle Yang had ever resorted to violence in front of her. The old man was worried that his actions might have frightened Luo Keek. However, the girl's next words left him stunned. "Good hit, Uncle Yang." Luo Keek clapped her hands and said nonchalantly, "Though, you really should have aimed for his jaw. That way his mouth would have stayed shut, and his spit would not have splattered on your hands." Uncle Yang paused, then asked instinctively, "Miss Keek, are you quite knowledgeable about hand-to-hand combat?" Luo Keek realized she had let something slip and quickly explained, "It was just a guess, of course. How would I be skilled in fighting?" "I see." Uncle Yang nodded, deciding not to dig deeper into the matter. Deep down, however, he could not shake the feeling that his mistress had become somewhat different compared to before. And with the reporter no longer blocking their way, Uncle Yang quickly escorted Luo Keek to the roadside. A stretched black limousine was parked all alone by the curb. This was the car belonging to the Luo family. It is worth mentioning that due to the police blockade, normally, no regular civilian vehicles would be allowed into this street. Whatever trick Uncle Yang used, he managed to get the Luo family car into the lockdown zone, making it the only civilian vehicle present. Luo Keek glanced at it and noticed a silver license plate that stood out prominently, MOA 12. Just by looking at the license plate number, Luo Keek knew this vehicle had significant status. No wonder Uncle Yang could ignore the police blockade and pull up right outside the university. With Uncle Yang's assistance, Luo Keek got into the car. "Old Wang, drive slowly today. Do not cause any distress to Miss Luo." Uncle Yang gave the driver a nod. Then, he turned to Luo Keek and asked gently, "Miss Keek, what would you like for dinner tonight?" "Whatever you think is fine, Uncle Yang. Just arrange it as you see fit." Luo Keek waved her hand, signaling for the old man to make the decision. In reality, she was busy thinking about how to extract information about the Luo family from him. Just then, the system interface suddenly appeared before her eyes. Ding! System mission, an unconventional entrance exam completed. Mission Objective 1, survive until the exam ends and successfully finish it completed. Mission Objective 2, neutralize the anomaly that caused the abnormal incident, incomplete. Overall rating, B. Evaluation summary, you remained calm under pressure and performed brilliantly during the anomaly. Not only did you survive without a scratch, but you also had the capacity to rescue others. Your handling of the aftermath was also spot on. Overall rating, B. Mission reward, 750 anomaly points. The system's first mission was successfully completed by Liuk. Based on the lowly's performance, the system generously rewarded her with 750 anomaly points. This number far exceeded Liuk's expectations, as she had originally thought she would get at most 500 points. After all, the system issued 2 objectives, and she had only completed the first one, which was to successfully finish the exam. But having said that, from the very beginning of the mission, Liuk never thought she could complete the second objective: eliminate the anomalous entity causing the incident. For the current Liuk, this task was simply a fantasy. The culprit behind this anomaly was the underworld. As the strongest adventurer in history, Liuk knew all too well what kind of existence the underworld was. If one were to rank the intensity of anomalous events, the underworld would undoubtedly be in the most dangerous category. Even in her prime, Liuk would not have been entirely sure of defeating the underworld, let alone as the current weakling lowly she had become. Dark, bring up the shop panel. Liuk called out to Dark Keek in her heart. She remembered that 750 anomaly points could buy quite a few things. Liuk did not intend to hoard these points. She had to improve her strength as quickly as possible to survive in one anomalous event after another. Hey Keek, how come you do not even use my full name anymore? Dark Keek said with some dissatisfaction. Because it is such a hassle, Liuk replied casually. Our names are similar, and it is easy to get confused if you keep calling me that. I will just call you Dark from now on. Besides, no one else can hear us anyway. And Dark Keek was silent for a moment before saying helplessly, forget it, since you are the main body now, and I am just a tool. Afterward, Dark Keek brought up the system's shop panel and displayed it before Liuk. Dark, I am so glad you have such enlightenment. After saying that, Liuk stopped paying attention to the futilely angry Dark Keek and focused her attention on the shop panel. The following is the system shop exchange list. 1. Clothing category. 2. Weapon category. 3. Armor category. 4. Item category. It has categories this time. That is much more user-friendly. Liuk praised it, then ignored the clothing items and clicked directly into the weapon list. However, a second later, the weapon panel listed by the system left Liuk dumbfounded. Artifact Pink Fluffy Bunny Sword. Level 55, highest level. Weapon introduction. Before naming your artifact, remember that cliché names like God's Mercy or Dragon God's Fury are everywhere. But absolutely no one can withstand the utter humiliation of being taken down by a pink fluffy bunny. Exchange price, 150,000 anomaly points. This was a large pink sword with a pair of pink plush rabbit ears hanging from the hilt. According to the system's default sorting, this thing should be the strongest weapon in the system. Going into battle with this thing would be social suicide, Liuk complained. Ignoring this artifact, Liuk continued to look down, and a pair of golden gauntlets appeared on the panel. Artifact Ascetics Compassion Gauntlets. Level 55, highest level. Weapon introduction. These gauntlets will beat your enemy to near death, but you will never be able to finish them off with these. It is said that these gauntlets were blessed by 10,000 enlightened monks. The holder of these gauntlets will likely never even be able to kill an ant for the rest of their life. Exchange price, 100,000 anomaly points. What a useless artifact. Liuk delivered her sharp critique. A weapon that cannot even kill, what is the point of any other effect? It feels like these weapons are not nearly as good as my pale fire. The lowly began to miss her pale fire dagger, and she sighed softly, I hope Uncle Yang did not throw it away. After looking at the weapons, Liuk casually glanced at the armor. But obviously, there was nothing good in the armor category either. Things like full-body turtle shell, weighing 20 tons, that increases defense. Gothic Lolita dress, its only function is to act cute. A sentient basketball jersey that has been practiced for over 2.5 years. It can sing and dance. Are these things meant for human wear? Liuk strongly suspected that Dark Keek was pranking her, but she had no evidence. The shopping experience is terrible. Dark, I want to file a complaint, Liuk complained. Well, I suggest you do not buy anything then, because I am definitely not offering any refunds. Dark Keek chuckled and retorted mercilessly. Sigh, forget it, let us look at the items instead. The lowly consoled herself and placed her final hope on the system items. Liuk vaguely remembered that there were many good things in the item category. Not to mention anything else. Just the potions that can restore stamina and mental energy are worth stocking up on. And ignoring the vast majority of prank-style items, Luke finally locked her gaze onto 3 special items. Basic hemostatic agent. Item level 55. Item introduction. A hemostatic agent made with a special formula that can stop arterial bleeding within 5 seconds. Please note that this drug is somewhat addictive. Exchange price, 50 anomaly points per bottle. The first item Luke chose was a bottle of hemostatic agent. There was no flowery language in its description, but its effects were quite remarkable. Arterial bleeding is notoriously difficult to treat. Normally, if an artery sustains irreversible damage, surgery is required to stop the bleeding. But this tiny potion could accomplish that, so one can imagine how powerful its effect is. As for the addictiveness mentioned in the item introduction, Luke was not afraid of that at all. Her mental power was as high as 20 points. A mere drug would not make her dependent. At least that should be the case. The second item was a small golden badge. Hunter license. Item level 55 gross type. Item introduction. A badge made of pure gold that upgrades after the holder kills a certain number of anomalous entities, granting extra attribute bonuses and special effects. Current attributes, none. Special effects, none. Exchange price, 100 anomaly points. And another gross type item. Luke never turned away items of this type. Since she saw it, the lowly would not miss the chance to redeem it. Besides, this thing was quite cheap, which was the main reason Luke redeemed it. For the last item, Luke chose a small silver ring. Basic space ring. Item level 55. Item introduction. A ring crafted with anomalous power, capable of storing 1 cubic meter of items, but please do not store living things or perishable items. Exchange price, 500 anomaly points. Luke was quite familiar with this thing. In essence, it was a portable private storage space. Because Blue Star was filled with anomalous events, these things were quite common in the hands of high-level adventurers. However, being common did not mean it was cheap. Typically, a 0.1 cubic meter storage space could sell for tens of millions of yan coins. And Luke's ring had a full 1 cubic meter of space, yet only cost 500 anomaly points. Therefore, Luke redeemed it without hesitation. 3 bottles of basic hemostatic agent, the Hunter license, and the basic space ring used up all of Luke's 750 anomaly points. After a buzzing sound, the items Luke redeemed suddenly appeared in her hands. Luke suddenly realized she was still sitting in her car with her butler, Uncle Yang, beside her. The lowly quickly put the potions and the badge into the space ring and wore the small silver ring on her index finger. "Miss Keek, is everything all right?" Uncle Yang noticed Luke's movement, turned his head, and asked with concern. "It is nothing, Uncle Yang." Luke replied casually, her tone calm. Uncle Yang nodded and turned his gaze back. Luke exhaled in relief, placing her small hand under her leg to hide the beautiful silver ring. Luo Keek's home is located in a large estate in the suburbs of Ma City. Calling it an estate is an understatement. Half the land in this suburb belongs to the Luo family, and its total area is larger than that of Ma City University. After entering the suburb, Luo Keek saw a towering road sign by the side of the road with large characters written on it. Ma City Natural Ecological Park, private property, please do not trespass. Above these large characters was a gray Luo character. Luo Keek leaned against the car window, silently observing everything inside the park. Land in Ma City is worth its weight in gold. To have such a large estate within the city, and what exactly do my parents do? Luo Keek asked in her heart. When Uncle Yang sent her to Ma City University earlier, Luo Keek had just finished her reincarnation and had no mind to observe these trivial matters. Now that she was back from school, Luo Keek finally realized just how huge her new home really was. "I do not know," and Keek replied. "I have never asked them before, and they have never mentioned this to me." "So you know nothing." Luo Keek shook her head, dismissing the idea of getting any information from Keek. The lowly turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window. This estate is far from the downtown area and has not been overdeveloped, so it can be called a place of beautiful mountains and clear waters. And soon, the car drove to the deepest part of the estate. Here, there is a European-style villa, which, although not covering a large area, is decorated quite luxuriously. The main body of the villa is made of beige marble, with several thick white Roman columns standing in front of the door, and the red long carpet at the entrance adds a unique charm. This is where the Luo Keek family lives. However, although it is called a villa for a family of 3, because Luo Keek's parents are away all year round, the only real residents of this villa are Luo Keek and a few maids. After getting out of the car, Luo Keek saw a scene that terrified her to the extreme. At the entrance of the villa stood a row of maids. These maids were looking at Luo Keek with great anticipation, their eyes almost popping out red hearts. Hiss! Luo Keek gasped, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead immediately. Facing abnormal events, Luo Keek was never afraid. But facing these maids, Luo Keek was scared. Looking at their eyes, these are no maids, they are clearly a bunch of obsessed fans. Huh, Miss Keek, why are not you coming inside? Uncle Yang also got out of the car, looking at the hesitant Luo Keek. He asked in confusion. I suddenly feel a bit unwell, Uncle Yang. Hearing Uncle Yang's words, Luo Keek's eyes lit up, and she put on a pitiful appearance, looking silently at Uncle Yang. Luo Keek's goal was to have Uncle Yang send her inside, so she could avoid those terrifying maids. I see. Uncle Yang thought for a moment, then suddenly turned to look at a maid with short chestnut hair. Aya, please come over and help Miss Keek inside, Uncle Yang said kindly. The girl named Aya is the head maid of the Luo family, and also the oldest maid at 21 years old this year. Aya heard Uncle Yang's words, ran up excitedly, and grabbed Luo Keek's small hand. No problem, Uncle Yang. Aya looked quite happy, while the other maids looked at her with envy. Luo Keek slowly produced a question mark. Actually, what Uncle Yang ordered was not a problem at all. Although Luo Keek is not old, she is already a cute girl. Although Uncle Yang has been an old butler for the Luo family for decades, for the sake of avoiding suspicion, he certainly would not make any overly intimate gestures toward Luo Keek. Therefore, he gave the task of helping Luo Keek to the head maid, Aya. Luo Keek never expected that she would be shooting herself in the foot. Aya pulled Luo Keek's small hand, and then wrapped her arms around Luo Keek's slim waist. Taking this opportunity, Aya gave the loli a hard squeeze, just like she was petting a cat. What is going on? Is the standard for recruiting maids in the Luo family based on whether they are gay? Luo Keek had a look of resistance. However, fortunately, Uncle Yang was beside them, so Aya did not dare to go too far, at most just touching the loli with her hands. Soon, Aya helped Luo Keek into the villa's hall, then followed Uncle Yang's instructions to place Luo Keek on the sofa. Phew! Having escaped the head maid, Luo Keek finally breathed a sigh of relief, but Uncle Yang's next words made her relaxed nerves tense up again. Miss Keek, Uncle Yang coughed twice and said gently, I have some good news for you. Mr. Luo Yun and Miss Milan will be coming home to visit you in a week. Luo Keek was stunned for a moment, and then she realized what was happening. Luo Yun is her current father, and Milan is her mother. In her memories, Luo Keek remembers that the couple would indeed come back to see her, but the time should have been during the spring festival 6 months later, not a week from now. Uncle Yang seemed to see Luo Keek's confusion, and he whispered, It is like this, Miss Keek. Your parents found out about the incident at Mossity University immediately. They were afraid you might have problems, so they pushed aside all their work to come back and see you this weekend. Hearing this, Luo Keek felt a bit moved. In Luo Keek's memory, although this couple could not spend much time with her as a daughter due to work, they compensated her with a lot in terms of material things. The maids responsible for taking care of Luo Keek's daily life, the capable butler, as well as private doctors and chefs. To ensure Luo Keek could grow up healthy and happy, the couple had tried everything they could. However, while feeling moved, the loli also felt a headache. After all, Luo Keek is not the real child of the couple. She is just an unfortunate adventurer. Even the original owner of this body, and Keek, was not their child. And Keek's status was even more outrageous. She was an SSS-level anomalous entity. Thinking about it, in order not to expose her identity, Luo Keek could only deceive these two innocent people and play the role of their obedient daughter once. Although Luo Keek was very unwilling to deceive others, when it comes down to it, morality is not as important as her own life. If her identity were exposed, then the only thing waiting for Luo Keek would be death. Thinking of this, Luo Keek sighed softly. I will compensate these mom and dad when I become stronger, Luo Keek thought to herself. And seeing that Luo Keek was rested, Uncle Yang nodded and then waved to Aya, who was beside him. "Aya, go help Miss Luo take a bath. I will go instruct the kitchen to prepare dinner." "Yay." Aya cheered and rushed toward Luo Keek. "What? Help me take a bath?" Luo Keek exclaimed, jumped up at once, and shouted with great resistance, "No way." "Hee, Miss Luo, I will be gentle," Aya said with a dazed smile. "Do not you come over here." The living room was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. Of course, whether Luo Keek was happy or not, nobody knew. After Luo Keek's strong protests, she finally escaped the clutches of the head maid, Aya. Aya's pretty face was filled with disappointment. She could only watch as Luo Keek returned to her room alone. Closing the door, Luo Keek breathed a sigh of relief and jumped onto the bed. "Finally, I got rid of that person." Luo Keek rolled around on the large pink bed. "But you still have to deal with the head maid. She is in charge of everything from your clothing and food to your housing and transportation," Dark Keek whispered as a reminder. Luo Keek picked up the quilt and covered her head. "That is a matter for later. Right now, I just want to slack off for a while." Feeling the soft mattress, Luo Keek wanted to sink her whole body into it. She was too tired, both physically and mentally. "Sai, why think so much? Time to bathe, then eat. Whatever troubles there are, they can wait until I am full." Luo Keek was an optimist by nature, and even after reincarnating as a little girl, that would never change. The little girl walked into the bathroom barefoot. After a moment of hesitation, she took off the evening dress. Looking at the girl in the mirror, who was as delicate as a doll, Luo Keek's little face felt a bit hot. Hip-length white hair, flawless jade-like skin, purple eyes. Luo Keek was not very cultured. After thinking for a long time, she could only say, "Pretty." Who could resist the cuteness of a white-haired girl? "So I am curious. How were you able to harden your heart and carry out the assassination mission without any hesitation?" Dark Keek's voice rang in Luo Keek's ears. I do not know what I was thinking at the time." Luo Keek shook her head and smiled bitterly. To be honest, it had only been a few hours since her reincarnation. But in these short hours, Luo Nawin had already forgot her mindset when she was performing the assassination mission. But having said that, no matter how beautiful Luo Keek looks now, she will not take an interest in her own body. At most, she is just a little shy. This probably has to do with human instinct. Taking off the remaining clothes, Luo Keek gently closed her eyes. Then she stepped into the bathtub. Splash, splash. Warm water splashed on Luo Keek's body, and she sat in the bathtub, playing listlessly with the little rubber duck on the water. Phew, so warm. I have to say, taking a bath is indeed quite comfortable. Luo Keek felt that all the fatigue in her body was taken away by the warm water and this little rubber duck. After finishing the bath, Luo Keek wrapped herself in a towel, wiped her long white hair, and walked out of the bathroom. Opening the wardrobe door, Luo Keek saw her own clothes. So many strange clothes. Luo Keek stared blankly at the wardrobe. What met her eyes were dresses of various styles. Lolita-style gothic long dresses and gowns of various colors. In short, they were all designed to be as cute as possible. What a hassle. Luo Keek sighed. These clothes are beautiful, but they all have one thing in common. They are cumbersome. They are cumbersome to wear, and even more troublesome if you need to run or move around. Are there any t-shirts and jeans? The little girl complained. She cannot always be wearing a dress to fight against anomalous entities. However, Luo Keek looked for a long time, but could not find a single simple piece of clothing. The little girl could only reluctantly pick a white dress and put it on. Then, Luo Keek's gaze was caught by the white stockings on the bottom shelf of the cabinet. She had always been curious. Is it comfortable to wear this kind of silk thing on your legs in the hot summer? Would not it be very hot? How about trying it? Impulsively, Luo Keek picked up a pair of white stockings. I am just curious, definitely not for any other reason. The little girl comforted herself and pulled the white stockings onto her legs. Oh, a strange sense of softness and comfort flooded Luo Keek's brain, urging her to put on the white stockings quickly. No, this is too strange. Luo Keek quickly took off the white stockings and tossed them aside. This feeling was too strange, making Luo Keek instinctively resist it. Forget it, I will just stay barefoot. Luo Keek hesitated for a while before making the decision. And during dinner, nothing special happened. With Uncle Yang there to take care of things, the maids did not dare to act too wildly. It is worth mentioning that, while Luo Keek was eating, She was scolded several times by Uncle Yang for her bad table manners. Luo Qi could not help it. After all, for her, eating only serves to fill her stomach and enjoy delicious food. Things like table etiquette and social manners are all nonsense. A food lover's soul. After eating, Luo Qi returned to her room, turned off the lights, and burrowed into the fragrant and soft bedding. A night without dreams. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Luo Qi was woken up by her own biological clock. The little girl stretched, climbed out of the warm bedding. She walked dizzily into the bathroom and saw her sleepy self in the mirror. After washing up, Luo Qi walked out of the room and went downstairs. At this time, Uncle Yang had been waiting in the dining room for a long time. Breakfast consisted of steaming buns and a bowl of sweet soy milk. After sleeping all night, Luo Qi was already hungry. She sat on the chair, picked up a bun and began to eat it in large bites. Watching Luo Qi gulping down her food, Uncle Yang did not say anything. The Luo family's breakfast did not have that many rules or requirements. Mr. and Mrs. Luo had only one request, which was for Luo Qi to eat until she was full and to eat well. Therefore, Uncle Yang generally would not require the little girl to follow etiquette while she ate breakfast. But speaking of which, why has Miss Luo's appetite been so good lately? Uncle Yang wondered. Of course, he did not know that the gentle Luo Qi of the past was gone, and now it is the era of Luo Qi, the king of food. And after breakfast, Uncle Yang took out 2 magnetic cards and handed them to Luo Qi. Miss Luo, these are your bank cards, Mr. Luo Yun told me. Once you enter university, there will definitely be places where you need to spend money, so this is your pocket money, and the password is your birthday. Uncle Yang pointed to the black card, which had a golden phoenix drawn on it. Mo City Bank Black Gold Member Card. This was a gift from a father to his daughter. Luo Qi hesitated for a moment, but accepted the card. The other one is your student ID card. Uncle Yang pointed to the other white card. Student ID card. Luo Qi was a little puzzled. Was the entrance exam not stopped due to an accident? That is exactly the reason. Uncle Yang explained patiently. Due to public opinion, Mo City University canceled the entrance exam for this year in order to comfort the survivors of the fire, so you do not need to take the exam again. Luo Qi nodded, understanding it now. No wonder Dark Qi said I would definitely pass the entrance exam. It turns out she had already anticipated this. The little girl put away the student ID as well. Oh right, one more thing. Uncle Yang added, I have requested a month of sick leave for you from Mo City University. Please take some time to recover well. A faint smile appeared on Uncle Yang's face. The old butler was afraid that Luo Qi would suffer some psychological trauma because of the fire, so he asked for leave for Luo Qi in advance. A month off. Luo Qi's eyes lit up. Although university life is not as busy as middle school, you still have to go every day. Luo Qi was worrying about how to find time to do anomalous missions, and now it was great. With a month of time, she could do quite a few missions. Thank you, Uncle Yang, Luo Qi said happily. Seeing the little girl happy, Uncle Yang felt very gratified. I hope Miss Qi's spirit can be restored through this vacation. Uncle Yang thought to himself. Luo Qi will indeed use this month-long opportunity to recover. But whether it is her spirit or something else that recovers, the old man does not know. After finishing his instructions, Uncle Yang left the villa. As the head butler of the Luo family, he had so much to do every day that it was impossible for him to stay by Luo Qi's side at all times. After Uncle Yang left, a maid with a mischievous smirk quietly walked up behind Luo Qi. Without even looking back, Luo Qi knew it was Aya, the head maid. Ahem, Miss Zhao, is there something you need? Luo Qi gave a light cough, interrupting the maid's movements. Aya was slightly taken aback, then smiled as she pulled a comb from behind her and said gently, Miss Luo, let me comb your hair. It seemed this girl had been prepared all along. No need. Luo Qi replied without hesitation. Then the lowly seemed to think of something and asked softly, Head maid, can I ask you a question? Please go ahead. Seeing Luo Qi ask a question, Aya thought she had something serious to discuss, so she put away her playful attitude. It is about that little dagger of mine that was confiscated yesterday. Do you know where Uncle Yang put it? Luo Qi asked cautiously. The pale fire dagger, Luo Qi's signature weapon, was a treasure she absolutely could not lose. A dagger? Aya was stunned for a moment before she realized what she meant and replied, You mean that little silver white knife? Yes, that is the one. Luo Keek nodded repeatedly. Aya thought for a moment and answered with a smile, then you have asked the right person. Yesterday, after Uncle Yang took the knife away, he intended to throw it out. I thought the knife looked quite nice, so I stopped him. So I have the knife here. Luo Keek listened blankly. She hesitated for a moment, then looked at Aya with pleading eyes and whispered then, can you give the knife back to me? Miss Aya. Aya shook the comb in her hand and said with a smile that was not quite a smile, that is no problem at all, Miss Luo. But as a reward, should not you be a good girl and let me brush your hair? Luo Keek bit her little fang and puffed out her cheeks. Miss Head Maid, please have some self-respect. I will never agree to such a rude request. And 5 minutes later. Phew, that feels so good. Aya let out a long sigh of relief, rubbed her hands together in satisfaction, and set the wooden comb on the table. As for Luo Keek, she slumped in her chair, staring at the blue sky with a look of utter hopelessness. See, Miss Keek, how pretty a single ponytail looks. Aya stroked Luo Keek's white ponytail, saying with pride. Are you satisfied now? Can you give me the knife? Luo Keek said weakly. Of course. Aya nodded, then returned to her room to retrieve the silver-white pale fire and gave it back to Luo Keek. Luo Keek then quickly scurried back to her room, leaving behind a bewildered Aya. The lowly did not want to spend another second with the head maid. The head maid scratched her head and muttered to herself, Miss Keek ran so fast. I still wanted to ask about the origin of that little knife. Luo Keek returned to her room and locked the door. Making sure no one was around, Luo Keek gently stroked her pale fire. The weapon is in hand now. Keek, are you going to participate in the anomaly event? Dark Keek's voice appeared in the lowly's ear. Yeah, rest time is over. It is time to get to work, Luo Keek replied, placing the dagger beside her. However, before participating in the anomaly event, I need to join the Adventurers Association first. Dark Keek asked softly, the Adventurers Association. Is that the organization you joined in your past life? That is right. Luo Keek nodded and fell silent. The Adventurers Association, officially the Blue Star Anomaly Event Adventurers Union, is a semi-official organization affiliated with governments around the world. This organization recruits talented and gifted individuals, organizes them, and directs them to confront various anomaly events within human society. But having said that, Luo Keek did not like this organization. Sigh, if it was not for the intelligence resources of the Adventurers Association, I would not even bother joining them. Luo Keek said, sitting on the bed with a look of disdain. Why is that? Dark Keek pressed. Luo Tianyang was silent for a moment before explaining. You might not know this, but after joining the Adventurers Association, you can sign one of two contracts. One is the freelancer contract, where you can take association missions as you please and refuse them just as easily. It has high freedom, but there is no base salary or benefits. And the other one is the contractual agreement I stupidly signed in my past life. Luo Keek said with a bitter expression, once you sign that thing, whenever the association posts a mission, you have to do it. If you do not, they deduct your salary and performance rating. It was that contract that kept me working all year round, with hours of overtime every day, dealing with over 10 anomaly events a day. Hearing this, Dark Keek burst out laughing. Sounds like you were indentured labor, Dark Keek teased, the strongest wage slave in history. Luo Keek spread her small hands helplessly. The worst part is that the salary was pitifully low, so I ended up taking every mission just to earn some extra pocket money. How pathetic, I almost feel sorry for you. Dark Keek said with a smile, but after hearing what Luo Keek had to say, she had other questions. But then again, Keek, are not you the strongest adventurer? Tearing up a contract should be easy for you. Why were you willing to be a wage slave for the association? Dark Keek was quite confused. Hearing this, Luo Keek suddenly fell silent. She bowed her head, her mood appearing to drop. A moment later, Luo Keek looked up and said word by word, because of a woman, a silly woman. A silly woman who, despite being an anomaly entity, chose to protect humanity and died for it. With that, both of them fell into silence. Dark Keek understood that this was a deep wound in Luo Keek's heart. But now, they have traveled back in time together by 2 years. This means that Luo Keek has plenty of opportunities to fulfill the wishes left unfinished in her past life. And what Luo Keek needs to do now is become stronger. And half an hour later, Luo Keek packed some water and food into her spatial ring, preparing for the upcoming adventure. As for the pale fire dagger, she strapped it to her leg with a garter. After getting her things together, Luo Keek called Jiayuan and Awei to meet them in the downtown area. Reliable teammates are an adventurer's greatest asset. Although they were both a bit naive, they were at least trustworthy, and Luo Keek did not mind giving them some pointers. With everything prepared, Luo Keek took a deep breath and stepped out of the pink room. Let us go. Time to work on becoming the strongest person in the world. At the front gate of the Luo estate. At this moment, a white-haired little girl was sneaking around the edge of the gate. She looked around. After confirming no one nearby had noticed her, she quietly slipped out of the gate. The girl was none other than the young lady of the Luo family, Luo Keek. Keek, why are you acting like a thief? Dark Keek's soft, cute voice echoed in Luo Keek's ears. Dark, did you forget what the head maid said just now? Luo Keek gave a light huff. Just a moment ago, Luo Keek had intended to go out normally, but she was stopped by Aya, the head maid, right at the door. Aya told Luo Keek that if a young girl wanted to go to the city, she must be accompanied by at least 2 maids or at least 1 bodyguard. The head maid declared with great righteousness that this was for Luo Keek's own safety. Do not be fooled by her sweet talk. I always feel like she is up to no good, Luo Keek said solemnly. Actually, I think what she said makes sense, Dark Keek whispered. In fact, Aya's requirements were quite reasonable. Luo Keek is not yet an adult, she has a very petite figure, and she looks very cute. What guardian would let a girl like that go out and play in a crowded city alone? However, in her previous life, Luo Keek had lost her parents and her guardians at a young age. Naturally, she could not understand Aya's requirements. From her perspective, she was heading out to handle a dangerous, abnormal event. Bringing others. Do not be ridiculous, she might not even be able to look after herself. And in a corner away from the surveillance cameras, Luo Keek called an autonomous taxi and then left the Luo estate. Closing the car window, Luo Keek let out a sigh of relief and began to check her belongings. However, after carefully counting her items, the girl realized she had forgotten something. I should have brought a mask. Damn it, I cannot believe I forgot that. Luo Keek complained softly. A mask was what she used to hide her identity. Luo Keek's delicate little face was far too recognizable. If you add her long, silky white hair to that, she probably would not last through a few missions before being identified. Having her identity exposed was something the girl could not accept under any circumstances. Keek, it seems there are not any masks at home either, Dark Keek said softly. Who keeps masks lying around in a normal home? I know, I did not prepare one in advance. Luo Keek scratched her hair, her head feeling a bit painful. How about going to the city to take a look around? You have money anyway, Dark Keek thought for a moment before giving a suggestion. Luo Keek hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and rejected the idea. Forget it, it is too much trouble. There might be masks for sale in the supermarkets in Mo City, but that would waste a lot of time for Luo Keek. She had snuck out from home, so if she spent too much time and got caught by the maids, it would be quite unpleasant. And Luo Keek pondered for a while, and then she suddenly remembered something. Dark opened the shop panel. There must be masks for sale in the system shop, right? The girl called out to Dark Keek. There are indeed, but Keek, you are all out of anomaly points, Dark Keek explained helplessly. I am out of points, but Dark, Luo Keek said with a smile, as my cute system, you should be able to give me a little bit of help, right? What do you want? Dark Keek remained silent for a moment before asking nervously. Luo Keek smiled and clicked open the system panel, pulling up an item. Silver Fox Mask. Item grade, 55 non-upgradable. Item description. A fox mask made of special materials that can mask the user's aura to a certain extent and lower the user's sense of presence. Exchange price, 75 anomaly points. It was a silver gray fox mask that could completely cover Luo Keek's small face. Furthermore, the 2 special effects the mask carried would be a huge help to her. Only 75 anomaly points, how about it? I was not asking for too much, right? Luo Keek asked with a smile. It actually does not seem that expensive. Dark Keek thought for a moment and finally agreed to the girl's request. Fine, since I am such a kind-hearted system, I will buy it for you, but this is a one-time thing. Then, with a hum, the silver mask appeared in front of Luo Keek. Thanks, little Dark. Luo Keek picked up the mask. It felt cool to the touch and the material was very soft. With a gentle press, she put it on her face. Not bad. Using the rearview mirror of the taxi, Luo Keek looked at her own reflection. The silver fox mask, paired with her long white hair and dress, actually had a touch of mysterious beauty. Now, nobody should be able to recognize me. Luo Keek thought silently. Most importantly, this thing was a freebie. Free stuff is always the most satisfying to use. For the current Luo Keek, there is nothing more joyful than sponging off Dark Keek. And half an hour later, the driverless taxi stopped in the busiest pedestrian district of Mo City. This place was a walking street. Luo Keek had arranged to meet up with Jiayuan there. Ding, you have paid the fare, totaling 37.2 yuan. After paying the fare with her phone, Luo Keek got out of the car. Just after stepping onto the pedestrian street, Luo Keek attracted the attention of a group of people. A white-haired little girl under 1.4 meters tall, wearing a white dress and a fox mask. People found it very strange no matter how they looked at it. However, due to the effect of the mask, they soon looked away. The effect is not bad. Luo Keek stroked the mask, very satisfied. The mask's most powerful effect was reducing her presence. If it were not for Luo Keek's natural appeal being so high, these pedestrians without special abilities would probably treat her as if she were air. And soon, Luo Keek found Jiayuan and Awei. Both their homes were in the city, so naturally they had arrived quite a bit earlier than Luo Keek. The two were currently sitting on stone blocks, chatting away. Luo Keek walked up behind them and tapped them on the shoulders. Jiayuan, Awei, I have arrived. A soft, sweet voice entered the ears of the two young men. They turned around instinctively, but were stunned as soon as they saw Luo Keek. Who are you? Jiayuan looked at Luo Keek in confusion. Under the mask's powerful influence, even Jiayuan and Awei, who possessed the testimony of the underworld, failed to recognize Luo Keek. The girl was taken aback, then she realized what was happening. She gently took off her mask and looked at the two with a smile. Luo's Luo Keek. Jiayuan said blankly. It is me. Seeing that Jiayuan recognized her, Luo Keek nodded and put the mask back on. Let us go, I will take you to a place. Without any extra words, Luo Keek pulled the two along. Where to? Awei asked curiously. The Adventurers Guild, your future happy home. Luo Keek said with a grin. The Adventurers Guild is located in an inconspicuous alley in downtown Mo City. Its exterior looks just like a rundown, old-fashioned internet cafe. The entrance of the guild is plastered with a bunch of flyers for document processing services. Tucked away among these colorful ads is a small yellow sticky note with a red sword drawn on it. It is drawn quite poorly. Lokoko led Jiu Yuan and Oi around the small alley for a full half hour before they finally found it. Is this ghost town really the Adventurers Guild? Jiu Yuan touched the flyers on the wall, and his hand came away covered in a layer of dust. These ads have definitely been here for a while. For such a large organization, their headquarters is located in a dump like this, Jiu Yuan asked, looking very confused. What else did you expect? Lokoko explained softly, anything related to anomalous events should not be out in the open. That is why the guild established its headquarters here. Hearing Lokoko's words, Jiu Yuan and Oi finally understood. Anomalous events breed panic and chaos in society. To maintain stability, organizations that deal with these events are better off being as hidden as possible. All right, let us head in then. Jiu Yuan pulled open the guild's dilapidated door. But just as he was about to step inside, Lokoko suddenly reached out and stopped him. Jiu Yuan, Oi. Lokoko pointed to the mask on her face and whispered, I suggest you find something to cover your faces before you go in to register as adventurers. Jiu Yuan paused, pulled his hand back and asked curiously, why is that, classmate Coco? Lokoko paused, then asked in a low voice, are you too actually planning to register with your real names? Of course. Jiu Yuan took an ID card out of his pocket, indicating that he had his documents ready. Oi nodded as well and took out his ID card. Sai. Lokoko shook her head and said, although the guild does like people to register with their real names, I still suggest you come up with a fake name, an alias, and use that to register. Why is that? Jiu Yuan and Oi asked in unison. Lokoko sighed and said earnestly, because, although the Adventurers Guild uses the semi-official title, it actually does not have much to do with the authorities. Plus, their business practices are quite terrible. The folks at the guild are always thinking of ways to scrape together more funding. So, If you use your real information, it will not be a few days before they sell your data to telemarketing companies at a low price. Lococo took out her phone and shook it in front of them. You do not want to get 20 sales calls a day, right? And the two swallowed hard and nodded repeatedly. Jiu Yuan thought for a moment, brushed the dust off his hands, then took off his jacket and tied it around his face, covering most of it. How about this, classmate Coco? Jiu Yuan said, his voice muffled. Does this give off that ancient wandering swordsman vibe? Wandering swordsman, more like a desperate bandit. Lococo burst into laughter. Hearing Lococo's sharp comment, Jiu Yuan scratched his head in frustration and said embarrassedly, "There is nothing else available. I cannot exactly stick a bunch of flyers on my face, can I?" This statement left Oi, who was currently sticking flyers to his own face, frozen in place. "It is okay," Lococo said with a smile to comfort them. "The guild is full of weirdos, do not be shy." Oi breathed a sigh of relief and continued sticking the flyers on his face. He was only wearing a t-shirt and could not cover his face with a jacket like Jiu Yuan. And a minute later, the two were ready. Lococo nodded and led them into the Adventurers Guild. After entering the dilapidated building, a long white corridor stretched out before the three. Lococo said nothing, simply counting silently in her heart with every step she took. 99 steps, 99 stairs. At the 99th step, Lococo suddenly stopped in her tracks and stood there, beginning to count down. Oi and Jiu Yuan were somewhat confused, but seeing that Lococo was not talking, they did not dare ask questions. A few minutes later, a white staircase reaching upward appeared out of thin air in front of Lococo. "Let us go." Lococo stepped onto the stairs and beckoned for the two to follow. To prevent intruders, the Adventurers Guild has set up some special arrays. Anyone entering the building must take exactly 99 steps in the corridor, stand in place and count silently for 99 seconds, and finally, climb 99 stairs. In the ancient culture of the Yan Kingdom, the number 9 holds meanings of divine and supreme yang, symbolizing the spirit of adventurers resisting anomalies. And at the end of the stairs was a metal door with some large characters written on it. Adventurers Guild Mo City Branch Headquarters, Yan. Phew. Lococo took a deep breath and slowly opened the door. Then, she led Jiu Yuan and Oi inside. As they entered the lobby, the three were met with a wave of noisy clamor. Although there were no windows, colorful lights illuminated the hall brightly. The hall was filled with sofas and tables scattered everywhere. People wearing strange outfits gathered in small groups, chatting and drinking. Among them were Taoist priests in robes, burly men with bare chests, and even a guy wearing a mascot costume. They sat together, chatting happily, as if there were no communication barriers at all. Compared to them, Jiu Yuan, with his face covered by a jacket, and Oi, with flyers stuck to his face, did not seem so out of the ordinary. In the corner of the hall, there was a bar, and behind it stood a man dressed like a server, the guild's staff member. "Instead of a guild, it is more like a bar," Lococo commented sharply. Nothing to be done about it, Lococo shook her head and explained, "Adventurers are under high pressure. If they do not have a relaxed atmosphere, they will not last long. Adventurers who deal with anomalies every day face immense psychological pressure. If they do not find ways to relax, sooner or later, they will break." And Lococo walked slowly toward the bar. Because Lococo was wearing a mask, the bartender had not noticed her until she knocked on the table, which made him snap to attention. Hello, miss. Are you here to shop or to take on a mission?" The server rubbed his eyes and asked respectfully. "To register." Lococo's soft voice came from beneath the mask. Register." The server paused for a moment and asked in confusion, "You are here at the guild for the first time. What is the alias of your referral?" Normally, outsiders cannot find the Adventurers Guild. There are only 2 ways to join the guild: being actively invited or being recommended by a veteran adventurer. Lococo paused for a second and replied casually, "I do have a referral, but they are not comfortable revealing their information." "Oh, I see, that is fine." The server nodded and handed Lococo an A sheet of paper and a pen. "Miss, please fill this out." Lococo took the paper and pen and glanced at it casually. It was a form. The form was quite complicated. Not only did it require name and age, but even personal preferences and gender identity had to be filled in. Every time I see this thing, I wonder if they are recruiting adventurers or looking for marriage partners. Lococo grumbled quietly. The little girl picked up the pen and filled out the form randomly. Not like anyone is going to check anyway. A minute later, Lococo finished the form and handed it to the server. In the name field, Lococo had written the characters for Hunter. That word was the alias she used in her previous life. The server took the form, opened a portable computer, and began inputting Lococo's information. A moment later, the server seemed to encounter a problem. "Miss, I am very sorry." The server said with an apologetic tone, "The alias Hunter you chose is already in use. Please choose another one." Lococo paused, and then it hit her. In this world, there is also a person named Loco, the Lococo from her previous life. Following the timeline, Loco has already become an adventurer and is using Hunter as her title. "Sigh, I cannot believe I got my title stolen by myself." Lococo sighed and fell into thought. If I cannot use Hunter, what kind of alias should I take? Just then, something crossed her mind. She picked up the pen again, wrote 2 characters on the paper, and handed it to the server. The server took the slip of paper and whispered the characters on it. Godslayer. Yes, Godslayer was the alias Lococo had chosen for herself. She made a name for herself with the 5 styles of godslaying, and in her previous life, she had truly slain a god. And in this life, she would surely be able to do it again. The legend of the godslaying maiden begins right here. Once registration was complete, Luo Keek began choosing a task. Jiayuan and Awei also finished their registration with ease. Jiayuan's codename was Yaoju, while Awei's was Hanning. Guided by a waiter, they started browsing for their own tasks. However, even after staring at the forms and files for several minutes, Jiayuan still could not find a task he wanted to take. He leaned over to Luo Keek and whispered, "Keek, I have looked through everything, but why are all these tasks for single-person operations?" Hearing this, Luo Keek set down the documents in her hand. She explained patiently, "The Adventurers Guild ranks its adventurers from level 1 to 5. The 3 of us just finished registering, so we do not even count as level 1. At best, we are just apprentice adventurers. Different levels can take different tasks. Apprentice adventurers like us can only accept the simplest ones," she added. "The simplest ones." Jiayuan looked puzzled. He pointed to the tasks on the file and said, "But what does that have to do with the number of people? Does fewer people mean lower difficulty?" "You guessed it," Luo Keek nodded and said softly. "These solo tasks are usually very simple. In fact, the required number of participants for an anomaly incident is directly proportional to its difficulty. The more participants there are, the greater the danger of the anomaly. For instance, the Underworld University entrance exam event I experienced before had 31 participants, and only 3 survived in the end. Therefore, solo tasks for apprentice adventurers are actually a kind of welcome benefit. High-level adventurers cannot even pick up these simple tasks. So that is how it is," Jiayuan said with a hint of disappointment. "But in that case, we cannot join a team to go on a task." "It is all right, kid. I believe in you and Awei." Luo Keek smiled slightly. The mortality rate for an apprentice adventurer's first task is quite low. Only 60% of people die. The others all manage to complete their tasks. You guys will be fine. There. Jiayuan and Awei froze, then looked at each other with helpless expressions. There was nothing they could do. They were already on the pirate ship, and it was too late to turn back. After explaining, Luo Keek picked up the documents again to choose a task for herself. Second middle school summer camp horror event. No, that looks like it will take too long. Municipal zoo anomaly. No, that sounds like it is high difficulty. Chang'an Street flower thief anomaly. Should not this be a job for the police? After looking around, Luo Keek could not find a task that suited her. Either the mission duration was too long, or the difficulty was a bit too high. She had snuck out of the Luo residence, and if the butler or maids found out, there would be no explaining it away for a little girl like her. Luo Keek checked the time. It was exactly 8:00 a.m. Lunchtime at the Luo residence was at noon, meaning she had to finish her task within 4 hours. "Sigh, I guess this is it. I do not have any other choices anyway." After much thought, Luo Keek finally settled on her task. She chose the task and took a file with detailed information. Archive of anomaly events. Event name, The Existence Devouring Maid Cafe. Location, Mo City, Southern Suburbs, 104 Anchang Street. Event difficulty, lowest. Anomaly entity info, unknown. Task reward, 1,500 flame currency, 500 contribution points. The next page contains a detailed description of the anomaly. Contribution points were what adventurers used in the guild to exchange for items, similar to the anomaly points in Luo Keek's system. Luo Keek turned to the second page and skimmed through it. This anomaly event was discovered by a Mo City police officer. It is said that while organizing files, the officer discovered something extremely strange. A bizarre case was documented in an old, worn-out file. The records showed that 2 years ago in Mo City, a young girl went missing, and her parents reported it immediately. Public safety in Mo City has always been decent, so the police took such missing person cases very seriously. However, after over half a month of intensive searching, the police found no clues. In the end, they had to shelve the case. Then, the strange things began to happen. According to police station rules, the relatives of the missing person were required to come in for counseling once every month. However, when the girl's parents appeared at the station, they stated that their memories of their daughter were fading. Then, the second month, the third month, every time they went to the station, the couple's memories became a bit more blurred. Until the 7th month. That month, the girl's parents had completely forgotten their daughter. They even forgot why they were at the station in the first place. Even the girl's name was forgot. Moreover, it was not just the girl's parents. The officers involved in the investigation and the girl's friends all forgot about her existence and the case itself. It was as if she had never existed. The officer reviewing the file immediately realized something was wrong, reported it to his superiors, and conducted a broad investigation into similar cases. The results were shocking. Within a few years, there were dozens of such cases. Most of the missing were girls, and underage girls at that. The officer immediately launched an investigation and ultimately found a key clue. All these missing girls had one common experience. They had worked at a maid cafe called Linglong. After obtaining the clue, the police raided the maid cafe immediately, but the results were disappointing. The police found nothing unusual. Consequently, the police handed the case over to the Adventurers Guild. The guild sent over a dozen adventurers one after another, but they all returned empty-handed. While it was confirmed that the cafe was strange, these adventurers could not investigate any further. The reason was that when they entered the cafe, they could not trigger the anomaly. Thus, the guild concluded that 2 conditions must be met to trigger this anomaly. First, the adventurer must enter alone. Second, the adventurer must be a girl, and she must be under 18, that is, a minor. These 2 conditions are quite strict. There are not many adventurers in Mo City to begin with, let alone underage female ones. But then again, Luo Keek fit the mission requirements perfectly. Why do I feel like this task was tailored specifically for me? Luo Keek muttered to herself. Luo Keek always felt that this matter was not as simple as it appeared. As for why the guild marked the difficulty as lowest, that is because so far, no adventurer has died or been injured in this incident. They even returned safely, without encountering any anomaly entities. And Luo Keek turned to the last page of the file. This was an attached page which read, "The maid cafe is still in operation to this day, and the owner is a man named He Ching. It is speculated that He Ching is likely under threat from the anomaly, and is therefore helping the anomaly run the business. Rescuing He Ching will yield an extra reward." All right, I will take this task. Luo Keek handed the file and documents to the waiter. "The task has been accepted for you. Would you like to purchase some equipment?" The waiter smiled. The Adventurers Guild provides apprentice adventurers with 100 contribution points as startup capital. These points are not much, but they are more than enough to buy some melee weapons and protective gear. However, Luo Keek did not plan on using them and saved those 100 points instead. As for weapons, she already had the Kanghuo dagger, so she naturally did not need to buy any extra ones. And armor, Luo Keek never had the habit of wearing armor. Plus, to put it plainly, with her current lowly figure, if she wanted to buy armor, she would probably have to have it custom made. Because there were no suitable sizes at all, she would probably find even a child-sized combat suit too big. And after bidding farewell to Jiayuan and Awei, Luo Keek left ahead of them. Stepping out of the Adventurers Guild, the lowly casually hailed an automated taxi and headed toward the mission site. Come to think of it, I have never been to a maid cafe before. Luo Keek whispered, I am actually a little excited. Boom! A rumble of thunder echoed. Outside the windows of the vehicle Rococo was in. As the lightning flashed, dark clouds covered the entire sky. Moments later, an autumn rain began to fall. The weather in Mossity is always so fickle. One moment it is sunny and bright, and the next, it is overcast with dark clouds. Rococo leaned against the window, resting her small face in her hand, silently watching the heavy rain outside. "Sigh, I am going to get soaked in a moment." The lowly sighed softly. She had not brought an umbrella and would have to brave the rain. And 10 minutes later, the driverless taxi arrived at its destination. This was an old street. 10 years ago, it was the commercial hub of Mossity, but due to industrial relocation, it had slowly fallen into abandonment. After getting out of the car, Rococo shielded her hair with her small hands and jogged under the eaves of the street. The street was very quiet, with no pedestrians in sight. So, Rococo simply took off her mask and placed it into her spatial ring. Walking slowly along the old street, it took less than 2 minutes for Rococo to arrive at her target location. Linglong Maid Cafe. This cafe was located at the end of the old street. Its sign was pink and lacked even a speck of dust, looking remarkably well-maintained. Through the glass outside the shop, Rococo gently observed everything inside the cafe. The furniture in this maid cafe consisted of old, brown tables and white sofas. The interior looked quite vintage and had clearly been around for quite some time. Inside the cafe, a few customers were scattered about. Most of them were men, and they were all quietly reading books. On the surface, the maid cafe looked perfectly normal, but Rococo had spotted a key issue. Where are the maids in this shop? Rococo wondered in confusion. Since the cafe bore the name Maid Cafe, it stood to reason that it must employ maids. Yet so far, Rococo had not seen a single maid. Well, I still need to go inside and see. Rococo walked toward the entrance of the cafe. At the front entrance, the lowly discovered a brown notice board, and the information on it was actually a recruitment advertisement for the cafe. Linglong Maid Cafe Recruitment Information. We are hiring for the following positions with high pay. Store maid waitress. Number of hires, 10 or more. Age requirement, 16 to 18 years old. Salary package. Base salary of 8,000 to 12,000 yen currency, plus high commissions and medical insurance. Job requirements. Regular features, good looks preferred, younger age preferred. Job description, responsible for entertaining customers. For details, please see the maid work manual after onboarding. Contact person, Manager He Ching. And the benefits are so high. After finishing the recruitment information, Rococo felt a bit surprised. A base salary of 8,000 yen currency is enough to live very comfortably in Mossity, let alone with the extra commission. Such high benefits, yet not a single maid is visible in the shop. It is really strange. Dark Rococo's voice appeared in Rococo's ears. Indeed, Rococo nodded. By the way, Coco. Dark Rococo suddenly remembered something and said with a chuckle, "You want to gather intelligence on this shop, right? You could try applying for this job." Rococo was slightly stunned and pointed at the notice board, asking, "You mean you want me to work as a maid?" "No way, do not even think about it." Rococo rejected the proposal without hesitation. Although Rococo perfectly matched the recruitment requirements, her age was fine, and her looks were impeccable. But for a proud adventurer like her to work as a maid and serve others, Rococo found the idea bizarre just by thinking about it. "Do not reject it so flatly." Dark Rococo said with a grin, "I would quite like to see you in a maid outfit." "Go to sleep, you can have anything in your dreams." Rococo retorted bluntly and ignored Dark Rococo. She took a deep breath and pushed open the doors of the maid cafe. "Ding dong, welcome to Linglong Maid Cafe. We are committed to bringing you the best experience." The moment Rococo pushed the door to enter the cafe, the bell on the door and the automatic voice recording rang out. What followed was a chill that made Rococo uncomfortable, accompanied by a strange sense of dissonance. This feeling only happens in one situation. An anomalous world. I have entered an anomalous world. Rococo instantly understood her situation. That is right, the moment the lowly entered the cafe, she triggered an anomaly event. To be honest, the intelligence from the Adventurers Association is truly beyond reproach, Rococo whispered. Based on the current situation, the association's hypothesis is completely correct. The two conditions required to trigger an anomaly event, entering alone and being a female adventurer underage. Rococo met both of these criteria, so she triggered the event. This maid cafe is truly something else. Rococo looked around at everything, and her previously relaxed mood grew increasingly heavy. As it turned out, The moment the lowly entered the anomaly world, all the customers in the cafe vanished. The large shop was now empty, with only a flickering fluorescent light swaying above Rococo's head. Phew! Rococo took a deep breath to calm herself down. Snap! At that moment, the door behind the lowly slammed shut. It was the cafe's only exit. Sigh, a classic trope of horror movies. Rococo shook her head helplessly. She tried to open the door behind her, but clearly it was immovable. The moment the door closed, the system's task panel appeared before Rococo's eyes. System task, the cafe that devours life. Whether to accept, forced acceptance. Anomaly event level, low. Difficulty, medium. Task goal 1, discover the truth behind the event and survive. Task goal 2, eliminate the anomalous entity causing the event. Task reward, a minimum of 200 anomaly points, with up to 1,500 points depending on performance. And looking at the task panel, Rococo was left speechless. Every time you ask me whether I accept, and every time you force me to accept. Just stop asking me next time, I do not have a choice anyway, Rococo grumbled. This is a system setting, I cannot change it either, Dark Rococo said aggrievedly. Rococo snorted and cursed softly. Whoever created this system must be an idiot. Indeed. Dark Rococo expressed full agreement. And, cursing aside, Rococo remained focused on the task itself. She pulled the pale fire dagger from her leg rig, gripped it in reverse behind her back, and prepared to strike the anomalous entity at any moment. Drip! Just then, a drop of transparent liquid suddenly fell from the ceiling, landing on Rococo's hand. The liquid was slightly warm, had no scent, and felt sticky and slippery. Tap, tap. Just as Rococo's attention was drawn to the mysterious liquid, a crisp sound of footsteps echoed from a distant corner. Then the sound grew closer and closer to Rococo. Hearing the footsteps in the distance, Luo Keek's heart jumped into her throat. She gripped her dagger tightly, not daring to make a single sound. Tap, tap. The sound of leather shoes grew closer and closer. Is it a human, or an animal, or perhaps an anomalous entity? Luo Keek tensed her nerves and looked around. However, the environment inside the cafe was too dim. Even though it was daytime, the sunlight from outside seemed unable to pass through the glass, leaving Luo Keek barely able to see anything. Kriek! At that moment, the sound of a door opening echoed from the corner of the cafe. It seemed the cafe's storage room had been opened. Then, a black silhouette emerged from the corner and slowly walked toward Luo Keek. The figure was wearing black leather shoes. The earlier footsteps had come from him. Judging by the figure's silhouette and attire, this appeared to be a man. Oh, it has been a long time since we had a guest in this shop. You are the first customer in half a year. The man stood in front of Luo Keek. He wore a suit and a top hat, appearing to be around 30 years old. From his appearance, this guy seemed to be a normal person. It was just that a black blindfold covered the man's eyes, completely sealing off his vision. Beautiful girl, welcome to the Linglong Maid Cafe. May I ask, what service do you require? The man bowed politely to Luo Keek. This guy does not seem to be an anomalous entity. Dark Keek's voice echoed in Luo Keek's ears. It certainly does not look like one, Luo Keek replied silently. Even so, she did not loosen her grip on the dagger behind her back at all. Intelligence from the Adventurers Guild mentioned that the owner of this maid cafe is a man named He Ching. He seems to be alive, but threatened by an anomalous entity. If Luo Keek's guess was correct, this blindfolded man before her should be He Ching. Are you the owner of this cafe? Luo Keek asked tentatively, her voice very soft. The man paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. That is correct. My name is He Ching, and I am the owner of this cafe. The man said quite happily, your voice is lovely, you must be a cute girl. The man waved his hand, and all the lights in the cafe turned on, chasing away all the darkness in the shop. If you do not mind, may I see what you look like? The man named He Ching asked gently. His words carried a strange sense of affinity. This power made Luo Keek slowly lower her guard. If you want to see, just take off the blindfold on your face. Why bother asking for my opinion? Luo Keek did not agree directly. Although her guardedness was slowly dissipating, her reason still held the upper hand. There must be something strange about the black blindfold on He Ching's face. Until she finished gathering intel, Luo Keek would not agree to anything he said. Ah, what a pity. But what you say makes sense. The eyes are on my own face after all. He Ching wore a regretful expression, then he took off the blindfold, revealing his eyes. His pupils were gray. Other than that, these eyes were no different from a normal person's. The moment he saw Luo Keek, He Ching froze. What a beautiful girl. Beneath Luo Keek's white dress was a small, cute body. Skin as white as snow with a rosy tint, purple jewel-like eyes, and long white hair with a few raindrops hanging from it. At this moment, Luo Keek looked like a doll that had stepped out of a fairy tale. He Ching stared at Luo Keek with glowing eyes, as if appraising a masterpiece of art. "Sir, please show some self-respect." Luo Keek coughed twice, interrupting He Ching's actions. Sorry, my apologies." He Ching recovered from his state of obsession, put the blindfold back on, and returned to his previous calm expression. "Miss, please feel free to find a seat." Luo Keek could not really refuse for the moment, so she put the pale fire dagger back into her ring and chose a seat by the window. "Little Dark, this guy named He Ching does not look like he's being threatened at all." "True, I can see that too." Dark Keek whispered, "So next, let us try to dig some information out of this guy." "So I am in charge of fighting, and you are in charge of the interrogation, right? I will be in charge of cheering you on." "Get lost." And fighting was out of the question. Without knowing He Ching's background, Luo Keek would not act rashly. Besides, with her current combat power sitting at only 5 points, she might not necessarily be able to beat this adult man. "Miss, would you like something to drink?" Seeing Luo Keek sit down, He Ching took a menu from behind him and handed it to the little girl. Luo Keek took the menu, but did not open it immediately. "Boss, the sign on your door says this is a maid cafe, right? But why cannot I see a single maid?" He Ching paused, then said with a smile, "Look at my memory. It has been too long since I have had guests, I forgot our shop's specialty. Do not worry, miss, the maids will be here soon." As the owner of a maid cafe, He Ching had seen all kinds of customers, so he did not doubt Luo Keek's request much. Luo Keek nodded, hesitating for a moment as if considering what to ask next. A moment later, the little girl asked tentatively, "Boss, I used to have a good friend named Lee Manor, but recently I cannot seem to remember things about her. I only know that she worked here before. Boss, do you know where she went?" Lee Manor was the very first girl to go missing here. Hearing this name, He Ching's expression stiffened, and his hand, which was about to pour tea for Luo Keek, stopped in midair. After a few seconds, He Ching regained his smiling expression and continued to pour tea for Luo Keek. "Lee Manor, do not know her. Did she really work here? Maybe that was a long time ago. I do not remember clearly anymore." He Ching shook his head. Luo Keek could not find any major flaws in his expression. After pouring the tea, He Ching pointed to the cafe's storage room. "Miss, I need to go to the storage room. Please excuse me for a moment." With that, He Ching left without looking back. Watching He Ching's retreating figure, Luo Keek shook her head helplessly. Is he telling the truth, or is he lying? Luo Keek really could not tell. She had never been good at guessing what others were thinking. A minute later, the storage room door opened again. This time, it was not He Ching, but several girls with smiles on their faces who entered the cafe. These girls were all dressed in maid outfits. They walked quickly up to Luo Keek and bowed to her. Luo Keek could not find a single fault in the looks or figures of the maids in this cafe. They might not have been as good-looking as Luo Keek, but they could definitely be described as breathtaking. "Miss, would you like a massage service?" one of the maids said with a smile. The massage here, of course, was literal. "No thanks." Luo Keek waved her hand, refusing the maid's proposal. At home, she had already been massaged enough by those wolf-like maids. Now, Luo Keek only felt fear, not enjoyment, at the touch of a maid. "Understood, we will stand to the side. If you need anything, feel free to call us at any time." The maid nodded, then stood to the side with the others. Watching the maids leave, Luo Keek frowned slightly. "What is wrong, Keek? Are not these maids great?" Dark Keek whispered. "Yes, they are flawless." Luo Keek closed her eyes and said, word by word, "But they are too perfect, perfect enough to be scary." Dark Keek was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Luo Keek took a deep breath and whispered, "I just observed their skin. The skin of these maids is extremely smooth, and not a single flaw can be picked out. I cannot even see their veins. It is as if that is not human skin, but a piece of white industrial silicone." Hiss. Dark Keek gasped and asked tremblingly, "You mean, these maids are not human?" Luo Keek shook her head. "I cannot be sure, this is just my guess." The little girl brushed her hair and fell into deep thought. All the clues point to the storage room. Luo Keek stared at the small storage room in the corner of the cafe. However, she could not sneak into the storage room under everyone's watchful eyes, and breaking in by force did not seem realistic either. What to do? Seeing that the event was difficult to progress, Luo Keek began to feel anxious. Keek, I have a way. Dark Keek suddenly chimed in to remind her. You could apply for the maid position. The recruitment board outside, the cafe has been there for a long time. It seems that because of its remote location, the cafe's business has been getting worse and worse. And because of this, even though the owner is offering a high salary, he still cannot hire any maids. But now, Dark Coco is suggesting to her host that she should apply to be a maid at this strange cafe. Little Dark, you are not joking with me, are you? Roko asked suspiciously. I always feel like you're up to no good. The perfect maids nearby always give Roko an uneasy feeling. The thought of joining the cafe and becoming one of them makes Roko feel like it is a bad idea. Coco, you have misunderstood me. Dark Coco explained, although I do want to see you in a maid outfit, I would not lead you into a trap when it comes to important matters. After all, we are bound together now. There's nothing wrong with that statement. No matter what, Dark Coco would not harm her own host. Their lives are linked. If Roko dies, Dark Coco cannot survive alone either. Roko picked up the teacup, looked at the colorless and transparent tea inside, and thought carefully. She had to admit that what Dark Coco said made some sense. Right now, Roko's phone has no signal, and she cannot leave through the main entrance at all. Just waiting here aimlessly will certainly not lead to any good results. As things stand, the only breakthrough for this anomaly lies in the identity of being a maid. Only by becoming a maid can Roko enter the warehouse to investigate for clues. All right then, I will reluctantly be a maid for a while. Roko sighed. She knew she had no other choice. Before setting off, she was especially curious about what a maid cafe was like. Now, here she has become a maid herself. That is great, Dark Coco said excitedly. Stop it, I am doing this for the mission, not for any other strange reasons, Roko emphasized in a low voice. And having made her decision, Roko sat where she was, waiting for the cafe owner, He Ching, to arrive. A moment later, He Ching walked out of the warehouse. He strolled slowly toward Roko, holding a cup of coffee in his hand. Young lady, this cup of coffee is our cafe's specialty. Since it is your first time here, this one is on me. He Ching smiled as he handed the coffee to the little girl, a look of desire flickering in his eyes. Please drink it while it is hot. It will not taste good if it gets cold. Roko looked at the coffee and frowned slightly. Roko did not want to drink any of the cafe's beverages, whether it was the tea from before or this coffee now. This steaming brown liquid, while it looked fine, did not smell like coffee at all. The scent was as faint as plain boiled water. Roko was almost certain that both of these drinks contained something unpleasant. Sorry, I am not very thirsty right now. The little girl gently pushed the coffee cup away. Ah, that is truly a pity. He Ching sighed lightly, his tone filled with slight disappointment. However, he quickly regained his composure. Is there any other service you need? He Ching asked, refusing to give up. Judging by his behavior, he was clearly very interested in Roko. It was unlikely he would give up until he achieved his goal. Roko made up her mind and asked in a low voice, Boss, before I came in, I saw the recruitment board at your cafe. Are you still hiring? Hearing this, He Ching was slightly taken aback, and then he said happily, Young lady, are you applying for the maid position? Of course, no problem. With your qualifications, you could definitely be the face of our cafe. You would earn at least 15,000 yen currency a month. He Ching could not suppress the excitement in his heart, showering Roko with empty promises. The face, why does that sound so strange? Roko thought subconsciously, ignoring the pie-in-the-sky promises He Ching was making. Do I need to sign any contracts? Roko asked tentatively. No need. He Ching waved his hands repeatedly and said, no need for those formalities. If you join, I can give you the money right now. He Ching seemed very anxious, fearing that Roko might have any second thoughts. All right, then I will join. Roko nodded, signaling that she was willing to take the job. That is wonderful, young lady. What is your name? He Ching asked softly, trying to suppress the joy in his heart. Coco. Roko said in a low voice, just call me Coco. No problem, Miss Coco. He Ching reached out his hand to Roko, but she did not shake it, which left him a bit stunned. Roko looked at the maid beside her and asked, Are there any points to note during work? Our cafe does not have many strict rules, just follow the maid code of conduct. He Ching shook his head, took a small white booklet out of his pocket, and handed it to Roko. Calling it a booklet was generous. It was actually just a stack of stapled papers with some large characters written on it. Jiang Cafe Maid Code of Conduct. Welcome to our cafe. Please strictly follow the following regulations. 1. A maid's job is to serve guests. The working hours are 8 hours a day, and you can choose either the morning or night shift. 2. Our shop is a decent cafe, so you may refuse unreasonable requests from guests, but please do not refuse requests from the owner. 3. Everything the owner says is for your safety and health. The owner will not harm you, so please fulfill all of the owner's requests. 4. The cafe provides dormitory and 3 meals a day. Please do not consume takeout or bring your own food, as it is neither hygienic nor healthy. 5. The cafe provides a daily health drink. Please persist in drinking it. 6. If you feel that you have been experiencing problems with memory loss recently, please inform the owner and go to the infirmary to take medication. 7. Please do not pay attention to any strange noises in the dormitory. This is very normal. The cafe is an old building with some plumbing issues, so please do not be afraid. And after finishing, Roko could only give one evaluation. Creepy. These 7 rules seemed fine on the surface, but upon closer inspection, one could find some underlying issues. The owner's demands, the mysterious health drinks, the strange illness of memory loss, and the abnormal noises in the dorm. These things, which sounded abnormal, made Roko afraid to be careless. Sai, let us not think too much. We will cross that bridge when we get to it. Roko consoled herself. Since she was already on the pirate ship, Roko would see it through to the end. Regret and fear are useless. Only courage and determination can help one survive a desperate situation. Miss Coco, please follow me to the warehouse to get your work uniform, He Ching said with a smile. Roko nodded, stood up, and followed He Ching into the warehouse. And entering the warehouse, Roko discovered that there seemed to be a long corridor here. However, there were no lights in the warehouse, and the little girl could not see the surrounding environment clearly. After walking for about a minute, He Ching led Roko to a lit room where dozens of black and white maid outfits were displayed. These are all clean clothes. Please feel free to pick one, Miss Coco. After saying that, He Ching turned and walked out of the storeroom, leaving a private space for Roko. Coco, hurry up and wear it, Dark Coco urged excitedly. Roko sighed slightly and picked up the smallest maid dress. She did not take off the dress she was wearing, but instead put the black and white maid outfit directly over her own dress. It is a bit heavy. Wearing 2 layers of clothes at once made Roko feel a little tired. However, because Roko was petite, it did not look out of place even with 2 layers of dresses. After putting on the maid outfit, Roko glanced at herself in the mirror casually. Speaking of which is this thing, also a feature of the maid outfit. Roko tugged at the black neck collar. Paired with the little girl's fair, jade-like neck, it had a unique beauty. I guess so, I think it looks quite nice. Dark Coco participated in the evaluation immediately. Anyway, it is not you who is wearing it, right? Indeed, whatever you wear looks good. Roko turned around helplessly and left the storeroom. By this time, He Ching had been waiting at the door for a while. Seeing Roko had changed into her clothes, he smiled and said, Miss Coco, let me take you around to familiarize yourself with our cafe. Roko said and then followed He Ching, strolling slowly through the corridor. And this is the infirmary, that way is the kitchen. He Ching pointed to the rooms in the hallway, introducing them to Roko in a measured pace. Because he was wearing a blindfold, He Ching could not see Roko. Taking advantage of this, Roko took her silver fox mask out of her spatial ring and put it on her face. The next moment, Roko disappeared into the darkness. Once she entered the warehouse, Roko's objective had already been met. Naturally, she would not be led around by He Ching any longer. And interfered with by the silver fox mask, it took about 5 minutes for He Ching to realize that Roko was gone. He gently removed his blindfold and looked around. My little nightingale has escaped its cage, He Ching said, enunciating each word. But there was no trace of anger or panic on his face. There was only a faint smile. It seemed that everything was under his control. Having shaken off He Ching, Luo Keek was now all alone, exploring the dim, shadowy corridor. After over 10 minutes of walking, Luo Keek had only one way to describe this hallway. Long. This corridor was just way too long. She had been walking for more than 10 minutes without reaching the end, and she had not even found a single room. What is more, the real nightmare was that this corridor had many branching paths. Every 2 minutes or so, a fork would appear before her. Rather than a corridor, it was more like a labyrinth. From the outside, this building housing the cafe and the maze looked to be only the size of a basketball court. But inside, the little girl roughly estimated that the maze was large enough to rival a supermarket. The internal space does not match the external dimensions. That is indeed a trait of an anomalous world, Luo Keek sighed softly. Whatever could create such an anomalous space would certainly not be easy to deal with. Looking at it this way, the difficulty of this incident was likely far higher than the minimum rating labeled by the Adventurers Guild. In comparison, the medium difficulty rating given by the system seemed much more reasonable. But then again, higher difficulty also means higher rewards. Luo Keek raised her right hand, and a crimson spider lily slowly emerged on the back of her hand. During the last incident at Mo Cheng University, besides the points, Luo Keek's biggest gain was this spider lily, the proof of the underworld. It had significantly increased her base attributes. And what kind of benefits would this incident bring to the little girl? And after walking for another 5 minutes, Luo Keek finally found a room in the corridor. On the door hung a sign with large characters painted in white. Maid Dormitory Number 1. Judging by the label, this was the free dormitory provided by the cafe. Luo Keek gripped the handle and gave it a gentle push, but it would not budge. It is locked. The dormitory door was made of metal and looked very sturdy. Luo Keek thought for a moment, took her Kanghuo dagger out of her spatial ring, aimed it at the keyhole, and prepared to pick the lock. Creak on creak. A harsh screech of metal scraping against metal echoed on the door. 2 minutes later, Luo Keek stopped trying to pick the lock and put the dagger away. It is no use, I cannot open it at all, the little girl complained. The lock on the dormitory was quite absurd. Using the faint light from her phone, Luo Keek took a closer look and realized the keyhole was only the size of a needle tip. Her dagger would not fit. After giving it some thought, she decided to use her ability. The little girl reached her small hand out toward the lock. Water element gather. Instantly, a drop of pure water appeared on her hand. Ever since the last incident ended, Luo Keek had been practicing her abilities. Although she had been practicing for less than a day, Roko's talent was so exceptional that her progress was incredibly rapid. Now she could use the water element skillfully, controlling the shape, hardness, and speed of the droplet with ease. Go! Under her guidance, the droplet slowly drilled into the keyhole. Her plan was to fill the keyhole with water, and then freeze it into a hard water key to unlock the door. The transparent droplet soon filled the keyhole completely. Feeling the feedback from the element, Luo Keek nodded with satisfaction. Clenching her small fist, she whispered freeze. With a soft click, she altered the hardness of the water element in the lock, turning it into solid ice, a water key. Then she turned the ice key clockwise. Click! The lock opened. Luo Keek let out a sigh of relief, dissipated the water key, pushed the door open, and stepped into the maid dormitory. Snap! As she entered, the lights in the room suddenly flickered on. It must have been a sound-activated light. Under the light, Luo Keek carefully examined the dormitory. It was a double room, not very large, probably around 15 square meters, similar in size to a typical student dormitory. The facilities inside were quite complete, including an air conditioner, a kettle, and a small heater. In the corner stood 2 large wooden beds side by side, covered with snow-white sheets that did not have a speck of dust, as if they were cleaned frequently. So far, this room seems normal. Luo Keek walked slowly toward a desk and flipped open the drawer. Inside lay a photograph and a thin notebook. The photo showed a young girl with a single ponytail, identical to Luo Keek's own hairstyle. The girl looked cute and was smiling brightly at the camera. The photo was slightly yellowed, looking quite aged. Putting the photo down, Luo Keek opened the notebook. Work diary, recording my daily work routine starting from 1999. 1999. Luo Keek muttered the number to herself. The current date is 2nd September 2001 on the Blue Star calendar. That means this diary was written 2 years ago. She continued reading the diary. 7th December 1999 sunny. Today is my first day of work. Thanks to Sister Lee Manner's introduction, I found such a great job. Hee hee, 6,000 yen currency a month. If I save up for a few months, I can help my family pay off their debts. But speaking of which, I did not see Sister Lee Manor at the cafe today. The shopkeeper said she was not feeling well and is resting in the infirmary. Sigh, I hope she is okay. And Lee Manor was the first missing person in this incident. Luo Keek turned to the next page. 15th December 1999, overcast. There is very little work at the cafe, and not many customers come in during the day. It is so strange. With so few customers, the owner still pays us such a high salary, but that is none of my business as a worker. Still, I have to complain that the employee meals here are terrible. They have no flavor at all. I miss my mom's cola chicken wings. I still have not seen Sister Lee Manor, but come to think of it, did she quit? I do not remember clearly. And 2nd January 2000, snowy. It snowed today. I really want to go out and play. But the owner says we are dressed too thinly and will easily catch a cold. The shop provides health drinks every day. Honestly, they taste terrible. But we have been drinking them for half a month, and our skin really seems to have become fairer. In another month, we can go home for the new year. I am so craving a reunion dinner. By the way, what was my favorite dish again? I seem to have forgot. Oh well. And 30th January 2000, sunny. I have been forgetting things lately. The owner took me to the infirmary and gave me a box of medicine. It tastes bad, but the owner has our health in mind, so I took it anyway. The rats in the dormitory have been noisy for days, keeping me awake all night. Damn it, so annoying. My phone says today is Lunar New Year's Eve. What is New Year's Eve again? I forgot. My skin is getting fairer and fairer, which is great. I used to think the health drinks tasted bad, but I have gotten used to them now, and they do not taste so bad. And 21st February 2000, sunny. And strange, why is there a diary in my drawer? Who wrote it? I asked my roommate, and she said I wrote it, but I do not remember at all. Whatever, nobody wants it, so I will just use it myself. There is a photo in the diary, and the person in it looks so familiar, just like me, but I do not remember who she is. Sigh, never mind that, time to take my medicine. And year, month, day, overcast. The date is covered in some kind of black liquid and is unreadable. Eyes, what is my name again? I forgot. Never mind that, the owner wants us to go to work. The drink tastes very good. And phew. Luo Keek took a deep breath and put the diary down. Even though there were no horrific words in the diary, she still felt a chill down her spine after finishing it. Judging by the current information, the girls who enter the cafe slowly lose their memories, and their bodies undergo some kind of transformation. The health drinks and medicine seem to accelerate this process. The truth behind everything lies in that mysterious infirmary. Luo Keek put the items back where she found them and left the dormitory. She was going to the infirmary to uncover the truth about this maid cafe. The infirmary was located near the first maid dormitory. It took Luo Keek a few minutes to find this small room at the end of a fork in the path. Unlike the maid dormitory, the door to the infirmary was not shut but left ajar, as if someone had just stepped out. On the heavy door hung a blue sign that read, Infirmary. Luo Keek pulled the pale fire dagger from her ring, gripped it, then slowly pushed the infirmary door open and stepped inside. The moment she stepped into the infirmary, Luo Keek felt a chill, likely because the air conditioning was on. The infirmary was quite dark, with a single worn-out lamp hanging from the ceiling. Luo Keek fumbled for a moment but could not find the light switch, so the lowly had no choice but to use the dim light from her phone to explore the room. The room was not large, even smaller than the maid dormitory. In the corner of the room were many glass cabinets, seemingly used to store medicine. A wooden table, the only piece of furniture in the infirmary, was placed in front of the glass cabinets, appearing to be the doctor's desk. And a strange smell filled every corner of the room. The smell was pungent, much like some kind of disinfectant, but upon closer inspection, it was even more sickening than that. Luo Keek frowned slightly. She had already guessed what this scent was. It is formalin. I cannot believe there is a smell of formalin in this infirmary, the lowly muttered to herself. Keek, what is formalin? Dark Keek asked curiously. It is a chemical, pungent and corrosive, Luo Keek whispered, explaining, its main use in medicine is to preserve corpses. Usually, the smell of formalin would only appear in one place, the anatomy lab of a medical school. But this infirmary was filled with the scent of formalin. which left Luo Keek feeling a bit confused. Preserve corpses. Dark Keek said incredulously, but I do not see any corpses anywhere. The infirmary was very small. There was simply nowhere to hide a corpse. I do not know either. Let us keep looking for clues. Luo Keek shook her head and walked toward the only wooden table in the infirmary. Click. Just then, a slight sound came from the direction of the door. Keek, look behind you. What is that? Dark Keek's urgent and tense voice rang out in Luo Keek's ears. Behind me. Luo Keek turned around instinctively. Behind her, behind the infirmary door, stood a pitch-black figure, staring intently at the lowly. Hiss! Luo Keek gasped. She hurriedly raised her hand, holding pale fire in front of her. Who is there? Luo Keek said in a low voice. The figure did not move. If you do not speak, I am going to take action. Luo Keek extended her left hand and began to condense water elements. Soon, a transparent water spike appeared at the tip of Luo Keek's finger. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Keek threw the water spike. Under her control, the water spike hit the figure accurately. Pop! At the moment of impact, the pure water spike shattered, turning into countless tiny droplets that scattered on the ground. And the figure still showed no reaction at all. Strange. Luo Keek was very puzzled. She walked slowly toward the figure. A moment later, when the light from the phone shone on the figure, Luo Keek finally understood what this thing was. This thing was just a human anatomical model. Many infirmaries would have these plastic anatomical models, so there was nothing strange about it. However, the anatomical model in this infirmary was made quite realistically. From the outside, this model looked like a young girl, about 18 years old, with her facial features and hair crafted beautifully. The model was dressed in a black and white long dress, looking similar to a maid outfit. Even the model in the infirmary is dressed like a maid. That is some sick taste, Luo Keek muttered with a sigh. Come to think of it, Luo Keek was still wearing a maid outfit herself. However, this was not something she wanted to wear. It was because this outfit was too eye-catching, and if she just discarded it, it would be discovered soon. Once the maid outfit was found, Luo Keek's location would likely be exposed as well. Out of concern for her own safety, Luo Keek did not take off the maid outfit. And after observing the model, Luo Keek returned to the wooden table and examined the desk. There were not many items on the table, just a pen and a few unlabeled plastic bottles containing a colorless, transparent liquid. Luo Keek picked up a plastic bottle, and a moment later, the system panel appeared before her eyes. Reverse activation agent. Item level 55, unidentifiable. Item description. Item effect. And the string of question marks caught Luo Keek off guard. This was the first time her system had encountered such an unidentifiable situation. Little Dark, what is going on? Luo Keek called out to her system. Keek, the system's ability is linked to your own stats. Dark Keek explained softly, if you cannot see the item's effect, it means that the item's level is too high, or rather. With your current strength, it is better not to know the origin of the item. Otherwise, you might suffer from mental contamination, or be targeted by some unknown entity. The lowly understood that Dark Keek was right. The system was protecting her. If you recklessly come into contact with something you cannot understand while you lack the strength, you will suffer from mental contamination. Those who suffer from mental contamination will, at best, develop a mental illness, and at worst, go completely insane. Sigh. Luo Keek sighed softly and put down the plastic bottle. Next, she opened the desk drawer. Clatter. The moment the drawer was opened, a sound of metal clashing rang out inside. Luo Keek looked into the drawer curiously and found that it contained quite a few strange tools. Metal wire, glue, sewing needles. Aided by her phone light, Luo Keek carefully observed the tools in the drawer. Why would a doctor keep such strange things in their desk? Luo Keek wondered, confused. Click. And just then, a slight sound occurred again behind Luo Keek. For some reason, the lowly felt an inexplicable sense of fear filling her body. Whoosh! The next moment, a blast of wind brushed toward Luo Keek's head, and she lowered her head instinctively to avoid it. Through the reflection on her phone screen, Luo Keek saw a pale hand sweep over her head. What is that? Luo Keek turned around quickly to see. In front of the lowly stood a small figure. This figure was none other than the maid model that had been standing motionless in the corner earlier. At this moment, the maid model seemed to have come to life, looking coldly at Luo Keek with not a trace of emotion in its eyes. Then, the system panel appeared before Luo Keek. Anomaly detected, scanning entity type. System scan complete. Entity name, string puppet. Entity danger level, C-class. Entity type, humanoid. C-class and anomaly. Luo Keek gritted her teeth and dodged to the side. The danger levels for anomalies from highest to lowest are SSS class, S-class, A-class, B-class, C-class, and the lowest, D-class. The string puppet currently, before the lowly, belonged to the C-class. Although its level was not very high, for Luo Keek, whose combat strength was only 5, it was already a formidable enemy. Oh system, my dear system, for my very first encounter with an anomaly, you have really given me a tough challenge. Luo Keek gripped her pale fire dagger tightly, staring fixedly at the string puppet, not daring to relax for a second. Generally speaking, a D-class anomaly has combat power similar to that of an adult human. And the C-class rating indicates that the entity has an overwhelming advantage over humans in a certain aspect. This aspect could be strength or perhaps speed. The maid-clad puppet slowly turned to face Luo Keek. Its body emitted an icy aura and a pungent smell. The smell of formalin was wafting from it. Hughes, come on then. Luo Keek caressed her pale fire. She knew that a brutal battle was now unavoidable. In the dim infirmary, Luo Keek knelt on one knee in a corner, gripping the pale fire as she confronted the maid doll standing before her. There were no human expressions to be seen on the maid doll's face. Its gaze was icy, locked onto Luo Keek as if the little girl were nothing more than its prey. Then it set its slender legs in motion, walking step by step toward Luo Keek. For some reason, the doll's movements were incredibly stiff, completely unlike the agile and sharp motions it had shown before. It looked as if its joints were lacking lubricant. Keek, what should we do now? Dark Keek asked anxiously, should we just run for it? As the saying goes of the 36 stratagems, running is the best, and judging purely by Luo Keek's current attributes, fighting was not a wise choice. Run! Luo Keek shook her head and whispered, based on that thing's speed from before, there is no way I could outrun it. Besides, I have no intention of running. Luo Keek aimed the edge of the pale fire forward, a small golden emblem shining brightly at her cuff. Currently, Luo Keek possessed 3 growth-type items. They were the pale fire dagger in her hand, the mark of the underworld on the back of her hand, and the hunter's license hanging from her chest. Among them, both the pale fire dagger and the hunter's license could be leveled up by killing anomalous entities. So from the very beginning, Luo Keek had intended to finish off this maid doll. And the doll's movements were very slow, as if it were in slow motion. It had not even covered the 5-meter distance after half a minute. Seeing this, Luo Keek did not let her guard down. She also maintained a half-kneeling posture, slowly approaching the doll. The little girl supported herself with her left hand, gripped the pale fire tightly in her right, and kept her center of gravity very low. This posture helped her generate force, allowing Luo Keek to close in on the doll in an instant. In a moment, the distance between them had become very close. And when the distance shrunk to a single body length, Luo Keek moved. She sprang up, held the pale fire with both hands, and used every ounce of her strength to thrust the dagger toward the doll's head. Luo Keek's speed was incredibly fast. She rushed toward the maid doll like a flying bird. The little girl's light, airy frame became her advantage at this moment. I have got you. Watching the sluggish doll, Luo Keek knew that at such a short distance, it was impossible for it to dodge the attack. But just as Luo Keek let out a sigh of relief, thinking victory was within her grasp, a strange mechanical sound suddenly erupted from the doll's body. Click! Then, a golden light suddenly illuminated from the center of the maid doll's chest. Immediately after, the doll's speed surged, just as it had when it first appeared. Click, click, click. The doll's arm bent nearly 180 degrees at an incredible speed, then blocked Luo Keek's attack in a pose no human could possibly achieve. The dagger traced a graceful arc through the air, grazing the doll's arm. To Luo Keek's surprise, the sharp pale fire failed to leave a single mark on the doll's arm. The strange sensation transmitted from the dagger made Luo Keek realize that the doll's body was not plastic, but hard steel. A faint golden glow flickered in the doll's eyes. The moment it blocked the attack, it twisted its body and swung its other arm, slamming it violently at Luo Keek. Keek, watch out! Dark Keek's voice rang out in the girl's ear. But the doll's movement was too fast, and the angle of the attack was too tricky. She was already too late to dodge. Bang! The doll's slender arm slammed ruthlessly into Luo Keek's delicate waist. The tremendous impact sent the little girl flying, crashing into the glass cabinet of the infirmary. Coffee, it hurts. The unbearable pain in her abdomen assaulted Luo Keek's senses, causing her to drop the pale fire from her hand to the floor. The little girl hunched over, struggling to crawl back up. Without even looking, Luo Keek knew her abdomen must be injured. Fortunately, she was wearing 2 layers of coats. The thick outer maid dress had absorbed some of the doll's force, which had saved her life. Keek, are you okay? Dark Keek asked with concern. Not really. Can you help me with something? Stop slacking off and goofing around. Luo Keek rubbed her lower abdomen, gritting her teeth against the pain as she picked up the pale fire. I can cheer you on. Let us skip that then. Luo Keek shook her head, breathing heavily. Just now, the little girl had been careless. She had underestimated the doll's burst speed. But at least this revealed its weakness. Luo Keek stared intensely at the doll's chest. There, the golden indicator light was flashing continuously. A moment later, the light dimmed and finally went out completely. As the light extinguished, the doll's movement speed returned to its slow state. Luo Keek guessed that the maid doll had 3 states. They were the inactive state, where it could not move at all, the active state, where it could move but slowly, and the berserk state, when the golden light on its chest flashed. The indicator light on its chest was likely the doll's core. Destroy the core, and the doll would likely lose its power. Having learned the doll's weakness, Luo Keek immediately began to act. She endured the pain and nausea, slowly approaching the doll. This time, her target was the indicator light on the doll's chest. With no wasted movement, Luo Keek thrust the dagger with all her might toward the location of the light. Sensing danger, the doll triggered its berserk state again the moment the dagger was thrust. The golden indicator light flared up, and the doll swung its arm at Luo Keek. But this time, the maid doll failed to hit Luo Keek. Luo Keek would not make the same mistake twice. She had prepared for this, and the moment the doll swung its arm, she ducked, dodging the blow. Then, the pale fire in her hand stabbed mercilessly into the doll's chest. Squish! The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed as the silver-white pale fire drove deep into the doll's body. Unlike its hard skin, the doll's chest was surprisingly soft, and the pale fire slid in easily without encountering much resistance. Pop! The indicator light went out, and the doll stopped moving instantly. It is over. Luo Keek sighed in relief, holding the pale fire as she prepared to pull it out. But just then, a trickle of warm liquid ran onto Luo Keek's hand. This liquid was dark red and carried a faint scent of rust, flowing out from the maid doll's chest. What is this? Machine oil. Luo Keek flicked the liquid off her hand, intending to turn and leave. The moment she turned, a weird, plastic grinding sound came from behind her. Ga ga ga. Luo Keek turned her head instinctively, and then she witnessed a scene she would never be able to forget for the rest of her life. The maid doll jerked its head, and a truly spine-chilling smile appeared on its face. Then the doll opened its mouth. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The doll said each word clearly, its voice devoid of any emotion, just like a mechanical tone. Combined with that eerie smile, Luo Keek felt a chill run down her spine. It hurts so much. Please, please kill me. The doll said with a smile, while bright red liquid continued to seep from its chest. Now Luo Keek finally knew what the liquid was. It was blood. The blood of the doll. No, the blood of those innocent girls who had been transformed into dolls. My body, it hurts so much, please I beg you, just set me free. A smile remained on the maid doll's face the whole time. Her voice, too, was entirely devoid of any emotion. She kept repeating things like kill me as she walked toward Rococo step by step. Seeing such a scene, Rococo felt a chill run through her entire body. Potion, doll, needle and thread, amnesia. Connecting all the intel, Rococo instantly understood the truth of the matter. The so-called marionettes were actually made from those missing young girls. The mastermind behind this maid cafe would use high wages to lure poor girls with no family background into the cafe. Once they entered the cafe, these girls could never leave again. Under the influence of the anomalous world, they would gradually lose their memories while their bodies slowly became perfect, or in other words, turned into plastic. The transformation process is long, but the reversal activation potion accelerates it all. Rococo had heard of activation potions. They are miraculous elixirs that allow inanimate objects to gain mobility. Drip it on stone or wood, and those things will develop self-awareness. But the reversal potion turns living beings into empty shells without a mind. The strange sounds the girls heard at night were actually the footsteps of the dolls. And in the final stage, when the girls completely lost their memories and their bodies had transformed enough, the mastermind would take them to the medical room to turn the living girls into so-called marionettes. And after figuring it all out, when Rococo looked at the doll in front of her again, all that remained in the little girl's heart was pity and sorrow for the doll. "I will avenge you, I promise." Rococo lowered her head slightly and tightened her grip on Kanghuo. "But before that, I have to survive, so I am sorry." The little girl aimed Kanghuo at the doll, her eyes filled with determination. "Now, let me help you find release." As she spoke, Rococo began to channel the power of elements. Pure water droplets floated around her, moving according to her will. "Coco, it seems that neither the heart nor the indicator light is its weakness. What should we do if this continues?" Dark Coco, who had been watching the battle, was now breaking a sweat for the little girl. Just as she said, the doll's heart and indicator light were destroyed, but it did not stop moving as a result. Rococo shook her head and said softly, "Little Dark, have you ever seen any shows about puppet performances?" "Puppet performances?" Dark Coco was slightly stunned and replied instinctively, "I have, but I watch them on TV." Rococo nodded and continued to ask, "All right, then I ask you, in your opinion, what is the most important thing for making a puppet move?" Dark Coco thought for a while, and a moment later she realized. "It is the strings. It is the strings that control the puppet." "That is right." Rococo bit her lip lightly and whispered, "Whether it is a wooden puppet in a circus or a small figure in a shadow play, to make them move, someone must use strings to control them." Previously, Rococo had found some strange metal wires in the desk in the medical room. At that time, the little girl was still wondering why there would be such things in the doctor's desk. But now, she understood everything. Undoubtedly, the maid doll in front of Rococo was being controlled by some special entity. Therefore, there must be these metal strings on their bodies. As long as Rococo could cut these strings, the doll would lose its ability to move. However, the medical room was too dark, and in such an environment, Rococo could not find those strings at all. So, while the doll had not activated its berserk state, Rococo slipped out of the medical room, intending to kill the maid doll in the slightly brighter hallway. A minute later, the doll chased after her from the medical room. Now the doll had closed its mouth and was no longer repeating the previous requests. She just smiled and stared at Rococo with icy eyes. "The last bit of consciousness has disappeared too. I am sorry." Rococo lowered her head and apologized softly. She understood that the doll's heart might be the last part of them that belonged to a human. Now she had destroyed the doll's heart, completely killing the human part of them as well. But now Rococo had no time to grieve, because the maid doll, completely devoid of humanity, was stumbling toward her. Under the light, silver strings appeared above the doll's head. These strings connected to the doll's joints, controlling its every move. The moment she saw the strings, the system panel appeared before Rococo's eyes right on time. Puppeteer Soul Strings. Item level, 55, cannot be leveled up. Item description. Metal strings made using a special method that can control a doll's movements from a distance. Needs to be used in conjunction with other items. Item effect, controls the body of a marionette. And puppeteer. Muttering this word to herself, Rococo guided the water droplets around her body onto the Kanghuo dagger. Kanghuo, an extremely powerful weapon. Its strength is not because it is indestructible, but because this dagger can resonate with elements. Resonance means that an ordinary weapon gains the properties and effects of the element. Kanghuo, when coated with the water element, gains the properties of water, and when coated with the fire element, it gains the properties of flame. What is the property of water? 2 words, gentle. The moment the Kanghuo dagger touched the water element, it emitted a blue glow. Then, this incredibly hard dagger suddenly became soft. A layer of flowing, water-like ripples even appeared on its silver metal surface. And, without any wasted movement, Rococo rushed toward the doll. The little girl's steps were light and fast. She was like a little white rabbit, both nimble and agile. In an instant, she arrived in front of the doll, and then she swung the dagger at the soul strings above the doll's head. Seeing that the strings were threatened, the doll naturally would not just sit there and die. Golden light flashed in its eyes, and it instantly entered berserk state. The doll raised both hands, bracing them on its left and right sides, appearing to have blocked the path of Rococo's attack. Just then, Rococo flipped her wrist, and the silver Kanghuo dagger now flowed like water, turning into a thin, long silver wave that slipped through the doll's defense. The property of water allowed Kanghuo's shape to change as freely as a stream, no longer limited to the shape of a dagger. God-slaying style, first form. Rococo took a deep breath and said softly, overlapping waves. Swish. In almost an instant, Kanghuo sliced across the strings above the doll's head, severing all these metal wires. Although it imitated flowing water in its form, the sharp essence of Kanghuo had not been altered. Thump. As soon as the soul strings were broken, the made doll fell straight to the ground like a kite with cut strings, losing its life. As the doll fell, several new panels appeared before Rococo's eyes. Hunter license gained growth points. Ordinary weapon Kanghuo gained growth points. Anomalous entity marionette has been defeated. Entity intelligence has been updated. Entity name, marionette human name, Zinlaner. Entity danger level, C-class. Entity type, humanoid. Entity info, a girl named Zinlaner, 17 years old. Hired by the Maid Cafe on 14th March 2001 and transformed into a marionette on April 27. Looking at the system information, Rococo let out a soft sigh, bent down, and gently closed the doll's eyes. Clap. Just then, a round of crisp applause echoed from the other end of the hallway. Then, a lean man emerged from the darkness. He was the owner of this Maid Cafe, He Ching. He Ching kept clapping, seemingly applauding for Rococo. I had assumed that you, Miss Coco, were just a cute little nightingale, He Ching said with a smile. He was wearing a pair of pitch-black gloves. At the tips of the gloves, where He Ching's fingertips were transparent strings. Now it seems that the label of a nimble little wildcat fits you much better. He Ching kept clapping, his smiling expression showing no effort to hide his appreciation for Rococo. Rococo slowly stood up and looked coldly at He Ching. What, you do not even want to keep pretending anymore? Rococo challenged. Rococo had long ago guessed that He Ching was the mastermind behind the scenes. Everything in the cafe was orchestrated by this guy. From the rules to the environment, everything in this anomalous world was thanks to He Ching. He Ching did not deny it. He gently took off his eye patch, revealing his silver gray eyes. Miss Coco, from the moment you escaped, I knew you were an adventurer. He Ching walked slowly toward Rococo, his every movement appearing perfectly at ease. Since I already know you are an adventurer, what need is there for me to keep hiding? He Ching retorted. His tone was slow, and although he was not particularly tall, he exuded an intense, invisible pressure. So, are you admitting to the crime of murdering those 32 girls? Rococo questioned. Hidden beneath the little girl's calm tone was a simmering rage. Murdering 32 girls. He Ching paused for a moment, then realized with a start, oh, you mean those dolls, right? How can you call that murder? He Ching said with an intoxicated look. I gave them perfect bodies and eternal life. And most importantly, once they become dolls, they belong to me forever. Miss Coco, do not you think this is quite romantic? Compared to such perfect romance, what are a few measly lives? He Ching showed no sign of remorse at all. To him, those 32 lives were merely an insignificant price to pay. Who? Rococo took a deep breath and said coldly, you monster who disregards life. I promise you. The little girl gripped her pale fire dagger and pointed it at He Ching. You are going to die. Upon hearing Rococo's words, He Ching paused, then burst into laughter. Die, me. He Ching licked his lips and said contentedly, Miss Coco, you know? I absolutely love this side of you, this unruly personality of yours. A little kitten that fights back is only rewarding to tame. He Ching flexed his fingers and said softly, Miss Coco, you will become my most perfect doll. HMPH. Rococo snorted coldly and did not waste any more words. With a light tap on the floor, she lunged at He Ching, her silver gray dagger rippling with blue energy. The elemental resonance state of her dagger had not yet ended, but it would not last much longer. Rococo was already feeling mentally exhausted. She knew she could not trigger another elemental resonance. Once the resonance ended, the dagger would lose its water elemental properties, and she would lose her means of fighting the dolls. Therefore, Rococo had to finish He Ching off within the resonance period. And the distance between them was very short, less than 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, Rococo was right in front of He Ching. She then swung the dagger upwards, aiming for his head. Rococo was extremely fast. The blade looked like a gray shadow, carving a silver arc through the air. Water droplets from the blade splashed onto He Ching, leaving wet stains. However, even with his life threatened, the man showed no intention of dodging. He watched the incoming blade with a smile, his fingers twitching slightly as he tugged on the soul threads on his gloves. Hum! A strange humming sound emanated from his fingertips. Suddenly, Rococo stopped in her tracks. Her blade was just an inch away from He Ching's throat. Yet for that mere inch, Rococo found herself completely unable to strike. The girl's body seemed to be ensnared by something invisible. She could not move and could not even manage to breathe. Then, a sensation of suffocation and pain radiated from her neck. Straining, Rococo looked down at her neck and finally understood. On her delicate, porcelain-like neck hung a glowing black collar, a part of her maid outfit. What a naughty little kitten you are. He Ching pointed to the black collar and smiled. This is called a soul collar. It is a treasure I paid a high price to obtain. I said before, all maids are my private property, and Miss Coco, you are no exception. He Ching brushed the water droplets off his clothes as he spoke. Ignoring him, Rococo struggled with all her might, finally lifting her hand to let go of the blade and grab the collar on her neck. Dark Coco, did not you say this thing was just part of the maid outfit? Rococo shouted in her mind. But it really is, and He Ching was guarding the door. I could not get out without wearing it. Dark Coco's tone sounded a little aggrieved. In truth, it was not really Dark Coco's fault. Whether to wear the maid outfit or the collar was not something she could decide. Now very worried about her host's safety, she asked anxiously, Coco, what do we do now? Do not panic, I still have a way. Rococo shook her head and kept tugging at the collar, as if trying to force it off. And watching Rococo struggle, He Ching narrowed his eyes and slowly approached her. Miss Coco, do not waste your energy. You cannot break this collar without the strength of 1,000 pounds. He Ching reached out a hand toward her and whispered, Stop moving, my little kit. Let me properly appreciate your beauty. His hand drew closer and closer to Rococo, as if it would touch her body in the next instant. Yet at that very moment, a faint humming sound reached He Ching's ears. Suddenly, Rococo moved. She jerked her knee upward, slamming it into He Ching's lower region. Bang! A muffled sound of impact echoed. He Ching was stunned. Then, he felt an excruciating pain radiate from his groin. The pain was bizarre. It started as numbness, but as time passed, it became increasingly intense. The smile vanished from He Ching's face as he clutched himself and fell to his knees with a thud. However, more than the pain, He Ching was filled with confusion. How did this girl escape the control of the collar? Holding on to that question, He Ching slowly looked up. In front of him, Rococo was still in the pose of pulling at her neck, but the collar was already gone. He Ching noticed a silver-white ring on Rococo's index finger. The beautiful little ring was currently emitting ripples of strange energy. A space ring, one of Rococo's items. The little girl had used its ability to move objects, transferring the soul collar into the ring. She had solved the troublesome collar without much effort. And the sneak attack was also part of her plan. Do not forget, Rococo was once the strongest adventurer in the world. Even without power and items, her ability to adapt to changing circumstances could always help her turn a crisis into safety. And Rococo picked up her blade again and watched He Ching expressionlessly. She did not hurry to attack. Instead, she focused on recovering her strength. Though the collar had not harmed her, the minute-long suffocation had drained much of her stamina. The girl stared intently at He Ching, watching his every move. He Ching was no longer as composed as he had been before. Any man would struggle to endure the kind of injury he had just received. It was both extremely painful and incredibly insulting. Who's who? You little wildcat, I truly underestimated you. He Ching struggled to get up, forcing a smile onto his face. But do not forget, I am a puppeteer. Controlling puppets is my true ability. He Ching waved his hands, pulling on the strings, and a petite figure darted out from a dark corner, flying before him a moment later. The familiar outfit allowed Rococo to recognize the newcomer at a glance. It was a maid doll. Soon, a large group of dolls flew out from behind Rococo. There were about a dozen of them. These dolls were He Qing's trump card. To defeat Rococo, he had summoned all the maid dolls in the cafe. As He Qing's fingers flickered, the dolls, controlled by his threads, began to close in on Rococo. Rococo frowned, raising her dagger as her gaze swept over all the dolls. The little girl knew her fight had only just begun. Watching the dolls closing in on her from all sides, Liu Coke bit her lip slightly and crouched down her petite frame. Then she raised her pale fire dagger, sliced through the ribbons of her maid outfit, and stripped off the cumbersome clothing. Now wearing a pure white dress and holding the gray pale fire, with her silver-white hair swaying in the wind, Liu Coke presented a unique beauty, coupled with the girl's icy, cold expression. Even He Qing, who had seen countless beauties, could not help but be stunned upon seeing Liu Coke at this moment. Then Liu Coke made her move. She seized an opportunity and darted through the gaps between the dolls, like an agile wildcat. For Liu Coke, escaping was impossible. In the world of anomalies, humans can never outrun an anomaly. And if she stayed in place, those maid dolls could easily suppress her. Therefore, rather than sitting ducks, it is better to strike first. This is Liu Coke's rule of survival. Her target was He Qing himself. As a puppeteer, He Qing's body is naturally not as sturdy as the dolls. If Liu Coke could find an opportunity to take him down, these dolls, having lost their controller, would be nothing to worry about. Ideas are usually beautiful, but putting them into practice is another matter entirely. In an instant, Liu Coke reached He Qing and thrust her dagger forward. He Qing smiled slightly, gently flicking the strings on his fingers. The next moment, a doll flew in front of him, blocking the dagger attack for him. Screech! The tip of the blade grazed the doll's arm, leaving a shallow gash. Even the element-infused pale fire dagger could not break through the doll's defense, which gave Liu Coke a headache. "You cannot win, little kits." He Qing toyed with his fingers and said triumphantly, "Your strength is too small, so what good is your speed?" Liu Coke ignored He Qing's mockery. She retracted the dagger, stood up again, and prepared for the next attack. Seeing Liu Coke's proud demeanor, He Qing praised with satisfaction, "Miss Coke, you are different, completely unlike those other women. I have decided. I will not turn you into a maid doll, but into a one-of-a-kind work of art." He Qing waved his hand, manipulating the dolls to surround Liu Coke. "Maids, seize Miss Coke. Remember, you are not allowed to hurt her." Following He Qing's words, the maid dolls completely enclosed Liu Coke. This time, they did not leave any flaws or gaps. Without the slightest hesitation, Liu Coke swung the pale fire at the dolls. "As long as I can cut the strings, they will stop moving. It will be fine," Liu Coke comforted herself. With a quick slash, the pale fire dagger struck toward the strings above a doll's head. The doll tried to block, but Liu Coke unleashed the 5 forms of god-slaying once again. The flowing pale fire brushed past the doll's arm and stabbed toward its head. However, this time, Liu Coke failed to cut the strings as she had hoped. Dolls have companions. Just as Liu Coke was focused on attacking the doll in front, another doll from her side suddenly extended its hands to block the attack. The dolls were quite fast. Under He Qing's control, even without activating their rampage mode, they were still significantly faster than Liu Coke. Seeing that it was useless, Huang quickly retreated. They actually coordinate with each other. What a pain. Dark Coke, if only you could coordinate with me. Liu Coke felt extremely frustrated. Her physical fitness was already inferior to the dolls, and now being ganged up on, the difficulty of the fight was through the roof. "I do not think that is a good idea," Dark Coke retorted. "Given my combat ability, you would probably just be distracted trying to protect me." "True, you have a point." Liu Coke thought about it and realized that seemed to be the case. Dark Coke's combat power was virtually zero. And coming back to her senses, Liu Coke discovered more bad news. The pale fire's elemental resonance state had ended. When it rains, it pours. Liu Coke sighed softly and retreated toward the wall. She had no good options now, only able to use the water element to try and cut the soul's strings. The water element is transparent, and the water blades formed after solidification are small and hard to notice, making them perfect for bypassing the doll's defenses. However, Liu Coke could not guarantee that the water blades could cut through those strings 100% of the time. But at this point, she had no other choice and could only try. "Who?" Liu Coke took a deep breath and channeled her elemental energy. A tiny droplet of water appeared at the girl's fingertip. Then it condensed into a thin, long blade. "Go!" Aiming at the soul strings, Liu Kok flicked her finger lightly. The transparent water blade moved according to Liu Kok's intent, shooting directly at the doll's head. The speed of this water blade was far greater than her dagger swings, and no matter how fast the doll reacted, it could not make an effective block. Snap! The sharp water blade accurately hit the doll's string. However, the result disappointed Liu Kok. The moment it hit the string, the water blade shattered into tiny droplets that splashed around. And those metallic strings merely trembled slightly without being cut. "Sai, I knew it." Liu Kok shook her head. Though disappointed, this outcome did not exceed her expectations. After all, no matter how its form changes, water remains just water. No matter how hard water gets, it cannot be harder than metal. It seems there is only one last option left. Liu Kok remained silent for a moment and put away the pale fire. Then she raised her left hand and extended her index finger. When Liu Kok was channeling the water element earlier, her dominant hand was her right. But now, she did not intend to use the water element. The water element is too gentle. It is countered to death by these metal strings. I must seek a second element. Liu Kok thought to herself silently. Yes, what the girl intended to do was to channel a brand new element, her second element. But in reality, this approach is extremely unreliable. Elements are not exactly mortal enemies, but at the very least, they are like water and fire. Usually, before completely mastering one element, Liu Kok should not attempt to acquire a second one. Otherwise, the elements will clash, and this clash could cost Liu Kok her life. But now, Liu Kok could not afford to worry about that. If she did not acquire a second element now, she would die here. Watching the dolls getting closer and closer, Liu Kok closed her eyes gently. "Elements, answer me once again." Instantly, Liu Kok felt a surge of heat flowing through her body and rapidly gathering in her chest. Then, cough cough. A sharp pain, accompanied by an unbearable burning sensation, made Liu Kok cough up a mouthful of blood. The elements were indeed clashing inside her body. But luckily, Liu Kok's exquisite elemental mastery skills spared her from death. At this moment, a wisp of orange red flame was slowly floating and burning at the girl's fingertip. "Fire element, you have arrived just in time." Liu Kok opened her eyes and looked at the flame in her hand with relief. At this point, He Qing, who had been waiting behind the dolls, was getting impatient. He tugged at the strings and said softly, "Dolls, hurry up and capture Miss Kok." His actions caused the dolls to fully activate their rampage state. Their eyes flashed with a golden glimmer, and the indicator lights at their hearts lit up. After activating the rampage state, the dolls swarmed toward Liu Kok. But Liu Kok did not move. She was merely playing with the flame in her hand. Seeing Liu Kok's actions, He Qing shook his head and mocked, "Stop pretending, Miss Kok. Resistance ends here." The dolls had reached Liu Kok, less than half a meter away from her. The 5 forms of God-slaying, second form. Liu Kok said calmly, "Dance of the Fire Sparrow." Boom! The flame in the girl's hand suddenly grew larger, then burst in the air, turning into bundles of small, hot flames that attacked the dolls. The flames collided with the dolls' bodies, burning for about 2 seconds before dissipating. And once the flames had completely vanished, the dolls all stopped moving. They stood there blankly, as if they had crashed. Crisis averted, Liu Kok collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The so-called dance of the fire sparrow was also one of her moves. This technique condenses fire element into fireballs, which then burst into countless high-temperature flames. Then, Liu Kok would manipulate these flames, guiding them to attack the enemy's weak points, such as the doll's soul strings. Unlike the softness of water, fire is an extremely violent and searing element. Thin metal strings are simply unable to withstand it before fire. But then again, to unleash this move, Liu Kok paid a great price. She was extremely exhausted now, her head was spinning, and she had no spare strength left in her body. But Liu Kok understood that she had succeeded. Clap, clap, clap. After a brief moment of shock, He Qing clapped again. "Miss Kok, to have taken out all the maid dolls, you really are impressive," He Qing said, taking off his gloves slowly. "But in your current state, how are you going to resist me?" He Qing could see that Liu Kok was at the end of her rope. So he walked toward Liu Kok without restraint, intending to reap the final fruits of victory. "Do you think you have one, arrogant guy?" Liu Kok hummed softly and smiled. "Take a look at them." The girl pointed at the dolls in front of her. Those dolls that had lost the control of the strings were now slowly standing up, having regained their mobility. The smiles on their faces had disappeared, replaced by an extremely icy expression, accompanied by a strong killing intent. However, this killing intent was not aimed at Liu Kok, but at the puppeteer He Qing. He Qing looked at the dolls in disbelief, and he heard Liu Kok's voice in his ear. The one trapped in a desperate situation is you. The maid dolls, their faces filled with murderous intent, walked step by step toward their master, the puppeteer He Qing. Seeing this, He Qing could no longer maintain his composure, and a cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. "You, what exactly did you do?" He Qing shouted at Liu Koko, demanding an answer. The fire element moved too quickly, and he simply could not see what Liu Koko had done. From He Qing's perspective, Liu Koko had already been surrounded by the dolls and was about to be captured. But the next moment, a fireball suddenly appeared in the little girl's hand. Then, the fireball exploded, and the dolls lost control. This was something beyond He Qing's control, and he could not understand it at all. And Liu Koko leaned against the wall and slowly stood up. "I have been thinking about a question." The little girl looked at He Qing and said calmly, "For the dolls, what is more important, the soul threads or the heart?" Outside the infirmary, Liu Koko had once destroyed a doll, the young girl doll named Xin Lanner. After her heart was destroyed, the doll did not stop moving, but briefly regained its humanity, begging Liu Koko to kill it. Then, once the soul threads took over its body again, the doll completely lost its humanity. From this, it can be seen that the heart should be the part that makes the dolls human. It is the final sanctuary that holds their humanity and thoughts. And the soul threads are the tools He Qing uses to control their bodies. The two are in a state of mutual balance. Losing the heart causes the dolls to lose their humanity entirely, turning them into He Qing's betrayers. But losing only the threads has the complete opposite result. The dolls break free from He Qing's control and regain their humanity. Liu Koko guessed that the reason He Qing did not destroy the dolls' hearts was because his puppetry had certain limitations. However, as things stand now, these small details are no longer important. The dolls are now free from He Qing's control. These poor doll girls now only want to do one thing: kill the culprit behind it all, the puppeteer He Qing. And, do you know, I have always believed in a saying, a classic line from an old Hong Kong movie. Liu Koko looked at the disheveled He Qing, slowly picked up the pale fire dagger, and walked toward him step by step. "You cannot take anything with you, only the karma that binds you." The little girl said, word by word, "This is your karma." "Karma?" He Qing gave a cold snort and regained his composure. He raised his hands and retracted the broken threads from his gloves. "Even if there is such a thing as karma in this world, it will never come back to haunt me." He Qing gritted his teeth and whipped the threads in his hands toward the dolls. "In this anomalous world, I am the master of everything." The puppeteer shouted, and under his control, the threads flew accurately toward the tops of the maid dolls' heads. Once he reconnected the soul threads, the dolls would be controlled once more. He Qing grinned, as if he could already see his victory. However, would things really go as smoothly as he imagined? The answer is no. Just as those thin threads were about to fall upon the dolls. Hum! A faint buzzing sound emanated from the chests of the dolls. Then their eyes turned golden, and their chests flashed with a brilliant golden light. It was the berserk state. At the very last moment, the maids had autonomously triggered their berserk mode. In an instant, the speed of the dolls increased several times over. They easily dodged the threads and charged right in front of He Qing. "Wah!" Before He Qing could finish his surprised exclamation, a doll's small but rock-hard fist struck him in the stomach. Boom! He Qing was knocked to the ground by the immense force, clutching his stomach and rolling on the floor. The doll's strength was immense. Their physical stats were far beyond that of a normal person, even without the berserk state activated. And He Qing, as a puppeteer, had only the physical condition of an average human, so naturally, he could not withstand the doll's attacks. Huffy huff. He Qing gasped for air. The injury to his abdomen brought him not only pain, but also an unprecedented sense of humiliation. "You trash, you do not even deserve to be called works of art." He Qing pointed at the dolls and cursed, "I am your master. I am the owner of the Linglong Maid Cafe." The dolls showed no expression. They simply closed in on He Qing, surrounding him tightly. "It seems you are not as great as you claim to be." Liu Koko walked over slowly, playing with the silver pale fire in her hand. Hearing the little girl's mockery, the humiliation and rage in He Qing's heart became impossible to suppress. At that moment, the dolls had completely surrounded their master. They simultaneously reached out their hands, seemingly intending to finish him off. Faced with this situation, He Ching helplessly took off his gloves. What was baffling was that He Ching's fingers were pitch black, covered in all sorts of strange patterns. Useless trash, fine, all of you just break. He Ching seemed to have made a difficult decision. He cursed, and with a snap, he broke his own finger. Then, black gas began to leak from his broken finger. The moment the dolls came into contact with the gas, the light in their eyes vanished. They slowly lowered their heads, then one by one, collapsed to the ground, scattering into a pile of parts. Following that, the dolls' fair skin began to turn charred black, as if they had been scorched by fire. He Ching stood up, watching his ruined dolls with heartache. He knew that all his work over the past few years had turned to ashes. But with his own life on the line, he had not hesitated for a second. As long as there are hills, there is no need to worry about firewood. Holding onto this thought, He Ching turned and planned to flee into the depths of the dark corridor. He knew he was no match for Liu Coco right now. This corridor was absurdly large, with a labyrinth-like complexity. If he actually managed to slip away, Liu Coco would probably never find him. But would Liu Coco let him leave? And He Ching took off, running with all his might. Not far ahead of him was a dark junction. Once I reach that point, I can escape safely. After that, I will have plenty of ways to deal with this little girl. He Ching drew closer and closer to the junction, a smile beginning to form on his face. Swish! Just then, a strange sound of something cutting through the air erupted beneath He Ching. Along with the sound, an intense sensation of loss of balance made He Ching's vision drop abruptly. Then He Ching saw a severed leg wearing a suit pant and a dress shoe, fly away, trailing a spray of dark red blood. It was He Ching's leg. The cut at the end of the severed limb was incredibly clean and smooth. This was the handiwork of Liu Coco. Ever since He Ching had attempted to flee, Liu Coco had been in pursuit. After a few minutes of rest, the little girl's stamina had recovered quite a bit, giving her enough strength to chase down the puppeteer. Because of her small stature, Liu Coco was significantly faster than He Ching. Upon catching up to him, Liu Coco did not hesitate to swing her dagger, slicing off one of his legs. Having lost his leg, He Ching crashed to the ground. Before he could react, a surge of intense pain slammed into his brain. He Ching clutched his severed leg and howled in agony. He looked up and met Liu Coco's eyes. The little girl now looked like an emotionless killer. She held the pale fire in a reverse grip, staring coldly at He Ching as if looking at a corpse. Liu Coco's stunning features paired with such an icy gaze created a strange, oppressive aura. This presence made He Ching feel fear for the first time. And at this moment, the system panel appeared in Liu Coco's field of vision. Anomaly detected, scanning entity type. System scan complete. Entity name, Puppeteer He Ching. Entity danger level, 100+, stronger than a standard C, but clearly weaker than a B. Entity type, humanoid. Further data currently being retrieved. Soon, Luo Keek obtained detailed information about He Ching. A long panel appeared in front of Luo Keek. To be honest, she did not really want to look at it. But in order to uncover the truth, she decided to read it a little. But before that, she had to subdue He Ching first. At this moment, He Ching was lying on the ground, gasping for air. With one of his lower legs severed, the guy had lost the ability to move. Forget about fighting back, he could not even crawl away. Keek, are not you going to stop his bleeding? I think he is going to kick the bucket soon. Dark Keek's sweet voice echoed in Luo Keek's ears. Legs have arteries, and He Ching's blood was flowing onto the ground as if it were worthless. Why bother stopping the bleeding for this guy? It is a waste of supplies. Luo Keek glanced at He Ching from the corner of her eye and said casually, just let him die. Looking at this guy makes me angry. Afterward, Luo Keek shook the blood off the Kanghuo and put it away. After confirming that He Ching had no ability to resist, the lowly began to read He Ching's information. System loaded successfully. The following is the detailed profile of the puppeteer, He Ching. He Ching, born into the prominent He family of Mo City, was the only son of this generation. As the only son of a powerful family, He Ching grew up arrogant and domineering. To him, there was nothing in the world he could not get. Whether it was women, wealth, or social status, these things were all within his reach whenever he wanted them. He Ching cultivated many extravagant hobbies, such as buying the world's most unique luxury cars and dropping them from planes just to hear the crash, or buying the most advanced quantum computer only to play Minesweeper for half an hour before letting it collect dust. Among these hobbies, what He Ching loved most was messing with women, celebrities or idols. As long as it was a woman He Ching had his eyes on, she would inevitably end up in his bed. As for the means, He Ching never cared. As long as he was willing to spend money, there were always people willing to do his dirty work. His life had always seemed to be smooth sailing. But as Luo Qik had said, "You cannot take anything with you, only the karma you have sown follows you." In the year He Ching turned 20, his karma found him for the first time. It was during an expensive, full-body medical checkup. As the heir to the He family, He Ching had to undergo a full-body examination every year to prevent any hidden diseases. And the result of that checkup made He Ching lose everything: congenital infertility. This was a disease that modern medicine could not cure. This medical report was quickly delivered to the head of the He family. Without the ability to reproduce, it meant He Ching could not bring heirs to the He family, which was something a great family could not tolerate. How could a future head of the family not have heirs? The head of the He family did not hesitate at all. He stripped He Ching of his inheritance rights, then turned around to divorce He Ching's mother and started a new family, having another child. In a great family like the He is, the relationship between father and son is so fragile. In short, He Ching lost everything: the wealth he could never spend in a lifetime, the intimidating social status. All these things vanished with the appearance of that medical report. However, He Ching did not particularly care about power and money. In the first 20 years of his life, he had already enjoyed everything he was meant to. In fact, what made He Ching feel the most unbalanced was his women. After being stripped of his inheritance, although the family still gave him a large allowance every month, that money was no longer enough to buy the hearts of those women. They had come for money in the first place and had no real affection for He Ching. Being together was just a mutually consensual transaction. Now that He Ching could not pay the price they wanted, these women would naturally look elsewhere. However, in He Ching's eyes, this was unforgivable. He had always had a strong desire for control, but this situation shattered his self-esteem and desires. He wanted to tell those women, "You are my possessions. Whatever I, He Ching, want, I will definitely get." But without money and the status of the He family young master, he was nothing. Driven to a dead end, He Ching chose another path. As a former heir of the He family, he had naturally heard of information about anomalous objects. And so, after a long search, he truly found a powerful anomalous item, which was his puppeteer's gloves. By putting on the gloves, he gained a unique power: the power to turn living human beings into dolls. Next, He Ching opened a cafe and named it Linglong Maid Cafe. He used high wages to trick ignorant young girls, and then he turned them into dolls. Over the span of 3 years, he lured and turned 51 innocent young girls into dolls. This number was even higher than the number of missing persons in the police station records. If it were not for Luo Liang's arrival, heaven knows how many more people he would have harmed. And after briefly reading through the data, Luo Qik fell into deep thought. She did not care much about anything else, but the term He family caught her attention. In a place like Mo City, the He family could indeed be described as having their hands covering the sky. It is worth mentioning that the governing body of Mo City is not a municipal government, but an institution called the Mo City Council. The head of the He family is the chief counselor of the Mo City Council, effectively the mayor of Mo City. In the entire Great Yan Kingdom, due to some special reasons, all past government agencies were abolished, leaving only municipal units. In the Great Yan Kingdom, there are 4 cities known as megacities, and Mo City is one of them. Although they are called cities, Mo City has a permanent population of over 200 million. It is easy to imagine how vast the He family's power is to rule over such a large piece of land. "Hey, Miss Qik." He Ching suddenly spoke, interrupting Luo Qik's conjectures. "I admit my defeat this time. Take me to the police station. That is what you adventurers are supposed to do." He Ching panted heavily. He used his trouser leg to bandage his severed leg, temporarily stopping the bleeding. "No matter which police station you go to for what you have done, there will only be one result." Luo Qik said faintly, "That is to face the firing squad." "I know you are from the He family, but can a disgraced heir really make the He family go to such lengths to save you?" Luo Keek's words deeply pierced He Qing's self-esteem. The matter of being a He family heir was a nightmare he could never bear to face. Then take me there and see if I, a member of the He family, will face the firing squad. He Qing looked at the remains of the dolls and said coldly, "Do the lives of those wretches deserve to be compared to me, a member of the He family? As long as my surname is He, the police station cannot judge me." Hearing He Qing's words, Luo Keek's blood pressure skyrocketed. He Qing's words reminded the lowly of the diary she had read before. That girl who wanted to pay off her family's debt and wanted to eat a meal cooked by her mother. They died because of He Qing's desires, and now, this man was saying with his own mouth that he did not care about their lives. Who? Luo Keek closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then drew the Kanghuo again. Youth, what are you doing? Seeing the lowlies move, He Qing panicked and staggered backward. You said the police station could not kill you, right? Luo Keek approached He Qing step by step, whispering, "That is fine, I can do it for them." Divider line. P.S. Starting from today, there will be 2 chapters daily. The time is still 6:00 p.m., and both chapters will be released together. Hidden within the lowly's calm tone was a bone-chilling, murderous intent. I have a life sign detector from the He family on me. He Qing pulled up his sleeve, revealing a dark red metal device on his arm. If you kill me, the He family will not let you off. He Qing raised his voice, hoping to use words to make Luo Keek back down. But Luo Keek did not show the slightest hesitation. She just held her Kanghu dagger and walked toward He Qing step by step. Miss Keek, you are definitely not an adventurer. You must be an assassin sent by someone else to kill me. He Qing wiped away his cold sweat and guessed wildly, "Who wants me dead? Is it my brother who took the inheritance, or the families of those dolls? Are you doing this for money or power?" He Qing panted heavily. "If it is a material demand, I can pay you double." Hearing this nonsense, Luo Keek shook her head. "The guild did have a request to bring you back alive, but I do not intend to complete that task anymore." Luo Keek walked up to He Qing and stepped on his clothes so he could not move. "The reason I am killing you is neither for money nor power, and certainly not for so-called justice. I have no interest in doing anything like acting on behalf of heaven." Luo Keek raised the Kanghu dagger high, aiming at He Qing's arm. "I just do not like you, that is all." In He Qing's terrified gaze, Luo Keek loosened her small hand holding the Kanghu. Having lost the control of her strength, the Kanghu dropped straight down. Splatter! The sharp Kanghu easily pierced through He Qing's arm. Hiss! He Qing groaned in pain, feeling a chill in his arm followed by piercing agony. To his surprise, Luo Keek bent down, pulled out the Kanghu dagger, wiped off the blood, and put it away. "You are not going to kill me? What does this mean?" He Qing asked defiantly, biting the bullet. This kind of minor injury was, of course, not enough to be fatal. Luo Keek sneered and held up a finger. "You know, what the water element can control is not as simple as just pure water. Human blood is also part of water, you know." Luo Keek smiled innocently, but to He Qing, this beautiful smile from the lowly was as terrifying as a ghost. "What if I turned all the blood in your body into the shape of needles and then hardened them? What would happen?" Luo Keek curled her finger, and the blood at He Qing's wound actually began to squirm slowly. You are a devil," He Qing screamed in terror. My pleasure, Luo Keek said with a smile. "Compared to the villainous things you have done, I should be considered an angel. Oh, by the way, this move is called Blood Devour. I have not used it on a person before. Usually, I only use it on those murderous, anomalous entities." Luo Keek slowly stood up. She closed her eyes with a smile on her face, looking just like a lowly villain. Blood Devour is an execution move. Luo Keek can only successfully cast it after the enemy has completely lost the ability to resist. Just as its name suggests, Blood Devour makes the enemy's blood turn into thousands of sharp needles. These needles scramble inside the enemy's body, destroying them piece by piece. The level of pain is probably comparable to being sliced 1,000 times. And come to think of it, you are not much different from those villains, so using this move on you is quite appropriate. By the way, among the monsters who have died to this move, you are the weakest one. Luo Keek stood up, elegantly lifted her skirt, and stepped over He Qing. At that moment, He Qing suddenly propped himself up and wailed, I am sorry, I know I was wrong. I apologize to those doll girls. Please forgive me." Hearing this, Luo Keek paused slightly, then turned her head to look at the remains of the dolls. Whether to forgive you or not is their business. Luo Keek said softly, and all I have to do is send you to meet them. Bye-bye. The lowly waved her hand and watched He Ching with a smile as he was swallowed by his own blood. The terrifying wailing lasted for a full 10 minutes. And Luo Keek stood by, watching coldly as the puppeteer was executed. As soon as He Ching died, Luo Keek received a system notification. Anomalous entity, puppeteer He Ching has been defeated. Hunter license has gained growth points. Hunter license has leveled up. Hunter license. Item level, 55 growable. Item description. A medal after growth, representing that the holder has successfully embarked on the path of a hunter. Current stats, Constitution increased by 1 point. Special effect, none. Mortal weapon Kanghu has gained growth points. Mortal weapon Kanghu has leveled up. Mortal weapon Kanghu, sealed state. Current level, 55, max level 55. Devour points required for the next level, 500. And after killing He Ching, both the Kanghu dagger and the hunter medal leveled up. This was within Luo Keek's expectations. There were over a dozen dolls destroyed by He Ching. The system likely counted this score towards Luo Keek. Panels. Luo Keek whispered, and then her status panel appeared in front of her. Name, Luo Keek. Gender, female. Constitution, 6, barely passable but still below standard. Combat power, 7, relatively good. Charm, 21, more like a fairy tale doll than the dolls themselves. Mental power, 20, super stress resistant. With the upgrade of the hunter license, Luo Keek's constitution also reached 6 points. Although it still does not compare to an adult, it is considered not bad. As for combat power, it actually increased by 4 full points, even surpassing her constitution. It seems the new fire element boosted her combat power quite a bit. Dismissing the panel, Luo Keek looked at the dolls. At this moment, a wisp of blue mist slowly rose from the charred remains of the maid doll. Then, over a dozen transparent people stood up from the remains, emitting a faint blue light. Luo Keek knew these were the souls of the doll girls. The item proof of the underworld allowed her to see these poor souls. The girls looked at their own spirit forms, and then slowly drifted toward Luo Keek. Thank you, the girls whispered their gratitude. Their voices were ethereal, echoing in the long corridor. Once the puppeteer He Ching died, their souls automatically detached from the dolls and broke free from their bindings. You could say it was Luo Keek who saved them. What are you thanking me for? I just did it to complete my mission. Luo Keek shook her head and whispered, you probably have about 24 hours left. Go home and see your families. Spirits cannot exist in the human world for long. With He Ching dead, this anomalous world will soon collapse. Losing the protection of the anomalous world's rules, these spirits will dissipate in the human world. The girls did not say anything more. They just bowed deeply to Luo Keek and then disappeared into the corridor. May your souls find their way home. Luo Keek prayed silently. And Keek, the way you looked just now was truly stylish. And Keek said with emotion, I thought you would spare his life for the mission rewards and to keep your identity secret. There was an addendum in the Adventurers Guild task file that mentioned He Ching. If she brought He Ching back alive, Luo Keek would have received extra rewards, but she did not do that. I did want the rewards, and I was worried about being targeted by the He family. Luo Keek sighed lightly, but if I did not kill him just to get those things, my conscience could not take it. My style of doing things has only 4 words from beginning to end. Luo Keek made a gesture of 1. Follow my heart. The lowly stuck out her chest and said with a straight face. After taking care of He Ching, the culprit behind it all, Luo Keek did not leave the cafe immediately. In the eyes of this lowly, in such a massive world of anomalies, there must be some useful items to be found. So she was not in a hurry to leave, choosing instead to slowly search the cafe. Soon, Luo Keek found her first treasure, discovered right beside He Ching's corpse. This treasure looked like a pair of black gloves. At the tips of the fingers, there were some broken, transparent threads stained with He Ching's blood. Luo Keek recognized the item instantly. It was the puppeteer's gloves mentioned in He Ching's file, used to control puppets. The lowly gently picked up the gloves and examined them closely. They felt smooth and cool to the touch, much like a piece of chilled leather. The gloves were entirely black and adorned with mysterious patterns, the exact same shapes found on He Ching's fingers. Although the gloves looked cool, they had after all belonged to He Ching and were still stained with his filthy blood. Just thinking about that made Luo Keek feel a wave of disgust. A moment later, the item information panel appeared before Luo Keek's eyes. Puppeteer's gloves, classified as an obscene object. Item level, level 2, non-upgradable. Item description, a magical item capable of performing puppetry. Once connected to soul threads, it can control ownerless string puppets. Item effect, grants the user entry-level puppetry skills and allows them to control puppets through this item. Special note, puppetry. In the past, puppetry was an elegant and mysterious art. It is said that the creator of this technique missed their departed loved ones so much that they turned them into puppets to keep them by their side forever. In that distant era, puppetry was a symbol of deep emotion. However, as time passed, some malicious people set their sights on this technique. They killed living people to create powerful puppets, and thus, the reputation of puppetry slowly deteriorated. Special note, obscene object. This item was originally a pure treasure, but because its master was so bloodthirsty, the item became tainted with blood and karmic retribution. Items labeled as obscene objects will lower the user's luck and cause them to accumulate additional karmic debt. And looking at the gloves, Luo Keek frowned slightly and fell into thought. Undoubtedly, puppetry was a powerful ability. He Qing's puppetry was poor, yet he could still control over a dozen puppets at once to attack Luo Keek. The only reason Luo Keek managed to win was that she happened to possess the fire element, which countered puppetry, as well as a powerful weapon called pale fire. It is fair to say that apart from Luo Keek, no other novice adventurer could have defeated He Qing while he possessed puppetry. This shows just how strong this art is. And by wearing these gloves, one could immediately acquire entry-level puppetry. A pretty impressive item. That was Luo Keek's evaluation of the gloves. However, she had absolutely no desire to use them. It was not just because of the negative obscene object effect. The main reason was that Luo Keek's fighting style conflicted with puppetry. You see, puppetry requires the use of all 10 fingers, and her elemental control also requires the use of her fingers. As the saying goes, one cannot serve two masters. Distraction is a fatal taboo in battle, so she could only choose one ability. Comparing the two, Luo Keek definitely chose elemental control. Well, if I am not going to use it, I might as well sell it to the Adventurers Guild. After thinking for a moment, Luo Keek made up her mind. Keek, if you're going to sell it, why not sell it to me? And Keek whispered softly, you can let the system recycle items you do not need in exchange for anomaly points. It is that convenient. Luo Keek asked suspiciously, that is not right, Zioen. Why did not you mention this feature before? I keep feeling like you are trying to scam me. How could that be? And Keek retorted, you have to trust me. I am your cute system. And Luo Keek was silent for a moment before asking, how many anomaly points are you offering for these gloves? 1,500 anomaly points. The system shop is absolutely fair and honest. And Keek announced the number with great confidence. This amount was double the reward from Luo Keek's first mission. 1,500, huh? That actually sounds quite reasonable. Luo Keek nodded and held up the gloves. Take them. The next moment, the air around the gloves twisted. A small, silver whirlpool appeared and sucked the gloves in. It is a deal, thanks for your business, and Keek said happily. Hearing how happy and Keek sounded, Luo Keek felt like something was not quite right. So the lowly quietly opened the system shop panel. Then under the weapons tab, she saw those very gloves. Puppeteer's gloves. Exchange price, 6,000 anomaly points. And Luo Keek felt like flipping a table in rage. Suen, give me an explanation. Where on earth did you learn this trick of hiking up the price several times over? Luo Keek bit her lip, feeling extremely annoyed. Actually, this is very reasonable. And Keek argued, think about it. Shipping this item in and out costs energy. It is perfectly normal for the price to be higher back and forth. Sigh. Luo Keek sighed and dismissed the panel in front of her. Anyway, I am not buying these gloves back, so let us see how you make that price difference back. After saying that, the lowly ignored Keek and turned to leave, heading elsewhere to search for more items. And 10 minutes later, Luo Keek walked to the warehouse entrance holding a large box of plastic bottles. These plastic bottles contained a liquid called reverse activation serum. This was the key item used to turn people into puppets. In the warehouse, this was the only thing with any real value. Everything else was just scrap. For these serums, and Keek offered a recycling price of 500 per bottle. Luo Keek immediately rejected the trade. She would not be a sucker a second time. Although these serums looked suspicious, they were high-level items. Keeping them might prove very useful in the future. After resting for a moment, Luo Keek put all the serums into her space ring. As a side note, the lowly also had a special black item in her ring, a soul collar. This was not anything high-end, and Luo Keek did not have any peculiar interests, so she sold the collar to Keek for 250 anomaly points without hesitation. After confirming she had everything, Luo Keek walked to the front door of the cafe, took a deep breath, and pushed it open. And crash. The moment the lowly stepped out of the cafe, the old building ignited. It was raining heavily in Mo City at the time, but strangely, the cafe's flames seemed completely unaffected by the rain. The fire danced in the rain, burning brighter and brighter. The cafe's pink sign let out 2 creaking sounds before falling to the ground. Luo Keek looked back slowly at the cafe engulfed in flames, feeling a lump in her throat. She felt sad for the puppet girls. A moment later, Luo Keek picked up her phone and anonymously dialed the fire department. This place was so remote that she figured it could burn for hours before anyone noticed. Luo Keek quite liked the old district, and it would not be good if the fire spread to the other old buildings. After doing this, Luo Keek called an autonomous taxi and left the scene. Sitting in the warm and dry taxi, Luo Keek wiped the rain off her body. It was 11:00 am now, so if she went home, she would not be discovered by the maids yet. Luo Keek took out her phone and opened the Adventurers Guild mini-program. According to the Guild's rules, after completing every mission, adventurers must use the mini-program to report the process and results of any anomalous incidents. For this anomalous incident at the Maid Cafe, Luo Keek had prepared plenty of evidence, enough to expose all of He Qing's crimes. But when uploading the data, the little girl hesitated. After contemplating for a moment, Luo Keek canceled the submission, wrote a new report, and sent that one instead. In this new report, Luo Keek lied, claiming she had not found He Qing and speculating that he might have been dead for a long time, and that the He Qing people saw daily was just a puppet of an anomalous entity. Keek, why write it like that? Dark Keek spoke up suddenly, asking with confusion, "Did not you want to expose that guy's crimes?" "I cannot." Luo Keek shook her head and sighed softly, saying, "Given his identity as a member of the He family, this kind of report would never be made public, and instead, it would only make me a target for them. That is one reason, and for the second reason." Luo Keek made a number 2 gesture. "This incident is far less simple than we imagined." The little girl closed her eyes slightly. The Adventurers Guild records mention that people who meet the puppet girl gradually lose their memories of her. An ability strong enough to affect the real world is something that simple puppet arts could never achieve. This means that behind He Qing, there must be someone powerful supporting him. Before finding out the truth, Luo Keek cannot recklessly expose herself. As for He Qing's crimes, Luo Keek decided to wait until she was strong enough to seek justice for those victims. And a moment later, the system panel appeared before Luo Keek's eyes. Ding! System mission, the life-devouring cafe, completed. Mission Objective 1, uncover the truth of the incident and survive, completed. Mission Objective 2, eliminate the anomalous entity causing the incident, completed. Overall rating, A+. Evaluation conclusion, meticulous, deducing the truth of the event through details. Strong will, excellent use of personal abilities, and found hope for victory in a desperate situation. Overall rating, A+. Mission reward, 1,400 anomaly points. Not bad. Looking at the mission rewards, Luo Keek nodded with satisfaction. The maximum reward is 1,500 points, and the system gave her 1,400, which shows that the system holds the little girl in very high regard. Now, Luo Keek has 3,150 anomaly points in her hand. She browsed the shop for a bit, but found that there was not really anything at this price range suitable for her. Forget it, I will save them. Luo Keek shook her head and dismissed the panel. She had already gained a lot from this mission. Not only did she obtain a new fire element, but her Pale Fire and Hunter's license had also been upgraded. At this rate, regaining the title of the strongest in the world did not seem too far off for Luo Jiang. Luo Keek leaned against the window, using her small hands to gently brush through her drenched hair. In this moment, she seemed to return to being that gentle and quiet little girl. The rain grew heavier, the sky was covered in dark clouds, and streaks of purple lightning flickered within them. This terrifying omen meant only one thing. A storm is coming. And in the North District of Mo City, Galaxy Tower. This was the tallest and most prosperous building in Mo City, standing at 702 meters and overlooking half the city. The top floor of Galaxy Tower was an luxuriously decorated hall belonging to the most powerful family in the city, the He family. In the hall, a man around 20 years old sat on a black leather sofa, legs crossed, holding a steaming cup of tea in his left hand and reading a newspaper closely with his right. Just then, a knock on the door reached the man's ears. "Old Chen, have not I told you not to disturb my afternoon nap between 11:00 am and 12:00 p.m. every day?" The man put down the newspaper, his tone quite impatient. "Young Master He Ning, this matter is very important. I must report it to you immediately," replied the person outside the door. "In your eyes, Old Chen, even trivial things can be called important." The man named He Ning straightened his collar, placed the teacup on the table in front of him, and said softly, "Fine, fine, come in." With He Ning's permission, the door was slowly pushed open, and a middle-aged man resembling a butler walked in. "What is it? Speak." He Ning waved his hand, signaling the middle-aged man named Old Chen to sit. But Old Chen did not do so. He stood before He Ning. "Young Master He Ning, your brother He Qing's soul lamp went out at 10:30 this morning." Old Chen's tone carried a hint of sorrow. It looked like it was faked. "What?" Hearing the news, He Ning stood up immediately. "He Qing died. Who did it?" He Ning appeared very agitated, but not a trace of sadness could be seen on his face. There was even a hint of joy. According to He Qing's recent itinerary, he was likely killed by an adventurer, explained Old Chen. "Good riddance." He Ning clapped his hands happily and said excitedly, "This guy used the family's resources for nothing, ruined so many young girls, he deserved to die a long time ago." After clapping, He Ning seemed unsatisfied. He took a bottle of red wine from the table and pried it open right in front of Old Chen. Then He Ning took 2 wine glasses, poured the wine into them, and handed one to Old Chen. "Come, Old Chen, let us toast to my brother. May he never be reincarnated in hell." Old Chen did not refuse. He clinked his glass with He Ning's and downed the wine in one gulp. "That said, young Master He Ning, how should we handle the adventurer who killed He Qing?" Old Chen put down his glass and asked softly. He Ning pondered for a moment and said quietly, "Although I personally appreciate this adventurer, He Qing was still a member of the He family. You cannot just kill people from the He family." "How about this?" He Ning seemed to have made a decision. He drank his red wine in one gulp and said deeply, "Find out her identity first, then we will decide." "Yes." Old Chen nodded and prepared to leave. Wait, one more thing." He Ning called Old Chen back and instructed, "The Adventurers Guild has been quite strict lately, so Old Chen, prepare some more money and try to buy the information all at once." "Understood." Old Chen responded and left. He Ning walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, silently watching the heavy rain outside, a smile he could not suppress on his face. Interesting, truly interesting. He Ning paced back and forth. To dare to kill a member of my He family, she truly has guts. I really want to get to know you, mysterious adventurer. Achoo. In the driverless taxi, Luo Keek suddenly sneezed. "Someone is talking about me. Little Dark, is that you?" Luo Keek wondered. What the little girl did not know was that she had already been targeted. More than half an hour later, the unmanned taxi carried Luo Keek back to the Luo family estate. The little girl specifically had the taxi drop her off in a secluded corner, avoiding all surveillance, before feeling safe enough to prepare to get out. "Beep, you have arrived at your destination. The fare is 57.4 yuan. Please choose your payment method." Above the car handle, there was a palm-sized screen displaying a QR code for payment. Luo Keek subconsciously took out her phone, opened a blue software, and started scanning the QR code. "Beep, your balance is insufficient. Please change your payment method." The little girl was stunned for a moment, then glanced at her phone. "Balance, 3.04 yuan. How did I end up with so little money left?" Luo Keek furrowed her brows slightly and whispered, "Zion, is there any Yan currency in the system exchange list? In Mo City, if you do not pay the taxi fare, the doors will not unlock." "None, I'm afraid." And Keek replied, "Besides, I remember that the quest you took from the Adventurers Guild is supposed to pay in Yan currency, right? The reward for the maid cafe quest from the Adventurers Guild was 1,500 Yan currency, plus 500 contribution points. It has not arrived in my account yet. Luo Keek shook her head. The Adventurers Guild is notorious for its inefficiency. Quest rewards for adventurers like them are usually held until the next month before being issued. What should I do? The little girl leaned against the window, troubled, watching the torrential rain outside. She considered breaking the window, but if she did that, the taxi would surely trigger an alarm, and by then, the whole Luo family estate would likely hear it. A moment later, as if recalling something, and Keek suddenly spoke, whispering in Luo Keek's ear, "Keek, do you remember the bank card Uncle Yang gave you at breakfast?" Bank card? Luo Keek froze for a moment before it clicked. This morning, the head butler, Uncle Yang, had indeed given her 2 cards. One was her student ID, and the other was her bank card. Luo Keek did not hesitate anymore and took the small black card out of her space ring. This bank card was a small gift from her father, Luo Yun. According to Uncle Yang, this card contained the little girl's pocket money. Luo Keek tapped the payment interface with the card a few times, and then a small bank card slot appeared on the door handle. I have to say, this thing is quite smart. It even supports anonymous bank card payments. The little girl inserted the card and entered her password, which was her birthday. The payment system went silent for a moment, seemingly stuck. A minute later, the payment system finally began to broadcast. Beep, payment successful. Your balance is 299,999,942.6 yuan. A long string of numbers came out of the broadcast. Then, the black bank card popped out of the slot. How much? Listening to the series of nines, Luo Keek was dumbfounded. Respected customer, your balance is 299,999,942.6 yuan. The broadcast repeated it again, and this time Luo Keek heard it clearly. A card with 300 million Yan currency. Luo Keek was a bit bewildered. Honestly, this was the first time in her life she had seen so much money. In her previous life, even when she was the strongest adventurer on Blue Star, her card balance had never exceeded 10 million. And now, a father she had never met and who was always away had casually given her a card as a gift with 300 million in it, and said it was her pocket money. What kind of family is this? Before, the little girl had even complained that the Luo family's values were still in the feudal age. Now, Luo Keek dared not make any more comments. And Keek, on the other hand, seemed to have anticipated this, so she did not show much surprise. Luo Keek always felt that Keek was keeping something from her, but since Keek would not say, the little girl was too lazy to press the matter. And after paying the fare, Luo Keek opened the car door and rushed into the rain. Achoo! Before she had taken 2 steps, the little girl felt a chill and sneezed. She rubbed her little hands together and walked step by step into the courtyard. It is a bit cold. Luo Keek trembled slightly, feeling that something was wrong with her body. From the moment she got in the taxi, she had felt weak all over and her limbs were aching. She thought it was because she had overexerted herself in battle. Only now did Luo Keek realize that her head was also beginning to spin. Zio, and what is happening to me? Luo Keek leaned against the wall, panting softly. You have caught a cold, Keek. And Keek said softly, the autumn rain is chilly, and on top of that, you were already frail and you exhausted your stamina during the fight. Everything combined, you have fallen ill. Who I see. Luo Keek let out a warm breath and, bracing herself, entered the villa through the back door of the courtyard, walking slowly inside. Her footsteps felt so heavy now, and everything in front of her was blurring. Fortunately, no one noticed her, which made Luo Keek feel relieved. There seemed to be no one else in the villa at the moment. Luo Keek took difficult steps onto the staircase, intending to return to her room. And when it took her nearly 5 minutes to reach the last step, the little girl suddenly noticed someone standing at the top of the stairs, right in front of her. The head maid, Aya. Aya seemed a bit angry. There were a few raindrops on her beautiful face. Miss Keek, why did you run out by yourself without telling us? Aya's tone carried a hint of anxiety. Only then did Luo Keek barely notice that the head maid's clothes were also soaked, as if she had been searching for the little girl outside for a long time. Aya, I am sorry. Luo Keek tried to explain, but a moment later, she could not hold on any longer. The high fever made her vision go black, and she lost consciousness. The moment before she passed out, Luo Keek remembered a debuff she had. Frail level 5. Then, under Aya's horrified gaze, Luo Keek collapsed straight down. And I do not know how much time passed before Luo Keek regained consciousness. Her first sensation was heat. Her whole body was wrapped in a layer of heat. No, it was hot water. Luo Keek opened her eyes and realized she was lying in a bathtub, soaking in a hot bath. The warm water slid over her smooth skin, and a layer of white soap bubbles floated on the surface. "Miss Keek, you're awake." Aya's voice rang out behind Luo Keek. Luo Keek turned her head and realized Aya was sitting behind her, brushing her hair. "Why am I in the bathroom, and why is Aya here? Could it be?" Luo Keek felt a flutter in her heart, with some unsettling conjectures. However, after observing Aya carefully, she realized that this woman in her 20s had no strange intentions at all. Aya was wearing a bathrobe, sitting quietly and brushing Luo Keek's hair with a gentle smile on her face. She looked just like a kind older sister or perhaps a mother. "Miss Keek, please do not run out by yourself again next time. You do not know how worried Uncle Yang and I were." Aya said softly, but this time there was no reproach in her words. "You were running a high fever and your clothes were soaked. Uncle Yang called a doctor, and until the doctor arrives, he told me to give you a hot bath first." The head maid explained patiently. For someone with a high fever, a hot bath is very beneficial. Luo Keek nodded. After thinking for a while, she found an excuse. I went to the back mountain and walked for a few hours." It was a poor excuse, but Aya believed it. "Well, Miss Keek, I know you like outings, but you should tell us beforehand. You are so frail, if something happened, how would we answer to Mr. Luo?" Aya's words made Luo Keek lower her head slightly. "I understand, Sister Aya," Luo Keek answered softly. The two fell into a brief silence. A moment later, Luo Keek broke the silence first. "Miss Aya, let us change how we address each other in the future. Calling me Miss all the time feels a bit strange," the little girl whispered. "Well, that seems to make sense." Aya asked with a smile then, "Keek, why do not you call me Sister Aya? How about that? Come to think of it, I used to have a sister about your age." Mentioning this sister, Aya suddenly paused, and then her smile faded quite a bit. It looked like Aya was reminded of some unpleasant memories. "Okay, Sister Aya." Luo Keek nodded, then whispered, "From now on, just call me Keek. It sounds more natural." "No problem, Keek." Aya smiled again and gently patted Luo Keek's head. And after the hot bath, with Aya's help, Luo Keek changed into a pink teddy bear pajama set. Then Luo Keek was tucked into bed. "Keek, would you like to eat something?" Aya had changed back into her black and white maid outfit and stood at the head of Luo Keek's bed, asking softly. "No need, Sister Aya. I am so sleepy, I want to sleep for a while." Luo Keek yawned and pulled the quilt tightly around her. "All right." Aya responded with a smile. "Keek, if you get hungry, you can come to the hall to find me. I will be staying there." Having said that, Aya left Luo Keek's room. Looking at the pink bear pattern on the ceiling, Luo Keek slowly closed her eyes and drifted off into a dream. This sudden illness kept Luo Keek bedridden for 3 days. For the first time, she finally understood what it truly felt like to be sickly. It was an illness that a normal person could cure with just a few pills, but Luo Keek lay in bed for 3 whole days, taking all sorts of medicine during that time, before she could barely manage to regain her ability to move. Initially, Luo Keek was prepared to buy a bottle of panacea from the system to take, but the medicine was too expensive, costing 3,000 anomaly points, and after hesitating for a long time, she could not bring herself to spend the money. It is worth mentioning that the spatial ring on the little girl's finger was not discovered by the head maid. Thinking about it now, and Keek must have used some little tricks. And Luo Keek got up, opened her phone, and found 2 unread messages. These 2 messages were from Awei and Jiayuan. They were much luckier than Luo Keek. The missions they took on were completed without much effort. By now, they had both become official adventurers. Moreover, that guy Awei had completed 5 missions in these 3 days and was already close to being promoted to a level 2 adventurer. Sai, why is the competition so fierce, even in the Adventurers Guild? Luo Keek let out a soft sigh and put down her phone. Afterward, she slowly walked out of the room and went down the stairs. At that moment, in the lobby on the 1st floor, the head maid Aya was holding 2 white tickets and waving at Luo Keek. Keek, look what I managed to get. Aya walked up to Lu Keek and handed the tickets to the little girl. Lu Keek took the tickets and examined them carefully. Mo City 5-star attraction, Hulin Bay National Park VIP ticket, child. What is this? Lu Keek held the tickets and looked at Aya in confusion. Keek, I know your favorite hobby is going on outings and enjoying nature. Aya shook the tickets in her hand and said happily, it took me a lot of effort to persuade Uncle Yang to agree to let me take you out to play. How about it, Keek, want to go? Aya asked with a smile. To be honest, Lu Keek did not really want to go. This kind of situation felt just like a special quest that suddenly pops up while playing a game. Intuition told Lu Keek that this sudden trip probably would not end well. Furthermore, the name Hulin Bay did not sound very auspicious. But it would not be good to refuse directly, since Aya had taken care of her for 3 days. Lu Keek hesitated for a moment and asked, right now. Aya nodded. I heard that breathing some fresh air is good for patients, you know. Looking at Aya's happy face, Lu Keek sighed softly and had no choice but to agree. So the two of them started to get ready. Aya carried a small shoulder bag containing 2 bento boxes, some water, and a good amount of the medicine Lu Keek needed. Lu Keek, on the other hand, quietly brought a lot of food and stored these items in her spatial ring. Once everything was prepared, the two set off. And the first stop for Aya and Lu Keek was the high-speed railway station in the southern district of Mo City. Mo City is so vast that the distance between 2 districts is often over several hundred miles. Therefore, people living in Mo City are used to using high-speed rail to commute. In this day and age, the high-speed rail industry is developing rapidly, and ticket prices are very low. For the people of the Yan Kingdom, taking the high-speed rail feels much like taking a bus. Soon, Aya bought 2 tickets to Hulin Bay, but due to the trial operation of the new train, she could only manage to get ordinary second-class seats. Of course, Lu Keek did not mind that. After all, the time on the high-speed rail was only 40-something minutes, so any seat was the same. Once on board, the two sat in their seats and carefully observed the high-speed train. Their seats were part of a pair on the left side of the aisle. Lu Keek was on the inside, and Aya was on the outside. And Keek, this is a new train. Aya pointed to the train window. The train they were riding was entirely in a flashy red, with flame-like patterns painted on the front, looking very cool. This train was a newly developed high-speed train in the Yan Kingdom. It is said that the nose of the train adopts a new design that can effectively increase speed. Lu Keek gave a perfunctory response and then turned her gaze to the other passengers. There were about 15 people in this carriage, most of whom were office workers rushing to work. In the last row of the carriage, 3 strange-acting individuals caught Lu Keek's attention. They were 3 middle-aged men sitting in a row, expressionless and looking very serious. What was surprising was that the man in the middle seat had his hands hanging between his legs, covered by a black handkerchief. Faintly, Lu Keek could see silver metallic light beneath the handkerchief. Handcuffs. That was the first thing that came to Lu Keek's mind. From this, she deduced that this man was likely a prisoner, and the 2 middle-aged men beside him were probably plainclothes officers escorting him. Interesting, Lu Keek thought to herself. And just then, the train started to move. A greeting sound came over the loudspeaker. Dear passengers, welcome aboard Train G. Static noise. The voice on the broadcast suddenly got stuck halfway through. Then, a series of unpleasant electromagnetic noises came out from the speaker. Whoosh! Following that, a cold wind that Lu Keek was very familiar with blew through the carriage. It is an anomaly event. An anomaly event is actually happening here. Lu Keek frowned and placed her hand on the spatial ring. A moment later, a muffled voice came from the broadcast. Respected passengers, welcome to the endless train of the underworld. The final destination of this train is hell. Please follow the rules below, otherwise, we cannot guarantee your safety. Follow the rules, and you will have a perfect travel experience. 1. The journey will last 7 days, with a station change every day, and each station has different rules. Please keep this in mind. 2. In case of conflicting rules, please prioritize the rules of the current station. 3. The currency of the underworld is blood. You need to obtain blood to purchase daily tickets and valuable supplies. 4. The underworld does not care about the source of the blood. You may obtain this liquid by any means necessary. 5. Unless necessary, please do not leave your seat. Do not attempt to break the windows, and do not try to go to other carriages. Life is precious, and you only have one life. Please clearly understand this before doing anything. The underworld does not like fools. The red train was still speeding along. The once noisy carriage suddenly fell quiet. Only the broadcast system at the top of the carriage kept repeating the rules over and over. A moment later, a young man sitting in the front row broke the silence. He stood up, scratched his head, and stared at the broadcast, looking completely bewildered. What is this, a prank? The broadcast did not respond to him. It must be a joke by the station. Today is the inaugural run of the new railway after all, the man muttered to himself. He then sat back down in his seat and started playing on his phone. The man's attitude was like that of most people in the carriage. They did not take the broadcast seriously, assuming it was just a prank. Only 5 people, Lococo, Aya, 2 plainclothes police officers, and the prisoner they were escorting, showed signs of distress. An anomalous event. Why did it find me so soon? Lococo bit her lip, feeling utterly miserable inside. She had encountered 3 anomalous events in less than a week. This was beyond mere bad luck. Could it be that my jinxed luck is really at work here? Lococo had not forgotten that besides her frail health debuff, she had another deadly negative effect. Jinxed, level 5. You will only ever get the minimum guaranteed reward in gacha draws, and you will encounter anomalous events even just by taking a walk outside. Lococo's luck this time could be described as abysmal. She was already sick, with less than half of her peak combat effectiveness, and yet she had encountered an anomaly under these circumstances. And to make matters worse, it was the most troublesome type, the Underworld series. Although the Underworld series of anomalous events might seem simple, in reality, this series has the highest death rate and difficulty of them all. Think back to the first anomalous event Lococo experienced, the university exam incident. Only 3 out of 31 people survived. That 10% survival rate is the true terror of the underworld. What is even worse is that Aya is with her, which makes the little girl feel constrained. Sai, forget it, I will just have to take it one step at a time. Lococo shook her head, pushed these troubling thoughts aside, and silently called out to her system. Zioen, why did not the system issue a task this time? After about 10 seconds, Coco's voice appeared. She whispered, system tasks have cooldown periods. I cannot possibly give you tasks every single day. Then why do I encounter anomalous events every single day? I do not know, maybe that is just your jinx nature. Lococo sighed softly, deciding not to bicker with her system. She was always the one ending up on the losing end anyway. The little girl cast her gaze around the train. The high-speed train was still moving quickly. However, on both sides of the train, the once clear windows were now covered with a layer of grayish fog. People's eyes could not pierce through the mist to see what was outside. This fog had also appeared during the Mossity University incident. It was the underworld's method of isolating itself from the outside world. If you enter the fog, you will die. The partition doors in the carriage were tightly shut, and a red sign hung on them reading, "Under maintenance, no passage." It seemed that people were temporarily unable to leave this place. And after observing the environment, Lococo turned her attention back to the corner of the carriage. Right now, the 2 plainclothes officers in the corner were pinning the prisoner down firmly. Chen Ning, is this your doing? Are you trying to use this opportunity to escape? How many accomplices do you have? The younger of the 2 officers looked very nervous, sweat dripping down his face as he interrogated the prisoner. The prisoner named Chen Ning shook his head. On his face was a terrifying scar that extended from his chin all the way to his forehead, looking quite frightening. Do not be afraid, Officer Wang Gwen. Chen Ning forced a smile and replied, if I wanted to run, you would not be able to stop me at all. His tone was calm, but his words were quite arrogant. You. The young officer named Wang Gwen was slightly stunned. Just as he was about to say something, the older officer stopped him. Zio Wang, this guy is right. The older officer glanced at Chen Ning and said softly, the former captain of the Mossity Special Operations Team, the all-around elite soldier Chen Ning. A devil who killed 47 of his own comrades in a week, a traitor. If a guy like this wanted to escape, he would not need to go to such lengths. The older officer spoke every word with deliberate emphasis, his tone filled with disdain. Hearing this, the smile on Chen Ning's face vanished. Luo Rui, I have never betrayed the great Yan Kingdom, nor have I killed my comrades. Chen Ning stared intensely at the older officer, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. "Stop, save that defense for the military tribunal." The older officer named Luo Rui snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to Chen Ning. "Damn!" Chen Ning cursed under his breath and fell silent as well. Interesting. Lokoko, having seen all this, could not help but sigh. If what the old policeman said was true, then this criminal named Chen Ning was an irredeemable scoundrel, as well as a truly terrifying person. In an anomalous event, a person like this is a ticking time bomb in the team. You never know when they might go off and sabotage the others. Therefore, for the time being, Lokoko had to keep a close eye on this guy to prevent any accidents. Just then, Aya suddenly reached out and grabbed Lokoko's arm. "Coco, do not be afraid," Aya said, trying to appear calm. "Whatever happens next, do not panic. Big Sister will protect you." In the head maid's calm tone, there was a hint of hard-to-detect fear. "Sai, it is hard to say who will be protecting whom." Lokoko rubbed her eyes and muttered to herself. But come to think of it, looking at Aya like this, she seems to know a thing or two about anomalous events. Otherwise, she would not be this nervous. It seems Big Sister Aya is hiding some little secrets of her own, Lokoko thought silently. Things are starting to get interesting. And the train ran for another half hour, during which time the broadcast kept repeating the previous rules. After half an hour at exactly 8:00 a.m., the train slowly decelerated and came to a stop. When the train had completely stopped, a few passengers left their seats intending to get off. However, when they reached the doors, they found that they remained tightly shut, showing no signs of opening. It was only then that the passengers slowly realized the gravity of the situation. Just then, a strange mechanical sound suddenly came from the top of the carriage. Click-clack. Soon after, an indicator board made of gears and nails appeared in everyone's view. There was only one reading on this strange board. Carriage temperature, 19 degrees Celsius. It looked like this thing was a thermometer. With the appearance of this thermometer, the carriage broadcast stopped repeating the previous rules. A moment later, the broadcast began a new round of announcements. "Respected passengers, welcome aboard this endless train of the underworld. Next stop, Polar Station. Please be prepared. We will provide you with new station rules in 1 minute." 1 minute passed in the blink of an eye. How will the underworld provide us with new rules, I wonder? Luo Keek was lost in chaotic thoughts. Just then, a small black booklet, the size of a palm, appeared out of thin air on her table. Undoubtedly, this booklet had appeared on everyone else's table as well. Luo Keek picked up the booklet and examined it carefully. On the cover of the booklet were some beautiful, large red characters. Tourist guidelines for the underworld journey, first stop, Polar Station. This station is the Polar Station, the first stop on this train. The Polar Station has a beautiful environment and stunning scenery. It is the perfect choice for living, traveling, and sightseeing. We warmly welcome your arrival. However, due to slight differences between the underworld and the mortal world, you must follow these rules to ensure your life safety. 1. The temperature at this station is quite low, around -240 degrees Celsius. In such temperatures, the train's heating system will gradually fail. Therefore, the temperature inside the carriage will drop every hour, so please be prepared in advance. 2. Do not break the glass or partition doors to go elsewhere. Humans cannot survive in an environment of -240 degrees Celsius. 3. Every 2 hours, the underworld will send an attendant into the carriage to sell goods. Please do not attempt to attack or threaten the attendant, or you will suffer the consequences. 4. The items sold by the attendant are usable, including but not limited to water, food, down jackets, electric blankets, and heat packs. Please do not ask about the source of these goods. 5. The only currency accepted on the underworld train is blood. We do not accept anything other than blood. Beside your seat, there are 6 plastic syringes to help you extract blood. Please use them properly. 6. Your stay at this station lasts until 6:00 am tomorrow morning. The fare for the next stop is 200 milliliters of blood. Please have your fare ready or suffer the consequences. We wish you a pleasant journey. After reading the rules, Luo Keek put the manual down and looked up at the thermometer overhead. If her guess was correct, the first challenge of this anomalous event, this so-called polar station, required them to survive in an increasingly cold carriage until 6:00 am tomorrow. It seemed easy enough, but when had the underworld's tasks ever been simple? Click. Just then, the thermometer above them made a slight sound. Then, the numbers on the thermometer changed. Carriage temperature, 18 degrees Celsius. SSS, it is dropping this fast. Luo Keek was startled, realizing that things were taking a turn for the worse. In less than 10 minutes, the temperature in the carriage had dropped by 1 degree Celsius. At this rate, it would not take long for the temperature to drop below 0. It was about 9:0 am now, and there were 21 full hours until 6:0 am tomorrow. If the temperature really dropped that quickly, none of the dozen or so people in this carriage would likely survive until the morning. It was September, the end of summer. Most people in the carriage were wearing summer clothes like short sleeves and t-shirts. Clothes like these provided almost no warmth against the cold. Luo Keek was dressed in thick autumn clothes because she was sick, and Aya was in a black and white maid outfit with a black shawl. Even though their clothes were slightly thicker than others, they would still be useless in extreme cold. The drop in temperature was noticeable, and Luo Keek felt a distinct chill. The young girl turned around and saw the plastic syringes beside her seat. The syringes were red and placed with the needles pointing down. The needles were as thick as a pencil tip and gleamed with a cold light, looking very sharp. It seems the only way to survive is to use blood to buy supplies, Luo Keek thought. She remained quite calm because she knew that panic would not solve anything. However, the others in the carriage were not as composed as she was. At the carriage door, a young man with dyed yellow hair kicked the door impatiently several times. "What the hell?" The yellow-haired man kept kicking the door and complained, "Can a new train really break down? I am in a rush to get to a party." He kicked for a long time, but could not get the glass door open. "Hey, friend." A salaryman wearing glasses handed his black manual to the yellow-haired man. "It seems like we are really in trouble. Look at this thing." It suddenly appeared on everyone's table, the bespectacled man explained seriously. "Slap." Instead of taking the manual, the yellow-haired man slapped the glasses-wearing man's hand, knocking the black booklet to the floor. "Stop spouting nonsense. I do not believe in this spooky crap." The yellow-haired man said crudely, "You must have conspired together to scare me." The man with glasses was stunned for a moment, realizing it was futile, so he shook his head and returned to his seat. "Idiot." Watching the yellow-haired man's actions, Luo Keek scoffed and muttered to herself. Some people were just ungrateful and mistook others' kindness for malice. The anomalous event had not even officially begun, yet the guy was already wasting his energy and sweating profusely. Once the temperature dropped and he was hit by the cold wind, he would probably die instantly. In these situations, people like him are always the first to go. He was not worth pitying, nor was there any need to save him. And 10 minutes later, the yellow-haired man finally realized he could not kick the train door open. He panted heavily and sat down against the door. With his giving up, the others gathered at the door also shook their heads, returned to their seats, and began reading the manual. Click. A moment later, the thermometer made another sound, and new numbers appeared on its face. Carriage temperature, 16.5 degrees Celsius. This time, people could finally truly feel the cold. Freezing point was approaching. Divider line. P.S. Freezing point is 0 degrees Celsius. Half an hour later, the temperature inside the carriage had dropped to 16 degrees Celsius. This temperature was low enough to make people feel visibly cold. At the very least, Luo Keek was shivering from the chill now. She had not fully recovered from her illness, so naturally, she could not handle the freezing cold. It was not just Luo Keek who could not take it. Soon, everyone else in the carriage began to feel cold as well. Who turned on the air conditioning and set it to 16 degrees. An elderly, middle-aged woman complained softly. She raised her hand to touch the ventilation fan above her head, only to find there was no breeze at all. The lowest temperature for most air conditioners is 16 degrees Celsius. So, this middle-aged woman assumed that someone had turned on the onboard AC, causing the train to cool down rapidly. Clearly, even now, some people still refused to believe they had entered an anomaly. They just assumed this was an accident. However, when the number on the thermometer dropped to 15.5 degrees, they could no longer remain calm. "I need to call the police. I have to call the police." The man in glasses sitting in the first row opened his phone, preparing to dial an emergency number, but there was no signal at all, and he could not get through to anyone. The blonde man was furious. He tore his rule manual into shreds, grabbed a metal cup, and started smashing the train window. "What kind of bullshit underworld is this? Who are you trying to scare? As he smashed, he yelled loudly, "If you have the guts, come and kill me." The blonde man's actions terrified the passengers around him. They retreated again and again, fleeing from him as if he were a plague. But clearly, the guy's actions were nothing more than the impotent rage of a weakling. The windows of a high-speed train are extremely tough. Without a hammer for breaking the glass, no matter how hard the blonde man hit, he could not break the window. Soon, the blonde man realized this too. He stopped smashing the window and started looking for sharp objects inside the carriage. But after searching for a long time, he could not find a single useful tool. Apart from the syringes next to each passenger seat, the blonde man could not find anything that could be called sharp. He sat slumped in his seat, curling up into a ball, trying to keep himself warm. And at exactly 10:00 a.m., the temperature inside the carriage dropped to 15 degrees. It dropped 4 degrees in 1 hour. At this rate, the temperature here will bottom out at around -60 degrees. Luo Keek calculated silently. As time ticked by, the people in the carriage slowly began to understand their situation. They consciously tried to conserve energy and started searching for anything that could be used for warmth. The first things to be targeted were the blankets on the seats. These thin blankets were very soft. Although they were only the size of a towel, they were extremely precious sources of warmth for passengers dressed in summer clothes. The occupancy rate of this carriage was only half, so every passenger got a blanket. Some arrogant people, like the blonde man, even snatched 4 blankets to cover themselves. Aya also got 2 blankets, but she did not use them. Instead, she covered Luo Keek with both. "Sister Aya." Luo Keek wanted to refuse, but just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted by Aya. "Keep them, Keek." Aya shook her head, her eyes filled with a trace of guilt. In Aya's view, it was her fault that the little girl had fallen into danger. "Do not worry, I am not cold." Aya patted Luo Keek's head and forced a smile. However, the girl's slightly trembling legs still betrayed her true condition. And after distributing the blankets, the passengers returned to their seats. People did not speak. They just silently stared at the thermometer overhead, watching it change bit by bit. And so, another hour passed. During this hour, the carriage was unusually quiet. And this quiet time was completely shattered the moment the temperature dropped to 10 degrees Celsius. The first to stand up was again the blonde man. He tied the blanket around himself and slowly walked over to the man in glasses. "Hey, buddy." The blonde man reached out and said impatiently, "You took 4 blankets, right? I see you are only using 2. If you are not using the other 2, lend them to me for now." After saying this, the blonde man did not wait for the man in glasses to agree, reaching out directly to take the blankets. His sudden action drew the attention of all the passengers. "No." The man in glasses hugged the blankets to his chest and kept shaking his head. "You also took 4, why come and ask me for mine?" The man in glasses said in a low voice. Although he was small in stature and far less sturdy than the blonde man, he did not give an inch. "Hey, you 4 eyes." The blonde man was stunned for a moment, then cursed, "You are not using them yourself, and you will not let others use them. What kind of logic is that?" Having said that, he grabbed the blankets and started wrestling with the man in glasses. The blonde man had a sturdy build, but he had exhausted quite a bit of energy earlier, so for the moment, he could not pull the blankets away from the man in glasses. The 2 of them were deadlocked like this, with neither intending to back down. Already starting to turn on each other. Luo Keek sighed inwardly and shook her head. The underworld is best at stirring up conflict among survivors, letting most of them die from killing each other. But at the end of the day, as long as the survivors involved are united and have the ability to think rationally, then the underworld's tactics of sowing discord would fall apart on their own. It is a pity that in this carriage, there are probably very few people who fall into that category. And 4 eyes, you are dead set on not giving them up, are not you? The blonde man gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at the man in glasses, who did not speak, but just hugged his blankets tightly, indicating his stance through action. "Fine, then do not blame me for getting physical." The blonde man took a deep breath and then raised his fist. Just then, at the back of the carriage, the young police officer who had not moved at all finally took action. This undercover cop, named Wang Wen, ran over to the blonde man in a few strides and pushed his fist down. "Do not anyone make a move," Wang Wen advised in a low voice. The sudden appearance of someone beside him made the blonde man pause slightly. And when the guy reacted, he returned to his manic state. "And who are you?" The blonde man shoved Wang Wen's hand away and asked irritably. Wang Wen was silent for a moment, then pulled a small ID card from his pocket and placed it in front of the blonde man. Law Enforcement Unit, Mo City Southern District Police Headquarters. Name, Wang Wen. Position, Level 2 Officer. A small police badge was printed on the cover of the ID. Seeing this ID, the blonde man squinted his eyes and let go of the blanket. This thing could not be faked. However, given the current situation, Wang Wen's identity as a police officer could not really suppress the blonde man. The blonde man snorted coldly and said dismissively, "So you are just a cop. No wonder you like to be so nosy." Hearing the insulting term for cop, Wang Wen frowned, feeling a bit angry. "I advise you to behave yourself and stay out of trouble with the law," Wang Wen cautioned softly. "Oh, really?" The blonde man was not afraid in the slightest, saying sarcastically, "If you can get me off this high-speed train, then I will be happy to go to the station with you. The question is, can you do it? Dear officer, can you let me leave here, even if it is in handcuffs?" The blonde man's words were filled with mockery, and yet Wang Wen could not refute them, because he, too, was completely clueless about the current situation. Wang Wen put away his ID helplessly, intending to calm the blonde man down again. Right at this moment, the long silent broadcast made a sound once more. Ding dong. "Respected passengers, we will arrange for a server to enter the carriage to sell goods in 2 minutes. Please have the blood for purchase ready. If the syringe is lost, you may ask the server for one. Kindly reminder, please do not attempt to block the server, do not obstruct the server's actions, and do not attempt to injure or kill the server. If you perform the above actions, please kneel in front of the server and apologize sincerely while kowtowing 4 times. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The server will stay in the carriage for half an hour. Happy shopping." The broadcast captured everyone's attention. The passengers in this carriage, while perhaps not geniuses, were certainly not fools. At this point, they understood that to survive in this place, the train's salesperson was the key clue. And so, they stopped what they were doing, opened their eyes wide, and stared fixedly at the carriage partition door, waiting to see how the salesperson would enter. 2 minutes passed in a flash. The moment the clock hands hit 11:02 a.m., a creaking sound suddenly came from the partition door. Then, the glass door slowly slid open. At that exact moment, the blonde-haired man sitting in the front row seized the opportunity and rushed toward the glass door. But as he reached the entrance, he discovered a thick, dense fog behind the glass door, obscuring everything outside. Beyond the fog lay an endless, bottomless darkness. Gulped. The blonde-haired man swallowed hard. He had intended to plunge straight into the fog, but his primal instinct for survival made him slowly back away. Rattle, rattle. Immediately after, the sound of a trolley cart appeared from behind the door. Then, a woman dressed in a waiter's uniform stepped out from the fog. She was about 1.60 meters tall and very slim, but because her face was veiled by a thin red gauze, people could not see her features clearly. The woman pushed a small cart covered with a black cloth into the carriage aisle. With her appearance, the glass partition door closed once more. "Hello, passengers. I am the attendant for this train carriage. I will be staying here for half an hour. If you need anything, please come forward to make a purchase." The woman's voice was melodious and sounded very pure, and her words reached everyone's ears with perfect clarity. Judging by the sound of her voice, this attendant probably is not human, or at the very least, she is significantly different from humans. Luo Keek thought to herself silently. The attendant's voice sounded no different from that of an ordinary person. And come to think of it, this attendant's voice was remarkably similar to Dark Keek's. But there was one tiny difference between them, and that was emotion. When Dark Keek spoke, she always carried some sort of emotion, such as happiness or anger. These emotions are unique modes of expression for humans, something other creatures can never truly imitate. After finishing her sentence, the female attendant stood at the carriage entrance, watching everyone without moving an inch. The people in the carriage seemed spooked by the attendant's uncanny behavior, and for a moment, no one dared to come forward to buy anything. Even the arrogant and boorish blonde-haired man was now leaning against the wall, eyeing the attendant with fear. Just as silence fell over the group, the young plainclothes officer, Wang Wen, stood up. He walked step by step toward the attendant and cautiously produced his ID. "Hello, I am an officer from the South District of Mo City. I need you to cooperate with me," Wang Wen said, enunciating every word clearly. The attendant turned her head to look at Wang Wen, and with a smile, she asked, "Distinguished passenger, what would you like to purchase?" "I need to ask a few questions about this train." Wang Wen paused and pressed on. "What exactly is going on with this train? Why did it shut down for no reason? Are you an accomplice of that guy Chen Ning?" Wang Wen pointed toward the criminal, Chen Ning, at the back of the carriage. "I am sorry, but those questions fall outside of my business scope, and I cannot answer them." The attendant spoke with a smile, her tone devoid of even the slightest emotional fluctuation. "Phew." Wang Wen let out a heavy breath and reached behind his back, as if reaching for his gun. "If you do not answer, I have the authority to arrest you," Wang Wen warned. The officer's words cast a strange, eerie silence over the carriage. The people looked at the tall officer with eyes full of hope, expecting him to bring them a chance at survival. Yet this time, the attendant said nothing. She simply kept smiling, staring fixedly at the officer in front of her. "Playing tricks, are you?" Wang Wen let out a cold snort and reached out to grab the attendant. "Oh no." Seeing this, Luo Keek sensed trouble. She wanted to call out to stop Wang Wen, but it was already too late. Officer Wang Wen's hand latched onto the attendant's arm. "Hey, open the door and let everyone." Wang Wen had just started to speak, but at that moment, he suddenly realized his hand could not move. He pulled with all his might, only to find he could not budge his hand at all. Wang Wen's hand felt as if it had been glued tight to the attendant's arm. Click. Then the officer heard a faint sound, which seemed to be coming from his own hand. Wang Wen looked down subconsciously and witnessed a scene he would never forget. A visible layer of frost had appeared on his hand, and it was spreading at an incredible speed, consuming the officer's entire body. "It is ice," Wang Wen shrieked, uttering the final words of his life. A moment later, the officer transformed into an ice sculpture, completely devoid of life. A gold-plated badge fell out of his pocket, hitting the ground with a tinkling sound. A glimmer of light flickered on the metallic badge. But as the ice sculpture shattered, that light vanished into nothingness. The first casualty of the journey to the underworld had appeared. Inside the carriage, a lifelike ice sculpture of a person is slowly crumbling apart. Fist-sized shards of ice keep crashing to the floor with a bone-chilling crunching sound. It is hard to imagine that just a minute ago, this ice sculpture was a living, breathing person. The death of Officer Wang Wen has plunged the entire carriage into a deathly silence. People stare with wide eyes, looking blankly at the attendant. The latter says nothing. She simply brushes the ice shards off herself and looks at the crowd with a smile. "Respected passengers, if there is anything you wish to purchase, please step forward to view the list." The attendant speaks unhurriedly, her manner seeming perfectly polite, but no one dares to respond. The passengers look at the ice sculpture, their hearts filled with fear and panic. No matter how much they quarreled or argued before, it was nothing more than trivial conflict. These people living in modern society actually have no real concept of death. But as Wang Wen died right in front of them, their mindsets underwent a subtle shift. They finally understood the true meaning of fear. Even the most arrogant blonde-haired man has retreated to his seat, staring at the attendant in shock, not daring to even breathe. What a bizarre way to kill someone. Luo Keek narrows her eyes slightly, looking at the attendant's fair arms. The attendant's movements were simply too fast, so fast that Luo Keek could not even track them. And for some reason, when Luo Keek looks at the attendant, the system panel that should appear is nowhere to be found. There is only one reason for this. The attendant's level is too high, exceeding the range the little girl can scan. "We are in big trouble." Luo Keek gently closes her eyes and shakes her head. Just then, the attendant reaches out a finger and lightly pokes the ice sculpture. Crash! In an instant, the ice sculpture shatters completely, crumbling into a pile of residue on the floor. "Ah Wen!" A painful roar echoes from the back of the carriage. The one who spoke is the veteran officer Luo Rui, Wang Wen's partner and mentor. Seeing his apprentice die, Luo Rui ignores his duty to guard the prisoner. He rushes out, pulls his handgun, and aims it at the attendant. Wang Wen's death has left the veteran officer grief-stricken and irrational. Now, he only wants to kill the attendant to avenge his student. Just as Luo Rui is about to pull the trigger, a rough, large hand suddenly clamps down on his gun. The veteran officer is startled. He looks back and sees the owner of those hands looking at him with a troubled expression. The person stopping the old policeman is the prisoner Chen Ning. For some reason, Chen Ning has managed to unlock his handcuffs. He holds Luo Rui back firmly, not allowing the officer to fire. Chen Ning, you really are in league with the attendant, Luo Rui bellows, struggling incessantly. But no matter how he struggles, he cannot break free from Chen Ning's grip. Officer Luo Rui, if I were really in league with her, I would not be stopping you. I would let you go to your death, Chen Ning says helplessly. Hearing this, Luo Rui is taken aback and stops struggling. What do you mean by that? Seeing that Luo Rui is no longer resisting, Chen Ning releases him. Do you remember what the broadcast said and all those rigid rules? Chen Ning lets out a sigh, explaining with a helpless tone. Rules? Luo Rui thinks for a moment, then it dawns on him. Before the attendant came in, the broadcast did indeed emphasize an important rule. That is, passengers are absolutely forbidden from harming or obstructing the attendant. I thought at first that this rule was to protect the attendant. Chen Ning sighs, but I only just realized that this rule is here to protect us. Luo Lin lowers his gun and begins to calm down. Decades of police work have forged a very resilient character within him. Fighting back his grief, Luo Rui asks softly, "You mean that as long as we break those rules, we will die?" Chen Ning nods. Most likely. Luo Rui falls into silence. A moment later, he shakes his head violently, replying in disbelief, "Impossible, there is no such thing in this world." Chen Ning sighs and points at the attendant, asking rhetorically, "In this world, would you have something like this? That can freeze a person into a statue in 10 seconds. Luo Rui freezes for a second, then bows his head, saying nothing more. He knows Chen Ning is right. Seeing the old officer in such low spirits, Chen Ning pats his shoulder and consoles him, "Wang Gwen, that lad was a good officer, what a tragedy." Chen Ning then returns to the back of the carriage, picks up the handcuffs from the floor, and drapes them casually over his hand. To him, these metal handcuffs are nothing more than a decoration. Luo Rui sits in silence for a while, then walks over to the ice shards and picks up Wang Gwen's ID card and police badge. He wipes the badge clean, places it carefully into his pocket, and sighs, returning to his seat. The attendant says nothing throughout. She just watches the two of them with a smile, as if watching two clowns perform a show. And after the veteran officer retreats, no one else dares to stand up and interact with the attendant. The half-hour of service time passes in the blink of an eye. Seeing that no one is buying anything, the attendant pulls a dozen lists from her cart and distributes these red sheets to everyone. This service session is coming to an end. To enhance your shopping experience, I will provide you with a store list. Please keep it safe. With that said, the attendant pushes her cart slowly toward the rear door of the carriage, opens it, and walks into the dark fog. Ding dong. Respected passengers, shopping hours have ended. In 2 hours, the attendant will return to the carriage to sell goods. Have a pleasant trip. As the attendant leaves, the broadcast plays a new announcement. Luo Keek picks up the list and examines it closely. The store list is very concise, with no extra text, just the names of the items and their prices. Single bento, price 200 milliliters of blood. The bento contains food and drinking water, sufficient for one adult's daily use. Electric blanket, price 400 milliliters of blood. Can be powered using the socket under the seat or via battery. Battery, price 100 milliliters per unit. Provides 1 hour of power for the electric blanket. Down jacket, price 300 milliliters of blood. Provides warmth. The size will automatically adjust to the buyer's frame. And after studying it for a while, Luo Keek finds that only those 4 items are worth buying. The syringe used to collect blood has a capacity of 100 milliliters. Looking at it that way, the items the attendant sells are absurdly expensive. To buy an electric blanket, you would need to draw at least 4 syringes worth of blood. Zio-en, open the shop interface. Luo Keek softly calls out to her system. Then, the shop panel appears before the little girl's eyes. She searches a little and finds the down jacket sold by the system. By purchasing it through the system, Luo Keek only needs to spend 100 anomaly points to buy 2 down jackets. Buying with anomaly points is naturally much more cost-effective than using blood. However, just as Luo Keek intends to purchase the down jacket, the girl suddenly notices a large X blocking the confirm purchase option on the menu. Zio, and what is going on? Luo Keek asks in surprise. This is the first time she has encountered a situation where the system shop is unavailable. Keek, the underworld has isolated this world through some means, so you are temporarily unable to purchase items. Dark Keek explains softly, her words tinged with a hint of bitterness. This news makes Luo Keek's heart sink to the bottom. The system shop was her greatest trump card, but now it cannot be used. Luo Keek touches her spatial ring and successfully retrieves the Kanghuo. Good thing, at least the ring still works. The girl sighs and puts the Kanghuo back. There is still some food and water inside her spatial ring, which gives Luo Keek a little relief. But she cannot withstand the cold with just these things, because the temperature inside the carriage has now dropped to 0 degrees Celsius. At noon, the temperature inside the carriage dropped below 0 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, people could no longer keep their cool. They left their seats and began rummaging around for anything to keep warm. The man with dyed hair had his eye on the leather seats, but he had no tools to strip the leather off. In desperation, he bit into the seat and tore off the red leather bit by bit. Then, regardless of the disgust, he stuck the scraps of leather onto his body. As for the man in glasses, he took down his suitcase, dumped out all the miscellaneous items inside, and covered his body with the case itself. Even the seemingly dignified middle-aged woman had abandoned all pride. She clutched her expensive handbag, hoping to trade it for a blanket or two. Perhaps in the outside world, this expensive handbag could buy tens of thousands of cheap blankets, but here, only things that kept you warm were valuable. No one was willing to trade with her. Watching the people's increasingly frantic actions, Luo Keek shook her head. Their movements would only cause their precious body heat to dissipate even faster. The best strategy now was to lie quietly on the seat, conserve energy, and wait for an opportunity. Only then, perhaps, could they barely manage to survive. And at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when the attendant returned to the carriage, the temperature had already dropped to -5 degrees Celsius. The attendant was the same as before, pushing her cart and looking at everyone with a smile. By now, people could no longer afford the luxury of fear. In the face of death, everything else was trivial. So, they decided to purchase items from the attendant. The first to take action was the man in glasses. Although he looked refined, his methods were ruthless. He pulled out a syringe, hesitated for a moment, then plunged the needle into his wrist. Lacking experience, the man in glasses failed to hit a vein and struck bone instead. The intense pain made him scream, but to survive, he gritted his teeth and plunged the needle in again. This time, he succeeded. Dark red venous blood quickly filled the syringe. The man in glasses stared vacantly at his own blood, then pulled the needle out without hesitation. After stemming the bleeding slightly, he walked toward the attendant with the syringe. I want to buy a down jacket. The man in glasses mustered his courage and handed the syringe to the attendant. The attendant took the syringe, placed it in the cart, and then took out 2 clean ones, setting them in front of him. Sir, a down jacket requires 300 milliliters of blood. You need to provide 2 more syringes, the attendant said with a chuckle. The man in glasses froze for a moment, then picked up the syringe, gritted his teeth, and stuck it back into his previous wound. This sight caused many to turn away, unable to bear watching. Soon, the man in glasses handed over his blood to the attendant. Under everyone's curious gaze, the attendant really did pull a thick, high-quality down jacket from the cart and handed it to him. The man in glasses happily snatched the jacket and threw it over his shoulders. The warmth spreading from his bones made him let out a soft sigh of relief. He walked slowly back to his seat and leaned against it, looking very composed. Seeing this, the others could no longer restrain themselves. They rushed to grab syringes and pierced their own arms, desperate to use their blood to buy warm clothing. Keek, I will buy a down jacket for you. Seeing everyone's actions, Aya felt tempted. She rubbed her numb hands and picked up the syringe beside her. Sister Aya, number. Luo Keek held onto Aya, shook her head and said softly, I can still handle this temperature. How can you say that? Aya gently touched Luo Keek's forehead, estimating the little girl's temperature. At that moment, Luo Keek was still running a low fever, and her body was very weak. You cannot catch a cold again, otherwise your previous illness might flare up. Aya stood up with a smile, a flicker of resolve in her eyes. But Luo Keek did not let go. She put on a pitiful expression, looking up at Aya with pleading eyes. Her passive skill, Act Cute Level 5, was activated. Aya paused, realizing she seemed unable to refuse Luo Keek's request. In resignation, Aya could only sit back down and drape her own shawl over Luo Keek. All right, Keek. I will not buy it for now, but if the temperature drops again, I will buy you a down jacket no matter what. Aya tucked her hands into her sleeves, silently watching the syringe in the attendant's hand. "Meh," Luo Keek replied softly. 300 milliliters of blood was simply too much for the frail head maid to lose. You can endure the cold for a while, but there was no way to recover from blood loss. Unless absolutely necessary, Luo Keek would never trade her blood for the warming items from the attendant. Besides, there was another very important point. After the attendant appeared, Luo Keek had been observing the people in the carriage. The little girl noticed that some people were not in a hurry to draw their own blood. These hidden figures were just silently staring at those who had already drawn blood, their eyes flashing with cold intent. Luo Keek understood what they were thinking. Blood loss would lead to a rapid drop in physical strength. And when that happened, whether it was blood or the warm-down jackets, they could just take them by force. They never intended to draw their own blood from the start. Their targets were their fellow passengers. It was these people that Luo Keek was guarding against. During anomalous events, human reason and emotion are stripped away bit by bit. Therefore, there is an enduring saying among the adventurers: humans are the most dangerous anomalous entities. It was exactly 5 p.m. The sun outside was beginning to set, and the environment inside the carriage was becoming even more harsh. Luo Keek looked at the overhead light. She did not know if she was imagining things, but it felt like the light was getting dimmer and dimmer, as if it were running out of power. Outside the carriage, there was an endless black mist, with not a single glimmer of light to be seen. The train was now relying entirely on the small lights above the passengers' heads for illumination. If those lights went out, the entire carriage would be plunged into total darkness. However, Luo Keek no longer had the energy to think about such things. Achoo! The little girl sneezed softly. She felt weak all over, and her head was spinning. The temperature in the carriage was now minus 20 degrees Celsius. Luo Keek had to admit that with her current fragile body, she simply could not handle this temperature. Her body was starting to burn up. It was a sign of a high fever. Seeing how weak Luo Keek was, Aya felt incredibly anxious. Ignoring the biting cold, she took medicine and a water bottle out of the bag she was carrying. At such a low indoor temperature, the surface of the stainless steel water bottle was no different from a block of ice. The sharp pain from the freezing cold made Aya shiver, but she did not make a sound. She carefully unscrewed the lid and poured out some water. When she left this morning, the water in the bottle had been scalding hot, but now it had lost all its warmth. Phew, thank goodness it has not frozen solid yet. Aya did not despair. She handed the bottle and the pill to Luo Keek. "Keek, take your medicine." The girl nodded with great effort and swallowed the pill with the ice-cold water. But it was clear that at such a low temperature, it was impossible to bring down a fever with just a single pill. Luo Keek's body desperately needed to stay warm. Originally, the girl had planned to use her elemental manipulation ability to summon fire elements for warmth. But after a moment of thought, she abandoned the idea. In a confined space like the carriage, if she lost control of the flames and caused a fire, everyone would suffocate from carbon dioxide. Shaking off those strange thoughts, Luo Keek opened her eyes wide and looked at the people around her. An entire afternoon had passed, and the vast majority of the people in the carriage had chosen to trade their blood for down jackets. A few had even paid a heavy price for electric blankets and bento boxes. Wrapped in warm blankets and eating hot meals, they looked as if they were on an outing. They watched others with smug expressions, as if mocking them for not being decisive enough. However, no matter how proud or happy they acted, it could not hide the reality of their excessive blood loss. Their pale faces and bloodless arms revealed their true condition. In the corner, some people who had not given blood were hiding, staring coldly at the others, especially the passengers who had bought electric blankets. The yellow-haired man was one of them. He was hiding in the corner, holding a plastic cup. Beside him was a curly-haired man who seemed to be his companion. The two of them were staring intently at a middle-aged man covered in an electric blanket, as if they were treating him like prey. The police officer, Luo Rui, and the criminal, Chen Ning, who were sitting at the end of the train, had not given blood either, choosing instead to use their strong bodies to endure the cold. Luo Rui and Chen Ning kept their heads low and showed no signs of wanting to rob anyone. So, Luo Keek quietly removed them from her list of potential threats. And time kept ticking by second. For Luo Keek, the medicine she had taken earlier had done absolutely no good. Although the girl had stopped coughing, The rapid loss of body heat still triggered a high fever. Luo Keek felt everything in front of her becoming increasingly blurry, and she could barely hear what others were saying. Just then, a thick down jacket was draped over her. The soft fabric wrapped around Luo Keek's body, shielding her from the freezing air. To Luo Keek, this down jacket felt like rain from the heavens. She struggled to open her eyes and saw Aya, who was smiling at her. Aya had just finished putting the jacket on Luo Keek and was now trembling from the cold herself. Seeing that Luo Zhao was awake, Tianyang's quickly pulled down her sleeve to cover the needle mark on her wrist. The girl had ultimately used her own blood to trade for a life-saving down jacket for Luo Keek. Aya. Luo Keek wanted to say something, but Aya interrupted her. Aya gently stroked Luo Keek's hair and said softly, "Sleep, Keek. Once you wake up, we will be at the station." The headmaid's voice trembled slightly. Luo Keek tried to sit up, but an intense wave of drowsiness forced her to slowly close her eyes. Then, under Aya's heartbroken gaze, she fell into a deep sleep. The cold medicine the girl had taken earlier already had a mild sedative effect, and combined with her fever, she simply could not hold on any longer. And watching Luo Keek drift into a deep sleep, Aya let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that with the down jacket, Luo Keek was out of immediate danger for now. However, Aya's own condition was becoming increasingly dire. The blood loss was causing her body temperature to plummet rapidly. Aya had not bought a down jacket for herself because she knew that if she drew another 300 milliliters of blood, she might go into shock from excessive blood loss. The girl kept rubbing her hands together and blowing on them, hoping to warm herself up a little. After Lin had given her blood, the yellow-haired man and the curly-haired man had also set their sights on the headmaid. Although another middle-aged man had given more blood, a man's combat ability was clearly superior to a woman's. After some consideration, the yellow-haired man changed his target to Aya and Luo Keek. Just then, the old police officer, Luo Rui, who was sitting at the back of the carriage, seemed to sense the yellow-haired man's intentions. He snorted coldly, stood up, and walked over to Aya, blocking the view of the yellow-haired man and the curly-haired man. Luo Rui stared fixedly at the yellow-haired man, as if giving him a warning. The yellow-haired man was slightly taken aback, then whispered a curse, "This old cop." He wanted to say more, but the curly-haired man covered his mouth and pointed to the gun holstered at Luo Rui's waist. "Ah-heh." The yellow-haired man froze. Then, not daring to meet Luo Rui's gaze anymore, he shifted his focus back to the middle-aged man. Aya looked at Luo Rui's back blankly. She understood that the old officer was trying to protect her. Thank you, sir," Aya whispered in gratitude. Luo Rui looked back at Aya's thin clothes and sighed gently. Then, Luo Rui walked silently over to the train attendant. "Give me 6 syringes." Luo Rui said each word clearly and distinctly, his voice deep and strong. Under the surprised gazes of the crowd, Luo Rui took the 6 syringes from the attendant and pierced them into his own wrists without hesitation. His movements were swift, and in an instant, he had drawn 6 tubes of dark red blood. Exchanged them for 2 down jackets. Luo Rui tossed the syringes to the attendant. The attendant smiled as he took the blood, then produced 2 down jackets and handed them to Luo Rui. The old officer did not hesitate. He put 1 down jacket on himself and handed the other one to Aya. Aya looked at the down jacket in her hands, bewildered, and murmured, "But, officer, I cannot." "What do you mean you cannot?" Luo Rui cut her off firmly and said, "Take it. That is an order from the police superintendent." With that, he did not care what Aya thought and walked straight back to his seat. Aya stared at Luo Rui's silhouette, lost for words. She felt that the old man's figure suddenly looked much taller than before. With the old officer's help, the situations of both Aya and Luo Keek improved slightly. And, "Whoa, Officer Luo Rui, 6 tubes at once. Can an old guy like you handle that?" Chen Ning looked at the Luo Rui beside him and could not help but tease him. Luo Rui was quite old, nearly 60. Although he was still in good health, losing so much blood all at once was hard on an elderly person. "That is none of your business." Luo Rui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at his hands, expressionless. "You can barely keep your own life together. Why are you always worrying about others?" Chen Ning sighed with emotion. The old officer remained silent for a moment, then took out Lin Wen's police badge from his pocket, gently touching the emblem on it. "Because I am a police officer, that is enough." Click. It is unknown how much time had passed when the thermometer in the carriage began to spin once again. This time, the reading on the thermometer display turned to -32 degrees. The people in the seats struggled to lift their heads, took a brief look at the thermometer, and then lay back down. The bone-chilling cold had left them feeling numb to both temperature and the passage of time. By now, the lights above the people's heads had become quite dim, flickering from time to time as if they might go out at any moment. It is currently 8 p.m., which means people still need to hold on for another 8 hours to survive successfully. And snap! Just then, a spark suddenly flashed from the small light on the ceiling. Following that, these glowing lights extinguished completely. Having lost their main source of light, the carriage was instantly plunged into darkness. People could only use the light from their mobile phones to barely make out their surroundings. But in such freezing temperatures, phone batteries could not last for very long. As the lights went out, people realized another terrible thing. The power outlets in the carriage had stopped working. This news sent those who had bought electric blankets into a complete panic. Losing the outlet power meant they would have to buy batteries with their own blood to keep the blankets running. An atmosphere of panic quickly spread among the crowd. People held their phones, shining them around the cramped carriage, wasting what little physical strength they had left. At the back of the carriage, the veteran police officer Luo Rui stood up and kept shouting to the carriage, "Everyone, do not panic. Do not lose your composure." However, he was far too weak. Losing 600 milliliters of blood had left this originally hardy old man stuttering even when he tried to speak. In this situation, no one paid any attention to the old officer's advice. Luo Rui gasped for air and sat back down helplessly. Chen Ning, sitting next to the old officer, was in a completely different state. Chen Ning had not given blood, nor had he exchanged for a down jacket. He was wearing a blue shirt and did not seem cold at all. "Hey, Chen Ning." Luo Lin patted Kingsu Ning's arm and asked in disbelief, "Are you thick-skinned or something? Are you not afraid of the cold at all?" The temperature in the carriage now would make an ordinary person feel cold even with a down jacket, but Chen Ning was acting like nothing was wrong, occasionally moving around like a robot. Chen Ning shrugged helplessly and explained, "This is nothing. I used to train at the border where it was -40 or 50 degrees. The instructors would make us wear short sleeves and lie in the snow all night. That is what you call cold." Hearing this, Luo Rui shook his head and sighed softly, "Fine. You are tough." And the commotion in the carriage woke Luo Keek up. The little girl had slept for a full 3 hours. Her fever had broken, and her spirits had recovered quite a bit. "Keek, you are awake." Seeing Luo Keek turn over, Aya happily felt the little girl's forehead. "Phew, the fever is gone. That is so good." Aya breathed a sigh of relief and took a lunchbox out of her bag. "Keek, eat something." However, when Aya opened the lunchbox, she realized the food inside was frozen as hard as iron. Looking at the embarrassed Aya, Luo Keek smiled and shook her head, then took 2 biscuits from her space ring. "Sister Aya, here you go." Luo Keek handed the biscuits to Aya. "Hi." Aya took the biscuits and looked at the little girl in confusion. "Keek, when did you bring biscuits?" Luo Keek thought for a moment and replied casually, "I brought them when I left the house, and I still have plenty in my pockets." Hearing this, Aya felt relieved and nibbled on the biscuit, trying her best not to make a sound. And unlike the warmth on Luo Keek's side, on the other side of the carriage, the yellow-haired man and the curly-haired man were squatting in a corner, unable to handle the cold any longer. They had not bought down jackets and were looking for a chance to rob others of their warming supplies. Previously, they had delayed their actions out of fear of the old officer. But now, the small light on the ceiling was broken, and the old officer Luo Rui was extremely weak. The yellow-haired man felt his opportunity had arrived. "Yellow hair, when are we going to make a move?" the curly-haired man asked, trembling. The yellow-haired man gritted his teeth and stood up. Now, the yellow-haired man seemed to have made up his mind. He clutched a plastic cup in his hand and said viciously, "We can make our move now." "That is exactly what I was waiting for." The curly-haired man jumped up. In his hand, he held a steel pipe he had dismantled from a seat. Under the cover of darkness, the two slowly walked toward their target, a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had not only bought a down jacket, but also an electric blanket and several batteries. And so, at a time when everyone else was terrified, this middle-aged man was dozing off comfortably, leaning against his chair under the electric blanket. Of course, having bought so many things, the middle-aged man had naturally given a lot of blood. At this moment, he clearly had no strength to resist. Curly, I will hit his head first, and then you cover his mouth. The yellow-haired man whispered, remember, do not smother him to death, or we will have to face the gun. Understood. The curly-haired man agreed in a low voice. And soon, the two walked up to the middle-aged man. The yellow-haired man took a deep breath, raised the cup high, and smashed it down fiercely. Bang! The cup filled with ice cubes slammed into the middle-aged man's forehead, making a loud noise. Immediately after, the curly-haired man stepped forward quickly and covered the middle-aged man's mouth. Then, the yellow-haired man began to pull at the electric blanket and down jacket on the man's body. The plan was going well, but just then, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. He did not know where he found the strength, but he pushed the curly-haired man away and opened his mouth, gasping for air. The will to survive had triggered a burst of immense power in a person who had suffered severe blood loss. Help! The middle-aged man was about to call for help, but the yellow-haired man covered his mouth again. Then, the yellow-haired man reached out instinctively, snatched the steel pipe from the curly-haired man's hand. He gritted his teeth and slammed the steel pipe hard onto the middle-aged man's head. Bangs, bangs, bang. One blow, then another. Slowly, the middle-aged man stopped breathing. His hand dropped helplessly to his side, and dark red blood flowed down from his head to his fingertips, then dripped onto the ground. The second victim had appeared. The death of the middle-aged man seemed to signal the other survivors. The bloody night had already begun. A faint smell of blood spread throughout the train carriage. The victim was a middle-aged man, and by now he had no vital signs left. He stared blankly at his killer, eyes wide open in death, unable to rest in peace. Thick, warm blood pooled on the carriage's black carpet, mixed with bits of white, viscous matter. The one responsible for all this, the guy with the yellow hair, stood there clutching a blood-stained steel pipe, staring blankly at the corpse. After the initial rush of impulse faded, the yellow-haired man was filled with fear and panic. Yellow hair, you killed him. The curly-haired man stared at him, dumbstruck, his face full of terror. Why did you kill him? We are going to jail. No, wait, murder means the death penalty, right? The curly-haired man had completely lost his mind, shaking the other man's body incessantly. Shut up. The yellow-haired man shoved him aside and roared, I know murder leads to the death penalty, but if I did not do it, we both would have frozen to death. That is right, I killed him to keep us both alive. Yes, I only killed for the sake of survival, so I cannot be blamed for this. The yellow-haired man went on and on, as if he had finally convinced himself that murder was the natural thing to do. If I did not kill him, we both would have died. Do you understand? He stared intensely at his companion. The panic in his eyes had vanished, replaced by an icy, cold look. You! The curly-haired man pointed at him, completely at a loss for words. His train of thought had been completely derailed by the other man. The yellow-haired man stopped wasting words. He tossed the pipe aside, shook the blood off his hands, and began pulling the down jacket off the corpse. Because of the extreme cold inside the carriage, the blood on the body had already frozen solid, turning into dark red icicles clinging to the fabric. The yellow-haired man frowned, snapped off the bloody icicles, and then removed the jacket. He did not care about the bloodstains at all, and put it straight on over his own clothes. Phew! A wave of warmth and an unprecedented sense of comfort made him let out a long sigh of relief. The jacket did not fit him well. After all, it was stripped from a corpse. But the yellow-haired man was in no position to be picky anymore. Next, he picked up the electric blanket, but unfortunately, it had already drained its battery and was barely warm at all. Here, he tossed the electric blanket to the curly-haired man. The comfort provided by the down jacket wiped away all his guilt, and he started to feel more and more that murdering the man was the right thing to do. Once such a thought took hold, it became impossible to suppress. He found 1,000 excuses to justify his actions, but he never once considered that if he had just been willing to give blood, none of this would have happened. And, using the dim light of his phone, he looked around and realized that the other passengers in the carriage were all staring at him wide-eyed. Their eyes were filled with undisguised panic. The commotion of the murder was so great that everyone except for the old policeman Luo Rui and Chen Ning at the back had already noticed. However, they were all too terrified to utter a single sound. What are you looking at, you bunch of cowards? After committing murder, the yellow-haired man's personality had shifted. The seeds of cruelty were now taking root in his heart. He put on a fierce facade and yelled, "If you look again, I will slaughter you all too." Close your eyes if you do not want to die." At these words, everyone bowed their heads, not daring to meet his gaze anymore. The only person in the entire carriage who was still quietly watching him was Luo Qi. Luo Qi had already taken out her Kanghyul blade and hidden it in her pocket. Although she was not fully recovered from her illness and was low on stamina, she could easily take him out with her blade and the 5 styles of the killing god. It was just that, unless absolutely necessary, she really did not want to get involved. For one thing, she wanted to keep her identity hidden. For another, if she revealed her strength too early, she might become a target for everyone else. Human hearts are unpredictable. Heaven knows if these passengers would stab her in the back. Therefore, she decided that unless the yellow-haired man threatened the safety of herself or Aya, she would never act. As for the safety of the others, that was up to them. After all, she was not the protagonist of some teenage comic. She had neither the capability nor the desire to save everyone. And at this point, the yellow-haired man had secured the jacket he wanted, but his companion still had no protection from the cold, and the blanket they grabbed earlier was completely frozen. "Brother Yellow, I am so cold." The curly-haired man tugged at his sleeve, pleading tremblingly, "Can you let me wear the jacket for a while? Just for 2 minutes." With the temperature at -38 degrees, wearing only a short sleeve and a freezing cold electric blanket, he could not last much longer. Now tell me, was that man worth killing? The yellow-haired man looked at his sidekick smugly, adjusting the jacket on his body. Yes, he deserved to die. The curly-haired man rubbed his hands and whispered, "Whatever you say is right. Can I wear the jacket now?" Faced with such bitter cold, morality and humanity had become illusions. To the curly-haired man now, he would do anything just to feel a bit of warmth. "Cher, you idiot." He patted the curly-haired man's head and pointed to another passenger, whispering, "One jacket is not enough for the both of us. We have to rob another one." "Robs another one." The curly-haired man was stunned and asked instinctively, "What if they fight back?" "Fight back, then kill them." He made a throat-slitting gesture and said, syllable by syllable, "Since we have already killed one, we can kill another. And this time you have to do the deed." The curly-haired man swallowed hard. He wanted to say something, but the yellow-haired man clamped a hand over his mouth, staring coldly at him. With no choice left, he agreed, praying silently that the next victim would not fight back. And so, they began a scan for their next target. Just then, the train's intercom system chimed, meaning the attendant was coming around again. But this time, something felt unusual. And Luo Qi checked her phone. It was 9:30 p.m. In fact, the attendant had been by only 30 minutes ago. Logically, her next visit should not have been for another 2 hours at 11:00 p.m. With the attendant showing up right after the murder, it was hard not to suspect a connection. Luo Qi instinctively felt that the attendant's appearance would likely make the situation even worse. A moment later, the attendant pushed her cart into the carriage. She still wore the same smiling expression, looking at everyone with a grin, only this time, as she scanned the surroundings, her eyes fell upon the corpse in the seat. Consequently, her smile grew even brighter. The yellow-haired man had intended to target another person, but the attendant's appearance momentarily interrupted his plan. As the train traveled this far, everyone clearly understood that this mysterious attendant was the most terrifying existence in the carriage, and the one they absolutely should not provoke. Therefore, even if he wanted to commit robbery, the yellow-haired man would not make a move at this moment. If he accidentally provoked the attendant, he would be finished. The others were also shocked by the recent murder, so they had no intention of purchasing any items either. For a time, the carriage became deathly quiet. Luo Coco huddled in her seat, silently watching the attendant and observing her every move. Soon, the young girl noticed something strange. During previous sales, the attendant would stand at the front door of the carriage, glancing over everyone inside without letting her gaze linger on any single person for long. But this time, the attendant acted quite out of character. She kept staring at the murdered middle-aged man, appearing quite interested in the corpse. And Luo Coco was not the only one to notice this. The yellow-haired man also spotted this strange occurrence. After a moment of thought, he noticed the bloodstains on the floor. These dark red bloodstains had long since frozen into ice due to the low temperature. Under the dim light, the blood crystallized like scattered rubies, giving off a strangely bewitching beauty. Looking at the frozen blood, the yellow-haired man suddenly remembered something and tapped his curly-haired companion on the head. Curly, do you think the blood of a dead person could also be used as currency? The yellow-haired man pointed to the blood on the ground and said slowly, "It is possible." The curly-haired man's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands together and said, "Shall we give it a try?" Ravaged by the biting cold, even the curly-haired man, who previously still had a shred of humanity, threw away his last bit of virtue. The two men acted immediately. They walked over to the middle-aged man's corpse and hoisted up the already frozen body. It took every ounce of their strength to lift the body to the front of the attendant's cart. Throughout the process, the attendant's gaze followed the corpse intently. Phew! The yellow-haired man set the body down and let out a sigh of relief. He patted the attendant's cart and asked cautiously, "Excuse me, can the blood of a dead person be used as money?" He was acting with extreme caution, and his tone carried a hint of respect. This attitude was a stark contrast to how he had previously threatened the passengers. The attendant was silent for a moment, then she smiled and shook her head. "Sorry, respected passenger. Dead people's blood is not valuable and cannot be used as currency." The attendant's words disappointed the yellow-haired man, but in the next moment, her tone shifted, and she pointed to the corpse on the floor. "However, while the underworld is never short on dead people, we are still willing to give everyone a chance to earn money." Then the attendant held up her fingers, making a gesture of 6. The underworld can acquire corpses, and the price for each body is 600 milliliters of blood. As soon as these words were spoken, all the passengers in the carriage were stunned. And Luo Coco frowned slightly. The attendant starting to buy corpses and offering 600 units for each. This was clearly stoking the flames of chaos. Previously, people like the yellow-haired man only killed others to seize their supplies. If it had not been an accident, he would not have wanted to kill anyone. But now, the underworld was using blood as bait to lure passengers into killing one another. Luo Coco could not even imagine what would happen next. "All right, then we will sell this corpse to you right now." Hearing the attendant's positive response, the yellow-haired man rubbed his hands in excitement. Click! Just then, the sound of a gun being cocked echoed from the back of the carriage. Then, the old police officer Luo Rui stood up. He gripped his weapon and aimed at the yellow-haired man. After all this commotion, the old officer at the back finally realized that a death had occurred. Luo Rui left his seat, and after just a few glances, he understood what had happened, so he aimed his gun at the yellow-haired man. "You killed him, and now you want to trade his body for money." Luo Rui lowered his voice. His calm tone masked a hint of suppressed fury. Seeing the dark muzzle of the gun, the yellow-haired man felt a jolt of panic, but he quickly calmed down. "That is right, I killed him." The yellow-haired man said slowly, "So are you going to act for justice now? Are you going to shoot me? Right now, right here?" The yellow-haired man asked a series of questions, leaning against the attendant's cart without a shred of fear on his face. After killing a man, the yellow-haired man seemed to have undergone a transformation. He was no longer just a simple hoodlum. "Fire, old cop," the yellow-haired man said defiantly. "If you are not afraid of hitting the attendant or shattering the window, then go ahead and shoot." The yellow-haired man's words struck Luo Rui's weakness. In this cramped carriage, Luo Rui simply could not afford to fire his weapon indiscriminately. If he were to hit the attendant or break a window, the consequences would be unimaginable. If Luo Rui had not donated blood and still had his full strength, he was confident that with his decades of marksmanship, killing only the yellow-haired man would be no problem. But the old officer's condition was truly poor now. His hands trembled slightly, and he could not even grip the gun steady. Even Luo Coco, sitting in her seat, could see that the old officer was now incapable of the task. After speaking, the yellow-haired man ignored the officer, dragged the corpse, and exchanged it with the attendant for 6 syringes filled with blood. Then, without hesitation, the yellow-haired man exchanged for a down jacket and threw it to his partner, the curly-haired man. The yellow-haired man was not stupid. He knew he had made too many enemies. If he did not rope in the curly-haired man, he would likely end up isolated and helpless. And half an hour later, the attendant prepared to leave. But before leaving, the attendant dropped one last piece of information, and these words plunged everyone into panic. Due to the rapid drop in temperature and difficulty storing batteries, the underworld has decided to increase the price of batteries to 300 milliliters, previously 100. Please be advised. With that, the attendant slowly walked out of the carriage. Selling corpses for money, rising supply prices, This series of events completely destroyed the people's sanity. People began to live in fear, terrified of becoming someone else's next target. At the same time, they hesitated, wondering if they should strike first. After all, as the temperature continued to plummet, down jackets were no longer enough. People needed electric blankets just to survive. Perhaps there were some kind-hearted people who did not want to kill and intended to purchase electric blankets and batteries by donating their own blood. But at this point, drawing blood meant weakening their own vitality. And once they were physically weak, they would become prey for others. So even the kind-hearted people no longer dared to draw their own blood. A chain of suspicion was forged in their hearts, and once that took root, it was almost impossible to erase. People huddled on their seats, scanning for targets or identifying those they needed to guard against. And the yellow-haired man and the curly-haired man seemed to have already found their targets. They fixed their gaze on Luo Coco. Just a little girl and a maid, what kind of threat could they possibly pose? Let us pick them. Clinging to this thought, the yellow-haired man tightened his grip on the steel pipe. It is 10:20 p.m., and the temperature inside the train has already dropped to -45 degrees. A series of yawns echo through the carriage. Under normal circumstances, this would be the time for everyone to be asleep. The passengers have been on edge since 8:00 a.m., and coupled with this terrifying low temperature, an uncontrollable wave of sleepiness is constantly eroding their sanity. However, even though they are exhausted to their limit, no one has any intention of falling asleep. They stare at each other, their eyes filled with wariness. The waiter's words easily shattered the trust between them, transforming their relationship from fellow passengers into potential enemies. Therefore, the passengers dare not fall asleep, fearing that they might become someone else's prey in their dreams. And Luo Keek shifts slightly on her seat. As the temperature continues to drop, the effectiveness of the down jacket is gradually diminishing. After all, a down jacket only provides insulation. It cannot generate heat out of thin air. Only electric blankets can provide precious warmth, which is why batteries are the only thing that has gone up in price. If the temperature drops another 10 degrees, people will have to cover themselves with electric blankets. Otherwise, they will simply freeze to death in their down jackets. Luo Keek rubs her hands together and looks around, vigilantly observing the movements of others. But the carriage is now too dark, and without a phone for light, the little girl cannot see the situation around her at all. However, even though she cannot see anything, Luo Keek can rely on her intuition to judge the situation around her. In her past life, she experienced countless dangers, and through these events, Luo Keek developed a very sharp intuition that helps her identify danger. And ever since she became this little girl, this sense has become more and more accurate. Keek, this is what they call women's intuition. Dark Keek teases her, "You are getting better and better, Keek. Go away." Ignoring Dark Keek, the little girl takes a deep breath, calms her mind, and starts to sense the surrounding environment. Soon, Luo Keek senses something unusual. In this cold carriage, there are at least 3 pairs of eyes fixed on Luo Keek and Aya, as if they are observing them. Have they targeted us? Luo Keek gently draws her Kanghuo blade and whispers, "Interesting." Clearly, these people watching her want to make a move against her and Aya. In their eyes, the combat power of Luo Keek and Aya is the weakest in this carriage. If they want to attack, they are the easiest targets. Thinking of this, Luo Keek taps Aya's hand. Aya's state right now is very poor. Due to the previous blood draw and the extreme cold, Aya's stamina has been completely drained. She is half reclining on the seat now, using her willpower to stay awake. Although the head maid's condition is terrible, she still uses her small body to shield Luo Keek behind her. "Sister Aya." Luo Keek tugs on Aya's clothes and whispers, "Let me sit on the outside, and you go inside to rest for a while." The little girl wants to swap seats with Aya so she can protect the head maid. Aya is slightly taken aback, then understands what Luo Keek means. "How could that be?" Aya shakes her head and smiles gently. "I am not tired. Keek, you get some rest. We can leave tomorrow morning." The head maid's tone is gentle, but her attitude is very firm. Aya knows in her heart that there will definitely be malicious people coming to cause trouble for them tonight. Therefore, Aya silently vows to herself that no matter the cost, she will protect Luo Keek. Seeing the head maid's firm stance, Luo Keek has no choice but to give up. In extreme events, the law of the jungle is what most people live by. But having said that, is Luo Keek really the weak one? Obviously not. The little girl licks her small fangs, grips the Kanghuo dagger tightly, and waits for the enemy's arrival. And in the corner of the carriage, the blonde guy and the curly-haired guy are squatting on the ground, silently observing Aya and Luo Keek. "Blondie, should not we make a move now?" Curly hair breathes into his hands and then picks up a cold cup. "SHH, let us wait a bit." The blonde guy makes a silence gesture, points to the other end of the carriage, and whispers, "Look." The curly-haired guy follows his finger and sees a sneaky figure appearing by the seats in the first row, right where the guy with glasses is sitting. The figure appears to be a woman, and she is holding a plastic pipe as she walks slowly toward the guy with glasses. It looks like the woman intends to kill him to get his electric blanket and his body. It seems someone else has the same idea as us. The blonde guy sneers and tightens his grip on the steel pipe. No sooner had he finished speaking than sounds of knocking and crashing come from the direction of the guy with glasses. Then bone-chilling roars and the sounds of a struggle follow. Clearly, the woman has made her move, but she failed to take him out instantly, and now the two are fighting in the dark. "Great," the blonde guy says excitedly. Now everyone else's attention is drawn to them. Then the blonde guy stands up and stares at Luo Keek and Aya with a wicked grin. "Let us make our move now, while we have the chance." The curly-haired guy nods and follows the blonde guy, silently approaching the little girl's location. And at the same time, at the back of the carriage, hearing the fighting, veteran police officer Luo Rui instinctively stands up. But just as he is about to check the situation, he is pressed down by Chen Ning behind him. "Officer Luo, what are you doing? Thinking of playing your righteous savior again?" Chen Ning asks in a low voice, holding Luo Rui down firmly. "Nonsense." Luo Rui retorts angrily, "I am a police officer. A cop's duty is to protect the safety of the public." "Protect?" Chen Ning spits and says dismissively, "Officer Luo, I do not mean to discourage you, but with your current strength, and without your gun, how do you expect to save anyone? With your old bones." Hearing this, Luo Rui falls silent. Chen Ning is right. If he cannot fire his gun, the veteran officer has no way to stop the others from fighting. He is too old, and with the blood loss and the extreme cold, Luo Rui is no match for those young men. After a moment of silence, the veteran officer asks, "Chen Ning, you used to be a soldier. Is not a soldier's duty also to protect the public? You clearly have such great strength, yet you remain indifferent to the lives of others. Do not you feel you are betraying the uniform you once wore?" Luo Rui's series of questions leaves Chen Ning stunned. After about 10 seconds, Chen Ning sighs and says softly, "You are right. I have indeed betrayed my identity as a soldier. But I think some people are just not qualified to survive." Chen Ning gestures toward the people in the carriage and says coldly, "Just look at them, cold-blooded, selfish, cruel, and full of suspicion toward each other. These people are not fit to survive in this bizarre world. Even if you save them now, they will just die in another crisis later, so everything you do is futile, and you are just wasting your own life." Chen Ning expresses his philosophy without any reservation. Hearing this theory, the veteran officer sighs softly and says maybe, "You are right. So are you still insisting on saving them?" Chen Ning asks, emphasizing every word. "Yeah, I am a police officer, after all." Luo Rui replies with a bitter smile and a nod. Then, the veteran officer seems to remember something and asks, "Since you think none of the people here are worth saving, why do you keep stopping me and trying to save me?" Chen Ning is silent for a moment and then sighs because, "I think you are qualified to live." The veteran officer is stunned for a moment, then smiles, "Well, that is truly an honor." Thud. Luo Rui only got halfway through his sentence when Chen Ning made his move. He strikes the back of Luo Rui's neck with a heavy palm, knocking the veteran officer unconscious. Afterward, Chen Ning settles the veteran officer onto a seat, sits down beside him, and stares coldly at the others in the carriage. And 2 minutes later, the blonde guy and his companion reach Luo Keek and Aya. The two of them are not exceptionally tall, but they are both nearly 1.8 meters tall. Standing before the small Luo Keek and Aya, they look like two massive black mountains. Luo Keek felt a sudden chill. This chill was not just a simple drop in temperature. It felt more like hostility, or perhaps a killing intent. Enemies are here. Relying on this sensation, Luo Keek knew danger had arrived even without looking. The little girl quietly picked up the Kanghuo and looked toward the aisle beside her. In the narrow aisle, the man with dyed yellow hair and the one with curly hair stood there, smirking at Aya and Luo Keek. The yellow-haired man kept tapping his steel pipe, and that icy killing intent was radiating from him. So it really is the yellow-haired guy. Luo Keek bit her lip, staring intensely at the yellow-haired man in front of her. This guy was the powder keg of the entire train. It was precisely due to his selfishness and brutality that the bloody night had begun. If he had not started killing people, which led the underworld to begin purchasing corpses, the passengers in this carriage would never have ended up in this situation. And now, after killing one person, he still was not satisfied. Judging by his demeanor, he clearly intended to kill both girls to exchange them for valuable blood currency. Just as Luo Keek was about to say something, Aya stepped forward and stood in front of the little girl. "I know what you want." Aya gathered her courage and said to the yellow-haired man, "You kill people simply because you want to trade corpses for blood." If that is the case, Aya tried her best to remain calm. She shielded Luo Keek behind her and said softly, "I can give you blood. That way, you will not need to kill anyone." Hearing this, both the yellow-haired man and the curly-haired man were taken aback. Then the curly-haired man tugged at the yellow-haired man's clothes and whispered, "Boss, she makes a good point. Since we do not have to kill, maybe we should try not to." The yellow-haired man thought for a moment and nodded. "And how much blood do you think would be appropriate for us?" The yellow-haired man sneered, looking from Aya to Luo Keek. "A single corpse is worth 600 milliliters of blood, so 2 people must be worth 1,200 milliliters. Before Aya could respond, the curly-haired man blurted out, "Miss, give us 12 vials of blood, and we will leave immediately." 12 vials? Aya swallowed hard. As the head maid of the Luo family, she had learned some nursing skills and naturally understood what losing 1,200 milliliters of blood meant for her. With her small frame, losing that much blood would likely cause her to go into shock on the spot, and in a worst-case scenario, she could even die from blood loss right here in the carriage. To say she was not afraid would be a lie. But despite her fear, Aya nodded resolutely. "I agree, but after you take the blood, you must promise me one thing." Aya paused, then pleaded, "You must promise not to harm my little sister." The little sister the head maid referred to was naturally Luo Keek. The curly-haired man was slightly stunned, then instinctively said, "I promise you." The yellow-haired man, however, said nothing. He watched Lu with interest, as if calculating something. Seeing that the curly-haired man had agreed, Aya nodded and pulled out a syringe from beside the seat. She gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and aimed the needle at her slender wrist. Just then, the yellow-haired man suddenly stopped her. "Wait a minute." The yellow-haired man pointed at Luo Keek with a malicious grin and said slowly, "If you are adding conditions, you will have to pay an extra price." Aya was taken aback and asked blankly, "What price?" The yellow-haired man held up his hands to make an 18 gesture. 1,800 milliliters of blood, that is 18 vials, not a single drop less. Upon hearing this number, Aya was completely stunned, and even the curly-haired man was dumbfounded. If the previous 12 vials of blood might have caused Aya to go into shock and die, these 18 vials would undoubtedly take the head maid's life. The yellow-haired man never intended to let Aya live from the start. He was just toying with the girl. "You." Aya was about to speak, but at that moment, Luo Lin suddenly stood up. The head maid instinctively tried to hold the little girl back and grabbed her small hand. The moment their hands touched, Aya felt that Luo Keek's strength was actually a bit greater than her own. Aya looked up at Luo Keek in a daze. At this moment, the little girl's face was completely expressionless as she stared coldly at the yellow-haired man. "You want blood that badly, do not you?" Luo Keek said, enunciating every word, "Then I will give you blood." Then, the little girl extended her index finger and pointed it at the yellow-haired man's head. Being pointed at by the little girl, the yellow-haired man suddenly panicked, though he did not know why. "Just posturing." The yellow-haired man gritted his teeth, dispelled his fear, raised his steel pipe, and swung it toward Luo Keek. Just then, he suddenly felt a gust of wind rushing toward his face. 2 transparent water arrows pierced toward the yellow-haired man's neck and head respectively. PSHH. Everyone in the carriage heard the sound of flesh being pierced. The next moment, all of the yellow-haired man's movements stopped. He stood there blankly, and the steel pipe in his hand slipped to the floor. Under the faint light of the mobile phone, a finger-sized hole appeared on his forehead, and dark red blood began to flow from it. And at the yellow-haired man's neck, another hole of the same size pierced his artery, with significantly more blood flowing from it than from his head. "Your wish has been granted," Luo Keek said coldly, Congratulations, you will never lack blood again. Because you will never need it again. Drip, drip. The sound of dripping liquid echoed through the dark carriage. It was very faint. If you did not listen closely, it would be drowned out by the noise of others fighting. But for the curly-haired man, this subtle sound felt incredibly sharp and terrifying at this moment. The person making the sound was the blonde-haired man. There were 2 new holes in his forehead and neck, with scalding hot blood gushing out and splashing onto the floor. That was what caused the sound. Because the temperature in the carriage was so low, the blood froze the moment it hit the ground. The one who took out the blonde-haired man was, naturally, Lococo. While the blonde man was negotiating with Aya, the little girl had been quietly gathering water elements behind the scenes. She had not originally wanted to kill anyone, but the blonde man had pushed her too far. You could say his death was entirely self-inflicted. And so, Lococo condensed a water crossbow bolt to send him on his way. To be honest, the power of a water crossbow bolt is not usually that great. At most, Lococo could only make her water bolt pierce through a few thin layers of clothing. How then did she manage to kill the blonde man with a single blow? The answer again lies in the temperature. The temperature in the carriage was currently -46 degrees Celsius. In such extreme cold, water droplets turned to ice in just a few seconds. Lococo's water bolt turned into hard ice the moment it was fired. Without needing much guidance, she let the water turn to ice, then drove those 2 sharp ice spikes into the blonde man's body to finish him off. The entire sequence was executed in one fluid motion, without a single wasted movement. The little girl lowered her finger and let out a light sigh of relief. On the surface, she seemed fine, but in reality, manipulating ice took a heavy toll on her stamina. Coco, you. Aya had just recovered from her stupor. She stared blankly at Lococo, wanting to ask something, but was interrupted by the girl. Sister Aya, let me explain everything to you once we reach a safe zone. Lococo shook her head and whispered, "This is not the place to talk." The moment she made her move, she knew she could not hide her strength and special abilities from the head maid anymore. So, she planned to find a time to cook up a half-truth to fool Aya. The head maid had earned Lococo's trust, so she did not mind revealing her powers to her. However, walls have ears. In this crowded carriage, Lococo would never voice her secrets. Upon hearing Lococo, Aya fell silent for a moment, then nodded. After settling things with Aya, Lococo turned her gaze back to the curly-haired man. Thump. Seeing Lococo looking at him, the curly-haired man's face turned sheet white. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the floor. Although he had not seen the exact process of the attack, based on Lococo's reaction and the fate of the blonde man, he could piece together most of what had happened. To him, Lococo had transformed from a petite, soft-looking girl into a terrifying demon lord. A single glance from this demon lord had left him paralyzed with fear. And, watching the shivering man, Lococo recalled a common trope in movies and TV shows. Villains, upon losing hope, would beg the protagonist for mercy. But in reality, people in extreme terror are often unable to speak, which was exactly the state he was in now. He lowered his head, stammering something unintelligible, and Lococo could not be bothered to listen. "If you do not want to die, get lost," Lococo said coldly. She leaned back into her seat, ignoring him entirely. There were 3 main reasons why she did not intend to kill him. First, although he was an accomplice, he did not participate in the killing. He was not as utterly evil as the blonde man, so he did not deserve to die. Second, Lococo did not have much stamina left, and did not want to waste her precious strength on such matters. Third, and most importantly, after making her move, she noticed that someone had been watching her. She was not sure who it was, but that gaze felt incredibly sharp. Someone who could clearly see her actions even in the pitch-black carriage. From that perspective, whoever was watching her likely possessed formidable strength. Thus, she decided to let the curly-haired man go. Phew! Seeing that the girl was not going to kill him, he let out a long breath of relief and slowly retreated back to his seat. Coco! Aya tugged at Lococo's small hand, pointing at the corpse, and asked, "What should we do with him? Shall we sell him to the attendant?" The blonde man was dead, but his body remained upright. It was frozen stiff, so it would not fall over without outside interference. Evidently, Aya wanted to sell the body. Though kind-hearted, the head maid was certainly no saint. From the moment the blonde man had tried to kill her, she had lost all pity for him and certainly would not blame Lococo for the kill. As the head maid of the Luo family, she was also a pragmatist. His body could be exchanged for 600 milliliters of blood, enough to buy an electric blanket for Lococo. "Leave it here for an hour," Lococo said slowly. "Having this thing sitting here will deter others from having bad ideas." The blonde man was not the only one eyeing the two girls. After all, they appeared to be the weakest ones in the carriage. Leaving the corpse there would serve as a significant deterrent. Lococo wanted to send a message. Anyone who tried to harm her or the maid would meet only one fate: death. Aya nodded, agreeing with her plan. She sensed that Lococo had changed. The sweet, soft personality she had at home was gone, replaced by a calm and decisive ruthlessness. Yet, despite the shift in character, Lococo's care and devotion for her remained unchanged, and perhaps even intensified in this dangerous situation. A moment later, a dark figure walked slowly toward them. The figure showed no hostility. He simply pushed the corpse aside and stared at Lococo. Lococo felt his presence and looked up to find that it was the criminal, Chen Ning. There was no bloodlust on Chen Ning. He rubbed his hands together, stripped the down jacket off the blonde man, and put it on without a second thought. He was quite resistant to the cold, but long-term exposure in these temperatures was harmful, so he decided to take the clothes. "You do not need this down jacket, do you?" Chen Ning asked quietly. "You do not mind me wearing it, right?" Lococo shook her head to signal she did not mind. Then the girl asked coolly, "Do you need something?" If her intuition was correct, Chen Ning was the most powerful person in this carriage. He was ex-special forces, far superior to the old policeman, Luo Rui, in both marksmanship and combat techniques. That piercing gaze she had felt earlier must have come from him. Right now, Chen Ning was studying the wounds on the blonde man's head. "Little girl, you are not simple, are you?" Chen Ning looked at the corpse and said meaningfully, "The cut is so clean and smooth. That is the work of a pro." Lococo paused, then smiled. "Likewise, sir. You are not exactly an ordinary person yourself." As she spoke, she gestured toward the back of the carriage, near Chen Ning's seat. Beside his seat lay several people with broken limbs, moaning feebly on the floor. They must have tried to attack the unconscious policeman and were taken down by Chen Ning. For some reason, however, Chen Ning had not killed them. Hearing her sharp retort, Chen Ning burst into laughter, seemingly delighted. "Little girl, it seems we are of the same kind." Chen Ning chuckled. "Maybe we will be teammates or partners in the future." "I think that is open to debate." Lococo shook her head and replied, "I would much rather be teammates with the old cop than with you." Hearing her slightly sarcastic tone, Chen Ning was not offended. He nodded, saying, "Compared to that saintly Luo Rui, I suppose I do not measure up. But I do have my own merits." Chen Ning looked at her with a grin. There was no doubt that he was a formidable fighter. But Lococo did not much like his way of doing things. "We will see. I am going to rest now." With that, she turned away, ignoring him. Chen Ning shrugged helplessly, greeted Aya politely, and walked away. The frozen night was drawing to a close, while the power struggles within the carriage continued unabated. By 5:50 a.m., the temperature inside the train carriage had plummeted to a terrifying -60 degrees. In such extreme cold, people stopped killing each other. They simply huddled on their seats. Those with electric blankets wrapped themselves tightly, while those without tucked their hands into their down jackets, trying to scrape together a hint of warmth by constantly rubbing their hands and breathing onto them. Luo Coco was curled up in her electric blanket, looking like a cute little cat. Naturally, the electric blanket she and Aya were using had been confiscated from the guy with the yellow hair. At 1:00 a.m., Luo Coco had sold the yellow-haired man's corpse to the attendant in exchange for 2 precious batteries. Thanks to those 2 batteries, the 2 girls had survived the most grueling part of the night. Luo Coco and Aya had agreed to take turns using the electric blanket, 30 minutes each. At first, Aya did not agree. She wanted Luo Coco to use it alone, but given the little girl's stubbornness, the head maid eventually accepted the arrangement. Thanks to the yellow-haired man's corpse, the 2 were not attacked for the rest of the night. The hole in his forehead served as a constant reminder to those lurking in the shadows, discouraging them from making a move. It is worth mentioning that in the late hours of the night, the curly-haired man, unable to bear the cold any longer, approached Luo Coco and begged her to give him the yellow-haired man's blanket and corpse. Luo Coco naturally refused his request and told him to draw his own blood to buy supplies. Up until now, the guy had not even drawn his own blood. He was obsessed with getting something for nothing, and Luo Coco was not going to indulge him. In the end, the curly-haired man had to grimace and draw over 700 milliliters of his own blood to purchase an electric blanket and batteries. As for whether he would survive, Luo Coco could not care less. Not being finished off by her on the spot was already a huge stroke of luck for him. The two girls had survived the night safely, but others were not so fortunate. Luo Coco estimated that between last night and this morning, there had probably been a dozen skirmishes on the train. The thick stench of blood lingered in the carriage, refusing to dissipate. When the train started yesterday, there were 15 passengers on board. After the slaughter last night, how many people could possibly be left now? And this was only the first stop on the journey to the underworld. Luo Coco sighed softly and stopped thinking about it. And 10 minutes later, the moment the clock struck 6, people suddenly felt the chill leave their bodies. Zzzzt. Then the lights in the carriage flickered on, and the long silent speakers began to broadcast. Ding dong! Respected passengers, congratulations on successfully completing the first leg of your journey. On behalf of the underworld, we extend our sincere greetings to you. You will have a 6-hour rest period. At 12:00 p.m. today, we will begin the next leg of our journey. Please be prepared. During the rest period, we will provide you with food, drinking water, and necessary bathing and sanitary facilities. Please feel free to use them. The underworld supplies are perfectly safe. In 1 hour, we will send cleaning staff to enter the carriage to clear away stains and waste. Please do not panic, do not obstruct their work, and do not attempt to harm them. Before the new journey begins, we will collect the ticket fare. Before 11:30 a.m., please place 200 milliliters of blood on the small table in front of you. We will collect it automatically. Those who fail to pay will bear the consequences themselves. We reiterate that life is precious. The dead are meaningless to the underworld. We need you alive to complete the journey. The underworld does not like fools. Please keep that in mind. And what a load of nonsense. Luo Coco thought to herself, if you heard the tone of that broadcast and did not know the situation, you might think the underworld actually cared about life. Out of all these anomalous events, the underworld has the highest fatality rate. Coco, do not be so cynical. Dark Coco teased, maybe they're trying to nurture you all by nurturing us straight into our graves. Luo Coco retorted, then I guess I should thank them for the speedrun through life. Having said that, the little girl ignored Dark Coco. She took off the electric blanket and prepared to take off her down jacket. Since the broadcast started, the temperature in the carriage began to rise. It was not particularly fast, which was actually quite humane. Rapid temperature changes can cause all sorts of illnesses. The underworld train's approach was likely meant to help people gradually adapt back to normal temperatures. After about 10 minutes, the temperature returned to normal, around 20 degrees Celsius. Phew! Luo Coco sighed in relief, took off her down jacket, stood up, and began to observe the other passengers. After the night's slaughter, including Luo Coco and Aya, only 7 passengers remained alive. These 7 people would face increasingly dangerous challenges. Ahead of them, there were no choices left other than life and death. After resting for a while, Luoko began to observe the other survivors. Apart from her and Aya, there were only 5 people left alive in the carriage. In the front of the carriage, the only survivor was the man in glasses. During last night's scuffle, he had managed to kill the woman who tried to finish him off. Although the man in glasses looked like a scholar, when his life was threatened, he erupted with powerful combat ability. He broke his glasses and used the shards to kill his enemy. At this moment, the man in glasses was leaning against the train window, staring blankly at his blood-stained hands, looking very depressed. In the middle of the carriage, the wealthy middle-aged woman had also survived. She was curled up on her chair with a terrified expression on her face, but next to her seat was a large pool of dark red blood. It seemed this woman had also killed someone last night, but she was acting weak to avoid drawing attention to herself. Besides the middle-aged woman, there was another survivor in the middle of the carriage. The curly-haired man who had been lucky enough to save his life last night. The curly-haired man was quite fortunate. Throughout the entire night, no one came looking for him, so he managed to survive by using his own blood. He drew 700 milliliters of his own blood, and no one took the opportunity to bother him. Liwoko found this hard to believe. That is the mark of a lucky player, Coco. Dark Coco bluntly teased. It stands in stark contrast to you, a total unlucky novice. Get lost. Liwoko shook her head helplessly. It did not matter if she was unlucky. She did not play gacha games anyway. Whether one could survive an abnormal event depended only a tiny bit on luck. As long as her strength and intelligence held up, she would not crash. And the survivors at the back of the carriage were naturally the criminal Chen Ning and the veteran officer Luo Rui, who was under his protection. At this moment, Luo Rui had not yet regained consciousness, so Chen Ning sat beside him, guarding the veteran officer he respected. In the aisle next to Chen Ning lay 5 corpses. They were all people who had tried to attack the veteran officer last night. Chen Ning did not intend to kill them, but these people had their limbs broken and suffered excessive blood loss, unable to move, and ultimately died of the cold. It is worth noting that, although Chen Ning did not save them, he did not sell their bodies either. He seemed completely uninterested in trading bodies for blood. This man could move freely in -60-degree temperatures with just a down jacket. His physical constitution was ridiculously strong. Chen Ning seemed to notice the little girl looking at him. He smiled, stood up, and waved at Luoko. Luoko turned her head away, pretending not to see him. Chen Ning paused for a moment and sat back down, feeling a bit awkward. A moment later, the tightly shut glass door of the carriage made a loud creaking sound, and then the glass door slowly opened, and the black mist behind the door had disappeared. Seeing this, the survivors in the carriage cheered. Except for the depressed man in glasses and the still unconscious veteran officer, the other 5 left their seats and walked toward the glass door. Luoko was also pulled by Aya and walked out through the glass door. However, waiting for them outside the door was not a train exit, but 7 small rooms of the same size. Each of these small rooms had a silver sign hanging on it with large red characters. Bathroom. Seeing these signs, Luoko more or less understood. These small rooms were likely the bathing and hygiene facilities mentioned in the broadcast. Before the train started again, these rooms were probably provided for the survivors. This journey to the underworld would last a full 7 days. In the stuffy and confined environment of the train, not bathing for 7 days would surely make the scent on the survivors absolutely tragic. However, the sudden appearance of these 7 small rooms in the cramped train made the survivors a bit hesitant. The first to act was Chen Ning. He indifferently found a room, pulled the door open, and stepped inside as if he were used to such things. Not long after Chen Ning entered, sounds of splashing water came from the small room, along with the sound of him humming a tune. "Sister Aya, do not be afraid." Luoko looked at the hesitant Aya, shook her head, and casually opened a bathroom. "The rules mentioned in the broadcast will not harm us." Luoko pointed to the bright bathroom. Aya thought for a moment, finally nodded, let Luoko enter the bathroom, and then found a room for herself to bathe as well. The bathroom was not very big, but it was fully equipped. Shower, bathtub, washing machine, everything was there. On the vanity by the door, clean towels and slippers were stacked. Luoko carefully examined the small room, and then softly called out Dark Coco. "Little Dark, help me check if there are any cameras or anything like that in this room," the little girl whispered. Although the underworld likely would not do something so malicious, it never hurts to be cautious. "You are quite cautious, Coco." Dark Coco paused and replied casually, "I have scanned everything. There is no such thing, rest assured." With Dark Coco's guarantee, the little girl felt relieved. Then she slowly took off her autumn clothes and put them into the washing machine. The washing machine provided by the train had a built-in drying function, which was quite smart. After finishing all this, Luoko silently turned on the shower, and after the bathtub was full, she carefully stepped inside. "Me is so comfortable." Soaking in the hot water, Luoko felt like she was about to melt. She never wanted to experience that -60-degree freezing temperature ever again. The little girl cleared her mind and enjoyed this peaceful moment. And an hour later, Luoko reluctantly stepped out of the bathtub. By now, her clothes were washed and dried by the machine. The little girl put on her autumn clothes, dried her wet long hair, and stepped out of the bathroom. Outside the bathroom door, Luoko met Aya, who had already finished bathing. Aya was guarding her door, seemingly having waited for a long time. Luoko knew it was time to confess some things to Aya, though of course, these things were all fabricated by her. Her rebirth and the identity of an SSS-level entity were matters of life and death, so Luoko would never speak of them. "Sister Aya, let us go back to our seats, and I will tell you about my past." Luoko looked at Aya meaningfully. The head maid nodded, then took Luoko's small hand and walked slowly back to their seats. Seeing that no one around was paying attention, Luoko coughed twice and whispered, "Sister Aya, actually, I have experienced these kinds of abnormal events a long time ago. It is just that, so as not to drag everyone into it, I did not tell Uncle Yang and my parents about these things. My abilities were also obtained from these abnormal events. They gave me a certain degree of self-protection, so I am not as weak as you think, Sister Aya." Luoko explained in one breath, "If I told others, they would be targeted by these abnormal events. So, I hope you can keep it a secret for me, at least do not tell Uncle Yang and the others." Half of what Luoko said was true, and half was false. The reason the Great Yan officialdom handled abnormal events with secrecy was that such things could spread through cognition. In other words, if a person did not know that abnormal events existed, the probability of them being targeted would be very small. And if this person knew of their existence, from the moment they knew, the anomalies would simultaneously know their location and information, and then find a way to target them. It was a bidirectional cognitive process. Hearing Luoko's words, Aya was silent for a moment, then nodded. "I believe you, Coco." The head maid replied firmly, "Because I have also encountered these kinds of abnormal events you speak of." As I expected, Luoko frowned slightly and continued to listen to the head maid's story. Aya told Luoko about her past, word for word. Aya was born in a small mountain village. Her father passed away from illness when she was very young, and her mother, overwhelmed by grief and the burdens of life, soon followed him to the grave. In the end, the only ones left of the family were the teenage Aya and her younger sister, Ziyu. Fortunately, with the help of the Yan state government, Aya was able to finish high school, and she eventually chose to enter a teacher's college, hoping to become a teacher. However, just as Aya received her first paycheck from her internship and returned home to surprise her sister, an anomalous event descended. Aya did not speak in detail about this anomaly, but from the sorrow in her eyes, Rokoko could guess just how tragic it had been. The anomaly was disguised as an electrical accident, and in the end, 17 people were confirmed dead, including Aya's sister, Ziyu. The only survivors were Aya and an elderly person. After that, Aya lived her life in a daze, until one day she saw a recruitment notice for maids for the Luo family and saw Rokoko's picture on the application form. Rokoko looked very similar to her sister Ziyu. Both girls had the same rare white hair and delicate figures. In Rokoko, Aya saw the shadow of her own sister, so she joined the Luo family and became their head maid. There was one thing Aya did not mention, but Rokoko could roughly guess it. This head maid must have been treating her like a younger sister, which explains why she was willing to sacrifice herself for Rokoko. While telling her past, Aya sounded low, but she did not show any intention of crying. Back during that anomaly, Aya had already shed all her tears. The head maid knew that crying was of no use at all. She was a strong girl. And once she finished speaking, both girls fell into silence. Just then, the rear door of the carriage suddenly opened, and several cleaners in black work uniforms walked slowly into the carriage. These people had their bodies wrapped up tightly. Their faces and skin could not be seen. Rokoko speculated that these people were likely not human either. Then, these cleaners began to tidy up the place. They wiped away the blood on the floor, and then unhurriedly replaced the seat covers. Seeing the corpses on the floor, they scrambled to lift the bodies and toss them into a trash cart. After the previous lesson, this time, no one dared to step forward to stop them from working. Soon, the cleaners had the train cleaned until it sparkled, looking just like a brand new carriage. After cleaning, they left the carriage, but the rear door did not close after they departed. A moment later, a waiter pushing a small red food cart slowly walked into the aisle. She did not ask anyone if they wanted food. She simply handed out the boxed meals from the cart to all the passengers. After finishing, the waiter walked straight out of the carriage. Then, the door closed. And, looking at the steaming meal box in front of her, a long-lost panel appeared before Rokoko's eyes. Underworld brand self-heating meal, main course, stir-fried banana with winter melon. Item level 1, non-upgradable. Item introduction, a fast food product exclusively produced by the underworld. It allows the living to fill their stomachs. It is non-toxic, but do not expect it to taste good. Every dark cuisine you have ever seen might appear in these boxes. Item effect, can slowly restore stamina and boost hematopoiesis to a certain extent. Stir-fried banana with winter melon. Seeing those three words that simply did not belong together, Rococo was stunned. She slowly opened her meal box. The contents could only be described as a riot of colors. There was a menu on the cardboard lid of the meal box. Main course, stir-fried banana with winter melon. Side dish, steamed squid shreds. Staple food, flour-stuffed buns. Dessert, devil chili-flavored ice cream. Drink, freshly squeezed lemon mustard tea. Geez, these are all heavy-hitting dishes. Rococo rubbed her aching temples, picked up her spoon with a trembling hand, and scooped up a slice of the blackened banana. There was no choice. She could not just keep eating biscuits forever. Even though this meal was a bit abstract, it did have the effect of restoring stamina and aiding blood production. Just pretend it is medicine. Rococo gritted her teeth and ate the unidentifiable substance on the spoon. While suffering, while eating, Rococo took a glance at Aya's main course. 5-kernel mooncake steamed with cucumber. Instantly, Rococo felt mentally balanced. After the meal, it was past 10 in the morning. At this point, the old policeman Luo Rui had also woken up. He looked silently at the empty carriage and sighed softly. He had woken up while the cleaning crew was moving the bodies. Seeing the corpses beside him being hauled away made Luo Rui feel terrible. The old officer knew that these people had been killed by Chen Ning because they had tried to attack him. As a police officer, he felt heartbroken about the incident, but would he blame Chen Ning for it? Obviously not, because at this moment, Chen Ning was his savior. After resting for a while, the old officer stood up and walked to the front of the carriage, toward the bespectacled man. At that moment, the man in glasses still had not emerged from the shadow of having killed someone. He sat with his head down, not even touching his meal. Luo Rui patted the man on the shoulder and comforted him. "Young man, it is all right, it is all over now." The bespectacled man shook his head and replied sadly, "I killed someone, but I never wanted to kill her. Will I go to jail? Will I be sentenced?" He held his head in his hands, his voice trembling. "No, you will not." The old officer shook his head and said softly, "That was self-defense. You will not be found guilty." The man was about to say more, but just then, the carriage speakers rang out once again. Ding dong. The time is now 10:30 a.m. There is 1 hour and 30 minutes remaining until the train starts. Friendly reminder, please prepare your fare, place the blood on the table, and we will collect it in 1 hour. Passengers in the washrooms, please finish cleaning up as soon as possible. Those who do not return to their carriages after the break ends will be responsible for the consequences. The task for the next stop involves teamwork, so please be prepared. The announcement over the train intercom revealed some clues about the upcoming mission, but hearing them did not make you feel any happier. Teamwork. Rococo murmured the keyword from the broadcast and furrowed her brows slightly. Under normal circumstances, it was true that the anomalies in the underworld would sometimes include teamwork missions. But the current situation was completely different. The passengers on the train had just gone through a brutal round of mutual slaughter, and now they were being asked to cooperate? It was frankly absurd. There was a deep chasm between the people in the carriage. They could not even manage basic trust, let alone something as demanding as cooperation. Sigh, the underworld is up to its old tricks again. Rococo let out a soft sigh and turned to look at the others. In fact, apart from the calm and steady Chen Ning, everyone else looked miserable and unhappy the moment they heard the word cooperation. "Coco, what should we do? Should we go talk to everyone?" Aya tugged gently at the corner of Rococo's clothes, whispering to seek the little girl's opinion. After Rococo killed the yellow-haired man and confessed what she had been through, Aya had decided to let Rococo take the lead in future challenges. Aya knew she could not offer much help in these anomalies, so she wanted to avoid letting her own decisions interfere with Rococo's actions. "Not yet, let us just wait and see." Rococo shook her head. The survivors now needed a leader to guide them and pull the loose group together. Based on strength and performance, only Rococo and Chen Ning were qualified to be leaders. But Rococo knew perfectly well that her cute and ditzy appearance would not command any authority. She could not exactly go around shooting people with water arrows to make them fear her, could she? Chen Ning was a different story. Everyone in the carriage had witnessed his immense strength. If he wanted to be the team captain, no one would likely object. More importantly, being a leader meant taking on responsibilities and duties. Rococo was used to slacking off and had no desire to deal with all that trouble. After thinking it over, the girl decided to stay put and let Chen Ning be the leader. 10 minutes later, seeing that everyone remained silent, Chen Ning gritted his teeth and stood up. He walked slowly to the middle of the carriage, found a random seat, and beckoned the old police officer, Luo Rui, to sit next to him. The old officer hesitated for a moment before standing up and walking over to sit beside Chen Ning. "Hey, everyone, listen to me for a second." Chen Ning paused briefly before speaking loudly. "You all heard the broadcast just now, right?" His voice was not as deep as Luo Rui's, but his articulation was quite clear. People froze for a moment, then turned to look at him. "I will not beat around the bush. The next challenge is a team mission. As survivors, should not we communicate first? Otherwise, I am afraid we will not survive." Chen Ning did not say anything unnecessary. In just a few sentences, he summarized their situation and offered his suggestion. Everyone looked at one another and felt that Chen Ning made sense. They nodded in agreement. "All right, if everyone is willing to cooperate, then I am relieved." Chen Ning nodded with satisfaction, took off his handcuffs, and threw them onto the seat. "Let us all introduce ourselves. I will start." Chen Ning closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "My name is Chen Ning, 28 years old, former Yan Kingdom soldier, currently just a scapegoat. I specialize in shooting, hand-to-hand combat, and weapons training. My physical condition is probably a little better than yours, but not by much." Chen Ning finished his introduction in one go, and then turned his gaze to the old officer, Luo Rui. Luo Rui was silent for a moment before pulling out his handgun and placing it on top of Chen Ning's handcuffs. Luo Rui, 59 years old, former Yan Kingdom soldier, currently a useless police officer. The old officer pointed at Chen Ning and said softly, "My skills are similar to his. I have dabbled in combat and shooting, but I am definitely not as good as this guy." Hearing Luo Rui's words, Chen Ning nodded without any false modesty. He was indeed stronger than the old officer, and by quite a bit. There was no need to deny it. After the Koppendraber duel finished, it was the turn of the guy with glasses and the guy with curly hair. The man with glasses was still feeling a bit down. He lowered his head and said quietly, "Zia Ming, 24, a programmer at an anime company. My physical condition is poor, I am nearsighted, and I do not have any useful skills." Zia Ming seemed to be lacking in self-confidence. The old officer patted his back gently, offering silent comfort. Compared to the self-deprecating Zia Ming, the guy with curly hair was quite outgoing. He touched his beard and said casually, "My name is Yan Yi, 26, unemployed. My strength is endurance, gained from late-night exercises. I am currently single, and my type is pink hair with red eyes." Stop. Chen Ning hurriedly interrupted Yan Yi, laughing and scolding, "No need to be so detailed, we are not that gossipy. Next." "Oh, okay, actually I can also sing and rap." Yan Yi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and then shut up. With that little exchange between Chen Ning and Yan Yi, everyone managed a smile, and the tense atmosphere in the carriage eased quite a bit. Next up was the middle-aged woman who looked like a socialite. She placed her expensive handbag on her lap, brushed her hair back, and said softly, "Li Hui, a sales manager, age 34. Skill, does being rich count?" "I am afraid not, Ms. Li." Chen Ning shook his head with a bitter smile. "Unless you can buy this train, money is just waste paper here." Li Hui pursed her lips and sighed, "All right then." And after Li Hui's introduction, the only ones left were Liu Coco and Aya. Aya thought for a moment and decided to go first. "My name is Zia, 21, a head maid by profession. As for special skills, I have good endurance and I am not very sensitive to pain." Hearing this, everyone looked at the maid in confusion, not quite understanding what having high endurance meant in this context. "I can vouch for her." The old officer spoke up suddenly. He looked at Aya with a smile and explained, "This young lady is very tough. She endured cold that I, a grown man, could not handle without making a sound." Luo Rui was referring to the time at the pole station when Aya drew her blood to buy a winter coat for Liu Coco. "I admire your character, young lady," Luo Rui said warmly. "If you were a police officer, you would definitely be a responsible and good one." "Thank you for the compliment." Aya bowed slightly to the old officer and then made room for Liu Coco to introduce herself. Seeing Liu Coco, everyone fell silent in unison, staring at the little girl with curiosity. At the pole station, no one knew how Liu Coco had killed the yellow-haired man. Not even Chen Ning, who had examined the body, knew exactly what methods she possessed. This cute yet dangerous white-haired girl seemed full of mysteries, making everyone wary of her. Liu Coco, 15, no profession, no special skills. The girl reported her information casually, which was so brief that it left everyone stunned. Ms. Liu Coco, could you be a bit more detailed? If you put it that way, everyone is just left confused. Chen Ning felt a headache coming on. He could not get any useful information from what Liu Coco said. Is that not detailed enough? Liu Coco put on a ditzy expression and said softly, I have already told you everything I can. What else do you want to know? Hearing this, Chen Ning furrowed his brows slightly. That is not right, Ms. Liu Coco, Chen Ning said slowly. We are a team now. Do not you think we should be a bit more honest with each other? Although his words were gentle, they carried a hint of pressure. Under this pressure, the previously relaxed atmosphere began to fade away. However, Liu Coco had no intention of backing down. She stared silently into Chen Ning's eyes. They were locked in a standoff, with neither willing to compromise. Luo Qi and Chen Ning stared at each other for a full minute, but in the end, it was Chen Ning who softened his stance. Ms. Luo Qi, we are both smart people. I do not think there is any need to waste time here. Chen Ning sighed and said softly, the fact that you could kill Huang Mao in one strike proves that you possess some unique ability, or a specific technique. You do not have to be specific, but at least tell us the nature of your ability so that we can cooperate with peace of mind. Chen Ning reached out his hand to Luo Qi, signaling his desire to make peace with the little girl. Luo Qi understood what Chen Ning meant. A team leader must be well acquainted with the abilities of every member to make proper arrangements. But Luo Qi had no intention of letting him know her ability at all. The reason is simple. First, her ability is very special and not suitable for exposure to others. Elemental control is simply too versatile, and Luo Qi did not want to become a target of people's greed. Second, and this is the main reason, Luo Qi found Chen Ning himself quite annoying. Or rather, she found Chen Ning's perspective quite infuriating. Back at the pole station, Chen Ning once said, only those who meet the criteria, possessing the right character, intelligence, and combat power, can survive anomalous events, and he would only offer help to such people. In other words, Chen Ning believed that only those meeting his standards were qualified to be his partners. In reality, Luo Qi did meet these qualifications. But Luo Qi believed that a teammate relationship should be based on mutual contribution, not one person unilaterally setting standards and making selections. Moreover, he, Chen Ning, had not revealed his true ability either. No matter how much an ordinary person trains, it is impossible to achieve his level of physical fitness. Since this guy is not planning to be honest, how could Luo Qi feel safe enough to entrust him with her back? Let us forget about it, Uncle Chen Ning. Luo Qi replied with a smile, I do have some special abilities, I will not deny that. But do not you have some other abilities yourself? The little girl's words left Chen Ning slightly stunned. Then he scratched his head and said rather embarrassedly, you are right, Ms. Luo Qi. I did act somewhat improperly, and I apologize to you. How about this? We will both reveal our abilities and I will go first. How does that sound? Chen Ning seemed to realize his mistake. He sincerely apologized to Luo Qi, not caring at all about such things as face. Seeing Chen Ning's sincere attitude, Luo Qi found it hard to refuse any longer. She nodded and prepared to make up an ability on the spot. This is my ability. Chen Ning held out his right hand first. A crimson mark slowly emerged on his fingertips, shaped somewhat like a bullet. This thing has increased my physical constitution, but I do not really want to talk about its origin for now. Chen Ning looked at the bullet mark on his fingertip and sighed with a touch of nostalgia. Mark of the underworld. This guy has definitely experienced an anomalous event. In an instant, Luo Xiao recognized the mark. Chen Ning is indeed a survivor of the underworld event, and his mark of the underworld must have given him a significant boost in stats. A moment later, Chen Ning flicked his hand, and the mark slowly dissipated. This is the benefit of the mark of the underworld. You can make it disappear whenever you do not want to expose it. Once Chen Ning finished showing his ability, it was Luo Qi's turn. Luo Qi thought for a moment and raised her right hand. My ability is throwing hidden weapons, Luo Qi said, making up an ability casually. She added softly, but this move consumes a lot, so I can only use it a few times a day. That was not entirely a lie. After all, the most powerful way she currently used her water element was to transform it into a lethal hidden weapon to ambush enemies. Hearing Luo Qi's explanation, Chen Ning nodded. Chen Ning was already satisfied that the little girl was willing to talk about her ability, so he did not expect her to provide more details. The others also accepted the fact that the two of them possessed special abilities with surprised expressions. After all, they were now on the infinite train, where anything strange seemed less absurd compared to the train itself. And thus, everyone had finished their introductions. Chen Ning nodded with satisfaction and stood up, intending to arrange other matters. But just then, the loudspeaker suddenly rang out. Ding dong! A gentle reminder, we will be collecting your ticket fees in 10 minutes. Please have your blood ready and place it on the table tray. Due to certain special circumstances, we will be departing ahead of schedule once the tickets are collected. Please be prepared. The broadcast timely reminded everyone present. They no longer had time to hold a meeting, so they hurriedly sat back in their seats and drew blood using syringes. Originally, Aya wanted to help Luo Keek pay for her ticket, but the broadcast informed them that ticket fees must be paid individually, so she had no choice but to give up that idea. And when everyone placed their syringes on the table tray, the syringes automatically disappeared. A moment later, the train started slowly. The broadcast also started a new announcement. Dear passengers, we are about to arrive at the next station. Please be prepared. Next stop, Abyss of Gambling Station. The broadcast will provide you with the new station rules at exactly 12:00 noon. Please listen carefully. Gambling Abyss Station. Hearing the name, Luo Keek roughly understood what the trial at the next station would be. The name of a station is always closely related to the challenges it poses. Take the first station, Polar Station, for example. Its primary difficulty was the extreme, sub-zero temperatures, much like the North and South Poles. Judging by the name, the challenge at Gambling Abyss Station should be related to gambling games. Thinking of this, Luo Keek felt a bit of a headache. Gambling is the sort of thing that, even in a relatively fair situation, depends 30% on skill and 70% on luck. And unfortunately, as a little girl cursed with the bad luck magnet trait, she would likely never have anything to do with good fortune in this lifetime. This meant that the journey through Gambling Abyss Station would very likely be a rough ride for her. Forget it, there is always a way out when you reach the mountain, and even the unluckiest people have a safety net. I refuse to believe luck can stop me, the lowly comforted herself. And half an hour later, at exactly 12 o'clock, the train suddenly let out a creaking sound and slowly came to a halt. Then, the broadcast began to play a long list of rules. Visitor guidelines for the first stop of the underworld journey, Gambling Abyss Station. This station is Gambling Abyss Station, the second stop on this train's route. Gambling Abyss Station is a gambler's paradise and the perfect place to play games. Do you want to get rich overnight? Do you want to stand above others? Please take out your syringe and prepare for a big gamble here. Every trade has its rules, and gambling has its code. Please be sure to follow these rules at Gambling Abyss Station to ensure an enjoyable experience. 1. This gambling session is a team effort. Before participating, please contribute a total of 3,000 milliliters of blood as a stake. You may decide how much each person contributes yourselves. 2. The game is turn-based. Every passenger must participate in at least one round, and the order will be randomized. 3. After the stakes have been collected, the train will dispatch a dealer to join the carriage as your opponent and referee. 4. The specific rules of the gambling games will be explained to you by the dealer. 5. There are many ways to win. If you manage to kill the dealer, your game will be considered an automatic win, but please think twice before taking such action. 6. The dealer will not attack passengers proactively, but if you attack it first, bear the consequences yourself. 7. The blood stakes you win at this station can be used to purchase various real-world items, including but not limited to Yan Kingdom currency, limited edition luxury cars, and properties in the center of Mo City. You may claim these items if you manage to leave the train alive. 8. Do not inquire about the source of these items and do not attempt to investigate them. Please keep this in mind. May you win every gamble and have good fortune on your side. And the long list of rules gave Luo Keek a headache. Before she could think further, the carriage began to shake violently, and the seats that were fixed to the floor began to move slowly. Seeing this, the survivors left their seats one after another, walked to the aisle, and stared in amazement at the self-moving furniture. A moment later, the tables and chairs sank into the floor as if they had fallen into water, quickly disappearing without a trace. Once the seats vanished, the space in the carriage became much more spacious. Then, a rectangular solid wood table rose slowly from the red carpet, looking somewhat like a gambling table. Next, 2 cushioned chairs also rose from the carpet and were placed at opposite ends of the table. Just as the survivors were wondering what was happening, a transparent wall of air suddenly appeared in front of the 2 survivors at the front of the carriage, the glasses-wearing man Zia Ming and the noble lady Li Hui, forcing them to the back of the carriage, where the rest of the team was located. When everyone was on the back side of the table, the transparent air wall fixed itself in the middle of the long table, completely separating the 2 sides. Following this, a large red fish tank and dozens of syringes slowly appeared on the table. There was a display panel on the fish tank showing a few numbers. 0 milliliters. It seems this is the so-called stake fee. The old police officer, Luo Rui, stepped in front of everyone, looked at the fish tank and said softly, 3,000 milliliters. No one can bear this alone. Let us discuss how to divide it. After hearing Luo Rui's words, everyone fell silent. Undoubtedly, everyone wanted to have as little of their own blood drawn as possible. Seeing that no one stepped forward, Chen Ning licked his front teeth, walked silently to the fish tank, picked up a syringe, and plunged it into his wrist without hesitation. I did not contribute blood at the first station, so I will contribute 1,000 here. You all figure out the rest. Chen Ning acted very dashingly. He did not waste any words, just kept drawing his own blood, 1 tube after another. Then, he threw all 10 tubes of blood into the fish tank, and the number on the tank changed to 1/3 milliliters. Hugh, it is your turn. Chen Ning took a deep breath. His arm had turned a bit purple from excessive blood loss, but there was no expression of annoyance on this man's face as he smiled at the group. As the leader of this makeshift team, this guy actually had some sense of responsibility. However, drawing 1,000 milliliters of blood at once was a strain, even for someone with a sturdy physique like Chen Ning. His composure was just a facade he was holding up. And with Chen Ning setting the example, others started to prepare to draw blood. The glasses-wearing man, Zia Ming, gritted his teeth and was about to go pick up a syringe, but Luo Keek snatched it ahead of him and started drawing blood without hesitation. Since Chen Ning had set the example, Luo Keek, who was the second strongest person here on the surface, would not show weakness. Under the stunned gazes of the others, Luo Keek drew 500 milliliters of her own blood and tossed it into the tank. Do not say I did not contribute. The lowly's lips were a bit pale as she tossed the syringe to the man in glasses and slowly walked to the back of the line. Aya reached out and touched Luo Keek's arm with concern. She understood the lowly's intentions, so she did not stop her. Luo Keek was very powerful, but the stronger a person is, the more likely they are to invite resentment from others, so she used this method of bearing responsibility to bridge the gap between team members. She did not have as strong a constitution as Chen Ning. 500 milliliters of blood was her limit. As expected, after Luo Keek returned to the crowd, Chen Ning nodded at her with a smile, seemingly acknowledging her. Of course, Luo Keek still ignored him, which made Chen Ning feel quite awkward. And Luo Keek and Chen Ning alone contributed half of the required blood. The remaining 1,500 milliliters were naturally split evenly among the other 5 people, meaning 300 milliliters each. Soon, the blood in the tank met the requirements. Half a minute later, the fish tank rose slowly. It did not disappear, but ascended to the ceiling, displaying the screen side toward the survivors. Once the fish tank was in position, a dazzling light suddenly shone from the center of the long table. Then, a thick deck of playing cards emerged from the light. The backs of the cards featured various underworld figures, such as the King of Hell, Black and White Impermanence, Oxhead and Horseface, and even Satan and Lucifer. Nice, a fusion of East and West, Dark Keek commented. I wonder who is stronger between the King of Hell and Satan. Stop comparing cross-universe power levels. Luo Keek hurriedly stopped Dark Keek's imagination, not wanting this strange topic to affect her train of thought. These cards must be the tools for the game. However, there are many ways to play with cards, and Luo Keek could not guess the game mode right away. Click! Just then, the partition door of the carriage opened slowly, and a man in a tuxedo stepped out from the thick black fog outside. The man was about 1.7 meters tall, of medium build, and wearing a smiling clown mask. Carrying a briefcase, he walked up to the chairs and bowed to the crowd. Greetings, everyone. I am the dealer of Gambling Abyss Station, and also your opponent for this gambling session. Its voice sounded like a mechanical synthetic tone. When it came to mimicking humans, this guy was not even as good as the waiter at the polar station. After greeting them, the dealer pulled 7 black manuals from its pocket and tossed them one by one to the survivors. Please read the rule manual carefully. After you are ready, draw lots to determine the order, and then the gambling session will officially begin. The dealer flicked its wrist, tossing 7 sticky notes to the other end of the table, then sat down on the chair to wait for the survivors to take their positions. Luo Keek took the manual and began to read it slowly. Underworld Station Gambling Rules, version 1,464,164. 1. The game for this session uses playing cards and is a game of comparing card values. The rules are detailed below. A. When the game begins, both you and the dealer will receive 2 playing cards. The cards only have 3 possible face values, 1, 2, and 3. B. After receiving your cards, you have 2 choices: reveal your hand or draw a card. Revealing your hand means comparing totals. If your total is higher than the dealer's, you win, otherwise the dealer wins. If they are equal, it is a draw. See, if you choose to draw a card, both you and the dealer will each receive 1 additional card. There is no limit to how many times you can draw, but if your total exceeds 10, you will bust and lose the game. D. Since you hold the decision-making power, if both sides bust simultaneously, you will still lose the game. E. The base bet for each game is 1,000 milliliters of blood. Every time you choose to draw a card, the bet increases by an additional 1,000 milliliters. If you or the dealer busts, the total bet will double. F. All passengers will share a single pool of bets, which is the 3,000 milliliters of blood collectively contributed by you all. G. Please note that after everyone has finished their games, if the team total is less than 3,000 milliliters, you will need to pay the remaining balance to cover the fare for the next station. 2. The underworld does not forbid cheating, but once a game begins, everyone inside the carriage other than the player must remain silent. 3. You may attempt to kill the dealer, but I suggest you do not, as that is what a fool would do. 4. At this station, 1 corpse is equivalent to 1,000 milliliters of blood. 5. If you win excess blood at this station, you can purchase items you want from the dealer after the games conclude. Enjoy the game. And Luo Keek gently closed the booklet and looked at the cards on the table with a bitter expression. The rules of the game are quite simple, similar to blackjack, with the same concepts of drawing cards and busting. But for the sake of convenience, the underworld has simplified the rules significantly. But no matter how simplified, this game is quite a test of luck. 5 minutes later, Chen Ning also finished reading the gambling rules. He sighed softly and muttered to himself, "To think these are the rules. What is the point of teamwork in a game like this?" Chen Ning had thought the mission at this station would involve team-based combat or something similar. In that case, teamwork would have actually been useful. But with this kind of gambling game, teamwork is completely useless. Chen Ning could not possibly figure out a way to help others cheat. Shaking his head, Chen Ning walked silently up to the gambling table. "Everyone, do not overthink it. Let us draw lots." Chen Ning picked up a small note and gently scratched off the coating. According to the rules, each of them needs to play a game, and drawing lots will determine the order of the games. A moment later, Chen Ning scratched off the coating on his note, took a glance, and showed it to everyone. "Damn, what great luck." Chen Ning muttered and returned to the crowd. His number was 7, which meant he was last. Zia Ming, the man in glasses, took a deep breath, ran to the table second, and grabbed his lot. His lot was 1, putting him first to play. He hit the jackpot. Zia Ming dropped the note, feeling the pressure mount. "It is okay. No matter the result, we will not blame you." The veteran officer, Luo Rui, patted Zia Ming on the shoulder and then drew his own lot. Luo Rui's lot was number 2. Then, the curly-haired man Yan Yi and the socialite Li Hui exchanged glances, walked up at the same time, and took their lots. Yan Yi drew number 4, while Li Hui drew number 5. In the end, only Luo Keek and Aya were left. Holding hands, they walked slowly to the table. Aya thought for a moment and picked up a note. Her lot was number 3, and the remaining one, which would be Luo Keek's turn, was naturally number 6. Aya handed the note to Luo Keek, intending to take the little girl away, but she suddenly noticed that Luo Keek was staring blankly at the dealer, completely motionless. What the others did not know was that, right before the little girl's eyes, a panel had appeared, a system panel. Anomalous entity detected. Scanning entity type. System scan complete. Entity name, underworld dealer mass-produced type. Entity threat level, a class. Entity type, humanoid. N, an A-class anomalous entity. Looking at the system panel, Luo Keek was completely stunned. Now, the little girl finally understood why the manual said that attacking the dealer was a foolish thing to do. Just how strong is an A-class anomalous entity? Put it this way, according to the Adventurers Association, if powerful adventurers are not deployed, the government must send an armed police squadron equipped with heavy firepower just to attempt to eradicate an A-class entity. Facing a monster like this, the few survivors in the carriage right now were no match for the dealer. Gently swallowing her saliva, Luo Keek slowly retreated into the crowd. She knew that the path of resistance had been completely blocked off by the underworld. All they could do now was gamble by the underworld's rules, betting their lives. And seeing that everyone had drawn their lots, the dealer nodded. Then it pointed to the first player, Zia Ming, and the white clown mask on its face suddenly turned crimson red. Then let the game begin, the dealer said, articulating each word clearly. On its mask was a chilling, eerie smile. Seeing that everyone was prepared, the dealer gave the command to begin the game. Contestant number 1, please take your seat. The dealer bowed to the group, then pointed to the chair in front of them. The first gambler for the survivor's side was Zia Ming, the man in glasses. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he stared at the dealer, breathing heavily in extreme nervousness. It is all right, Zia. As the team's temporary leader, Chen Ning thought for a moment before walking over to Zia Ming and gently patting his shoulder. You are the first one, so do not worry too much about winning or losing. Chen Ning comforted him softly. Your mission is to help everyone figure out the specific rules and the pace of the game, so do not put too much pressure on yourself. Hearing the leader's words, Zia Ming relaxed a little. He then nodded firmly and sat down at the gambling table with resolve. Seeing that Zia Ming was seated, the dealer prepared to deal the cards, but Chen Ning suddenly interrupted it. Mr. Dealer, may I ask if we, as his teammates, are allowed to watch from behind the gambler once the game begins? Chen Ning walked to the table and tapped it lightly. The game manual mentioned a rule that the underworld did not forbid cheating. Chen Ning had pondered for a long time and ultimately decided to find a way to help his teammates cheat. To cheat, the most important requirement was information. The gambler and teammates had to share information. By watching the game, they could see the participant's hand. Therefore, Chen Ning made the request to observe. His question stumped the dealer. Faced with something outside the written rules, the dealer seemed unsure of how to handle it for a moment. Half a minute later, the dealer finally recovered and gave a slow nod. Observation is permitted, but after the game starts, you are all forbidden from speaking. Any violation will result in an immediate forfeiture. The dealer said indifferently, if you wish to converse, please move away from the table to the lounge at the end of the carriage. With that, the dealer gestured behind them. Following the direction of the gesture, the group looked toward the end of the carriage. At some point, a small room had appeared out of thin air, and on its door, the words Gambling Abyss Station Lounge were written in large red letters. No problem, we understand. Chen Ning nodded calmly. His face was expressionless, but he was quite pleased inside. There are many ways to convey information other than speech. As a former Special Forces soldier from the Yan Kingdom, Chen Ning knew at least 10 types of special communication methods. Then, at Chen Ning's signal, everyone stood behind Zia Ming, silently watching him. Since you are ready, the game officially begins. Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, the dealer nodded and swept its hand, telekinetically drawing the cards from the center of the long table into its grip, and began to shuffle. After shuffling, the dealer elegantly presented the cards to Zia Ming, signaling for him to draw first. Hugh. Zia Ming exhaled deeply and drew a card featuring the image of Lucifer. Not rushing to check the value, he then drew a second card featuring the ox head and horseface guardians. The starting hand consisted of 2 cards. Seeing Zia Ming had finished, the dealer drew the deck back into its hand and drew 2 cards for itself. As the first round of drawing ended, the dealer flicked its wrist and tossed a small golden alarm clock onto the table, displaying a line of digits. Countdown, 1 minute 30 seconds. These numbers seemed to represent the time allotted for the gambler to choose. Glancing at the countdown, Zia Ming licked his dry lips and slowly flipped his cards over. The first card, the one with the Lucifer design, had a value of 3. A good start, not bad. Zia Ming managed to force a smile. The highest value card in the deck was 3. Seeing that Zia Ming drew a 3 on his first attempt, the onlookers let out a sigh of relief. Next, Zia Ming flipped the ox head and horse face card, which had a value of 2. This meant Zia Ming currently had a total point value of 5. For an initial hand, this number was already quite good. Unless the dealer had 2 3s, no other combination could possibly be higher than Zia Ming's. Should I continue to draw cards, or just reveal my hand to compare? Zia Ming fell into deep thought. While he was contemplating, Luo Keek shifted her gaze toward the cards in the dealer's hand. Due to the distance, the little girl could only make out the patterns on the cards roughly. The back of the dealer's first card featured a hell judge holding a book of life and death, while the second card showed a small demon with a trident, the creature sporting a pair of goat horns on its head. Could it be that the value of the cards is related to the illustrations? Luo Keek began to formulate her hypothesis. Using Zia Ming's hand as an example, while the girl did not know much about the mythical figure Lucifer, she knew he was a top-tier entity in hell. In many versions of mythology, Lucifer's status was even comparable to Satan, the Lord of Hell. Therefore, the deck assigned Lucifer the highest possible value, 3. Zia Ming's other card, the ox head and horse face, had a value of 2. This was also easy to understand. In most versions of Yan mythology, ox head and horse face were minor ghost messengers, with a status just slightly above that of wandering spirits. Getting a 2 for that was already quite generous. With that, Luo Keek concluded, the higher the status of the figure depicted, the higher the value. Based on this deduction, the girl could now roughly estimate the value of the dealer's hand. First, the judge card. After some thought, Luo Keek concluded that the value of the judge card should be 3. Indeed, it is difficult to gauge the position of a judge in the underworld. Some say the judge is a subordinate to the 10 kings of hell, while other theories argue they are of equal status. But since minor ghosts like Oxhead and Horseface could be a 2, a judge with a much higher status could not possibly be a 2 or a 1. As for the other small demon card, Luo Keek found it a bit harder to judge. From its appearance, the design was far too generic. A small demon holding a trident should be among the lowest-ranking entities in Western hell mythology. Apart from the goat horns on its head, there was nothing particularly special about the design. Therefore, Luo Keek guessed the value of this card should be 1 or 2. There was a chance it could be 3, but it was unlikely. Having guessed the values, Luo Keek turned her attention back to Zia Ming. For this first game, she had to confirm the accuracy of her theory. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if she had miscalculated. And at this moment, Zia Ming, caught in the middle of the game, seemed to have vaguely realized this as well. My current point total is 5. If I reveal now, the probability of winning is quite high. Zia Ming stared intently at the dealer, thinking to himself, and if I continue drawing, the outcome becomes uncertain. Plus, every card drawn increases the bet by 1,000. He adjusted his glasses and looked up at the blood-filled fish tank on the ceiling, which held the stakes for everyone. Drawing more cards meant increasing the bet, and if he lost, the consequences were something Zia Ming simply could not bear. Although Chen Ning had said that as the first gambler, no one would blame him regardless of the outcome, he still felt immense pressure. Zia Ming pondered for a moment, and when only 10 seconds remained on the clock, he made his choice. I will reveal my cards, he said resolutely. Hearing Zia Ming's decision, the dealer paused and asked, "Are you sure? Once revealed, there is no turning back." Zia Ming turned back and exchanged a look with Chen Ning. Chen Ning was stunned for a second, then nodded, which meant, "We respect your decision." With the affirmation of Chen Ning and the others, Zia Ming turned back and said softly to the dealer, "It is decided, reveal the cards." Having received a definitive answer, the dealer no longer questioned him. It reached out both hands, made a gripping motion in the air towards Zia Ming, and the cards slowly drifted to the center of the table, flipping over to reveal their face values. Following that, the dealer's cards also drifted to the center of the table, revealing themselves one by one. The mood of the group grew more and more tense with each card flipped. The judge card was revealed first, and its value was, as Luo Keek had expected, a 3. Then, the other small demon cards slowly turned over. The moment the group saw the number, they were all left in stunned silence. The small demon card clearly displayed a large number, 3. The player's total is 5, the dealer's total is 6. The dealer wins the first round. The broadcast announced the result of the game, in a completely emotionless tone. With 2 underworld poker cards, there are theoretically 6 different combinations. Zia Ming's hand value was higher than 5 of them, and only slightly lower than the 6th. Yet to everyone's surprise, the dealer's hand was exactly that 6th and strongest combination, the maximum possible total of 3 plus 3. Round 1 ends, the bet is deducted. The dealer waved a hand, and 1/3 of the blood in the betting tank evaporated instantly, while its digital display changed to 2,000 over 3,000 milliliters. Staring at the tank's display, Zia Ming slumped in his chair, dazed, his clothes soaked in cold sweat. "It is all right, Zia." Seeing this, the veteran police officer hurried forward and helped Zia Ming up. "Forget about winning or losing for now, go and get some rest." Luo Rui patted Zia Ming on the back and spoke to him in a soft, consoling tone. Zia Ming looked up, eyeing the other survivors with a complex expression. He wanted to say something, but the words caught in his throat and he swallowed them back down. Amidst the regretful gazes of the group, Zia Ming silently left the gambling table and gave up his seat. "Participant number 2, please take your place." The dealer urged him on without haste, the smiling clown mask on his face, seemingly mocking the survivors before him. And participant number 2 was the veteran officer, Luo Rui. Without a moment's hesitation, he walked up to the gambling table. Just then, Luo Keek suddenly stepped forward. The little girl rushed to the veteran officer's side and pointed at the little devil card on the table. "Dealer, I have a question." Luo Keek challenged, "Who exactly is this figure in the little devil illustration?" Up to this point, Luo Keek still felt that her previous theory was mostly correct. The more powerful the figure on the card, the higher its numerical value should be. Since this little devil card is a 3, it must not be as simple as it looks on the surface. "Are you referring to this great lord?" The dealer respectfully picked up the little devil card and explained in a low voice, "He is the Lord of Hell, Satan, the greatest existence in all of hell." The epic depicted in this portrait shows the great Satan saving sinful humanity. As long as they are pierced by his trident, their souls can enter hell to enjoy eternal bliss. The dealer clasped his hands together in a prayer-like gesture. What a twisted epic, and how on earth does this guy look like Satan? Dark Keek could not help but quip. Indeed, as the greatest enemy of heaven, Satan has always been portrayed as tall and menacing. This little devil bears no resemblance to him whatsoever. The only thing they have in common is the goat horns on the little devil's head. Watching the poker cards being shuffled back into the deck, Luo Keek frowned slightly. While her theory seemed correct, if one could not identify the true identity of the figure on the card, the method was useless. And after much thought, Luo Keek still shared this method with the veteran officer and the others. After all, having a plan is better than having none. The veteran officer listened to Luo Keek's words and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I understand the method now, but my luck with cards has always been terrible. I lose 9 times out of 10, so please do not pin too much hope on me." With that said, the veteran officer sat at the gambling table, preparing for his match. Seeing him take his seat, the dealer began to shuffle the cards. Taking this opportunity, Chen Ning made his move. As the captain, he knew he could not just sit and wait for death, so he began to attempt to cheat. There are 2 ways to cheat. First, get a new deck of cards and swap out your teammate's hand. Second, peek at the dealer's cards and plan accordingly based on his numerical values. Chen Ning definitely could not get his hands on any playing cards right now, so he chose the second method, peeking at the dealer's cards. However, when he walked halfway there, he discovered an invisible, transparent barrier of air in the carriage, separating the dealer from the survivors. Chen Ning tried to break through this wall, but no matter how hard he pushed, he could not shake the wall of air at all. Seeing Chen Ning pounding against the wall, a thought crossed Luo Keek's mind. "Little Dark, go and try to see if you can pass through this wall to peek at the dealer's hand." The little girl silently summoned Dark Keek. Earlier, Dark Keek had mentioned that she was a special kind of spirit or soul, and therefore not bound by the laws of physical reality. If that was the case, Dark Keek should be able to pass through the barrier. And after about half a minute, Dark Keek spoke up. "This wall seems to be protected by a special kind of power." Dark Keek whispered, "I can try to break through it, but it will take time." "Then go ahead." Luo Keek nodded and instructed her internally. Then Dark Keek's voice disappeared, as if she had already begun her attempt. If Little Dark can break through the air wall and get the dealer's card information, then winning will be easy. But until then, Luo Keek silently looked at the veteran officer, Luo Rui, whose face was filled with grave concern at that moment. "It is all up to you, uncle." The little girl prayed silently. Amidst the tense gazes of the crowd, the second round of the gamble officially began. As a veteran police officer turned gambler, he silently took the badge from his pocket and solemnly handed it to Chen Ning. It seemed he did not want the act of gambling to stain the badge he shared with the young officer, Wang Wen. After doing this, he took a deep breath, shaking off all the gloom and gravity from his face. "Player number 2, are you ready?" The dealer held up the shuffled deck and waved it in front of Luo Rui. "Quit the chatter and just start." Luo Rui flexed his wrists, causing a series of popping sounds from his joints. The dealer nodded, and following the rules, tossed the deck of cards in front of Luo Rui. "God of wealth, kitchen god, god of gamblers. Any deity in charge of gambling, please look after me." The old officer muttered a quick prayer, then drew a card depicting Hades, the lord of the underworld. Beneath the Hades card was another card featuring a vampire. After drawing the two cards, the officer did not look at them. Instead, he used the method Liu had mentioned earlier to infer the values. Hades, he seems to be a major deity in some Western mythology. In that case, his representative number should be 3. With this thought in mind, the old officer silently flipped over the Hades card. Just as he expected, the card's value was indeed 3. The result is correct. Luo Rui nodded and picked up the vampire card. "Vampire, I have only seen these in movies. The value should not be too high. Let us guess it is a 2 or a 1. He flipped over the vampire card, and the value on it was 2. This brought his total to 5, exactly the same as the score the bespectacled man, Zia Ming, had in the previous round. 5 points again. This is the first time I have had such good luck. Looking at the cards in his hand, Luo Rui thought to himself. Although Zia Ming lost to the dealer in the previous round, 5 is still a fairly high score. Reveal or draw another card. The old officer stroked his stubble, deep in thought. To reveal now would mean betting on a low probability event that the dealer could not pull a 6, the maximum value, twice in a row. And if he continued to draw, the outcome would be completely uncertain. From a purely probabilistic standpoint, the chance of the dealer hitting a 6 twice is quite small. Should I take the gamble? Luo Rui placed his cards face down on the table and glanced at the dealer's hand. In this round, the dealer's cards depicted a blindfolded woman in black holding a scythe, and the wheel-turning king from the 10 Kings of Hell. The value of the wheel-turning king is self-evident. As one of the Yama kings, it is 3. But for the blindfolded woman with the scythe, Luo Rui found it hard to identify. Upon seeing the image, Luo Rui's first impression was that it was the Grim Reaper. After all, black cloaks and scythes are hallmarks of the Grim Reaper. But the old officer thought again, reasoning that the Grim Reaper typically lacks gender characteristics, which did not fit the image of a woman. Thus, Luo Rui found himself in a dilemma. Although the old officer could not identify the figure, Liuk, standing behind him, had a rough idea of who she was. Lilith, the Queen of the Night. Liuk whispered the name to herself. Legend says Satan, Lord of Hell, had a succubus lover named Lilith. She was devastatingly beautiful, but driven by her own desires, she fell into Satan's embrace and bore many monsters with him. Lilith is often depicted as a beauty in black. Her weapons are debated, but usually it is a scythe or a dagger. If this figure was indeed Lilith, her card value should also be 3. Calculated this way, the total value of the dealer's hand reached 6, exactly the same as the previous round. Such good luck, could they be cheating? As someone who always gets the worst of luck, Liu could not comprehend the fortune of these lucky winners. She stepped forward, ready to warn the officer, but just then he reached out and tapped the table. "I want to draw another card." The old officer seemed to have made a major decision, reaching out to the dealer for a card. This move shocked everyone except Liu. They had seen his cards and expected him to reveal them, not continue to draw. In their eyes, his score was already high enough that there was no need to take the risk. In fact, that was what Luo Rui had thought initially. He was a steady person and never took risks unless absolutely necessary. But just as he was about to reveal his cards, he remembered the previous round. The situation Zia Ming faced was identical to his own. Both had a total of 5, with the dealer holding a confirmed 3 and an unknown card. And in the end, the dealer had won. Thinking of this, Luo Rui made his decision. He did not want to repeat those mistakes. And hearing that Luo Rui wanted to draw, the dealer nodded without asking if he was sure and tossed a card over. Luo Rui rubbed his hands together and took the top card from the deck. The back of this card bore the image of Siddhagarbha. The moment he saw the pattern, Luo Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Siddhagarbha is a legendary figure in ancient Yan country myths who oversees the 9 hells. In status, he is no less than the 10 kings of hell. His card value could only be 3. It could not be anything else. With a joyful heart, Luo Rui flipped the card. The value was indeed 3. Hugh. With 2 3s in hand, Luo Rui relaxed. His total was now 8 points. 8 points with 3 cards. While not an absolute guarantee, it gave him a significant chance of winning. Luo Rui covered his cards and turned his attention to the new card the dealer had just drawn. The pattern was a demon engulfed in flames. The figure was drawn too vaguely, so even Liu could not recognize it at all. Naturally, the old officer could not either. But even if he had, he would not have dared to draw again. His score was already very close to the limit of 10. If he exceeded 10, he would trigger the bust mechanism, doubling the stakes and losing the game. The stakes were now at 2,000 milliliters of blood. If he drew again and busted, they would lose 6,000 milliliters at once. The old officer did not dare to gamble, so he chose to reveal his cards. But the moment Luo Rui laid his cards out, Liu, standing behind him, suddenly froze. A new system panel suddenly appeared before her eyes. This sudden clue seemed to be supplementary information about the dealer entity. System scanning, acquiring capability information of the target entity. Acquisition successful. This abnormal entity possesses 2 special abilities. Ability 1, Strong Luck Level 5. Ability Description. As a manufactured life form, this unit inherently lacks the attribute of luck, but under the regional buff of the underworld, it has been forcibly granted amazing good fortune. Ability Effect, higher probability of drawing the desired card value. Ability 2, Question Mark. Ability Effect, unknown scan failed. And Strong Luck. Whispering this term, a feeling of unease suddenly welled up in Chen's heart. And this unease was confirmed after the dealer revealed his own hand. His 3 cards were 3, 3, and 3, totaling 9. This is impossible. The moment he saw the number on the card, the veteran officer stood up, pale with shock. He stared at the dealer in disbelief. All composure and confidence wiped completely from his face. It was not just Luo Rui who was panicked. His teammates behind him were growing restless too. You must be cheating. The curly-haired man, Yan Yi, walked up to the gaming table, slammed it in anger, and demanded, "You have drawn 5 cards so far, and they are all 3s. That is impossible." "That is correct." The noblewoman Li Hui also stepped forward. She pointed at the dealer's hand and shouted, "We demand to inspect the deck." The 2 of them kept complaining back and forth, but Luo Keek did not move an inch. The lucky break skill had already proven everything for the dealer. Hearing the complaints, the dealer neither got angry nor offered any defense, simply waiting silently for something. Player total is 8, dealer total is 9. The second round, dealer wins. The dealer is not cheating. Players, please stop making useless accusations. If you interfere with the dealer's work, you will be purged. The broadcast announced the results in a slow, leisurely tone, taking the opportunity to warn Yan Yi and Li Hui. Hearing the word purged, the 2 immediately fell silent, not daring to complain any further. The dealer looked at them with satisfaction, then waved a hand toward the fish tank containing the stakes. The second round has ended, stakes deducted. In an instant, all the blood in the tank evaporated, and the digital display on it changed to 0 milliliters. The survivors stared at the 0 on the tank, unable to say a word. This was only the second round, and their stakes were already completely wiped out. If they had to gamble through all 7 rounds, how much blood would they end up owing the dealer? No one dared to think about it. And the veteran officer hung his head and slowly left his seat. Looking at the discouraged people around him, the apology he had prepared could not find its way out of his mouth. In the end, he could only manage, "I am sorry." No one responded. Everyone's mood had hit rock bottom. Seeing this, the veteran officer could only walk alone into the break room. Chen Ning, the team captain, was currently sitting by the air wall, feebly slapping against the impenetrable barrier. His strength felt useless here, unable to help the others at all, which filled Chen Ning with frustration. Even the usually optimistic Luo Keek was feeling a bit anxious now. Just then, and Keek, who had been missing for over 10 minutes, finally sent word. "Keek, I did it. I broke through the air wall's defense, and now I can peek at the dealer's card number." And Keek's voice came from afar. "That is great, little N." Hearing the good news, the little girl pumped her fists in excitement. And Keek's breakthrough meant they could grasp the dealer's hand value. With that information, they could formulate a corresponding plan. "Dealer, we request a 30-minute intermission." Luo Keek waved at the dealer. The dealer paused for a moment before nodding and replying in a low voice. "You may rest, but no more than 15 minutes. "That is enough." Luo Keek turned around and looked at the others with a smile. "Everyone, let us go to the break room to discuss something." Hearing the little girl's request, the team members were stunned, but since Luo Keek asked for it, they had no choice but to follow. And the break room was not very big, but it was more than enough for 7 people. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Luo Keek gently closed the door, turned back, and looked at them with a smile. "Everyone." Luo Keek paused and said softly, "I have some little tricks that can figure out the card number in the dealer's hand." As soon as she said this, it caused quite a stir. People stared at the little girl, dumbfounded, as if asking, "Are you serious?" Luo Keek nodded firmly. At this point, she could not care about hiding her abilities anymore. If they did not win this gamble, they were all going to die. Miss Luo, are you being serious?" Yan Yi, the curly-haired man, was the first to ask, inquiring in a low voice, "Do you really have a way?" "Of course." Luo Keek looked at Yan Yi and smiled, wiggling her finger. This gesture reminded Yan Yi of the yellow-haired man, who had been taken out with a single flick of her finger at the polar station. He swallowed hard, quietly backed into the crowd, and stopped questioning Luo Keek. Chen Ning thought for a moment and walked up to Luo Keek. "Miss Luo, if you can really do that, we can start working out some secret signals to communicate." At this point, Chen Ning did not have any better ideas. He had to bet everything on Luo Keek. Since Chen Ning had accepted the little girl's method, the others had no objections. "I am definitely ready. Let us start learning the signals now." Luo Keek patted her chest confidently. With Luo Keek's assurance, the group began learning the signals for communication. And in reality, the cheater only needed to convey 2 simple signals to the player. First, the opponent's card is higher than yours. Second, the opponent's card is lower than yours. The survivors did not have much time, so the fewer the types of signals, the better they would remember them. Soon, Chen Ning decided on how the 2 signals would be communicated. The first method was for the cheater to stand behind the player and poke them once. This meant the dealer's card was higher than the player's, so the player had to hit for another card. The second method was to poke 3 times, meaning the dealer's number was lower than the player's, and they could reveal their cards to win. With the signals and the aid of cheating, the survivors regained their confidence. Of course, Luo Keek did not let her guard down. Before leaving the break room, she specifically cautioned, "The dealer has great luck, so our main goal is to protect our stakes. Winning is secondary. Does everyone understand?" She knew that knowing the dealer's cards did not guarantee a win, as the dealer had the absurd power of lucky break. Therefore, she repeatedly emphasized to everyone to play it safe and stop whenever they could win. People nodded one after another, indicating they agreed with Luo Keek's plan. Of course, what they were really thinking inside, Luo Keek could not be sure. As everyone stepped out of the lounge again, the anxiety and panic on their faces had vanished, replaced by confidence and composure. Seeing these expressions, the dealer paused slightly, as if realizing something. But the dealer, at the end of the day, was merely a creation of the underworld. It lacked the capacity for deep thought, and naturally, it would not pursue that line of reasoning further. "Player 3, please prepare to begin the match." The dealer gave a light shake of its head to clear away the strange thought and restarted the game. The third gambler was the head maid, Aya. Coming from an impoverished mountain village as a teacher in training, Aya had never sat at a card table before, had never played poker, let alone engaged in gambling. However, the game the survivors were facing now was not difficult. After carefully reading the rules and watching the others play, Aya was able to grasp the gameplay well enough. "Do not be nervous, Aya." Lococo tugged at the hem of Aya's skirt and smiled. "With me here, we will not lose." Aya was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Her amber-bright eyes were filled with absolute trust in Lococo. As Aya sat down at the table, the game officially began. Perhaps because the previous break time had eaten into the game's duration, the dealer did not waste any words this time. It dealt the cards to Aya and immediately started the countdown timer. The head maid bit her lip and, without overthinking, drew the top 2 cards from the deck. The first card was a 2, with Meng Po depicted on the back. The second card was also a 2, with the Night Wanderer depicted on the back. The sum of the 2 cards was 4. It was not a particularly high number, but then again, it was not exactly small either. As for the dealer's 2 cards, the patterns on their backs were so strange that Lococo could not identify them for the moment. Of course, with the help of Dark Lococo, the little girl did not need to rack her brains to guess the cards. She did not even bother thinking, silently waiting for the information from Dark Lococo. Time ticked away, bit by bit. Half a minute later, Dark Lococo's message slowly passed through the transparent air wall and reached Nawin's ears. 6. Dark Lococo softly reported the number. Exactly right. The dealer's total was still 6, meaning it had once again drawn 2 threes. Talk about absurd, this is truly absurd. Lococo muttered to herself. The dealer's good luck ability was simply too overpowered. The game between it and the survivors was like watching 2 people play a gacha game. The survivors saved up resources for ages just to hit a pity pull, while this guy casually pulls a jackpot on a single spin. It was just that ridiculous. Usually, people with such extreme luck have to worry about shortening their lifespan, but this thing had no such concerns. So you are lucky, huh? Then let us keep drawing until you bust. Lococo gritted her teeth, then quietly walked behind Aya and gave her waist a gentle poke. Seeing this small gesture, the onlookers breathed a collective sigh of relief. Lococo's action was not only a hint to Aya at the table, but also a signal to the rest of the partners that the cheating plan was working. Aya's tense body gave a slight shiver as she instantly understood what Lococo meant. They had previously agreed that a single poke meant the dealer's total was higher than hers, so she needed to draw another card. With the intelligence in hand, Aya did not hesitate and chose to draw. The moment the head maid chose to draw, Lococo could clearly feel the dealer sitting across the table pause. It felt as if this creation known as the dealer had suddenly crashed. A moment later, the dealer regained its composure, nodded, and tossed the deck back to Aya. Does this guy crash to process things whenever it encounters something unexpected? Lococo rested her chin on her hand, silently speculating. And Aya's third card was another 2, with a Cerberus depicted on the back. Seeing 3 2s in her hand, the head maid was momentarily dazed. What a weird hand, Lococo thought, frantically venting in her mind. Too bad, if we were playing Fight the Landlord, we had already won. Curly-haired Yanyi also chimed in. After all, in Fight the Landlord, 2 is the highest regular card. Sadly, this was not Fight the Landlord. It was a game of comparing totals. And a minute later, Dark Lococo once again reported the dealer's card total to the little girl. 7. This new number made Lococo pause for a moment. The dealer's total in the previous round was 6, and now it was 7, meaning it had drawn a 1. Did its good luck ability fail? Did the King of Luck suddenly become a stroke of bad fortune? Lococo wondered to herself. However, the system interface in her eyes did not show that the good luck ability had been removed, so that explanation did not hold up. But the little girl soon realized the truth. The good luck skill was indeed powerful, but a rule of the game constrained it, the busting rule. Admittedly, if the dealer wanted to, every card it drew could be higher than the player's. But in this game, is a higher card total always better? You have to remember, if your total exceeds 10, you lose the game immediately. The dealer could control its own cards, but it could not control the player's. Moreover, it did not know what the player's total was. Being lucky is not omnipotent. Therefore, the dealer had to control its own hand, doing its best to avoid busting. To it right now, a 1 was better than a 3, so it drew a 1. With this realization, Lococo finally understood the trick to clearing this stage. Only by fully exploiting the busting rule and the various flaws of the dealer itself could one defeat this formidable underworld creation. With this in mind, Lococo poked Aya again, and the latter immediately understood, choosing to draw another card without hesitation. As the head maid chose to draw her 4th card, the stakes of the game rose to a staggering 3,000 milliliters of blood. This time, Aya finally broke her streak of bad luck and drew a 3. At this point, the head maid's total reached 9. And the dealer's total was 8, which meant the dealer had drawn a 1 once again. Having drawn a 1 twice in a row, Lococo easily guessed the dealer's thought process. This guy must have thought the head maid's total was quite low, and to prevent itself from busting, it chose to draw 2 ones in succession. And this erroneous choice meant that, for the first time, the survivor's total was higher than the dealer's. Without the slightest hesitation, Lococo poked Aya 3 times, signaling her to reveal her cards and end the match. Thus, amidst the expectant gazes of everyone, Aya and the dealer simultaneously flipped over their cards. Player total is 9, dealer total is 8. Third match, player wins. Dealer, please fulfill the wager. The broadcast announced the result of the game and ordered the dealer to immediately give the stake to the survivors. The dealer remained silent for quite a while before waving its hand toward the wager fish tank. Third match concluded, wager returned. Blood appeared out of thin air into the previously empty fish tank. It churned wildly, seemingly celebrating the survivor's first win, and the number on the tank's display changed accordingly. 300 milliliters. Seeing the blood in the tank, Aya stood up excitedly and hugged Lococo tightly. The other team members gathered around, looking at the little girl in the head maid's arms with deep respect. Although they could not celebrate freely in front of the dealer, everyone understood that Lococo was the hero behind Aya's victory. This victory came at just the right time. Not only had Aya recovered the losses from the first 2 matches, but she had also greatly boosted the morale of the survivors. The underworld dealer was by no means invincible. And are you finished celebrating? If so, prepare for the next match. The dealer interrupted their celebration. It was rare for it not to use polite language, suggesting it really had been rattled by the crushing defeat. Good luck. Lococo patted the 4th player, Yanyi, signaling him to play well. Do not you worry, Miss Lococo. Yanyi scratched his curly hair and said confidently, I am not just blowing hot air. I once started with 800 happy beans in a game of Fight the Landlord and won 50 million in just one night. Besides, with you here, I definitely will not lose. Watching Yanyi, who was clearly feeling good about himself, Lococo could not help but laugh. Go on then. Yanyi nodded and sat down at the table. The 4th round of the card game began in silence. Watch me pull off a god tier draw. Yanyi, the curly-haired man, rubbed his hands together and covered the deck. My turn, draw. With a crisp swish, Yanyi drew 2 cards into his hand with quite a flamboyant motion. That was actually pretty smooth. Lukeek had wanted to give him a compliment, but the second she saw the numbers on his cards, the little girl lost the words. Of Yanyi's 2 cards, one was a 2 with an illustration of black and white impermanence on the back, and the other was a 1, featuring a common soul-snatching imp on the back. What kind of ultimate bad luck magnet is this? Lukeek stared at his hand, dumbfounded and unable to say a word. These 2 cards added up to only 3 points, arguably the lowest starting hand among all the survivors so far. Lukeek really wanted to ask, how did a jinx like you ever manage to win 50 million happy beans? The little girl could not fathom it. The bystanders also could not help but cover their faces, unable to bear looking at Yanyi's hand. This is not right, is it? Yanyi rubbed his eyes and said in confusion, I must have seen it wrong. I do not know where things went sideways. As he spoke, he covered the cards again and used his finger to draw strange patterns on their backs. This is my mystical technique to guarantee a 5-star draw. Please, give me a couple of 3s. With that, he flipped his cards over once more. But the result did not change much at all. The glaring 1 and 2 on the cards made Yanyi droop his head in deep frustration. And it is fine. A low hand total is actually good, because then we can keep drawing, and it will not be so easy to bust. Chen Ning, the team captain, tried to comfort himself. Lu Keek had thought the same, but a second later, she received information from Dark Keek, and this sudden intel left the little girl frozen in place. A moment later, Lu Keek made a decision that took everyone by surprise. She walked slowly behind Yanyi and poked him in the back 3 times. This action meant she was telling Yanyi to show his hand. What? Yanyi asked reflexively, then slowly turned his head to look at Lu Keek with a puzzled expression. His eyes seemed to say, "Are you sure? You are not mistaken, are you?" Lu Keek nodded with a firm gaze. "Trust me, it is even worse luck than you." That was the message conveyed by Lu Keek's purple jewel-like eyes. Who? Yanyi let out a heavy sigh, slapped the table, and whispered, "All right, I will trust you this once." Following that, under the watchful eyes of the others, Yanyi chose to reveal his cards. Contestant 4, Are you certain you wish to reveal your hand? Unexpectedly, the dealer did not agree immediately, but instead asked Yanya repeatedly. I am sure. Without the slightest hesitation, Yanya nodded. Since he chose to trust Lu Keek, he would have no doubts. Then, Yan Yi and the dealer flipped their hands at the same time. Player total is 3, dealer total is 2. The fourth round goes to the player. Dealer, please pay out the bet. I repeat, please pay out the bet immediately. The numbers on the dealer's cards left everyone but Lu Keek in utter shock. That is right, the number Dark Keek had reported to the little girl was exactly 2. Whether it was a glitch or some other reason, in this fourth round, the dealer had actually drawn 2 ones. Lu Keek guessed it was highly likely that the dealer's mind had malfunctioned, causing him to draw the lowest possible number in the game. But whatever the real reason was, it no longer mattered. They had successfully taken this round. This time, the dealer was silent for a long while before waving a hand to pay out the bet. The blood tank above everyone's heads was nearly filled, shaking constantly but never letting a single drop leak. 4/3 milliliters. Well done. Lu Keek nodded in satisfaction and patted Yan Yi on the shoulder. Although they did not win much blood in this round, Lu Keek's goal was just to break even, and as long as she could pass this stage, she was content. As for the rules mentioning trading blood for money, houses, or luxury cars, Lu Keek had zero interest in that. She had 300 million yan currency in her bank account, so she did not need any of that. And please do not waste time. Contestant 5, step forward and begin the game immediately. After losing 2 rounds in a row, the dealer's attitude had completely soured, and the clown mask that had been grinning wildly now looked like it did not want to smile anymore. Prompted by the dealer, the 5th contestant, the socialite Li Hui, rose and walked slowly toward the table. Just then, Lu Keek reached out and grabbed Li Hui's hand. Ma'am, please remember our main priority is to break even. Just getting through this station is enough. Lu Keek urged her repeatedly. The game was more than halfway over, and Lu Keek absolutely did not want any more complications. She was not worried about the steady Chen Ning or herself. What the little girl feared most now was that this socialite might cause trouble. Li Hui nodded gently, appearing to take Lu Keek's words to heart. Then she gently pushed the little girl's hand away and walked step by step toward the gaming table. As for what she was truly thinking, perhaps only the socialite herself knew. Urged on by the dealer, the Lady Li Hui sat down at the table, taking her time. She licked the lipstick on her lips, placed her expensive handbag on the table, and skillfully rested her fingers on the cards. Among the 7 survivors, the one most experienced with gambling is neither Yan Yi, the curly-haired man who hung out in alleys, nor Luo Rui, the oldest police officer, but this unremarkable lady. As the female boss of a small company in Ma City, Li Hui had spent years frequenting various entertainment venues, entertaining clients with all sorts of gambling games to secure valuable business deals. During this time, she had played almost every table game in existence, which made her quite confident in her card skills. In fact, the initial defeats in the first 2 games did not cause her much panic. Li Hui believed that relying on her skills, she could win big. If so, everyone would see her as a hero who had saved them. It was just a pity that Luo Keek's sudden intervention ruined her chance to be that hero. Although I cannot be a hero, I can still win big, she thought to herself. Li Hui thought secretly. She believed that with Luo Keek's help, she would definitely be able to win a significant amount of blood. And when that time came, she could use that blood to trade with the dealer for what she wanted. The thing she had chased after her whole life. And player 5, are you ready? The dealer finished shuffling and tossed the deck to Li Hui. The dealer had recovered from its previous disappointment. The clown mask on its face was gone, replaced by a black, expressionless mask. Luo Keek could not detect any emotional fluctuation in the dealer's words. It seemed to have completely turned into a machine. Start then. Li Hui did not hesitate. She let out a sigh of pent-up air and drew 2 cards. Her first card was a 3 featuring the door god Yuchi Jinged. Good grief, does the door god belong to your underworld too? Luo Keek looked at the door god card in confusion and could not help but make a snarky comment. Li Hui's second card had a pattern of a great demon from hell on the back, and the number was naturally a 2. A total of 5, that is not bad. Looking at Li Hui's hand, Luo Keek nodded slightly. This was a pretty good total, though not perfect. A moment later, the intel from Dark Keek arrived on cue. In this round, the dealer had a total of 6, which meant 2 threes. Huh, you drew 2 threes in a row again. Did you learn from the previous lesson? Luo Keek looked at the dealer curiously, but could not spot any flaws. This guy did not seem afraid of busting at all anymore. The dealer's intelligence seemed to have undergone some sort of upgrade. Forget it, why overthink it? We have the intel we cannot lose. With that thought, Luo Keek dismissed her worries, walked up, and nudged Li Hui to signal her to draw another card. Li Hui nodded, immediately understanding the little girl's intention. Dealer, hit me. She waved at the dealer to request a card. This time, the dealer said nothing. It did not even ask if she was sure, simply throwing the card to her. Li Hui was startled by the dealer's action, but she quickly reacted and drew a card. She had good luck this round, drawing a 3 featuring Lucifer, bringing her total to 8. The dealer, however, drew a 2, also reaching a total of 8. For a moment, both sides had identical totals, the first time this had happened in the game. Strange, are not you going to keep drawing? Luo Keek looked at the cards in confusion, a hint of worry surfacing. The dealer no longer mindlessly picked good cards, but rather played precisely, arranging its hand in the most optimal way. This sudden change brought considerable trouble to the players. However, with Dark Keek as her cheat sheet, the little girl was not too afraid. Their totals were tied, so if they revealed their cards now, it would be a draw. A draw meant no losses for the survivors, but also 0 blood gained. This result was perfectly acceptable to Luo Keek and the other survivors. Their total blood count had reached a satisfactory 4,000 milliliters. With that much in the bank, even if they forfeited the last 2 rounds, they would still have 2,000 milliliters left, needing only 1,000 more to pass. Either way, revealing the cards was the most profitable choice. With this in mind, Luo Keek tapped Li Hui's back 3 times. This gesture meant the player's total was higher than the dealer's, and she could reveal. Since the survivors also desired a draw, the signal for a draw was the same as the signal for victory. However, after Luo Keek gave the signal, Li Hui turned around and looked at her. Her eyes were full of suspicion. Is my hand really bigger than its? This was the message in Li Hui's eyes. Luo Keek was momentarily stunned by Li Hui's firm gaze, and she instinctively nodded. Actually, she did not really want to deceive Li Hui. But in order to pass the level, she had no other choice. Seeing the gesture, Li Hui was silent for a long time before turning back. Then, something unexpected happened. She suddenly raised her hand and whispered, "Dealer, I want to keep drawing." This sentence made everyone present panic. They looked at Li Hui in disbelief, unable to fathom her thinking. In reality, the moment she locked eyes with Luo Keek, Li Hui had understood the little girl's true intention. After years in the social circuit, one glance was enough for her to read between the lines perfectly. Li Hui knew that if she revealed now, it would be a draw, a result she did not want at all. She wanted to win. Feeling the dissatisfaction from those behind her, Li Hui snorted coldly. You people do not understand. You do not know what this blood can be traded for here. In fact, during the previous break, Li Hui had left the resting room alone. She had walked up to the dealer and learned about the goods available in the gambling Abyss Station's shop. 1,000 milliliters of blood could be exchanged for 100 million Fire State dollars, or a private villa in the city center, or shares in a listed company. Just a few successful trades, and Li Hui could achieve financial freedom. Li Hui turned back, silently assessing the others. Curly hair Yan Yi, criminal Chen Ning. I can tell you two are not interested in money. Old cop Luo Rui, just a working class guy, he is probably stuck like this for life, so he would not risk it for money. As for Luo Keek and Zia, Li Hui looked at the 2 girls, a flame of jealousy in her eyes. Do not think I cannot tell, you 2 little girls are wearing custom designer clothes. You are clearly from wealthy families. You have never experienced the feeling of needing money, so you do not care. But I care. Li Hui covered the cards with her hand, gritting her teeth in bitter frustration. With money, she could pay off her debts and never have to worry about debt collectors again. With money, she would not have to grovel or play the role of a lowly hostess for disgusting clients. Money could make her a person of status. It could grant her every wish. For that, she was willing to abandon reason, even if it cost her everything, including her life. But then again, in the cruel business world she came from, did not losers lose everything anyway? In Li Hui's view, there was no essential difference. Besides, she believed she would absolutely not lose. Decades at the poker table, let Li Hui realize her situation in an instant. Her total was 8, and the dealer's total was also 8. This meant they had already drawn 4 3 cards. Logically, there should not be many 3s left in the deck. As long as the next card was not a 3, she had a chance to win, otherwise she would bust. It will not be a 3, it definitely will not. Li Hui prayed fervently as she drew the top card from the deck. The pattern on the back was an ordinary woman holding a strange wooden stick. Judging by the pattern, this card should not be a 3. Li Hui exhaled a sigh of relief. However, when she flipped the card over, the number staring back at her left her completely stunned. On the face of the card, a number was clearly displayed. 3. It cannot be a 3, it just cannot be a 3. Li Hui the socialite muttered, I have calculated it. There is no way there are any 3s left in this deck. Ignoring all etiquette, she stood up abruptly, snatched the deck of cards and scattered them wildly across the table. Then, something completely unexpected happened. The glowing playing cards all bore the exact same number, without exception. 3. Yes, this entire stack of cards was nothing but 3s. You cheated. Li Hui's eyes turned red. She glared at the dealer through gritted teeth and shouted, You specifically altered my deck just to make me bust. Hearing this, the dealer finally made a move. It shook its head and explained, Respected passenger, you have misunderstood. The cards provided by the underworld have been specially modified, and the numbers on them are completely random. Unless the cards are held in your hand, the numbers in the deck are constantly changing from one moment to the next. Li Hui certainly did not believe these words. She gathered the cards together again and flipped over 2 more. This time, the numbers she got were 2 ones, which undoubtedly confirmed what the dealer said. The moment she saw those 2 cards, Li Hui slumped back into her chair. She finally understood that her so-called card skills and deductive reasoning were useless in this game. Total for player is 11, total for dealer is 9, player busts. 5th round, the dealer wins. The broadcast announced the result without a hint of mercy. 5th round ended, stakes deducted. After the broadcast, the dealer waved at the betting fish tank, and as everyone watched with heavy hearts, the blood in the tank instantly vanished. A large minus sign appeared on the fish tank's display. Minus 2,000 out of 3,000 milliliters. The dealer looked at the number on the tank and nodded slightly, appearing quite satisfied. Unlike the dealer's satisfaction, the survivors in the carriage were devastated. The survivor side had lost 6,000 milliliters of blood in this match, which not only wiped out their previous gains, but also left them with an additional 2,000 milliliter deficit. Damn it! Yan Yi, the man with curly hair, cursed under his breath. He stood up in a fit of rage, intending to confront Li Hui, but was stopped by Chen Ning. Yan Yi, calm down. Chen Ning gritted his teeth, suppressing his own anger to prevent a potential conflict. We still have 2 rounds left. Myself and Miss Luo Keek, we can win it back, do not lose your composure, Chen Ning said softly. As the leader, he clearly understood that a loss was a loss. Getting angry was meaningless. Instead of venting useless anger, it was better to think about what to do in the next 2 rounds. Besides, we still have Miss Luo Keek. With her here, we should be able to win back the stakes. Chen Ning turned his gaze toward Luo Keek, his eyes filled with confidence in the little girl. Right, Miss Luo Keek? Chen Ning forced a smile. Sigh. Luo Keek sighed. She was about to nod, but just then, a rather discordant sound reached the little girl's ears. Oh yeah? The sound was like a little girl screaming in pain. Instantly, Luo Keek realized it was the voice of Dark Keek. Little Dark, what happened to you? Luo Keek asked anxiously. If anyone were to ask who else Luo Keek cared about in this carriage besides Aya and herself, the answer would only be Dark Keek. Although the 2 little girls often teased each other, in reality, their fates had long been intertwined. Now that something had happened to Dark Keek, how could Luo Keek not be worried? I am fine. Dark Keek breathed heavily, her body sounding extremely weak. Just now, I think I was targeted by the underworld. I do not know what method this train used, but it expelled me from the air wall. Although Dark Keek was known as the little girl system, her current state was essentially that of a spirit, or more specifically, a special soul form. While such a soul form would not suffer from conventional physical damage, it was not entirely invincible. The underworld, as one of the most powerful anomalous forces, naturally knew how to target soul forms. Are you injured? Luo Keek frowned slightly, deeply worried that something strange might happen to Dark Keek's spiritual form. Once a spiritual form is damaged, it is incredibly difficult to repair. "I am okay." Dark Keek sighed softly and said, "But from now on, I will not be able to help you. The train has reinforced the air wall's defense, and I can no longer pass through it." Hearing this, Luo Keek shook her head gently and comforted her. "As long as you are okay, that is what matters." Afterward, the little girl stared at the dealer, without a hint of fear in her eyes. Li Hui's crushing defeat, the dealer's sudden evolution, the loss of Dark Keek's assistance. These pieces of bad news were suffocating. But could this kind of situation make the little girl give up? Clearly, that was impossible. She believed that until the final moment of the game, the outcome remained unknown. Player 6, stop wasting time. Sit at the table immediately and proceed with the gamble. The dealer's cold words struck the survivors' hearts like a heavy iron hammer. After decisively winning the 5th round, the dealer did not seem satisfied. It wanted to end the game as quickly as possible and personally send these survivors to hell. The survivor's 6th player was Lococo. Unlike the others who were in a panic, Lococo, though frowning, had not lost her composure. She raised her hand slightly and asked in a low voice, "Dealer, I would like to request a 10-minute break." At this point, the little girl had to think carefully and discuss with the others what she should do. The dealer was silent for a moment and replied, 2 minutes at most." "That is enough." Lococo nodded, then turned her gaze toward the 7th player, Chen Ning. "Uncle Chen, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Lococo waved at Chen Ning, signaling him to come over. As the only 2 players remaining, and having lost Dark Coco's help, Lococo had to be honest with Chen Ning and work out a strategy. After all, the lives of the 7 people in this carriage were now in their hands. Hearing the little girl's call, Chen Ning was a bit puzzled, but still followed her to the corner. Then, the 2 began their conversation. Their voices were very low, so low that no one else could hear them clearly. 2 minutes later, they stopped talking. The survivors did not know what they had discussed, but they saw faces full of bitterness and worry on both Lococo and Chen Ning. Lococo walked step by step to the gambling table and sat down. She took a deep breath, dispersing all the pressure in her heart. Determination reappeared in her eyes. "Let us begin." The little girl stared fixedly at the dealer's mask, unafraid of its cold aura. For a moment, the aura emanating from them was almost evenly matched. The former strongest adventurer of Blue Star seemed to have returned. Sensing Lococo's astonishing aura, the dealer was slightly stunned, but quickly regained its focus. Without a wasted word, it threw the shuffled deck of cards to Lococo. "Come, let me see." Lococo looked at the deck of cards in front of her and rubbed her little hands together. "Let us see just how bad my level 5 bad luck can be." Lococo licked her little canine teeth and drew 2 cards. Curiously, the image on the back of both cards was exactly the same, a little devil with black wings. Seeing this pattern, Lococo roughly guessed her point value. She flipped over the cards in her hand, and the value was 2 ones. "Hey, as expected." Lococo shook her head with a bitter smile, recalling her passive skill. Bad luck charm level 5. When drawing cards, you only ever get the minimum, and in card games, you only ever draw the smallest numbers. Undoubtedly, the moment she sat at the gambling table, this passive skill had already taken effect. Looking at the 2 ones in her hand, Lococo thought of the dealer's good luck ability. This good luck versus bad luck charm, what an interesting duel. It is a battle between the cursed and the lucky. Fine, small is small. As long as I do not reveal my hand, I will not lose because of a low score. Lococo sighed and chose to draw another card without hesitation. Similar to the previous game, the card game in the underworld was not just simply about who has the higher score. Having a low score has its own way of being played. It is not entirely hopeless. If she could keep drawing ones, Lococo could force the dealer to bust and win the game. Besides this method, she could also directly fold and accept a loss, deducting another 1,000 milliliters of blood from the bet. However, if she did that, the pressure of the game would shift entirely onto Chen Ning. 1,000 milliliters of blood is simply too much. For the survivors who are frequently donating blood, every reduction in the stakes decreases their survival rate. Lococo did not like to push responsibility onto others. It did not match her personality. And while speaking, the little girl drew another little devil card, and the value was naturally still 1. Not enough, must keep drawing. Lococo bit her lower lip slightly and chose to draw again. The fourth card was still the lowest valued little devil card. Draw again. Lococo ignored the ever-increasing bet. She just kept drawing and drawing. Gulped. The survivors watching behind the little girl could not help but gulp. They looked up at the betting tank overhead. Current stake, 4,000 milliliters of blood. Before anyone knew it, Lococo's game had accumulated a massive bet. If the girl loses, or if she busts, the amount of blood the survivors would owe would be a terrifying figure. By then, even if people drained their own blood, they probably would not be able to pay off the debt. There's a perfect term for the girl's behavior right now, walking a tightrope. However, in reality, Lococo herself had not thought that much about it. For the little girl, she only had two choices. Either forfeit at the start and lose 1,000 milliliters of blood, or keep drawing until the end of the game and bear the consequences of that choice. And about 5 minutes later, Lococo wiped the sweat from her forehead and stopped drawing. She now had 7 little devil cards in her hand, all of which were ones. And the bet had reached a terrifying 6,000 milliliters of blood. 7 cards already, and the dealer has not busted yet. Lococo looked at the dealer. At this moment, the dealer also had 7 cards, 7 identical cards. The bust mechanic automatically triggers the moment a player's total exceeds 10. Therefore, the dealer's total was also less than 10. This indicates one thing. The dealer saw through Lococo's bad luck trait and adjusted the cards drawn accordingly based on her luck. If that is the case, then keep drawing. Lococo placed her cards face down on the table, deciding not to look at them. Then she drew 2 more cards, bringing her total to 9 cards. Of course, these 2 cards were definitely ones as well. Holding 9 cards, Lococo's total reached 9 points. She collected her cards unhurriedly and looked at the dealer, her eyes seeming to say, "Your turn." The dealer paused, then raised both hands and hooked its fingers into its clown mask. Surprisingly, as its fingers moved, the flat mouth on the mask slowly curved upward, forming an eerie smile. Wearing this smiling expression, the dealer drew 2 cards without hesitation. And surprisingly, the dealer, having also drawn 9 cards, did not bust either. This proves one thing: the dealer's total score would only be 9 or 10. Only 1 card left. Should I draw or not? Lococo fell into a brief thought. Relying on her bad luck skill, her next card should also be a 1. In that case, wrong could bring her total to the maximum of 10 points. With 10 points, even if she could not win, she would at least be able to tie with the dealer. And if she won, she would gain a huge amount of the stake. The idea is beautiful, but is the bad luck skill really that simple? In this game, busting is the greatest misfortune, a result far more miserable than any other. Lococo is currently worried that her bad luck might pull a big stunt in this final round, like forcing her to draw a 2, causing her to bust. If that happens, the little girl is finished. A debt of 20,000 milliliters of blood. Even if she sold herself to the underworld, she probably could not pay it off. I wonder if Little Dark could be sold. Thinking of this, Lococo subconsciously thought of her cute system. A special soul entity. In a place like the underworld, it should be worth a lot of blood, right? You actually want to sell me? I am your priceless treasure. Dark Coco protested immediately. Just kidding, trying to lighten the mood. Linju's comforted Little Dark, then regained her spirit. Then, under the nervous gaze of the people, Lococo chose to draw again. Actually, with the game this far along, there is no essential difference between losing 10,000 and losing 20,000. Rather than handing fate over to the opponent, it is better to take control herself. This way, even if she ends up losing, she will not have any regrets. Then she took a deep breath and drew her final card. And the number on this card was still 1. Player point total has reached 10. Game over. Now comparing both sides' points. Player total is 10, dealer total is 10. Both are equal. This match is a draw. Before Lococo could even reveal her cards, the loudspeaker hastily announced the end of the match. Once the player reached the maximum point value, there was no point in continuing the game, so the broadcast did not bother asking for Lococo's input and ended it early. Cue. Hearing the announcement, Lococo let out a sigh of relief. She slumped into her chair as if all the strength had been drained from her body. Right up to the very last draw, the little girl's luck had not changed. The 1 card stuck with her from start to finish, and her bad luck skill did not cause any extra trouble for her. Unlike the dealer's good luck skill, which could shift at any moment, Lococo's bad luck skill was a fixed, unchanging ability. As long as it defined drawing a 1 as the unluckiest possible outcome, it would not change. It was precisely this that saved Lococo from the fate of busting. Good luck and bad luck do not actually have a clear dividing line. She stared at the dealer in front of her, a faint smile appearing on the corner of her lips. The dealer calmly spread out its hand. It also had a full set of ones. It seemed that right from the start of the game, the dealer had used some method to discern the girl's inherent bad luck, and kept pulling ones to ensure it would not lose by busting. This draw seemed acceptable to both sides. For Lococo, it went without saying. She had already steeled herself before the game began. As long as she was plagued by such terrible luck, simply not losing was a victory in itself. And the dealer, for its part, did not seem disappointed in the least. It did not rush to start the next match, but instead looked at the little girl's small hands with interest, as if it had noticed something. Feeling the dealer's gaze, Lococo frowned slightly and tucked her hands back into her sleeves. Then she stood up and slowly walked back toward the crowd. All that greeted Lococo were Aya's warm hands and Chen Ning's look of approval. As for the others, they did not speak, nor did they cheer for the little girl. They did not realize that Sue had lost her ability to cheat. In the survivors' minds, this game should have been a victory, not a draw. These people simply did not understand that securing a draw was already the absolute limit of the girl's potential. Of course, they would not hold any resentment toward Xuan over this match. After all, the cheating method itself was her idea. However, Lococo could not be bothered to explain it to them. She could not very well tell everyone that she was cursed with supreme bad luck, could she? It would be too embarrassing to face anyone after that. Miss Lococo, well done. Chen Ning walked slowly over to Lococo and nodded with satisfaction. He was the only one among the survivors who knew the truth. Chen Ning understood that Lococo had lost her ability to cheat, and this draw was the best possible outcome she could have fought for. Lococo wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead and said softly, "The next round is up to you. Good luck." Regardless of how much she had disliked Chen Ning before, at this moment, Lococo was willing to cheer him on. Because the 6th round ended in a draw, the stakes remained unchanged at minus 2,000 points. This meant that Chen Ning absolutely had to win the final round, and he needed a big win. The stakes for this match had to reach at least 3,000 milliliters to pull the total back to around 1,000 milliliters. Only then could the survivors barely scrape by. Now all the pressure rested squarely on Chen Ning's shoulders. The weight he was carrying was so heavy that even Lococo felt it was a bit too much. Through their previous private talk, Lococo understood that Chen Ning had been a qualified interim captain thus far. Do not worry, Miss Lococo. Chen Ning scratched his head and said confidently, "I will help everyone win this round. I promise." His voice was not loud, but it carried an inexplicable sense of power. Then Chen Ning turned back to face the dealer. He slowly took off his worn-out coat, revealing the army green training shirt underneath. It was military-issued clothing. "Mr. Player number 7, please take your seat." Amidst the surprised gazes of the crowd, the dealer used an uncharacteristically polite tone. It stared at Chen Ning's fingers, the smile on its mask widening. "Yeah, I have kept you waiting for a long time, have not I?" Chen Ning smiled too, but behind that smile, Lococo caught a trace of fury. A blood-red bullet-shaped mark slowly emerged on the tip of Chen Ning's finger. This was Chen Ning's mark of the underworld, a reward bestowed upon him by the afterlife and also the nightmare it had brought him. "Let us end this boring game," Feng Ning said, enunciating every word clearly. This match would be the final stand for the survivors at the betting abyss station. It concerned the fate of all 7 of them. For this reason, Chen Ning could not lose, and he would not lose. Carrying the hopes of everyone, Chen Ning walked step by step toward the poker table. He cast a disdainful glance at the dealer, pulled out the chair, and sat down. "Respected Player 7, please draw your cards." To everyone's surprise, the dealer did not mind Chen Ning's attitude. It looked at him with great respect and offered the deck of cards with both hands. Could this attitude have something to do with Chen Ning's proof of the underworld? Luo Keek looked curiously at Chen Ning's hands, where the bullet-shaped proof of the underworld was quite conspicuous on his fingers. Furthermore, after careful observation, she was almost certain that his proof had been upgraded at least once. This meant that this guy had likely survived several anomalous events in the underworld, which was exactly why the dealer held him in such high regard. Just how much has his proof of the underworld boosted his physical attributes? Luo Keek wondered silently. In fact, every person's proof of the underworld is a unique existence in this world, and their effects are completely different. Beyond boosting her physical stats, Luo Keek's proof had some special abilities, such as extra damage against spirit-type enemies. Chen Ning's attributes, however, seemed to lean more toward raw physical prowess. It was a pity the system could not view the status panels of humans, or she would have definitely found out the truth. And looking at the cards, Chen Ning did not draw immediately. He fell silent for a moment and pulled an iron necklace from under his collar. At the bottom of the chain hung a bronze bullet casing, stained with a mysterious red liquid that looked like dried blood. He gently unclasped the casing and gripped it in his hand. Throughout this time, the dealer did not rush him. It simply watched with an elegant and constant smile. A moment later, Chen Ning exhaled softly and placed the bullet casing on the table. Then, with firm resolve, he drew 2 cards. A 2 showing the black and white impermanence, and a 1 showing the ferryman of the underworld. Total points 3. A terrible start. Chen Ning chided himself, though he did not complain much. He had entered this game aiming for a big win. If he hit the max score too early, the stakes would not go up. With that thought, he did not hesitate and chose to draw again. His actions struck the observing survivors as strange. In their eyes, Chen Ning should have waited for Luo Keek to tip him off about the opponent's card value before deciding whether to draw. Could it be that the acting captain and Miss Luo Keek are having a disagreement? The survivors wondered. Luo Keek could not be bothered to explain. Her focus was entirely on Chen Ning's hand. The card skills of the dealer, which had been enhanced with higher intelligence, could only be described as terrifying. Through its ability called Strong Luck, it could draw whatever cards it wanted and specify any card value it desired. Such a formidable ability was practically no different from cheating. But such a powerful dealer had 2 fatal weaknesses. First, the dealer did not know the values of the player's cards, nor could it control what cards the player drew. Second, the choice to end the game lay with the player, so the dealer could not perfectly manage its own hand since it did not know when the player would stop. Without the help of the other Keek, the only way for the survivors to win was to exploit these 2 points. You have to win. The young girl prayed silently. If Chen Ning lost, the survivors would have to kill each other to collect enough blood, or try to kill the dealer and seek another way to victory. Neither outcome was something Luo Keek wanted to see, so she hoped Chen Ning would win. In the second round of drawing, Chen Ning pulled a 2, bringing his total to 5. Slow and steady, not bad. Though he had not pulled a 3 yet, he was not discouraged. He nodded calmly and chose to draw again. Chen Ning suspected that the dealer had some form of mind-reading ability. It could judge a player's hand by observing their expressions and body language. Thus, Chen Ning had kept a completely neutral expression and avoided any unnecessary movements. You like to guess? Fine, guess all you want. Chen Ning drew silently. In the third round, he finally drew a 3, the back of the card depicting a crimson phoenix. With this card, his total reached 8. It was an awkward number. Without realizing it, Chen Ning had fallen into the same predicament as the socialite Li Hui. 8 is a number very close to victory, but also dangerously close to busting. It was a tough decision whether to hit or stand. The current stakes were 3,000 points. If he conceded, their total deficit would hit minus 5,000, meaning they would need 7,000 milliliters of blood to clear the level. For a fleeting moment, Chen Ning considered revealing his cards to lose, then using his own strength to kill everyone except Luo Keek and use their corpses to settle the debt. He could say without boasting that he was fully capable of doing such a thing. But the thought passed as quickly as it came, and he rejected it immediately. He admitted he was no saint. At the last station, he had killed a few passengers who tried to target the old police officer under the guise of self-defense. But this was different. Relying on the slaughter of companions to survive was something Chen Ning could not do, no matter what. Because he was a soldier of the Yan Empire, even if he had been discharged. And it is time to choose again. Damn it, the thing I hate most in this life is making these damn choices. Despite his stoic expression, his mind was a tangled mess of irritation. Just then, he remembered a private conversation he had had with Luo Keek. And a promise. And, Uncle Chen Ning, I have some unfortunate news. After the 5th game, I lost my ability to cheat. I did not really want to tell you, but now that it is just the 2 of us left, I have to be honest. Actually, my luck is terrible, really bad. so I will likely lose. But do not worry, if possible, I will try to aim for a draw. But if that happens, the pressure of the stakes will fall entirely on you. Luo Qi explained the situation in one breath, her eyes filled with worry. Chen Ning had been very confident back then. He smiled and replied, Miss Luo Qi, as the acting captain, I promise you. I will win the 5th game and I will play aggressively. But what if you bust? What will we do then? Kill each other or attack the dealer? Luo Qi had asked softly. Chen Ning shook his head and stated his promise, word by word. If I win this game, and the stakes are still not enough, I will bear the burden of the missing blood myself. And if I lose, I will not just sit by, I will attack the dealer. If I win, we clear the level, but if I lose... Chen Ning took a deep breath and forced a smile. Then I will make sure I have 1 breath left. You can drain my blood and then use my corpse to settle the debt. That should be just about enough. This is a promise I make as your companion. Back to the present. After some deliberation, Chen Ning finally made his decision. He would continue to draw, gambling that his next card would not be a 3. It was the same situation and the same gambling instinct, but his reasoning was completely different from Li Hui's. Li Hui played for her own wealth, while Chen Ning played for the lives of his teammates. As he drew the card, Chen Ning moved his right hand under the table and clenched it into a fist. The moment he failed, and the game was ruled a loss, he would jump onto the table and fight the dealer to the death. Seeing his actions, Luo Qi was puzzled. She knew that at the previous station, this guy had acted cold and heartless, disregarding human life entirely. Yet now, having become temporary teammates, he was willing to protect everyone at all costs. Does the word companion hold some special meaning for Uncle Chen Ning? Luo Qi could not understand. That was something only Chen Ning knew in his heart. After Chen Ning chose to draw a card, the dealer suddenly moved. It reached out a hand, seemingly intending to stop Chen Ning, but halfway through, it retracted the hand. Chen Ning did not pay any mind to the motion. He reached out without hesitation and drew a card from the deck. The pattern on the back of this card depicted a tall warrior in armor, wielding double blades, standing in the middle of a battlefield and scanning the surrounding enemies, looking quite imposing. Oh, number. Seeing this pattern, Chen Ning roughly guessed the value of the card. Generally speaking, the flashier the pattern on the underworld poker cards and the more imposing the background character, the higher its point value. This card was very likely a 3. Chen Ning sighed and slowly flipped the card over. But to his surprise, the number on the card was not the 3 he had imagined, but a 2. What is going on? Chen Ning looked at the armored warrior card in confusion. He had already prepared himself for a life-or-death struggle, but this card, which he had never seen before, had saved his life. At the same time, the dealer stood up slowly. It did not even wait for the broadcast to announce the result before tossing its cards onto the table. The dealer's cards had values of 1, 1, 2, 2, and 3, totaling 9 points, exactly 1 point less than Chen Ning's. The player's total is 10 points, the dealer's total is 9 points. In this round, the player wins. The broadcast slowly announced Chen Ning's victory. Congratulations, esteemed warrior. Surprisingly, the dealer did not leave immediately. It bowed respectfully to Chen Ning. I accept my defeat to you wholeheartedly. The originally cold and merciless dealer seemed to have gained a touch of humanity at this moment. Objectively speaking, Chen Ning was indeed the only one to have won a game against the dealer without relying on any external assistance. It was only natural for the dealer, representing the underworld, to show respect to Chen Ning. Afterward, it waved its hand and returned the stakes. Chen Ning had won back into the fish tank. In an instant, the fish tank, which had previously shown a negative balance, was filled halfway with blood. In this round, Chen Ning performed excellently and won 4,000 milliliters of blood. The current stake tank already held 2,000 milliliters, which meant the survivors only needed to contribute another 1,000 milliliters of blood to clear this stage. Phew! Chen Ning let out a long sigh, eyes closed, leaning back in his chair as if he had been set free. No need to fight the dealer, and no need to kill each other. This result could be considered quite good. A moment later, Chen Ning turned back and looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone, I did not let you down. Hearing Chen Ning's words, the survivors snapped out of it, cheering excitedly as they walked toward Chen Ning to applaud their temporary leader. Even the old police officer, who had always been dissatisfied with Chen Ning, gave him a thumbs up. And Luo Keek also nodded at Chen Ning with a smile. Ahem. About a minute later, the dealer coughed twice, interrupting the celebration. It said softly, 7 rounds of gambling have concluded successfully. Your current total stake is 2,000. To clear the stage, you must contribute another 1,000 milliliters of blood. Then the dealer waved its hand, took down the stake tank, and placed it in front of the group. Looking at the tank, Chen Ning slowly stood up and said in a low voice, "I will do it." During his earlier conversation with Luo Keek, Chen Ning had promised the little girl that if the survivors were still short on the stake after this round, he would cover the remaining blood himself. Now, it was time to fulfill that promise. But just then, a pair of slender hands stopped him. He turned his head in surprise and found it was Li Hui, the socialite. "I am sorry, it is all my fault." Li Hui stepped forward, looking ashamed, and said, "Let me provide the blood." Chen Ning was slightly stunned. He hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing to Li Hui's request. Since this woman wanted to make amends for her mistakes, Chen Ning did not mind giving her the chance. Besides, drawing 1,000 milliliters of blood at once is very harmful to the body. Chen Ning had already drawn 1,000 before the game started. If he drew that much more, he would likely go into mild shock. "Hey, finally doing something decent." Yan Yi, the curly-haired man, quipped, "Guess she is not beyond saving yet." Hearing this, everyone laughed, while Li Hui lowered her head in shame and silently went to the fish tank to draw the blood. After this round of gambling, Luo Keek could clearly sense that the 7 survivors in this carriage had begun to form the prototype of a team. This would be of huge help to them for their journey ahead. In the near future, there would be even more dangers and difficulties awaiting them. And after Li Hui finished drawing the blood, Chen Ning helped her back to the lounge. The fish tank, having received the required amount of blood, rose slowly and merged into the ceiling of the carriage. A moment later, the broadcast sounded. Ding dong! Respected travelers, congratulations on successfully completing the journey to the second station. On behalf of the underworld, we extend our sincere greetings to you. You will receive 20 hours of rest. We will begin a new round of the journey at 12 noon tomorrow. Please be prepared. During your rest, we will provide food, drinking water, and necessary bathing and sanitary facilities as usual. You have already paid the ticket fee, and we will not charge any additional costs, so please rest easy. Starting from the next station, the difficulty of the levels will increase substantially. Please prepare yourself fully, and we hope you can survive. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Characters to be added later. Alice, character profile pending. You can submit character ideas in the book circle. Once the broadcast ended, the carriage slowly returned to its normal state. The crimson gambling table shook twice before sinking leisurely into the hardwood floor. Along with it vanished the deck of cards and the 2 chairs that still held the warmth of their occupants. The dealer stood up gracefully, brushed the dust off its clothes, and gave the survivors a slight bow. "It has been my honor to play a game with you all." Under their silent gaze, the dealer's body began to slowly shatter. Its clothing and physical form turned into transparent fragments, drifting toward the ceiling before dissipating into the space. "The road ahead will be difficult. I wish you all the best of luck. The underworld hopes you will all stay alive." After speaking, the dealer's body shattered completely, turning into a gentle breeze that brushed past everyone. Then, the seats in the carriage slowly rose from the floor, returning the carriage completely to its original state. Everyone must be tired. Chen Ning walked back to his seat at a leisurely pace and said softly, "Take a rest. The attendant should be here soon to serve the meal." Then, Chen Ning casually picked up the handcuffs and tossed them to the veteran police officer, Luo Rui. "Hey, Officer Luo, do you still want to lock me up?" Luo Rui was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a bitter smile. "Forget it. After everything we have been through, it would just make me look like a fool to keep you cuffed." The veteran officer thought for a moment, then changed his tone and asked softly, "I believe now that you were not the one who killed those soldiers. So, can you tell me what that case was actually about?" Hearing this question, everyone in the carriage turned their attention to him. They knew that Chen Ning carried the weight of a shocking murder case. According to information previously revealed by the police officer, Chen Ning was once a soldier. But during a mission, he allegedly killed his comrades, leading to his dishonorable discharge from the Yan Nation military and his subsequent status as a wanted man. And Chen Ning remained silent for a moment, then gave a slight shake of his head. "I am not in the mood to talk about that right now." He held the bullet pendant in his palm and murmured, "The priority right now is to figure out how to get through the next level." Seeing Chen Ning intentionally changing the subject, the veteran officer did not press further. The others, seeing Chen Ning's deliberate evasion, had nothing else to say and simply sat back in their seats to rest. Luo Qi adjusted her seat to the flat position, lay back lazily, and opened her phone. The time was now 4:00 p.m., meaning they had cleared the gambling abyss station in just 4 hours. That efficiency was quite decent. The underworld train stops change every day, so the earlier they finished the task, the more time they had to rest. After the gambling session ended, the front of the carriage featured a restroom and shower room as usual, but Luo Qi had just showered that morning and had no need to go again. Aya naturally stayed by Luo Qi's side, gently fiddling with the young girl's hair. Unlike the two quiet girls, the curly-haired man, Yan Yi, was bouncing around the carriage, seemingly possessing inexhaustible energy. The guy acted as if he had ADHD, kicking here and punching there, occasionally running up to the bespectacled man, Zia Ming, trying to cozy up to him. Zia Ming had been playing a single-player game, but with Yan Yi making such a racket beside him, he could not take it anymore and simply ducked into his own bathroom, planning to spend the next 20 hours in the tub. Hot water is free and unlimited anyway, might as well use it. With that thought, Zia Ming locked the bathroom door, leaving the awkward-looking Yan Yi to bother someone else. It is worth mentioning that the lady, Li Hui, wanted to enter the blood store through the attendant after her blood draw, hoping to drain another 1,000 milliliters to exchange for Yan nation currency. However, the attendant told her that once the dealer disappeared, the shop vanished along with it. This news left Li Hui filled with regret, but in reality, given her physical condition, drawing another 1,000 milliliters would have surely caused serious health complications. In a way, the underworld's action had saved her life. And Luo Qi ignored the farce in the carriage. After eating a very abstract dinner, she lay on her chair and fell into silent contemplation. Luo Qi was thinking about the implications of the underworld dealer's words and the phrase mentioned repeatedly in the broadcast. The meaning of the underworld's existence is not to kill you all. Could it be that the underworld actually has its own hidden agenda? Luo Qi pondered silently. In her past life, although she was the strongest adventurer on Blue Star, her independent style made her more of a powerful hired gun than a key figure among humanity. She was not actually privy to core intelligence. Moreover, in her previous life, she had not dealt much with the underworld and knew very little about this anomalous force. But her intuition told her that the existence of the underworld was likely related to the dire state of the world. 80 years ago, a shocking world war split Blue Star's history into two. One part is called the public history. The other part is called the hidden history. The so-called public history is the history displayed to the general public. In their eyes, after the World War ended, humanity developed rapidly. For the sake of trade and peace, nations formed several military and economic alliances based on region. For instance, the Pan-Asian Cooperation Organization led by the Yan Nation, the Great American Alliance led by the United States, the European Union in the West, and the Northern Alliance in Northern Asia. At the same time, people believed that the Yan Nation's decision to abolish administrative units above the city level and reorganize the entire country into 4 major cities was simply to streamline administration. Moreover, the civilians of the Yan Nation always believed they had lived through 80 years of peaceful development since the war. These events constitute the history seen by the common people. But is all of this real? The answer is no. The hidden history, known only to the leaders of the Yan Nation and adventurers, is the true history of this planet. After that World War, various anomalous events began to appear in the world. At first, no one paid attention to the disappearing or dying individuals, but as the number of victims grew, people finally realized the danger. Governments began sending in troops and organizing talented individuals from the private sector to combat these events. This was the prototype of the Adventurer Association. But due to a lack of intelligence, their actions met with failure after failure. As humanity failed, the influence and reach of these anomalies grew, and when their power peaked, they would launch an anomalous war. There is little historical record left regarding the anomalous wars. But Luo Qi knew the carnage of these wars was likely on par with the World War. The Great Yan Nation had experienced 2 anomalous wars. In the First War, the Yan nation lost all its coastal cities. In the Second War, the Yan nation lost most of the wilderness and towns within its territory, which is exactly why it reorganized into 4 megacities to facilitate defense. If the deep-rooted Yan nation suffered like this, other countries fared even worse. Apart from its capital, all other cities in the Ying nation fell. France and Germany in Europe lost nearly 40% of their total population. The United States, once the strongest nation on Blue Star, lost its economic lifeblood, the entire West Coast. Even the militarily powerful Northern Alliance had to abandon its prosperous cities and flee to the bitter permafrost of Siberia to seek a chance of survival. Those lost territories became the domain of anomalous forces, with lethal anomalous entities roaming the wild. Because of this, nations had to set aside their prejudices and form alliances to fight the anomalies together. Furthermore, because anomalous events spread through cognition, to prevent their proliferation, the alliances had to wipe the memories of common people and compile a public history for them to know. It can be said that the current situation for humanity is actually quite grim. However, as time passes, humanity is also making constant progress. From technology to experience, the lessons and knowledge gained through the blood of predecessors have allowed humanity to become increasingly proficient in combating anomalies. In the current Yan nation, there have not been any large-scale anomalous events for a long time, and small, scattered incidents in the cities are handled by adventurers. But having said that, as humanity advances, will not the anomalies progress as well? P.S. Now that the story has reached this point, as the author, it is time for me to expand the world building. As I have mentioned before, this book's world is actually very large, and the outline is very detailed. So, dear readers, you do not need to worry about the story ending poorly or falling apart. Note, American nation is approximately equal to the US. Northern Alliance is approximately equal to ELS. European Union is approximately equal to the EU. From the words of the underworld, Liuk could roughly guess some clues. The underworld did not want these people to die. It wanted to test the survivors to achieve some of its own ends. But as for what exactly those ends were, Liuk truly had no idea. Sigh, forget it, why overthink things so much? Liuk shook her head, dispelling the unnecessary thoughts from her mind. Right now, she should be considering how to survive the dangers that lie ahead. After all, this underworld train has only passed 2 stops so far, with 5 more dangerous ones waiting for them. Thinking of this, Liuk gently closed her eyes, intending to rest for a while. But just then, a sudden broadcast interrupted her rest. Ding dong! Emergency notification, emergency notification. Passengers in the bathrooms, please return to your cabins immediately. The train will announce urgent news in 2 minutes. The announcer's tone over the broadcast sounded quite urgent. Normally, the train would not violate its own established rules. It should have given the survivors 20 hours of rest, but now it had suddenly cut their break short. It seems the train has encountered some kind of accident, forcing it to break its own rules. What is it up to now? Liuk looked at the broadcast speaker with suspicion. And a minute later, the bespectacled man Zia Ming came scrambling out of the bathroom while pulling up his pants. He did not even have time to put his clothes on properly, just to make sure he did not miss the announcement. Then the attendants also left the carriage, and before leaving, they locked the bathroom doors as well. With that, the survivors were once again trapped in their carriages. What the hell, I was planning to shower tonight. The curly-haired man, Yanya, complained, and the other survivors were also filled with confusion. The next moment, the broadcast in the carriage rang out again. Dear passengers, we apologize for interrupting your rest period. Due to some force majeure factors, we need to terminate your scheduled rest time prematurely. The train will depart ahead of schedule and arrive at the next station at 6 p.m. tonight. Please prepare accordingly. Please rest assured, to compensate for your loss, we will prepare a special gift for you after you clear all the stations. Please note that the difficulty of the station challenges will not change due to this special event. Please be fully prepared. The underworld sincerely hopes that you can survive. Next stop, Scarlet Corot. Static, a screeching static. And, unexpectedly, the broadcast stuttered while announcing the station name. After emitting a harsh burst of static, the broadcast fell completely silent. What is going on now? The survivors thought to themselves in unison. This was the first time such a situation had occurred on the underworld train. Even the experienced Liuk, did not know what was happening for a moment. Boom! Just then, a loud bang erupted from the outside of the train, and the carriage jolted violently. It felt as if the train had suddenly crashed into something. Instantly, everyone in the carriage was thrown off balance, and the lights on the ceiling flickered and then clicked off. Fortunately, Luke and Aya had habitually fastened their seatbelts. Otherwise, they likely would have been tossed into the aisle. When the carriage stopped shaking, the people slowly climbed up from the floor. They looked around at the dim surroundings, completely confused about the situation. About a minute later, the lights in the carriage slowly flickered back to life. Soon after, the broadcast crackled with static twice before turning back on. But this time, the voice on the broadcast was no longer the emotionless, machine-synthesized sound it used to be. Instead, it was filled with various emotions, as if it were a living, breathing person. Hello, my dear passengers, greetings to you all. The train has run into a little complication, but it is nothing to worry about. I will continue to make announcements for you. Under my guidance, everyone shall survive. Please set your mind at ease and face the upcoming challenges with a relaxed attitude. To save you some time, we have skipped 3 stations worth of travel. You will face the most exciting and challenging station directly. Do give yourselves a round of applause for your excellent luck. Next stop, Armament Station. Please get ready, an exciting journey is about to begin. The Brave One, Hoshino Yuna character design confirmed. After the broadcast ended, the train began to accelerate at high speed again. This sudden turn of events left the survivors in the carriage completely baffled. They sat back down in their seats, puzzled, and remained oblivious to what might happen next. The only one who understood the situation was Lokoko. Little Dark, we are in big trouble. Lokoko rubbed her sleepy eyes and thought to herself, the anomaly in the netherworld has been interfered with by some special entity. Interfered? Dark Coco asked confusedly, what kind of interference? Dummy. The little girl gave a soft rebuke and explained, do you remember our first anomaly, the Netherworld University entrance exam event? In the final stage of that exam, the test papers issued by the Netherworld, along with the broadcast, were twisted and interfered with by some special entity. With this reminder, Dark Coco recalled what had happened previously. During that exam, part of the questions on the Netherworld's test paper had been covered by black ink, and it was the most critical part. This incident directly led to a massive deviation in how the survivors understood the exam questions. The strange ink, combined with the misleading broadcast, caused almost all the participants of that exam to be wiped out. While the survival rate of Netherworld events is indeed low, senseless killing is not the usual style of the Netherworld. It is easy to infer that the final result of that exam was not what the Netherworld had intended. What you say makes some sense, but then again, who would interfere with a Netherworld anomaly event? Dark Coco could not fathom it. I cannot say for sure, but it certainly is not an adventurer or any human faction. Lokoko shook her head. Based on her current experience, when an anomaly event is interfered with, its difficulty level jumps up by several grades. Assuming the Netherworld's purpose is to select or train a group of people, the goal of this interferer is to kill everyone the Netherworld wants to train. From that perspective, whoever is meddling with the event does not seem like an adventurer or other human powerhouse, because they would have no reason to harm their own kind. Maybe it is another anomalous faction, Dark Coco guessed softly. Lokoko nodded, acknowledging the suggestion. You are right. As it stands now, that theory is quite plausible. The Netherworld is a powerful anomalous entity, but it is by no means the only faction among the anomalies. There is competition and hostility between anomalous factions. Just like humans, they attack each other for resources, territory, and population. Seen in this light, it is quite normal for a rival faction to attack the Netherworld's infinite train. However, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Once interfered with, the Netherworld might just wash its hands of it and leave without much loss. But poor survivors like Lokoko and her friends end up suffering the consequences. Armory Station, judging by the name, it does not sound like a terrible stop. Oh well, let us wait and see. Lokoko sighed softly, cast her worries aside, and closed her eyes to get some rest before the train reached the next station. 10 minutes later, the train slowly came to a halt. Lokoko had just fallen asleep when she was jolted awake by the overly enthusiastic voice on the broadcast. Hello, fellow passengers. We have reached the 6th station. I will now announce the station rules. Netherworld Journey Station 6, Armory Station Passenger Guidelines. Armory Station is the most well-armed stop on the Netherworld journey. It is a massive warehouse where you can choose all kinds of weapons. These weapons are provided for free of charge. Please enjoy using them. They will become your capable assistants. Of course, every station has its unique rules, and Armory Station is no exception. Please follow the rules below for a perfect gaming experience. 1. Armory Station is a small stop, so the stay will not be long. You need to finish selecting your weapons and all necessary supplies within 30 minutes. Anyone who fails to leave the armory after 30 minutes will bear the consequences themselves. 2. There is no staff at Armory Station, so please pick your weapons yourself. We strongly recommend choosing some of the newer model weapons to significantly enhance your experience. 3. Armory Station has a dedicated shooting range. If you want to test your weapons, please head to the range area. You can also test them on your peers to clearly understand their power, though that is just a personal suggestion. 4. The armory is the core area of the station. Specific rules will be posted on the main door of the armory. We suggest you selectively ignore the old-fashioned rules, otherwise you will lose the fun of the game. 5. Please do not worry about the origin of the weapons, as that will only bring you trouble. You cannot take them out anyway, so just have fun with them. Have a pleasant journey. And after the broadcast ended, the glass partition door at the front of the carriage slowly opened. Behind this glass door, there was actually a thick, heavy iron door made of metal, with a sign hanging at the top reading, Infinite Train Armory. Looking at the heavy iron door, the survivors exchanged glances. They clearly did not grasp the broadcast's meaning and naturally did not dare to step forward to investigate. Seeing that everyone was hesitant, Chen Ning, acting as the interim team leader, felt he had to take the lead. He stood up first and walked step by step toward the iron door. Lokoko and Aya followed Chen Ning to the entrance of the armory. Next to the armory's gate, a slightly yellowed notice was stuck to the clean wall, looking rather abrupt. By the light of the train's headlamps, the three of them began to read the notice. Infinite Train Armory, Usage Guidelines. 1. This armory provides weapons for passengers. You are free to use all supplies inside, but we advise you to know your limits. Do not greedily choose weapons you cannot use effectively just for their sheer power. 2. The selection time for the armory is 30 minutes, starting from the moment you enter. 3. Once you leave the armory, you cannot re-enter, so please choose your weapons carefully. 4. Please note that you can choose at most 1 firearm and 3 magazines of ammunition. Melee weapons and other equipment items are not subject to this limit. 5. The weapons you select must be used by you alone. If you give a weapon to a teammate without authorization, it will lead to the weapon's destruction. 6. There are no enemies at Armory Station, nor are there any challenges. You do not need to pay for the fare for the next station. After half an hour, the train will restart and head to the next stop. As warriors chosen by the Netherworld, making it this far is proof enough of your capabilities. To succeed in clearing the train, courage, wisdom, and perseverance are all essential. We hope you will use these excellent qualities to survive. The Netherworld is eternal, and it seems there is no danger here. After reading the notice, Lokoko turned her gaze to the gap in the door. That is right, judging by the notice, this should be an arms depot inside. Chen Ning touched his short beard and placed his hand on the iron door handle. Then he pulled with all his might. Clack! A sound of gears interlocking came from the door. A moment later, the large iron door slowly opened. Behind the iron door seemed to be a massive warehouse, but because there were no lights, it was very dark. Who? Looking into the pitch-black warehouse, Chen Ning took a deep breath and walked in slowly. Lokoko and Aya did not hesitate much either, and followed Chen Ning into the armory. Snap! The moment the three stepped into the armory, the bright white overhead lights clicked on, illuminating the previously dark space like daylight. As the lights turned on, the three of them saw everything around them. Several rows of large metal racks were neatly arranged in the warehouse, filled with all kinds of weapons. From the most common knives and daggers to heavy fire axes and sledgehammers, to restricted weapons like pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles. This warehouse had almost every type of individual weapon imaginable. This scene left not only Aya, who had not seen many weapons in her daily life, but even the experienced former Special Forces soldier Chen Ning, slightly stunned. Armory, this place is truly well armed. Chen Ning finally regained his composure and muttered, It has been a long time since I have handled a gun. Seeing that the warehouse was safe, the other survivors poured into the armory one after another. Then, they were stunned by the weapons inside the warehouse. Wow, seriously, can we just take any of these weapons? The curly-haired man, Yanyi, stroked a sleek sniper rifle, his eyes practically sparkling with excitement. We can, but you are only allowed to choose one gun and 3 magazines. Zia Ming, the man with glasses, whispered a reminder. He had his eye on a black machine gun, but the 50-pound weight of it made him hesitate. Luo Rui, the veteran police officer, knew his way around firearms. Ignoring the flashy weapons, he quietly walked to a corner and picked up an unassuming rifle. Yo, Officer Luo, how come you picked a Type 74 rifle? Chen Ning walked over to Luo Rui with a smile, eyeing the firearm the veteran had chosen. This rifle was the first domestically developed firearm of the Great Yan Kingdom. Although it is no longer considered cutting-edge by today's standards, it remains a classic in the hearts of Yan people. Haha, maybe I am just feeling nostalgic. Luo Rui scratched his head and said with a sigh, I used the Type 74 back when I was in the service. Decades have passed since then, it really brings back memories. But having said that, Luo Rui changed the subject, putting down the rifle in his hand, and asked with confusion, just what kind of organization is the underworld to be able to get these weapons into the downtown area of Machi City? As a police officer, Luo Rui naturally knew how strict the Yan Kingdom's arms control was. To possess firearms, one must apply for numerous permits, and under normal circumstances, it is impossible for guns to appear in the city. Why bother overthinking it? Chen Ning chuckled, pulled a pitch-black rifle from behind his back, and handed it to Luo Rui. This rifle was angular and equipped with a bunch of accessories, looking quite advanced. The Type 0 experimental rifle, featuring a microprocessing chip inside. As far as I know, this thing only exists in laboratories or on presentation slides at weapons conferences. Chen Ning pointed at the rifle and shook his head helplessly. If they can even get their hands on stuff from laboratories, you should not worry about the other things. Luo Rui could not really argue with that. He handed the rifle back to Chen Ning and lightly stroked a smooth bullet. I understand what you're saying, but this train, why would it provide us with these weapons? Luo Rui voiced his greatest doubt. Chen Ning was about to answer, but Luo Keek stepped in front of them first and tossed a few heavy bulletproof vests at the 2 men. The answer is simple. Luo Keek sighed and said with a wry smile, have not you ever heard the saying? Before a great battle, supplies must be provided. Hearing this, they both fell silent. What kind of hardships and dangers could possibly make an anomalous force like the underworld willing to provide weapons to the survivors? Neither of them dared to think too deeply about it. Luo Keek shook her head and turned to leave. A silver-white pistol hung at the girl's waist. This was the firearm Luo Keek had chosen. Initially, she had planned to choose those high-firepower advanced weapons, but then she remembered the notice outside the armory. The notice suggested that people should not blindly choose heavy firepower weapons and should act according to their own capabilities. Indeed, those large firearms looked tempting, but they were too bulky. With Luo Keek's current physical condition, she could not use them, not to mention she was not very good with guns in the first place. After much thought, she chose a lightweight lady's pistol, which was not only light but also comfortable to hold. In terms of melee, Luo Keek already possessed the powerful weapon known as the Pale Fire, which was a sharp tool against anomalous entities, enough for her to handle most dangers. Combining the Pale Fire with the small pistol was the perfect setup for her right now. By the way, besides various weapons, the armory also contained a wide variety of practical equipment and materials, like bulletproof vests, gasoline, lighters, and so on. But regarding the bulletproof vests, since Luo Keek was so petite, she could not find a size that fit her, which gave the girl a bit of a headache. Helpless, she had to give up on the idea of wearing protective gear. After all, she cared more about her agility than protection. Have you guys finished picking yet? Ready to go, Luo Keek stood up slowly, intending to urge the others, but just then, a flurry of arguing erupted from the depths of the warehouse. Brother Chen Ning, why will not you let us choose the machine guns? Yeah, Brother Chen Ning, when facing enemies, the more firepower the better, right? And why will not you let us take more of these grenades? At the entrance to the shooting range deep in the armory, several survivors were surrounding Chen Ning, seemingly arguing with him about something. They are fighting, Keek. Let us go watch the drama. Dark Keek urged the girl with great curiosity. Watch the drama. I am worried it might end up affecting me later. Luo Keek covered her face, feeling somewhat helpless. But no matter what, she was still the second in command of the team. Therefore, she had to head toward the shooting range entrance to see what was going on and mediate the conflict between her teammates. In the deepest part of the armory, right at the entrance of the shooting range, an unexpectedly cramped space was jammed with 4 or 5 people. Standing on the outside were Zia Ming, the guy with glasses, Yan Yi, the curly-haired man, and Li Hui, the sophisticated lady. Caught in the middle of them were a helpless-looking Luo Rui and Chen Ning. Brother Chen Ning, why will not you let us pick the machine guns? You should at least explain the reason to everyone. Yan Yi was currently hugging a heavy machine gun, having even attached the ammunition belt. I know I am not very strong, which is why I chose this, but Brother Chen Ning, why would not you even let me take the shotgun? Zia Ming was using all his strength to cradle a semi-automatic shotgun in his arms. And there is this. Li Hui lifted her small white handbag. It was actually packed with over a dozen hand grenades. Like melee weapons, grenades were not restricted by quantity, so Li Hui had stuffed a bunch into her bag all at once. Sigh. Chen Ning let out a soft sigh and then waved his hand. The 3 of you, stop arguing and settle down. Can you let me explain it to you one by one? Chen Ning reluctantly raised his voice to drown out the noise from the 3 of them. Seeing that Chen Ning was becoming annoyed, the 3 of them finally shut up, ready to listen to his explanation. What a headache. Chen Ning grumbled under his breath and then took the machine gun from Yan Yi's hands. To the trio's astonishment, the gun that Yan Yi had struggled to even lift was held effortlessly in one hand by Chen Ning, who toyed with it as if it were weightless. Let me ask you all a question first. Chen Ning held up a finger to signal 1. Have any of you ever fired a gun or thrown a grenade? Upon hearing this, the 3 of them froze, then shook their heads one after another. Before getting on this train, they had hardly even been in a fight, so how could they have ever handled a firearm? Good. Having gotten the answer he expected, Chen Ning nodded with satisfaction. Then I will explain to you now why I had to stop you from choosing your weapons so recklessly. Chen Ning first looked at Yan Yi and tossed the machine gun back to him. Yan Yi was startled. He instinctively reached out to catch the gun, but its 60-pound frame caused him to lose his balance immediately, swaying under its weight. M. Browning heavy machine gun, with a total weight of 38 kilograms. Chen Ning pointed at the gun and said softly, "You are a novice who has never fired a gun, you cannot even hold it steady, and you still want to use it to kill enemies." Yan Yi wanted to argue back, but the terrifying weight of the gun left him speechless, and he had no choice but to set it down in frustration. Besides, its power is too great. What will you do if you accidentally hit one of our own? Chen Ning added, "We do not have a medic." As a former Special Forces soldier, Chen Ning explained things in great detail without using any obscure jargon. Yan Yi kept his head down. The words he had been preparing to retort suddenly stuck in his throat. Seeing that Yan Yi had quieted down, Chen Ning turned to look at Zia Ming. Your issue is similar to his. Although shotguns are not as absurd as machine guns, they are still not suitable for a novice like you. While speaking, Chen Ning picked out 2 small guns from the shelf and handed them to Zia Ming and Yan Yi. For you two, these submachine guns are the most suitable weapons. Just choose these. Chen Ning pointed to the 2 guns he had selected. These were both submachine guns, characterized by their high ammo capacity, lightweight, and ease of use. Having to trade their heavy artillery for small arms, the 2 were naturally a bit dissatisfied, but they knew in their hearts that Chen Ning was doing it for their own good. In fact, under different circumstances, Chen Ning might have taken the time to calmly teach them how to use high-powered firearms. But right now, he simply did not have the time or the energy for that. All Chen Ning had to think about was quickly turning these ordinary people into combatants who could at least defend themselves. And I understand the reasoning, but why will not you let me take these grenades? Seeing that Zia Ming and Yan Yi were silent, Li Hui handed her bag to Chen Ning. Sigh. Chen Ning shook his head, pulled a grenade from the bag, and waved it in front of Li Hui. This thing is an offensive grenade. If used in a confined space, its destructive power will increase exponentially. Trust me, if you use this inside the train car, you will end up killing everyone, Chen Ning explained, enunciating every word clearly. In reality, in an environment like a train car, Chen Ning would not dare use explosives at all. It would be a case of killing 1,000 enemies while taking 800 casualties yourself. Hearing Chen Ning's explanation, Li Hui pondered for a moment and still felt somewhat unwilling, wanting to argue back, when suddenly, a soft, sweet voice of a young girl came from behind them. I suggest you would better listen to him. After all, he was the one who saved your lives in the last round. The person speaking was Luo Keek. The little girl was walking slowly toward the group, toying with a small silver handgun in her hand, her face completely expressionless. Luo Keek's words completely extinguished the desire of the three to argue. They all knew she was right. Consequently, Li Hui finally gave up on the grenades. Afterward, following Chen Ning's recommendation, Li Hui chose a compact revolver. With their weapons in hand, the three entered the shooting range to start their target practice. Phew! Watching the three of them leave, Chen Ning wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded at Luo Keek to thank her for the assist. Luo Keek did not respond. She walked up to Chen Ning and looked at the former Special Forces soldier with curiosity. Uncle Chen Ning, where did that unruly attitude of yours go? In the first stage, Chen Ning was the epitome of cold-heartedness. His behavior back then was exactly like that of a villain. And now, he has become a team nanny. This sudden shift left Luo Keek deeply confused. Sigh. Chen Ning sighed again and said softly, "Well, we are all comrades now. I cannot just watch them die." Then Chen Ning waved his hand, seemingly unwilling to waste time on the subject. He looked at Luo Keek's handgun and asked, "Is this the weapon you chose?" Seeing that Chen Ning did not want to talk about it, Luo Keek did not bother asking. She handed the silver handgun to him. Quite pretty, and the gun itself is very light. Looks like a new model. Chen Ning weighed the pistol, nodded, and handed it back to Luo Keek. Holstering the gun, Luo Keek fumbled in her pocket for a moment and pulled out a few silver-white bullets. There were strange patterns engraved on the tips of these bullets, with mysterious symbols covering the area around the designs. "You can take some of these," Luo Keek instructed in a low voice. "What kind of bullets are these? Why are they so fancy?" Chen Ning and Luo Rui leaned in, curiously examining the patterns on the bullets. Having handled guns for decades, they had never seen ammunition like this before. "These are called spirit breakers." Luo Keek pointed to the runes on the bullet tips and explained, "They are bullets specifically for dealing with spirit-type enemies. The characters on them are charms designed to suppress spirits." "Spirits?" Chen Ning was silent for a moment and then asked quietly, "Do you mean ghosts or something like that?" "More or less, you could put it that way." Luo Keek nodded. Hearing the little girl's confirmation, Chen Ning and Luo Rui exchanged glances, looking somewhat bewildered. It was true that since these anomalous events began, they had seen many bizarre things, but the idea of spirits was still an entirely unknown entity to them. "Believe me," Luo Keek said with a serious expression, "spirit breakers are extremely rare items. Since the underworld placed them here, it implies we are likely to encounter spirit-type enemies." As an adventurer, Rococo was all too familiar with this type of bullet. In the Adventurers Guild, spirit-breaking bullets are quite expensive supplies. They are sold individually, with one round costing 5,000 Yan currency or 200 contribution points. Of course, the effectiveness of a spirit-breaking bullet makes it worth the price. Ordinary bullets have extremely limited damage potential against spiritual entities, or one could even say they have no effect at all. A single spirit-breaking bullet, however, can instantly kill soul-type anomalous entities below C rank, and even against entities above C rank, it can still inflict effective damage. It really is a must-have item for travel and home defense. Ms. Coco makes a fair point. The old policeman pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Seeing that the old policeman had accepted these novel bullets, Chen Ning naturally had nothing more to add. He returned the bullet to Rococo and asked softly, "Then how many spirit-breaking bullets should we take?" Rococo thought for a moment and replied, "No need to take too many, just enough to get by. Uncle Chen Ning, you and Officer Luo are good shots. You two should each carry half a magazine of spirit-breaking bullets. The others do not need to carry any." As far as Rococo knew, spirit-type enemies generally did not travel in large groups, so 50 spirit-breaking bullets should be enough. But having said that, Rococo was not actually that afraid of spirit-type enemies. The mark of the underworld on the back of her hand could enhance her lethality against spirits. After hearing Rococo's words, Chen Ning and Luo Rui did not hesitate any longer and immediately went off to collect the spirit-breaking bullets. And half an hour later, the armory's broadcast began urging everyone to leave. Rococo was the first to leave the armory. Her equipment choice was simple: a small pistol, 3 magazines of pistol ammunition, a tactical flashlight, and a few spare batteries. A moment later, Aya also walked out. Her gear was almost identical to Rococo's. On Chen Ning's recommendation, she wore a bulletproof vest, carried a small pistol, 3 magazines, and a tactical knife. Compared to the light load of the two girls, the equipment chosen by Chen Ning and Luo Rui was much more complex. Chen Ning chose a light machine gun, while Luo Rui picked up a rifle. They both wore heavy bulletproof vests, had 3 or 4 melee weapons strapped to them, and wore helmets as a symbolic gesture, looking fully armed. It is worth mentioning that although the armory contained all sorts of equipment, the survivors did not find any medical supplies. Therefore, Luo Miz took a bottle of alcohol, intending to use it as a disinfectant for emergencies. And the next pair ready were Yan Yi and Zia Ming. They held submachine guns and also wore bulletproof vests. Yan Yi looked back at the firearms in the armory with reluctance, but eventually gritted his teeth and stood beside the others. As for Zia Ming, he lingered at the entrance for a long time, seemingly hesitant about something, until Chen Ning urged him to move, and only then did he walk toward the crowd step by step. What people did not know was that at this moment, inside Zia Ming's pocket, there was a small grenade hidden away. Perhaps out of a lack of confidence in his own abilities, before leaving the armory, Zia Ming had impulsively tucked away a grenade. He had no idea how or when to use it, but he just felt he should bring it along. And the last to leave the armory was the lady, Li Hui. Her weapon loadout was similar to Aya's, but she was not wearing a bulletproof vest. According to her, she simply could not handle the weight of the vest, so she decided against it. Chen Ning noticed that the lady's gait seemed a bit unnatural. Around her ankle, there were some purplish marks, looking as if she had sprained it. Seeing this, Chen Ning recalled that at the polar station, the lady seemed to have been involved in a struggle with other passengers. Perhaps this injury was sustained back then. Chen Ning did not say anything about it. He just had Li Hui join the group. At this point, unity was the most necessary thing for these survivors. Click. As all the survivors stepped out, the armory door slowly closed. All right, since everyone is ready, let me arrange our tactical positions. Chen Ning nodded and was just about to elaborate, but at that moment, a broadcast sound suddenly rang out, interrupting him. Ding dong. Dear passengers, the relaxing and pleasant armory station tour has come to an end. Have you selected suitable weapons? For those who did not find satisfactory weapons, do not worry too much, as the next leg of the journey is very simple, and you will surely pass it with E-as tilde. Due to special circumstances, we can no longer provide you with rest time. However, rest assured, at the next stop, you will certainly receive a sleep as peaceful as a baby's. You do not need to pay the fare, for the price of the final stop is your own self. We will depart in 10 minutes and are expected to arrive at the next station at 8 o'clock sharp tonight. That will be the final stop of the Netherworld journey. And hope and despair, child of the Nether prison, night god of the river Styx, blue sky, ocean, natural disasters, unification of the fallen world. Halfway through the announcement, the broadcast suddenly glitched, and then began reciting a series of nonsensical words. A minute later, the broadcast returned to normal, delivering the final sentence word by word. The message carried a mysterious chill that blew straight into the hearts of the survivors. Next station, Hell Station. Please be fully prepared and give your all to face the upcoming danger. Specific rules will be announced upon arrival at the station. Hell Station. Hearing the name of the station, everyone fell silent. They all understood that the fact the underworld was providing weapons and equipment meant that the survivors were in for a bitter battle at this station. How many would survive until the final moment, and how many would perish? No one had any confidence. Watching the dejected crowd, Chen Ning let out a soft sigh. Lacking the heart to arrange tactical deployments, he simply gave one order: do not aim your guns at your own people. After that, Chen Ning returned to his seat without another word. He planned to decide the specifics once he saw the rules for the next station. The others also returned to their seats in silence. The carriage, originally meant for 50 passengers, now held only 7, making it feel incredibly empty. The train sped onward, and the once quiet space now echoed with the metallic friction of the wheels. Luo Keek checked her phone. It was 7:55 p.m. There were less than 5 minutes until arrival. Normally, the train should have begun to slow down by now, but the increasingly loud roar of the train told Luo, Keek, that it had no intention of slowing down at all. As time ticked by, the lights in the carriage grew dimmer and dimmer. Even the incandescent bulbs overhead seemed to be setting the mood for the impending battle. And snap! At exactly 8 o'clock, the small lights above their heads went out completely, plunging the carriage into total darkness. At the same time, a palm-sized black booklet landed in everyone's hands. The booklet was somewhat thick, with over 10 pages of content, completely different from the previous rule manuals. This time, the carriage speakers did not broadcast on time. It seemed they had gone silent along with the lost lights. The manual arrived, which means we have reached the station. But why is this train still moving at high speed? Luo Keek looked out the window in confusion. Outside, there was only pitch-black fog, and in that fog, she vaguely saw several pairs of blood-red eyes staring at the people in the carriage, as if they were nothing more than bait. Why dwell on it? When the enemy comes, we block. When water comes, we earth it up. Luo Keek shook her head, casting the strange thoughts aside. She took a tactical flashlight from her pocket, and using its intense beam, began to read the thick manual. To her surprise, the text in the manual was handwritten, with beautiful, elegant penmanship. Underworld Journey Terminal, Hell Station Passenger Notice. Greetings, honored passenger. When you read this manual, you must have arrived at the final stop of this underworld journey, the Hell Station. First, I must congratulate you on passing through the trials of the underworld. Those who reach Hell Station are, without exception, the elite among humanity, and I offer you my heartfelt respect. However, after the pleasantries, I must solemnly warn you, Hell Station is completely different from any previous stop, and its level of danger is far beyond them. If the first 6 stations were like playing house, this station is where you will experience a real battlefield. I do not wish for you to die at the finish line, for the living are always more useful than the dead. Thus, I have listed the following rules and suggestions. Following them will improve your chances of survival. 1. After arriving at Hell Station, the train continuing to move is normal. Please ignore it. Once you have completed all challenges, the train will stop and the doors will open, allowing you to leave. 2. Due to the harsh environment of Hell Station, the underworld cannot maintain electrical equipment here, so power to the carriage will be cut, and the lights and speakers will cease to function. You may use your phone or the flashlight found at the armory station for lighting. 3. If you lack lighting equipment, please open the cabinet next to your seat, where you will find an oil lamp. I must warn you, however, that the oil lamp is a construct of the underworld and is highly unstable. Please be mentally prepared before using it. 4. At Hell Station, you do not need to take excessive action. Every hour, your carriage will be attacked by an abnormal entity. There will be a total of 5 waves of such attacks. As long as you repel these 5 waves, you will successfully return to the real world. 5. The attacking enemies will become increasingly powerful as time goes on. 6. Halfway through each wave of attacks, a powerful abnormal entity will enter the carriage. You may call it a leader or boss. This individual is extremely powerful, far exceeding others of its kind. 7. Once you defeat this boss, the enemy offensive will stop. Conversely, if you fail to eliminate it, enemies will continue to enter the carriage incessantly. Therefore, I advise you to eliminate the boss as quickly as possible once it appears. 8. There are 12 types of entities that may attack the carriage. I have collected data on all of them for you. Please see the appendices at the back of the manual for details. Understanding your enemy's weaknesses will aid your survival. 9. The content in the appendices is complex but contains useful information, including but not limited to comprehensive data on abnormal entities, emergency medical procedures, self-defense techniques, and extreme survival skills. Please read them carefully. 10. Please trust and protect your companions. Having adventured through the previous 6 stations, you have surely forged deep friendships. This bond will be your greatest asset at Hell Station. The rules and suggestions end here. The following content contains the appendices. Finally, if you truly cannot carry on and your life draws to an end, please whisper these words. Styx, mother, Mayake Shana. When that time comes, the underworld will find your final resting place. And having finished the rules, Luo Keek set the manual down in silence. She blinked, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. The rule manual for Hell Station was completely different from those of previous stations. The content was extremely extensive, and between the lines, there was a subtle tone of pity and respect. Judging by the tone, this manual must have been written by a girl. And that was a rather strange thing. Someone with high enough status to write rule manuals for the underworld. Why would such a person sympathize with ordinary people like them? The author of this manual is quite interesting. Luo Keek yawned, forcing herself to shake off the fatigue. With that skeptical attitude, the young girl flipped to the appendices. In the appendices, the author detailed every entity and various useful first aid methods. Even the methods for making fire and filtering drinking water were included. After a brief review of the appendices, Luo Keek closed the manual. The abnormal entities recorded were all relatively common monsters. As a veteran adventurer, Luo Keek could identify the type and weakness of most abnormal entities with just a glance. So, while this manual was of little help to her, it would certainly serve as a lifeline for the others. Luo Keek touched her space ring, took out the pale fire, and holstered it on her leg. Then she picked up her handgun and loaded the golden bullets one by one. Once finished, she took a deep breath and aimed her gun and flashlight toward the front door of the carriage. According to the manual, they had been in danger the moment they entered Hell's Station. The enemy could arrive at any moment, their types, numbers, strength. Even where they might appear from, Luo Keek had no idea. Thus, she prepared for battle in advance to guard against the unexpected. Seeing that the girl was ready, Chen Ning and the veteran officer hurriedly finished the manual and raised their guns toward the carriage door. Under the glow of several flashlights, the front of the carriage was lit up as clearly as day. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. No one spoke, they simply stared at the carriage door in silence, as if the enemy might truly emerge from it at any second. Tap, tap. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the main door, a pitter-patter sound of rain suddenly drifted in from outside the carriage. It sounded like it was coming from very far away, but if one listened carefully, it seemed to be drawing closer and closer. Tap, tap. 2 minutes later, the sound had become incredibly distinct, and the survivors could clearly hear the rain drumming against the train windows. What was puzzling, however, was that a layer of mist had inexplicably formed on the windows. This white mist appeared on the inside of the glass, overlapping with the black fog outside and completely obscuring everyone's view. Strange, it is raining outside, why is it foggy inside? Yan Yi, who was sitting by the window, curiously reached out and started rubbing the glass, trying to wipe the mist away. Bang! Just then, a crimson bloody hand burst through the black fog and slammed heavily onto the glass right in front of Yan Yi. The bloody hand was covered in tiny wounds, and it battered the window wildly, creating a tapping sound. So that strange sound earlier was not rain at all, it was these hands, or rather, their owners in motion. Seeing the bloody hand right in front of him, Yan Yi was terrified out of his wits. He scrambled backward and fell into the aisle. What the hell is this thing? Yan Yi shouted, pointing at the bloody hand. The others were drawn by Yan Yi's voice. They turned to look at the windows, and the sight of the bloody hands left them stunned. The bloody hand certainly did not care about the survivors' emotions. It kept pounding against the glass with increasing force. And just then, several more pairs of bloody hands appeared on other people's windows, all pounding on the glass in unison. In an instant, the survivors were plunged into panic. Everyone do not panic, come to the back. Chen Ning ordered loudly. There were no windows at the back of the carriage where he and the veteran officer were, so there was no need to worry about those bloody hands. Hearing this, everyone reacted immediately. They ran toward Chen Ning as if fleeing for their lives, crowding into the narrow aisle. Luo Keek and Aya were no exception. The two of them held hands and quickly walked to the corner of the last row. Looking at these bloody hands, Luo Keek was not particularly afraid. In fact, she had roughly guessed the identity of these things. Of course, she could not jump to conclusions until she saw the actual entity. And just like the manual said, they are here. But why would they choose to attack from outside the train windows? Zia Ming adjusted his glasses, looking at the bloody hands with some confusion. He whispered, "The train windows are made of blast-proof glass. There is no way they could shatter them." Crash! No sooner had he finished speaking than a pane of glass was shattered. Sharp shards of glass flew into the carriage, piercing through the nearby seats. Witnessing this, the survivors swallowed hard. If they had still been in their seats, they would have been turned into pincushions by now. It is worth mentioning that after the glass shattered, the black fog outside did not drift in. These unfathomable mists seemed to be blocked by an invisible, transparent wall. However, while the fog could not get in, the bloody hands could. The owners of these bloody hands gripped the window frame, ignoring the glass shards remaining on it, and began to pull themselves into the carriage. The next moment, a humanoid monster wearing tattered clothes emerged from the black fog and climbed into the carriage. It was not very tall, only about 1.5 meters. The creature was covered in dark red blood, and its pupils were crimson, flickering with an eerie, icy glint. Most bizarrely, the creature's body was covered with visible veins of various sizes, along with layers of white fat and tendons. Chen Ning fought back the urge to vomit and shone his flashlight at the monster. Only then did he realize that this thing was essentially a skinned human. After climbing over the window, the monster fell into the aisle. It possessed great strength, but its movements were quite sluggish. After much effort, it finally climbed to its feet and began to shamble toward the survivors, letting out a hair-raising howl as it walked. Wandering corpse. The moment she saw the monster, Luo Keek recognized this anomalous entity. At the same time, the system interface appeared before her eyes. Anomalous entity detected, scanning entity type. System scan complete. Entity name, Wandering Corpse Drifter. Entity danger level, 500 plus. Entity type, humanoid. Entity information, missing. Suspected to be a passenger who died in another carriage. And the anomalous entity in the first wave is actually a wandering corpse. Luo Keek dismissed the panel before her and raised her pistol, aiming at the monster's head. This is not looking good. The little girl gritted her teeth, staring intensely at the monster. From the moment she identified the monster, she understood that this journey to the Hell Station would be an unprecedentedly bitter struggle.